This boy is our protagonist, Lee Chial, but because he was born out of wedlock to the clan chief, he received none of the privileges. However, there was one thing they didn't know. Chial was hiding a secret. He had memorized every martial art manual in the clan. However, there was one thing they didn't know. Chial was hiding a secret. He had memorized every martial art manual in the clan. The story begins in the northern province, an undeveloped region. At that moment, a group of martial artists had gathered and were chatting. Among them, a young man looked around in bewilderment. Just then, an uncle carrying 2 cups of water stepped over and greeted him. "Hey, young man, is this your first time joining?" Hearing that, the youth hesitated slightly, took a cup, and nodded. "Yes, I've been to gates and dungeons before, but this is my first time in this land, so I'm a bit nervous." Seeing this, the uncle laughed heartily. "Ha ha, then you better brace yourself. Places like this have been abandoned for hundreds of years, so they're definitely crawling with monsters. Might even be ancient beasts, who knows?" As he spoke, the uncle sat down beside the youth. Then, as if remembering something, the young man turned and asked, "But our expedition leader is from the prestigious Lee Marshall clan, right? I heard he's the clan chief's brother, so he must be very strong." Hearing that, the uncle glanced at a man sitting nearby and snorted in mockery. "You mean him?" The uncle continued, "But he's just an illegitimate son. He's so weak they kicked him out of the clan." The man he looked at was about 40, with a worn-out face like an unemployed fellow. This was the 9th legitimate son of the prestigious Lee Marshall clan, Lee Chial. Looking at Chial's somewhat shabby appearance, the uncle added, "Not only is he incompetent, he probably has no perseverance. That's why at his age he's only reached level 7 in martial arts. How can we rely on someone like that?" At that moment, a man in black approached Chial and reminded him, "Expedition leader, let's move on." Hearing his name called, Chial barely lifted his eyes to look at him, then bowed his head again and whispered, "All right." Then the group quickly packed up and continued forward. However, for some reason, Chial felt uneasy about the journey. As they walked, he thought, "The Black Trade Corps answers to the Lee family head and should protect us, but judging by this, something's off. I have a bad feeling about this," Chial warned himself quietly. Memories of his past began to surface. "I once carried hope and dreams. The moment I realized the pressure of being part of the Lee Marshall family was also when I was chosen by the top divine weapon in the weapon selection ritual. At that time, I thought that if I kept studying and working hard, one day people would acknowledge me. However, that never happened. It all began when Chial was about 7 or 8. Then a clan doctor pointed at an ultrasound photo on the wall and explained, "Look here, I've never seen such mana before. Mana like this isn't suitable for learning magic. And if you force martial training, it's very hard to stabilize. With Lee Chial's condition, reaching rank 9 would be nothing short of a miracle." Hearing that, Chial's father only sighed once, then quietly stared out the window in disappointment. That was the moment everything changed. When people learned of my condition, they said that being chosen by the divine weapon in that ritual was just a coincidence, or simply a mistake. Even so, I gave it my all. I wanted to prove him wrong. I reached rank 7 at 25. I was truly elated then, even though my brothers had hit that rank when they were kids. But that joy didn't last long, because I was expelled from the clan at exactly 30. If not for my eldest brother, I probably would have been nothing but a corpse after leaving the clan. Since then, I've been on the run. It's been 10 years now. The era of chaos arrived. The unexplored regions expanded, and the monsters multiplied rapidly. My father, famed as the pinnacle of martial arts, the clan head of the prestigious Lee family, passed away. Not long after the news hit the papers, a group of hooded figures came looking for me. Seeing them, I immediately frowned and demanded, "Black Trade Corps, how did you find me?" Across from me, the black-clad group said nothing. Instead, they handed me a letter and said in a low voice, "This decree is for you." Back in Chial's view, seeing the Black Trade Corps ignore his question, he sighed and joked to himself, "Ha, they just ignore my question like that. So I'll never escape this cursed bloodline, huh?" With that, he quickly read the letter and began to grasp the situation. Clan head Lee Gunseong. So third brother became clan head. What about my senior? But before he could think further, those across said, "We will meet in 1 hour." With that, they turned and left. Seeing this, Chial clenched the letter and hurriedly asked, "Wait, what happened to my senior?" The Black Trade Corps ignored the question and remained silent. Chial continued, "I haven't used a sword in 10 years. Then why are you asking me to investigate the unexplored region?" Hearing this, one of the black-clad men snapped, seemingly angry. He glared back at Chial. "So you intend to refuse?" As he spoke, he lightly grasped the sword at his side. This made Chial shudder, realizing that refusing without a good reason would mean death. So with no choice, Chial had to accept his request. "It's not that. I'll do it. Hearing the reply, the Black Trade Corps were satisfied and immediately vanished before Cheel like a gust of wind. After they left, Cheel angrily clenched the paper and ground his teeth. Those bastards. Back in the present now, Cheol's group, after moving through the forest for a while, suddenly spotted a huge, dilapidated building ahead. This made the young man exclaim in surprise. Huh, an abandoned building? It's actually pretty well preserved. Beside him, the man in black suggested, let's go inside. So the group drew their weapons, gripped them tightly, and slowly entered the house. As they moved, they scanned around, and the sight before them made their skin crawl. Inside the house, bones were piled up, both human and monster. What the hell is this? The remains of an ancient beast, someone shouted. But before they could find an answer, one of the men in black said with wide eyes, start the operation. As soon as the order was given, the two black-clad men on either side rushed forward, causing the young man, who hadn't yet grasped what was happening, to have his head severed. The incident happened incredibly fast, leaving the group of martial artists no time to react as they shouted, what are you doing? Answering that question was the cold voice of an assassin. You all knew you were dead from the start. You should feel honored to be sacrificed for the clan. He said this as he lunged forward with his weapon to attack the uncle. But what he didn't expect was that before he could finish off the man ahead of him, a sword plunged through his ribcage from behind, and the one who did it was none other than Cheel. He coolly asked them, who's behind this? At the front, the assassin answered in a calm voice, as if he felt no pain. The clan head is behind this. We were ordered to bring you here. Oh, of course, that is if you didn't resist. As he spoke, he reached down and crushed the sword stuck through his body. Then the large wound on his chest began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. This made Cheel rub his eyes in disbelief. Taking advantage of the moment, the martial uncle immediately circled behind him to strike. Unfortunately, his skill was a bit lacking. Before his attack could land, the assassin casually swung his sword back, slicing the uncle clean in two. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere, filling the air with the metallic stench. After doing that, the assassin glanced at Cheel with a mocking look. Pathetic. I thought you'd be much stronger, especially since half your bloodline is from the Lee Marshall family. Having said that, he dashed forward like a lightning bolt and delivered a kick straight to Cheol's chest, forcing him to cough up a mouthful of blood, and he was blasted backward like a cannon. His body slammed through countless walls and bones before finally stopping. Yet in the midst of such extreme danger, Cheol's mind remained eerily calm. He told himself, I can't die like this. I need a weapon. Thinking that, Cheel scanned his surroundings with a quick glance, and very quickly he spotted a long sword driven into the spine of the giant monster that had long since died. There, that sword strong enough to kill a beast this size. If I use it, I have a chance. Please come on. With that thought, without a second's hesitation, Cheel grabbed the sword and pulled it out. But strange as it was, when the sword was drawn, it slowly dissolved into a plume of black smoke. Staring at it, Cheel went blank and muttered like a ghost. Why? At that moment, the assassin's voice rang out right behind Cheel. I can't imagine. Someone from the Lee family could be this pitiful. So at least let me see you off as a Lee. With that, he swung his sword fast, creating a red streak that sliced across Cheel. The protagonist lost all strength and collapsed forward. Only a resentful thought remained in his heart. Heaven is so cruel. Am I really going to die like this? My whole life I've been running, tasting countless failures, and this is the end. If I had a chance to live again, I would. At that thought, Cheel's eyes darkened to ink black. Yet his consciousness hadn't fully faded. A streak of light began to appear in the darkness. Then a familiar voice sounded. Is this Ich-jung's child? What happened to Ich-jung? Beside him, a man dressed like a butler replied, when we found her. She had. His voice faltered. Back in Cheel's perspective, the familiar voice and faces made him nostalgic. This voice, is it father? But he's dead. Wait, he looks so young. And not just him, Butler looks young too. As Cheel reached out, what he saw were unusually tiny hands. The reason was simple. He was in the state of a newborn. Staring at his little hands, Cheel wiggled them a few times to check if he was mistaken. He wondered to himself, what happened? I should be dead. Is this the afterlife or just a memory? Unaware of his son's thoughts, his father, Lee Tishin, told the butler, Young will be a suitable name for him for now. Like the other children, arrange a maid and a few shadow sword squad members to guard him, and have him participate in the sword selection ceremony with Miss Patience. His words surprised the butler, who asked again, Immediately now, sir. But he's not ready yet, and Miss Patience is a few months older than him, sir. The butler's remark made Tishin pause to consider, but then he shook his head and said, Never mind, I'll go first. After speaking, he cast a glance at Cheel that made him startled, then quickly left the room. Only after he had fully departed did Cheel breathe a sigh of relief. Phew, That's definitely father. Even after so long, his pressure is the same as ever. So what's going on here? This feels far too real to be merely a memory. And that earlier conversation, that really happened. Although I don't want to believe it if this is true. Then have I really regressed back to that damned moment? The more he thought, the more absurd it seemed to our protagonist. Time passed quickly. A few months after Chial's regression, today was the great day for the Lee Marshall family's sword selection ceremony. The clan's heirs would reveal their talent through the weapon that chose them. In the past, his father had been chosen by dozens of swords and became the strongest swordsman of his generation. His older brother had been chosen by sword, tome, and staff, gaining fame across the land for his swordsmanship and magical prowess. This time it was his turn. Chial wore a very fine outfit, though it made him a little uncomfortable. Still, a maid saw him and squinted in delight, praising, "Oh my, young master looks so dapper today, not crying in a strange place either, how grown up." This girl was Chial's maid, Moongawa. She reached out, lifted Chial into her lap, and continued, "I'm sure the young master will get a good result. Your future will surely be brilliant." Chial looked at her face and couldn't help but smile softly. A flicker of memories from his past life appeared in his eyes. Maid Gawa was like a mother to him, but because of his brother's jealousy, she had been expelled. She was the only one who cried for his loneliness and always stayed by his side. But this time, I won't let that happen again. I'll protect her at all costs. With that thought, he touched Gua's face with his tiny hand. The gesture surprised her a little, but she hugged him tight. Then at that moment, someone approached and reminded them, "Young master, everything is ready." Hearing this, Gawa turned to Chial and said, "Shall we go now?" Elsewhere, Butler Choi stood behind Tishin and reminded him, "Everything has been prepared." In response, head of household Tishin turned and nodded, "Very well." And so the group quickly moved to an area that looked like an arena. Above the arena stood countless weapons planted upright, and all around many guests had come to watch the ceremony. They glanced at Chial and whispered, "That kid, the illegitimate child brought in from outside." In another corner of the stands, the clan's important members were also present. The young, beautiful matron before them was the clan matriarch. Her name was Baek Hyu-yin. The long-haired man beside her was steward Lee Yi-hung. Next was the clan's eldest son, Lee Gun-seong. And finally, the clan's third son, Lee Myeonjung. While everyone quietly observed and judged Chial, Myeonjung suddenly spoke up. "He's far too small. Don't you remember we took part in this ceremony at that age? Right, Gun-seong?" he said, glancing at his brother beside him. To that, Gun-seong replied coldly, "Yeah, probably. Who knows where he fell from?" he said with an indifferent face, though secretly a bit amused. Cut to the arena. Tishin raised his voice and proclaimed, "The weapon selection ceremony begins. Bring HWA out." At that, a girl hurried in carrying a little girl. The child was Lee HWA, the eighth child of the clan. Tishin seated the little girl leaning against a chair, then pulled a dagger from his pocket. He pricked it across the tip of her tiny finger. A few drops of blood immediately welled out, and the girl burst into loud cries. Strangely, when those drops fell, they emitted a bluish light that shot straight toward the weapons in the distance. A silver-white sword among the weapons suddenly glowed. Observers around gasped, "Wow, that's the revered Saint Relic sword, a masterpiece. Generations have passed, and it rarely ever responds to anyone." Ignoring the murmurs, Tishin immediately reached toward the sword, using his power to draw it into his hand. Once he had the sword firmly in hand, Tishin gently hugged his little daughter and said, "From now on, the saint's sword belongs to HWA." Hearing this, the middle-aged ladies around offered congratulations. "Congratulations, young miss. Another genius is born into the family." Truly a monumental day. Receiving the praises, the clan matriarch, Mrs. Baek Hee-hyun, smiled warmly and softly thanked them. But then her expression darkened when Tishin continued, "And next, Young's ceremony will begin." The moment he finished, the crowd's enthusiasm seemed to evaporate. Instead, they began to whisper suspiciously to one another, "He's that illegitimate child from outside, isn't he? Tusk, tusk, why let someone like that take part in the ceremony? Tusk, tusk, why let someone like that take part in the ceremony?" Ignoring the chatter, Tishin seated Chial leaning against a rock. He then pricked Chial's fingertip for blood, just as he had done with Hdubite earlier. But because he had the mind of an adult, Chial didn't cry like the girl. This pleased Tishin a bit. He murmured, "I feel very proud of you." Then he tousled Chial's head in praise. Yet Chial felt a little anxious inside. He thought to himself, "So this is the moment. In my past life, I was chosen by the Vong Than sword, a heavenly ranked blade." With that thought, Chial also extended his hand, letting the small drops of blood fall. Cut back to the stands above. Steward Yi-hung cast a cold glance at Madame Baek Hyu-yin on one side and pondered. Judging by her expression, It seemed the eldest mistress was not pleased at all. After all, he's the hidden bloodline of the eldest brother, so it's understandable. That child truly has a cruel fate, being labeled a secondary son, and trying to survive in the Li clan is hardly easy. Perhaps it's because of stubborn old men stuck on the conspiracy of pure bloodlines that things have come to this. Thinking that, Steward Ibhung sighed regretfully. At the same time, as if reading his thoughts, an old man behind him stroked his beard and said with a smile, "It seems the steward takes quite an interest in a secondary son." As he spoke, he shot Yihang a meaningful glance. This old man was the grand elder of the Li clan. Hearing him, Ibhung coldly glanced at the elder and replied, "Hail, grand elder." Still, in Ibhung's eyes there was caution toward this crafty old man. He thought to himself, this is someone who never reveals his true thoughts. In any case, one cannot be careless around him. Unaware of Yihang's thoughts, the old man Chial Jun cheerfully continued, "Is that child the one the head brought back from outside?" Yihang answered without looking at him, "Yes. I heard the spirit's sword core found and protected him." Chial Jun already knew about this, yet he still asked, "Chimpuch?" Puzzling, I can't fathom the head's thinking. How could a secondary son of unknown origin and circumstance take part in the weapon selection ritual? The weapon selection ritual holds no meaning for a secondary son. That has been proven by the steward's past experience, hasn't it? The elder's words, dripping with sarcasm, made Ibhung's face harden. His hand clenched so tightly it trembled as he demanded, "What did you just say?" Hearing that, Chial Jun hurried to amend himself, though his cunning tone did not abate. "Oh, my apologies. It's just that the steward, one born outside, was famously never chosen by any weapon in previous selection rituals. A secondary son is after all only a secondary son, so he should know his place." With that, the elder sneered. At this, even the calmest would feel anger. How could Yihang sit still after such humiliation? He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Enough! I will not endure such insulting words any longer." Before the words had fully left his mouth, a dazzling light suddenly flashed from the distance, leaving both Yihang and Chial Jun dumbfounded. Startled, Ibhung even rose from his seat, widening his eyes to observe more closely. Beside him, old Chial Jun looked as if he'd just lost his money. "What is this? How can this be happening?" he muttered. Meanwhile, Steward Ibhung's face was filled with uncontainable joy. He couldn't help bursting into laughter. "Ha-ha! Even seeing it with my own eyes, it feels like a dream." Following their gaze, every weapon on the arena simultaneously began to glow, emitting a blinding light. Even masterpiece weapons like the renowned Blood Spirit Spear or the Ironform Blade, and even sacred artifacts like the Holy Sword Ma or the Saint Thunder Responding Dragon all reacted to Chial, accepting the boy as their next master. The entire stands fell shockingly silent. Seconds later, countless frenzied screams erupted. "How is this possible? This is absurd." Not only the ceremony weapons, but even weapons that already have owners are reacting. Over here, the sword of the clan's eldest son, Myeongyung, also began to glow, trembling continuously in response to Chial. Yihang could only give a bewildered smile. "Ha ha! How could this happen? Gunseong, do you believe what you're seeing? It seems our ninth brother possesses a talent beyond what we imagined." In response, Gunseong remained cold as ever and admitted, "Indeed." Elsewhere, the guests watching the ceremony continued to buzz. "Isn't something off here? This result shouldn't come from an illegitimate child. Damn it, the weapon selection ceremony can't be wrong." Back to Lord Tishan's view, faced with such murmurs, he bellowed, "Silence! By clan rules, any weapon that chose young must belong to him. However, handling this matter simply won't be easy. So I want to hear everyone's opinion." In response, Steward Yihang raised his hand and voiced his thought. "I have a proposal, regardless of clan rules. I think gifting all these weapons away would go against the meaning of the weapon selection ceremony. The weapon selection ceremony is a tradition that must be preserved for future generations. So why not let the ninth young master choose one sword himself? What do you think?" For Lord Tishan, this was an offer he couldn't refuse, so without much thought he agreed. "Not bad, that proposal will not be denied." Then he snapped his fingers and commanded the weapons that already had owners to fly toward the arena. Then he used his energy to gently guide Chial's body forward and softly said, "Come on, son. Choose whatever you desire." From Chial's perspective, he saw all the weapons radiating brilliant glows before him, leaving him dazed. He wondered why things were different from before his reset. In any case, this was clearly a golden opportunity for him, so he decided to make the most of the situation. Thinking that, Chial scrambled swiftly forward. He crawled past the bloodline sword Chen Long Bidua without any intention of stopping. Even weapons of catastrophic destructive power, like the Saint Spear B letter 1EA1CH, C letter 1EA3NH, forged using part of a saint's body to slay super beasts, failed to catch his attention. There were also the staff Valheen, made from a world tree branch where spirits dwell, and the spirit moss sword, forged when moon, sun, and stars aligned. All were magnificent weapons awaiting Chial's choice. However, he didn't need to hesitate for long. Chial reached out and touched a certain sword, as if premeditated. From behind, Lord Tishan couldn't hide his surprise at the sword Chial chose. That sword was the blade the Li clan's progenitor had found in untamed wilderness. For generations, no one could unlock its latent power. It lay quietly in darkness, dusted by time. Its name was Black Knight. By known measures, this sword didn't qualify as upper heaven rank. Yet because of its link to the clan's progenitor, it had been kept among the upper heaven weapons. Until now, no predecessor had ever been inscribed as chosen by it. Could this be merely the meaningless choice of an infant? Or could this be the start of a great new destiny being woven? Tishan murmured, his voice so low only he could hear it. Then after Chial had chosen his sword, he drew the boy and the blade back to him and announced, Li Young has chosen Black Knight. Thus the ceremony is officially concluded. At that moment up in the stands, the matriarch of the clan, Baekhyun, when she saw Chial select that sword, a streak of murderous intent flashed across her face that made others shiver. That bastard Li Young, another nuisance has entered the clan. If he becomes an obstacle, then he simply must be eliminated. Time flew by, and before they knew it, 9 years had passed. Our protagonist Chial was now 9 years old. Inside some villa, he called out loudly, Nurse, I'm off to afternoon training. Hearing this, Gawa hurried after him. Oh, let me see you part of the way. So the two of them walked together. Chial, a bit embarrassed, scratched his cheek. I can go by myself, Gawa replied with a question. But sir, the other training grounds are empty. Why insist on the first area? Isn't it too old? To that, Chial offered little explanation, merely smiling gently and saying, Someone's waiting for me there. Chial's answer made Gawa mutter in surprise. Someone's waiting. Just then a shout rang out, drawing both of their attention. That's not it. Gawa stopped, glanced to the side, and exclaimed in surprise. Oh, seems like someone's in Area 7. Inside Training Area 7, a little girl was vigorously practicing swordplay under the guidance of some master. Gripping the sword too tightly will injure your hand. Now slash down one more time. Yes, sir, the girl shouted back. This youngster was Li Hwa, the clan's 8th miss, who had taken part in the sword selection ceremony with Chial when they were small. Outside, seeing this, Chial shrugged and said, So it's the 8th miss. Behind him, Maid Gawa hurriedly reminded him, You should call her sister, young master. If anyone hears otherwise, it'll cause trouble, her voice full of worry. Chial found it amusing. We're only 5 months apart, sister, my foot. Inside the training hall, ignoring the two of them, the instructor's barking continued. Always swing the sword as if you're moving your own body. Again, handle the blade carefully so you don't get hurt once more. The constant reminders made Hwa's head ache. So angry she trembled and tossed the sword aside. Honestly, master, why do you keep nagging like this? Isn't any grip fine? As long as you hold it firmly, that's enough. The master opposite her, seeing her frustration, hastily raised a hand to soothe her. Miss, all of this is for your sake. First, calm down and try again. This time you'll surely do better, he said as he picked up the sword and handed it back to Hwa. Outside, watching the awkward way an adult dealt with a 9-year-old, Chial asked curiously, Who's struggling over there? Hearing this, courtesan Gawa was slightly surprised, but replied promptly, Ah, that's Baekhyun, captain of the Black Ember Squad. At that, Chial couldn't hide his surprise in his eyes. A captain, a 9-year-old with a master like that is just too much. Behind him, Gawa sensed Chial's mood wobbling, and thinking he felt lonely without a mentor, tried to comfort him. The young master will soon have a good master appear and recognize his talent, she said. It's my fault for being inadequate, unable to serve the young master properly. Miss Hdubai has been raised on medicinal gruel since she was little. Hearing that, Chial, a bit annoyed, retorted, Honestly, again with that, the nurse is someone I owe so much to. People like that we don't need. They're here only for the Li family's status. Besides, I already have good masters, Chial said confidently. Time passed quickly. Cut to the first training ground reserved for the Li clan. This place is a symbol of the Li family's long history. Various weapons and training dummies are arranged around. However, it's somewhat old and seems rarely touched. For Chial, entering this training area, he didn't bother with the practice gear. It's more symbolic now than a real arena. Still, there was only one reason he came here, because this place stores weapons older than any armory in the other training grounds. Thinking that, Chial opened the storeroom door. Inside were countless swords leaning against the walls. They were very old, rusted, and some bore many cracks along their blades. But Chial paid no mind. He glanced at a longsword not far off and stepped toward it. Oh, found it. I'll try this one today. With that, he carried the sword to the practice area. As he walked, he thought. Since 9 years ago, when he returned to his second life, something extraordinary had happened to him. Most astonishing of all, he gained the ability to read the memories hidden within weapons. At that moment, as Chial's hand tightened around the sword and he focused his mind, suddenly a few unfamiliar images appeared in his head. He stood in line with a group, swords in hand, and an anonymous instructor's voice rang out. Forge a solid foundation. Whether high or low swordsmanship, the foundation is the same. From top to bottom, from left to right, the memories grew clearer like an unshakable pillar. Inscribe that foundation into your swords. From top to bottom, from left to right, the memories grew clearer like an unshakable pillar. Inscribe that foundation into your swords. As that voice echoed, Chial began to move his body slowly. He told himself, "This is the memory engraved within this weapon." The older and finer the weapon, or the longer and more lovingly a master used it, the clearer its past memories appear. With a heavy downward swing from above, Chial produced a loud blast. Shockwaves released outward, sending dust flying everywhere. This was the first 7-star sword technique, Red Gale. Seeing the result of that strike, Chial couldn't hide the joy in his eyes. So the 7-star sword is done too. Over the past 2 years, I've read almost all the memories of the weapons in the arena. Then at that moment, a clap of praise suddenly sounded from behind him. Wonderful, it's been ages since I've seen a 7-star sword so perfect. Hearing the familiar voice, Chial turned around and caught sight of the visitor, who was none other than the steward, Yihang. A flicker of information popped into his mind about him. Steward of the Li clan, Li Yihang, is a 4th-rank warrior. Though born an illegitimate son, his strength earned him recognition and the steward position. From his previous life until now, he was the only one in the clan who genuinely cared for him. Thinking that, Chial hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, uncle." Hearing this, Yihang cheerfully ruffled his hair and praised. "Haha, you can just call me uncle. You never skip training a single day. That's commendable. Every time I come back from work, I see you around. Being discriminated against by the other brothers must be really tough. But even so, I hope you can stand strong through it all." His voice was full of affection. As for Chial, he'd already endured that kind of discrimination before, so he didn't feel insecure. "I'm fine, uncle. After all, I bear the blood of the Li family. Dai K I letter 1 EBF M Roman 6 CH letter 1E9 NG. That's the meaning our family name carries, and that's how I was raised. So I'll prove myself by my own strength," Chial said with a radiant face. This left Yihang dumbfounded for a second. Then he sighed regretfully. "Sigh, how did a kid like this end up born an illegitimate son?" He murmured to himself, cleared his throat, and said, "Thinking about it, it won't be long before you're due for the naming ceremony. Though it's a bit late. But before that, I want to be your master. So how about it, would you be pleased?" he said, pointing at himself. Poor uncle was a bit delusional because then Chial awkwardly declined. "I appreciate it, but I cannot accept." Across from him, Yihang felt struck by lightning. He hurriedly asked, "What? Why are you not satisfied with me as a master?" To answer, Chial raised both hands to reassure. "It's not that. Before the naming ceremony, one must not serve a master. It's a rule, and I don't want to put you in an awkward position." Chial's words made Yihang indignant on the boy's behalf. "But the other brothers brazenly break that rule, train under famed masters, and are pampered with all kinds of spirit elixirs." As he spoke, Yihang gripped Chial's shoulder tightly. However, Chial silently shook his head in refusal. "Just because it's a rule others don't follow doesn't mean I shouldn't uphold it. And as I said, I want to prove myself by my own power." To Yihang, Chial's excessive maturity planted a seed of doubt. "This child is really only 9? These eyes, it's like I'm looking at your elder brother." Thinking that and faced with Chial's resolve, Yihang stopped pressing. "Seems you have no intention of giving up this stubbornness, huh? Just like your father. Truly a born mule-headed one, what a headache." He sighed and continued. "Then am I of no help? If I do nothing for you, I won't feel at ease. Is there anything else you need?" Yihang said with a smile, which made Chial's eyes light up. "Thanks, uncle, I'll accept that offer." Chial muttered inwardly, scratched his head, and made his request. "Actually, I have one favor. I want to tour the vault basement." Time passed quickly. To fulfill his nephew's request, Yihang put him in a car and drove to the place called the Secret Vault. Outside, 2 guards stepped forward to halt their vehicle and said sternly, "Stop, protocol breach. Please verify your identity and state your purpose for visiting." Hearing this, Yihang rolled down the car window and replied, "I'm Steward Li Yihang, routine inspection." Saying that, he presented his ID card for the guards to confirm, then pointed to Chial in the back seat. The companion is Li Young, the youngest scion of the Li clan. I brought him along for a tour. Seeing this, the guard glanced over, stepped aside, and invited them in. ID confirmed, please proceed. After that, following a short bit of paperwork, Ibhung's car rolled further inside. As for Cheol, he'd visited here in his previous life, but now he had to act a little to avoid suspicion. He told himself, now's the time to act like a proper child. With that thought, Cheol's eyes lit up as he looked outside. Wow, is this the vault? Seeing his reaction, Uncle Ibhung beamed in disbelief and laughed. That excited, huh? Cheol replied, brimming with excitement. Of course, the vault stores the clan's most precious treasures. He wasn't faking it at all, his hands clenched with excitement. What he sought was inside, legendary weapons, ancient relics whose existence many doubted. Seekers of such fantasies often got the same answer. Everything can be found in the Li clan vault. Inside the hexagonal building, a shiny modern structure fit for mirrors everywhere, the Li family crest, two crossed swords, was displayed on the walls everywhere. On this side, Uncle Yihang pressed the elevator button and said, the vault basement stores weapons sealed for various reasons. Hearing that, Cheol's eyes sparkled and he asked, among them are those monstrous weapons that swallow their wielders whole, right? Answering was a nod from Yihang. He even teased his nephew. Yes, you know it well. If you randomly touch those weapons, both your body and mind will be devoured, he said with a wicked grin, making Cheol's shoulders twitch as if in fear. This made Ibhung burst into amused laughter. Well, scared? Cheol answered stoutly. Not at all. Then the elevator doors opened. However, Ibhung had no intention of entering. He turned to Cheol and admonished. Don't worry. You won't be allowed into dangerous areas anyway. I have some business upstairs, so take your time exploring. Yes, thank you, Uncle. Cheol nodded and quickly stepped into the elevator. As soon as the elevator doors closed, his innocent, childlike act completely vanished. He exhaled heavily from having pretended for so long. Faking innocence was not easy. Waiting until the elevator doors opened, Cheol stood before a gleaming arsenal filled with countless types of weapons. This was the vault basement, also called the weapon grave, a place sealing numerous arms and artifacts. The reason I came all the way here is simple, to find a special weapon. It's called Infinity, originally resembling a short sword. When infused with magic, Infinity can freely change its length, shape, weight, and properties. Before the reset, Li Gunxiang was the one who found Infinity in the vault. Thanks to the sword's limitless transformations and overwhelming versatility, he earned the title Master of 1,000 Forms. Because of that title, it wasn't the eldest brother, the former strong candidate for clan head, but third brother Gunxiang who became the head. Then he discovered me, someone hiding in the shadows, and ruthlessly eliminated me. That's all I know so far. To prevent that tragedy from repeating, there's something I must do. It may take some time, but I have no choice but to inspect everything one by one. This time, I must seize Infinity before Gunxiang does. As Cheol spoke, black smoke began to seep from his palms. Next, he began to scour the vault thoroughly. He touched each weapon one by one. However, he still hadn't found Infinity. Not this one either. An hour had passed. I'd checked all the short swords that seemed suitable, but there was no sign of Infinity. Cheol sighed in frustration, but he quickly recovered his spirit. Cheol looked around and thought, no, it's definitely here. I haven't checked everything yet. This time I'll inspect that display case over there. Saying that, as he moved, Cheol's body bumped into a nearby table, causing a completely rusted short sword to fall down. The sound it made when hitting the ground was far from quiet. As for Cheol, he was curious at the strange shape of the short sword. So covered in rust like this, how could it get this bad? As he spoke, Cheol reached toward the sword. But at that moment, the black smoke from his palms somehow burst forth and enveloped the sword. The black smoke was thicker and denser than ever, even covering Cheol's entire body, making him feel a twinge of panic. What is happening? Why is this suddenly happening? Cheol whispered as his vision was swallowed by the black smoke. When Cheol came to his senses, he found himself on some unfamiliar battlefield. Around him were heaps of corpses piled like mountains. Where is this? Could this be the memory contained within this rusted short sword? This feeling is nothing like the memories I've read from other weapons. It was as if he were truly present here, an astonishingly vivid sensation. Thinking that, Cheol looked left and right. Suddenly, he felt a chill so intense his hair stood on end. This is bad. Cheol immediately turned around and discovered a massive figure staring at him from behind. At that instant, a thought flashed through his mind. A terrifying presence so great that even nature trembles. The apocalypse beast that once rose from the blue hole long ago, devouring countless civilizations. Before Cheol stood a gigantic monster, a body the size of a mountain with a grotesque form and countless tentacles sprouting from it. It was difficult to describe its exact shape. Facing it, Chial's body trembled uncontrollably. His instinct screamed for him to run. I'm dead, I'm going to die. There's no way to beat that thing, I have to run now, Chial thought as he backed away slowly. However, he then tripped over an obstacle and fell heavily to the ground. At the same time, footsteps sounded behind him. A stranger holding a long sword was slowly approaching the giant monster. This surprised Chial. When did this person get behind me? He wondered. Then the stranger began to gather momentum and shot forward like an arrow. He leapt high and engaged the giant monster in battle. With a roar that shook the heavens, he unleashed a single stroke to pierce the foe. In the blink of an eye, the strike left a trail of light across the monster's body, and a second later, its body exploded into countless pieces, raining blood across the sky. Meanwhile, Chial stood dazed, not yet understanding what had happened. He said in bewilderment, "Impossible. One slash ended it already. Right, where did that person go now?" Thinking that, Chial scanned the area for the figure. At that moment, the warrior in front suddenly turned and stared at Chial, asking coldly, "Who are you?" The question made Chial tremble. He thought, "He can see me." Ahead, the unnamed warrior continued, "Why am I here? Out of mercy, I will send you off without pain." Saying that, he raised his sword high above his head and slashed straight down at Chial. At that moment, he snapped awake, breaking free from the illusion. Chial began gasping, sweat pouring down his face, and the rusted sword lay fallen right before him. What was that? What was that scene just now? The pressure all over my body is still lingering. It felt like it was real, Chial thought in confusion. Before he could find an answer, the short sword beside him began to tremble. Pale orange smoke started seeping from the blade, and in an instant its form completely changed. Seeing that, Chial hurried forward and picked up the sword to inspect it. Could this be? It couldn't be wrong. I will become the master of 10,000 arms. Thinking that, Chial lightly cut the tip of his finger with the knife, letting a few drops of blood fall onto the blade. Instantly, the short sword flared, emitting a soft blue glow as if accepting Chial as its owner. Unable to contain his excitement, he began swinging the sword. With each swing, the weapon's shape continually changed. Starting as a short sword, it quickly extended into a long sword. With another swing, it transformed into a spear. Time passed quickly, and Chial continued practicing as usual. However, he felt a bit disheartened. Phew, failed again. A week had passed since I obtained infinity. The infinity I took from the underground armory that day. Right now, I'm keeping it in the form of a ring to avoid detection. But that day, what exactly happened? Right, that man, his killing stroke, seemed to remind me that I'm not yet worthy. The dark energy showed me the technique and its name. Apart from power, the man's movements alone exuded elegant beauty. Yet no matter how hard I tried to imitate it, I couldn't reproduce it. Even so, I didn't feel impatient. In my previous life, I was despised, not even taught the clan's basic martial techniques. Just one move. But this is the first time I've encountered such an advanced martial technique. I can do it. I remember exactly how that person moved in the memory, more clearly than anyone else. Thinking that, Chial's face suddenly went blank as he realized something. Wait, that man, I'm not an adult like him. I'm only a 9-year-old child. If I try to copy an adult's movements exactly, of course I can't unleash the full power. I have to accept this body slowly and naturally. Swing the sword in a way that suits me. With that thought, Chial slowly closed his eyes. He relaxed his body, raised the sword above his head, then suddenly tightened his grip and poured all his strength into a downward slash. The moment the tip of the blade struck the ground, a thunderous sound rang out. The earth cracked into pieces and debris flew out like bullets. Chial looked at his result with satisfaction. Good, it seems I've got the feel for it. Now it's just a matter of channeling mana. Saying that, Chial's face grew thoughtful. No matter how many times I try to use it in memory, there's still an important piece missing. I can't replicate it. What is it after all? The only option is to keep experimenting. All right, start again. Chial sighed and continued training. However, just as he pulled the sword back, his sword was suddenly held fast by the hand of a young girl. She gently asked, "Hey kid, where did you learn that technique?" To Chial, the girl's appearance made him a bit curious. Jet black hair and brown eyes. This person is truly of the Lee bloodline. Thinking that, Chial asked bluntly, "Who are you?" Across from him, the young girl's eyes showed slight surprise. "Huh, you don't know me." "Ah, that's fair, You might not know much. I don't show my face often." After saying that, she cheerfully asked, "So, what's your name?" Seeing her friendly manner, Chial hesitated and answered, "I'm Young." The moment she heard the name, the young girl grabbed Chial's hand and shook him like a doll. "Young, what a special name, right? I'm Lee Jeonghwa. Nice to meet you." At Jeonghwa's introduction, Chial quickly realized who she was. This is the youngest Lee Jeonghwa. According to Yihang, she's somewhat different from others, so grandfather couldn't accept it. My uncle told me about it in my past life. But more than that, why doesn't she consider her absurd strength when playing with her nephew like that? Chiol thought as he glared at Jeonghwa without saying anything. Jeonghwa merely remarked indifferently, "Your body seems a bit weak, huh?" Saying that, she slowly stepped closer to Chiol and got straight to the point. "So, kid, where did you learn that technique?" Chiol wasn't foolish enough to answer that directly. Instead, he countered, "Why do you ask?" Jeonghwa laughed and replied boastfully, "That's ancient martial arts. This youngest niece is extremely fond of ancient fighting styles. Those were the days the monsters ran rampant, weren't they?" Saying that, she took an old book from her sleeve and handed it to Chiol. "So, this is a gift for you." "A gift?" Chiol asked curiously. Jeonghwa nodded and urged, "Yes, open it and see." Seeing that, Chiol didn't hesitate. He quickly flipped through the pages, skimming. The handwriting is terrible, so it's a bit hard to read. But is this magic? Not only magic, but martial techniques are recorded here too. The level is quite advanced. I don't understand any of it." Perhaps the rumors about her were inaccurate. Thinking that, Chiol hesitantly asked again, "This is?" Standing beside him, Jeonghwa could tell her nephew didn't understand, so she stepped forward and explained. These are ancient magics based on exposed mana. In the old days, magic could only use exposed mana within the body without a mana core, while modern magic relies on storing mana in the heart. But can ancient magic be considered outdated? Perhaps the mana control techniques back then were even superior to today's. At that, Jeonghwa pointed to the book in her hands. "So I'm researching amplification techniques and transformation arts, but the remaining records are too scanty." Meanwhile, Chiol felt a surge of interest in the matter. "This is a perspective I never considered, the magic of infinity." Thinking that, he hurriedly said, "Young aunt, wait a moment." With that, Chiol ran off, leaving Jeonghwa puzzled. Then, somehow producing a sword, Chiol gripped it with both hands, closed his eyes, and focused on controlling the energy in his heart. Mana from the mana core spread throughout his body, but instead of absorbing mana back into the core, wait, that unnamed fighter used exposed mana, the way the man in the memory used mana, which I couldn't understand. But now I can. At that thought, a light flashed in Chiol's eyes. He tightened his grip on the sword and swung down with all his strength. A large slash appeared on the ground, sending rubble flying everywhere. Seeing that, Chiol couldn't hide the joy on his face. "I did it," he whispered. But at that moment, Jeonghwa suddenly rushed over as if chased by a demon. She hurriedly grabbed Chiol's shoulders and demanded, "What is that?" "That is an amplification technique, right?" Hearing this, Chiol felt a bit embarrassed, glanced aside, and replied, Yes, it's an amplification technique." "What?" Jeonghwa shouted. "How did you do that?" To that question, Chiol wasn't foolish enough to explain in detail. He just shrugged and answered casually, I could do it." Of course, Jeonghwa was not satisfied with that answer. She snapped irritably, "What do you mean, how could you do it?" Chiol frowned and shot back, "Why should I tell you?" In response, Jeonghwa showed obvious urgency. "It's because I only learned about it thanks to the notebook you were given. I lived my whole life for this. I've been searching for it for over 10 years, even after being driven from my home. I'm begging you." She tightened her grip on Chiol's hand, her eyes sincere as if pleading. "If I do something for you, could you teach me?" Chiol looked at Jeonghwa and sighed. "All right, but you have to promise me 3 things." "3 things. First," Chiol said seriously, "you must not tell anyone anything about me unless I allow it. That includes my eldest brother and my father." "Why?" Jeonghwa asked blankly. Chiol replied curtly, "Because I don't like others talking about me without permission." At this, Jeonghwa suddenly grew quiet, her face a little saddened as if recalling something. "Ah, I understand, I'm like that too." Her expression made Chiol curious. Why does she look so unhappy? Putting that aside, Chiol continued with his second requirement. "Second, you must not lie to me. We have to trust each other. I will also be honest with you within my limits." Hearing this, Jeonghwa hesitated for a moment, but only seconds later she agreed, "All right. So what's the last thing?" As for the last thing, the following dialogue is omitted by the author. Time passed quickly. A year later, the maid Gawa came running with a letter in hand to inform young master, calling out as she hurried. Inside the training yard, seeing her frantic figure, Chiol stopped his movements and asked, "Nurse, what happened that you ran all the way to the training ground?" Opposite him, Gawa was nearly out of breath but managed to say, "Here, look at this." Saying that, she handed the letter to the protagonist, making Jeonghwa beside him a bit curious. But with memories from his past life, Chiol already guessed what it was. He thought to himself, "It's finally here." The letter read, "Summons. Subject, young ninth son. Scheduled date, September 10 at 10:00. Content, participants in the naming ceremony must gather at the central arena before 10:00 on September 10. Note, those who bring items outside the permitted list will be severely punished. Representative, Housemaster Lee Myung-young. Seeing his eldest brother's name listed in the letter, Chial was a bit curious. Representative is Housemaster Myung-young. Father isn't home. I haven't heard anything about him departing. Turning to Jeonghwa, for some reason she began to fume as if breathing fire. A naming ceremony. Seeing that and not understanding why she was suddenly so agitated, Chial asked, "Why are you so worked up all of a sudden?" Explaining this, Jeonghwa ruffled her hair and said, "Everything is just getting started. This is the most important time. If you attend the naming ceremony, you'll be held there. No, don't participate." Her demeanor was like a petulant child about to lose a toy, making Chial shake his head in exasperation. "It's been a year since the pact with the youngest niece. Since then, I've been researching magic with her. Modern magic focuses on core mana, while ancient magic centers on exposed mana. These two systems combined create an entirely new kind of magic, the lifelong dream she wants to achieve. Core mana is used to store and alter mana attributes, while exposed mana helps control and operate it. Thanks to that, my magical applications have far surpassed those of kids my age." Beside him, Jeonghwa kept muttering on, giving Chial a headache. "This, really can't you skip it? Researching magic is more interesting." Hearing that, our protagonist didn't want to waste time and cut to the chase. "You know it's impossible, right? Don't worry. Even if time is a bit reduced, I'll continue practicing magic and restoring ancient magic." His words made Jeonghwa's eyes widen. Question marks practically sprouted above her head. "Huh, how can you do that? The training schedule for the naming ceremony will be intense." In response, the protagonist wore an extremely confident expression. "I'll do both at the same time." Time passed quickly. Now Chial and the girl HWA were inside a room. Notably, both were seated inside a glass enclosure. In front of them, a man warned, "Today's training begins. First, endure magical attacks for 30 minutes. This man was the captain of the Blood Tiger team, Trainer Jang Wook. Then the glass enclosure began to spray countless random electric shocks everywhere. However, before any could strike Chial, they were knocked aside by an invisible barrier surrounding him. Seeing this, Jang Wook's gaze narrowed slightly in thought. Normally, the ninth son without basic training would have been electrocuted and collapsed. Yet he countered all of it with magic. Sensing Jang Wook staring, Chial glanced over to observe him. That single look startled and alarmed Jang Wook. "That kid is testing me to assess his own level while forcing trainers to teach at a higher standard. A 10th-year youngling daring to do that? Damn it, calling him a junior son. No, with that power, such a label is an insult to a martial artist. I need to reevaluate myself. This is no longer mere training for the naming ceremony. It's an opportunity to impart knowledge to him with my full strength." Thinking that, Jang Wook's hand involuntarily tightened. He felt a thrill at Chial's enormous potential. Time flew by. Chial stretched tiredly after the electric shock training. "Phew, it's finally over. This family is crazy. To train resistance to magic, they throw you into a magic-emitting device. But I didn't expect them to be the ones apologizing earlier. At some point, people's looks toward me changed. Anyway, I'll rest a bit." Chial muttered and hurried away. However, things never go his way. At that moment, a shadow suddenly appeared beside Chial and tried to strike him from behind. But with vigilance and knowledge from his previous life, Chial easily swung his arm to block the attack. The attacker was none other than HWA. Seeing her attack fail, she coldly ordered Chial, "Hey, you illegitimate brat, come out here for a moment." After saying that, she pulled her hand free from Chial's grasp. Chial had no intention of complying and instead asked back, "What are you playing at?" Chial's blunt words instantly angered HWA. She pointed at him and snapped, "Watch your language. I'm the legitimate child and you're only an illegitimate one. Besides, I'm a year older than you." Back in Chial's view, he had no time to argue with a brat. Rather than waste time like that, he'd prefer to train or rest. So Chial waved him off. "I don't have time to argue with you." Saying that, he turned as if to leave, enraging HWA behind him. The girl immediately focused her mana into her fist and screamed, "Hey, don't you ignore me." Up front, Chial sensed the mana fluctuation and hastily turned back. "She dares to use mana. I was going to let this slide, but I guess I have to teach her a lesson." With that thought, he leaned to the side to dodge the punch. At the same time, while HWA hadn't retracted her arm, Chial's hand shot forward, seized Hwa's pale throat, and hoisted her into the air. Next, Chial pulled her close and warned, "If you want to complain, go complain to your mother. Don't bother me. I'm very busy." After saying that, Chial sighed in annoyance and released Hwa's collar. Meanwhile, realizing she couldn't beat Chial, HWA began to rant loudly. "It's all your fault. Because you caused that scandal at the previous selection ceremony, I'm constantly compared to you. Know your place as an illegitimate child and shut up. It's unfair. I train myself to exhaustion every day while you were born gifted. I didn't want this either, but my mother, realizing she'd said too much, HWA quickly covered her mouth. As for Chial, hearing that flipped his lecturing mode on. Blaming others, that's easy, isn't it? As you said, I'm the illegitimate one. That status doesn't grant me such luxuries. Can't sleep, then don't sleep. Can't keep up without snacks, then skip your main meals. If I annoy you, then do whatever it takes to beat me. Then force me to apologize to you. That's the Lee family's way. With that, Chial didn't bother to say more and strode off. Behind him, young Lee clenched her fist and shouted, "You brat, big talk. At the nomming ceremony, I'll outperform you, so you'll have to call me sister. Kneel and beg, remember that." Chial turned his head and replied, "Yeah, I'll wait and see." Time passed quickly into the afternoon. Scene shifts to the training area for Direct Line members, the 7th District. At this time, the family's matriarch, Beek Huyen, arrived to visit her daughter. Seeing this, the nearby maid hurriedly bowed and said, "Madam has arrived." Beek Huyen answered with a cold face, "Stand back. I have something to say to my daughter." Saying that, she went directly into the training room. At that moment, HWA was still hard at work training with the dummies in front of her. Then Beek Huyen asked, "What are you doing?" The familiar voice made HWA start and turn around. "Mother, I'm training." She said it with her gaze dropping slightly, as if she couldn't look Beek Huyen in the eye. Sure enough, as HWA suspected, Beek Huyen had come only to scold her. "I've heard about it. You were even dominated by him. I told you if you can't suppress him, crush him. How disappointing. If you're training only out of fear of punishment, then stop." HWA fell silent for a few seconds. Then she lifted her head, stared Beek Huyen in the face, and replied, "I know what you think about my training, but I do this because I want to. I will beat that guy not because you ordered me to, but because I want to. I will decide for myself." Seeing her determined stance, Madame Beek Huyen quickly guessed something and murmured, "Stirred up by an unknown nobody. You are the direct line of the Lee clan. From the starting point, you and he are not the same. Beating him should be obvious, and yet you're letting yourself get riled up." Saying that, she produced a small glass vial, handed it to HWA, and instructed, "This is M letter 1 ECB, M letter 1 ED9NG. It's a potent poison. If you can't surpass him, then trample that fellow. That's the Lee family's way." Having said that, she left the room, leaving HWA behind still stunned. Back to the maid Gawa, she looked dumbfounded, staring at the computer screen. This can't be. In front of her was the Lee clan's website used to evaluate and rank disciples. It displayed the week 14 results. Lee Chial, gender, male, mana arts, level 1, weapon arts, level 1, theory, level 1, overall rank, level 1. Beside it, Chial beamed and boasted, "Well, nurse, less worried now, aren't you?" At this result, Gawa's worry vanished. She eagerly hugged Chial and happily said, "I didn't do much to help the young master, and yet you did so well." Hearing that, Chial smiled and replied, "You've helped me a lot, don't say that." At that moment, sudden heavy footsteps sounded outside, making both of them look at each other curiously. A second later, Jeonhwa ran in and shouted, "Kid, let's go train." Seeing her enthusiasm, Chial hesitated and reminded, "But I just finished training." "That's why we have to keep going. Mana training will help you feel less tired," Jeonhwa said, flexing her arm. But such lines only fool ordinary kids, not someone who's lived decades like Chial. "I've never heard that helps before," Chial said, looking at Jeonhwa with suspicion, making her a bit embarrassed and unable to meet his gaze. "Ah, really? It must be true," Jeonhwa stammered. Putting that aside, Chial remembered something and added, "Sigh, fine. Anyway, I have something I want to show you." Hearing this, Jeonhwa was first curious, but quickly she thought of something and widened her eyes. "Could it be? You've reached first star already." Chial merely smiled faintly as if to confirm. The art of controlling mana normally goes through 3 stages. Strengthening the body, reaching the realm of enhanced physique. Altering the nature of mana, reaching the realm of Qigong. Manifesting extraordinary power through mana, reaching the realm of Qi burst. But his mana art was different. Although still stage 1, it could do much more and unlock additional abilities. Thus, Jeonhwa's mana system was divided into levels called stars. Now Jeonhwa channeled her energy into Chial to check him. After seeing the result, she cheerfully said, "Perfect. It's indeed first star. Do you feel anything strange when using magic? I thought it would take at least another year." Back to Chial, his whole body trembled thinking of the hardships he'd endured. "I realized this while studying theory. Looking back, it was a kind of crazy training. If I failed to control mana, the balance between the heart and the mana veins could collapse completely. But in practice, letting things proceed naturally is enough. Mana is like water. It flows by its own rules. In the end, our body is just a vessel that contains mana. Chial's calm words seemed to enlighten Jeonghwa. She murmured, "The body is a vessel. Kid, I think I can do it too. It might take time, but I can do it." Seeing that, Chial also gave a faint smile, happy for his aunt. Has she just realized something? He thought. Before Jeonghwa rushed over, hugged him tightly, and cheerfully said, "Thanks, my little darling, you're my good luck." Then her arm unconsciously squeezed harder, causing Chial's bones to creak. "Hey, let go, my ribs will break," Chial shouted. Seeing that, Jeonghwa reluctantly released Chial but continued excitedly. "Wonderful. Then let's move on to the second star stage. From the start, you knew your first star was different from the normal first stage, right? So what do you think you use best?" In front of her, Chial rubbed his chin for a few seconds and answered, "What I use best? I think it's the sword." Before he finished, Jeonghwa shook her head in disagreement. "I don't think so." Her remark startled Chial, and he asked back, "But you've never seen me practice swordsmanship, have you?" Jeonghwa shrugged and replied, "I have a few times when I'm free. What I mean is, you have a talent even greater than swordsmanship. It's hard to explain in words, but your greatest talent is mana arts. Your talent for mana is overwhelmingly superior, to the point other things are overshadowed. I've tried teaching the magic I created to many people, but no one could do it." Turning to Chial's perspective, he began staring at his hands with a look full of doubt. "Before I returned to the past, I was mocked for not being able to use mana. I wonder what those thoughts inside me." Seeing Chial brooding, Jeonghwa flicked his forehead and reminded him, "But for you now, reaching second star isn't difficult. And if you succeed at second star, the naming ceremony will be child's play. After that, I'll teach you the real techniques, so focus." On his side, Chial responded cheerfully, "Yes, I understand. By the way, Aunt, what's that thing beside you?" he said, glancing at the wooden box on the table. "Oh, that," Jeonghwa said softly, and immediately after, something zipped across Chial's face at super speed. It instantly left a scratch on his cheek and embedded itself deep into the wall behind, causing cracks to appear. Jeonghwa smiled and replied, "That's an iron marble. You need to learn how to release mana while moving. If you only use it standing still, that real mana is worthless." "All right, let's begin," she said with an excited face. But for some reason, our protagonist felt a bit uneasy about this hellish training. Time quickly passed, and the scene shifted to some arena. At that time, Chial and HWA were being trained by Captain Yunquin. "I am Lee Yunquin, captain of the Blood Tiger Squad. From now on, I will instruct you in the Sungmuiga technique. Choose the weapons you will use and bring them here. You have 1 minute, so don't dawdle." Hearing this, Chial and HWA hurried to the weapon rack. But at that moment, for some reason, HWA kept glancing at Chial, making him feel a little uneasy. Finally, he couldn't stand it and shouted, "Seriously, what are you staring at? Say something if you want to," he barked, causing HWA to jump and deny. "What are you looking at? There's nothing to say." Then she leaned in and whispered to the protagonist, "You use a sword too, right?" "No," Chial replied coldly, then quickly grabbed 2 swords and a spear and returned to the arena. This astonished HWA. "What? But earlier I saw you practicing weapons. It was clearly the sword." Over here, Captain Yunquin looked at the pile of weapons in Chial's hands and curiously asked, "What are you doing?" Chial answered, "You told us to choose our weapons and bring them." Yunquin reminded him again, "I said choose the weapon you'll use." Chial shrugged and replied, "These are the things I use." Hearing that, Captain Yunquin fell silent and shook his head in disappointment. "I thought you weren't that foolish, but you're a blockhead. Remember well what I'm about to say? I will teach you secret arts, but not moves or stances. In Sungmuiga, there are countless secrets called mind mastery. To master those secrets, you must first awaken the origin that still sleeps within your blood vessel. From now on, I will help you open that sense, so don't worry too much about awakening your instincts." As he spoke, Yunquin swung his spear, creating gusts of wind, and quickly assumed an attacking stance. Seeing his fierce posture, HWA couldn't help but feel frightened and said, "What is he planning to do?" Chial had already guessed what would come next, so he warned, "If you don't want to be knocked out right away, get ready." Before he finished speaking, Yunquin's figure flashed, and he immediately appeared in front of Chial and unleashed an extraordinary, powerful strike that sent Chial flying into the air. The only luck was that, in that brief moment, he managed to use his sword to protect himself. This surprised Yunquin, who laughed loudly. "Ho, you managed to block that." Chial lightly landed, then gritted his teeth and thought, "Damn it, I can't believe I have to go through this crazy stuff again. In my last life, I didn't even finish this training. But this life is different." Saying that, Chial pushed off with his souls and charged forward. His stomp cracked the floor. Then he rushed forward at a wind-splitting speed. Time passed as the training of Chial and HWA under Captain Yunquin continued. Of course, with his strength, the two of them were thoroughly beaten. So a month had gone by since I began training with Lee Yunquin. Whatever the case, this kind of training, breaking bones and internal injuries, for a 10-year-old is not child-appropriate. But I'm not going to complain. I'm gradually getting the feel for it, Chial said with a small smile. Elsewhere, the girl HWA also suddenly woke up, bewildered. I fainted again in my daze, she said in confusion. Chial shrugged and teased. Yes, this is your 20th time already. I've only fainted 16 times. The protagonist's teasing tone infuriated HWA. She snapped, if only I'd prepared better on the first day. From Captain Yunquin's viewpoint, watching the two children bicker loudly, he quietly thought, Miss Bot, this child has extraordinary physicality. I may have pushed a bit too hard, yet he sustained no serious injuries. As for that illegitimate brat, from day one I felt he was something valuable. At first, seeing him bring that pile of weapons, I thought he was some kind of fool. But his proficiency with each weapon was pretty solid, and his practical application exceeded expectations. Moreover, in just 1 month, results were already gradually showing. Quite interesting. Thinking that, Yunquin's cold face broke into a faint smile, and he decided to teach those kids a lesson even more. All right, begin training. Come on, everyone back to your positions. Hearing that, Chial and HWA hurriedly stopped their argument, gripped their weapons tightly, and wore expressions of utter seriousness. Next, Chial realized that if he kept fighting normally, he wouldn't be able to touch Yunquin. So he turned and suggested, Hey, I'll give the signal, try blocking once. HWA asked curiously, Why should I do that? Chial shrugged and replied, Well, if you don't want to, fine. I just thought we might land a blow on the old man. Chial's words immediately changed, Chhua's expression. It seemed she was equally resentful of being beaten by Yunquin for so long. Then she asked tentatively, Are you sure? Chial nodded and answered, Sure. Hearing this, Dubai didn't hesitate. She gripped her weapon and charged in to intercept, shouting, You owe me. From behind, Chial also launched his attack right after Chhua's move. He began thinking, I have no chance to win against a genius's strength, so I must use the advantage of numbers. Opposite them, Yunquin watched their coordination and didn't spare praise. Coordinating together isn't the optimal choice, but that's only if the plan succeeds. As he spoke, he tilted his head to one side, dodging the spear thrust from Chial. Then he swung his spear to counter. However, Chial had anticipated this and quickly drew his spear back to block. This caused a look of surprise to appear in Yunquin's eyes. Next, he gathered his strength and rushed quickly toward him. And at the moment, when both of them were preparing to strike at each other, Chial shouted, Now. Saying that, he jumped back to keep distance, while HWA dashed forward with lightning speed. However, her downward sword strike was simply blocked. From behind, Chial hadn't expected that they could hit Yunquin so easily. He tossed his spear aside and silently transformed his infinite weapon from the ring's shape into a long sword. A parry can cause damage. Only a sword I obtained from the endless secret trove will do. Then he began to envelop the blade with his energy and drove power into his souls. He stomped hard and launched forward like an arrow. At that moment, HWA had also been knocked backward by the master, but Chial seized the opportunity with perfect timing. At that instant, he suddenly let go of the sword in his hand, focused his strength into his fist, and threw a straight punch forward. But nothing was that easy. His punch was caught cleanly inside Captain Yunquin's palm. This made Chial force out an awkward laugh. Haha, you blocked it. No sooner had he finished speaking than Yunquin delivered a punch that sent his body flying backward like a cannonball. His body slammed heavily into the wall, causing him to cough up some blood. However, the combined attack the two of them had just executed left Yunquin very satisfied. His voice had a hint of praise. So it took 37 days? Congratulations, you've opened the sixth sense. But the young lady is still far from it. As he said this, he leaned to one side to dodge Chhua's attack, and at the same time swept her leg, sending her body crashing into the wall. Seeing both of them in such a battered state, Yunquin let them off for now and ended today's training. That's it for today. As for HWA, she turned to confront the protagonist. Hey, you said you could land a hit, I believed you. That brat paid no mind to their squabble. After turning and leaving, Captain Yunquin glanced at his slightly bruised palm and thought. In the end, even after activating magic, it only pierced a little. Even if it's a small amount, I've broken the taboo of using magic. Abandoning a technique like that, combined with an excellent combat instinct, would become someone the clan's pillars fear. Time passed quickly. On the 47th day, after HWA opened the sixth sense, the training with Captain Yunquin concluded. The remaining time was for rest and review. It was then that my eldest brother, Lee Myung-young, came to see me. Lee Myung-young is Lee Tishan's eldest son. His title is Songseong, a master of second rank in magic and likewise second rank in martial arts. Everyone both admired and feared him, but to me, my brother is my only brother. Chial silently reminded himself. Back in reality, after sitting down at the tea table, Myung-young awkwardly said to his younger brother, "I'm sorry I couldn't pay more attention to you. It's a lame excuse, but I've been a bit busy lately." Chial gently replied, knowing his eldest had countless problems. "It's okay, I'm fine." Opposite him, Myung-young laughed at Chial's attitude. "This is our first meeting today, yet you already know who I am." To that, Chial answered, "Of course. Even if I'm an illegitimate child, as your younger brother, how could I not know my own big brother's face?" Hearing that, Myung-young's body tensed for a moment. Then his face grew sad as he admonished Chial. "Illegitimate. Never say that again. Even if our mothers are different, you and I are still brothers." Saying this, he felt a bit of bitterness for Chial, a child who hadn't even had a naming ceremony yet but already considered himself illegitimate. Unaware of his elder brother's thoughts, Chial awkwardly scratched his head. "I'm sorry." Seeing him, Myung-young could only sigh heavily. "No need to apologize, just understand. Next time you don't have to greet me so formally. We're brothers. What's the point of being so polite?" "Yes, I understand." Chial smiled and nodded. In his memory, his brother had always had this kind of demeanor when young. Putting greetings aside, Myung-young gave Chial a gift. "This is a meeting gift. When I enrolled at the Eiffel Magic University in France, I acquired this, but I think you'll find it more useful. It's a divine elixir called nectar," he said as he took a small glass vial from his inner pocket. And for someone who had lived a previous life, Chial recognized what it was. A high-grade spirit elixir crafted by the Magic Tower in France, produced 500 ml every 10 years. After a moment of thought, he took the small vial and stammered, "Brother, you gift me something so precious. I'm truly grateful." Opposite him, Myung-young was somewhat surprised by Chial's reaction. Then he murmured, "You're a bit different, aren't you?" Chial squinted and asked puzzledly, "What do you mean?" Explaining this, Myung-young smiled. "Previous younger ones I met all treated me as a rival, so this feeling is both strange and pleasant." Turning to Chial's perspective, he clarified his thoughts. "It's not that I don't see you as a rival. Being born into this clan, you are also my rival. So don't just see me as a cute child. Who knows, one day I might become your greatest rival. I hope we'll have an interesting competition." Chial's confidence made Myung-young laugh heartily. "Haha, fine. I'll wait for that day, the day you become my strongest rival." Saying that, he ruffled his younger brother's hair. Chial told himself, "My eldest brother has always truly loved and protected me. This time I'll definitely protect him." A few days passed quickly. Today was the Lee clan's second exam, the naming ceremony. On a ship, Chial and HWA were being taken to the exam site. It was called Red Blue Island, a place where the soil's color shifts depending on the mana density in the air. For a long time, it had hosted the Lee clan's naming ceremonies. As the ship neared the island, a crew member spoke up to brief them. "Now I will explain the naming exam. The young ladies and young masters must survive on Red Blue Island for 3 weeks and prove themselves. The devices distributed are for location tracking. Unless an emergency arises, they must be carried. The final gate of the exam will open 2 days after the end of the 3rd week. Good luck." Hearing this, Chial and HWA quickly strapped the watch onto their wrists. Then the two shouldered backpacks containing necessary supplies and were left on the deserted island. Then, for some reason, HWA suddenly spoke up. "Hey, I have something to say." Before she could finish, Chial sighed and complained, "So you've decided already, huh?" "Huh, decided what?" HWA retorted. Chial blurted out, "You've been meaning to say something since training." The remark hit the 12-year-old squarely, making her blush and shout, That, how did you know?" Seeing her awkwardness, Chial smirked inwardly. "How could I not know?" Then he asked, "Say it, I'm listening." From Hwa's perspective, the girl grew anxious and swallowed, gathering her courage. She then removed the badge from her clothes and glanced at Chial, signaling with her eyes for him to do the same. After stowing away the 2 eavesdropping badges, Chial casually asked, "All set, what's up?" At that point, HWA no longer hid it. She took from her pocket the glass vial of poison Lady Baekhyudian had given her and said bluntly, "This is a poison called Dreamweaver. It only works on children under 15. If exposed to air for more than 5 minutes, it will evaporate. Once absorbed into the body, it will block the mana channels for a long time." Across from her, Chial's face darkened and he coldly asked, "Who gave this to you?" To that question, HWA couldn't reveal her birth mother as the giver. "I'm not going to tell you that." Saying that, she hurled the vial at a nearby rock, shattering it into pieces, and continued, "See, There's no evidence left now. I'll beat you fair and square. I don't need this poison, so you must give it your all in the match. Her determined voice left Chial somewhat surprised, but then he happily replied, I was going to do that even without you saying it. Good, HWA nodded in satisfaction. Next, the two put the badges back on their clothes, but before moving, HWA didn't forget to warn them. Have you reattached the tracking device? Don't recklessly head to the island's center before you know the terrain. It's dangerous. From behind, hearing her long-winded reminders, Chial boredly said, Okay, I know. Are you worried about me or what? Up ahead, Chial's attitude immediately infuriated HWA. Worried? I'm just afraid you'll die somewhere before you even get to fight me. Before she finished, terrifying roars of some monster echoed from within the forest, abruptly silencing their argument. The two kids exchanged uneasy glances and stared at the woods before them. Then Hitubite softly warned, So don't die, okay? I'll go first. Saying that, the girl quickly moved to one side. Watching her shrinking back, Chial whispered, She's gone. Even so, my goal isn't the island's outskirts. All right, I should get going too. Let's head straight to the center of Red Blue Island. He cracked his knuckles as he spoke, his eyes sparkling with boundless excitement for the next journey. At the same time, in the Lee clan observation room, the clan's core members and retainers watched Hwa's actions through surveillance screens. Someone commented, That's really the Lee clan's 8th child, already completed the first hunting task. HWA has killed quite a number of monsters. After all, this is probably Hwa's first real combat. But that sense didn't come on its own. It took 47 days. The crafty old man Chial Jun said with a laugh as he stroked his beard. In response, Captain Yunquin, leaning against the back wall, also spoke up. This child wasn't like that originally. I thought it would take at least 2 months. Saying that, he thought to himself, talented but only to this degree. Simply put, someone has provoked it. It's the youngest Li Young. After thinking this, he glanced at another screen ahead that was showing Chial. Unlike HWA, who was constantly fighting monsters, Chial seemed to be exploring the island. This made the old man Chial Jun curious and ask, But what exactly is that kid doing? Looks like the kid is looking for shelter, Yanquin offered his thought. Immediately after this, a few contemptuous voices began, acting like a little mouse running away. Such a coward. Typical illegitimate child. Elsewhere, Myung-Yung was also in the observation room. Hearing them mock his younger brother, how could he stay silent? He glanced around and admonished, Stop it. In a dangerous place like this, finding shelter first is wise, nothing to be ashamed of. His words made some fools clear their throats awkwardly and respond hollowly. Yes, that's true, haha. Maybe we've seen the 8th young lady too much, so our standards got too high. On the other side, the crafty old man Chial Jun, uncaring of Myung-Yung's status, continued to sneer. Come on, in the Lee clan, being ordinary is a crime, right? It's ridiculous for someone of Lee blood to behave so mediocre. At those words from the old man, Myung-Yung's hands clenched in indignation. He thought inwardly, lowering and mocking a child just because of their origin. Since when did our clan become like this? Or perhaps we've always been this way. But still, what on earth is Lee Young planning by heading toward the center of the island? Thinking this, he glanced at Uncle Yihang beside him. The man was so worried he kept biting his nails. What the hell is that kid thinking? He muttered, making Myung-Yung feel he wasn't the only one perplexed. What exactly are you planning to do, Lee Young? The scene shifts to Chial's location. He had found a cave to use as shelter. Next, he began burning some herbs, then tossed a torch into the cave to check inside. After that, he used leaves to cover the entrance. His careful actions drew a few approving sounds. Not bad at hiding skills. Suddenly, the crafty old man Chial Jun widened his eyes and shouted, Wait, hold on. What is that kid doing? By the old man's view, Chial had removed the watch and the badge from his chest and set them aside. Then he covered the 2 items with several leaves, causing the feed to be immediately blocked and the screen to go black. At the back, Captain Yunquin couldn't help but laugh heartily. Haha, truly unpredictable. Yihang and Myung-Yung could only clutch their heads at Chial's actions. As for Chial, he had many secrets, so of course he wouldn't let clan members observe him at will. After carefully hiding the 2 items, he muttered, No need to let others see this. Now I can use infinity. Since I'm on Red Blue Island, I should harvest as much as possible. All right, let's go. As he spoke, he transformed the ring on his hand into a short sword. Time passed quickly until night. Our protagonist frowned at an earthen pot before him. Inside was a dark blue liquid that looked extremely toxic. Chial even vaguely saw a face screaming within the liquid. Its appearance alone was repulsive. Probably done, but it looks horrible. Is this really mana tea? No one would think this is an herbal infusion, he told himself. In my past life, I couldn't even afford cheap elixirs, so I trailed herb gatherers and apothecaries to find mana herbs. Red Blue Island is saturated with mana in the air, so I have to use it to boost the mana content. Youngest sister said the same. If I drink an infusion made from mana herbs, it will surely be more effective. Hugh, okay. Chial grit his teeth and slowly brought the pot to his lips. Soon after he tossed the pot aside, Chial turned pale as if drained of life. Tastes like something from hell, he groaned. Thus the solitary 3-week struggle officially began. Time flew, and today was the 18th day of the naming ceremony. The scene cuts to Lee Myung-young's office. While he was working, someone entered and said, "Captain, may I come in?" Myung-young paused his motion and replied, "Ah, yes." The visitor, seeing Myung-young still at work, apologized awkwardly. "Sorry to bother you." Myung-young waved him off. It's fine. Sounds like bad news, huh?" At this, the brown-haired man nodded soberly and explained. "A large group of migrants seems to have infiltrated the northern area of Han country. I thought they'd go through unclaimed land, but they moved straight south. 2 days' travel from them is the Li clan's mana quarry." The speaker was Yu Gunseong, deputy captain of the Azure Heaven Sword under Lee Myung-young. Hearing this, Myung-young stroked his chin, recalling reports he'd received. "Migrants. They usually choose unclaimed land to pass through, committing countless crimes as they move." He muttered, "Those hyenas certainly wouldn't invade our territory without some scheme." Gunseong fully agreed and added, "They may look like migrants on the surface, but that could just be a cover. It's also possible another power is pulling the strings behind this." Myung-young began tapping his fingers on the table and continued. "There were intelligence reports earlier that Nine Dragon City is mobilizing forces toward the northern border." Speaking of Nine Dragon City, it's a massive power from Central Plains. We share a border with the unclaimed lands. They've provoked the Li clan several times by intruding into our territory. Perhaps news of our father's absence has been leaked. This would be the perfect moment for enemies to strike. Thinking that, Myung-young looked up and asked, "Does our intelligence branch know about this?" Gunseong shook his head in response. "I even knew about them beforehand because you told me to keep an eye on the situation." Hearing this, Myung-young rose from his chair and said wearily, "Then coordinate with the Intelligence Investigation Unit and dig deeper. I have a feeling this is not simple. I hope it's just a bad hunch." He said this while gazing out the window. Yet the sense of unease had not faded at all. Cut to somewhere inside Red Blue Island. Suddenly, a red magic circle appeared on the ground. The magic circle then flared up and formed a floating spatial rift in the air. From within that rift, a figure stepped out. He wore white robes and held a monk's staff in his hand. The stranger muttered mockingly, "2 nights is more than enough to kill an illegitimate child." It seemed his target was Chial. Time quickly passed to the next morning somewhere on the island. A massive dragon with glowing red eyes was roaring and threatening someone ahead. This was a rank 7 dragon monster, Draco. Opposite it was none other than our protagonist. He gripped his sword, panting from exhaustion, as if he'd been fighting the giant lizard for some time. Then, aiming to finish the fight quickly, the dragon suddenly opened its mouth and inhaled deeply. Its throat ballooned outward, and an orange glow was visible from the outside. 1 second later, it opened its jaws wide and unleashed a massive column of fire that shot forward at wind-dripping speed. Chial could feel a terrifying wave of heat blasting straight at his face. His eyes widened to the fullest, and he leaned to one side, narrowly dodging in the nick of time. Without hesitation, Chial lunged straight toward the dragon. While it stood there breathing fire, he leapt forward, gathered mana into his sword, and executed a move called Demon Slash. Using the downward momentum, Chial drove his sword deep into the center of the dragon's head. From his strike, bolts of lightning began to release, scorching its head. Finally, the giant monster could only let out a mournful cry, and immediately passed on to its next life. After sensing the creature had no life left, Chial exhaled lightly and had to acknowledge its danger. Phew, dragons are different. They're on a completely different level from other monsters. If I had fought it as soon as I stepped here, I probably would have fallen from the first blow. Since arriving on Red Blue Island, it took me 19 days to reach the dragon's territory. But staying longer would only waste time. There's another reason I had to come all the way here. He thought this as he sheathed his sword. Before he could do anything else, a loud sound from the distance captured his attention. Unable to contain his curiosity, Chial cautiously crept toward the source of the sound. Through his gaze, he saw that the strange noises came from a group of weapon-wielding lizard men. They were rank 8 monsters. The fact that these green-skinned creatures had suddenly gathered here and were screaming like lunatics made Chial suspicious. Something unusual has been happening since yesterday. Normally, lizardmen only appear at the island's edges, but now they've pushed into the center, attacking and then fleeing. They're not smart and are low-ranked. Could they be influenced by something from outside? If so, I need to check it out. Thinking that, he drew his sword from its sheath and rushed out of the bushes, heading straight for the Lizardmoon. The moment they saw him, they screamed in panic and fled in haste. The monsters had no intention of fighting at all. This confirmed Chial's suspicion. Just once could be coincidence, but if it happens twice, something's definitely wrong. Better to follow them. He quickly swung his sword, beheading the creatures, then silently speculated. A strange phenomenon is occurring on the island, just as I thought. Back to the mage who had infiltrated the island the day before. He now radiated a purple mana and kept muttering as if in a trance. Armor, fighters, battle, all form a formation. A kid that small can single-handedly fight so many monsters. The descendants of the Li clan really are different, but it's nothing to worry about. After all, he's just a child, one who will surely fall into this obvious trap. I doubt we'll need Plan B. The young mage said this while stroking an egg in his hand. He was the beast tamer Nishiyama Shogo. Just as he predicted, Chial, following the lizard men, had now arrived at the place he intended. Perched atop a bush, Chial realized his situation. He had some doubts because it was too obvious, but it turned out to be a real trap. The ability to control monsters. Is he a beast tamer? But how could an outsider sneak all the way in here? Chial wondered to himself. Very quickly, he supplied his own answer. Wait, it's not impossible. If a teleportation array was set up inside, it's feasible. Then whoever's behind this must be a member of the Li clan. Should I report this to the clan and wait for reinforcements? No, if I wait until they arrive, it will be too late. By then I won't be able to discover who's behind this. Only one option remains. I'll conceal myself with stealth and finish him personally. Thinking that, Chial ripped the badge from his chest and tucked it into his inner pocket. He then used true invisibility, enveloping himself in a blue energy that hid his breath and presence. Immediately after, Chial leapt down from the tree trunk and shot toward Nishiyama at top speed. Without hesitation, he swung his sword, aiming straight for the back of the man's neck. But things never came easy for Chial. Right then, the egg in the hands of the sorcerer Nishiyama suddenly emitted an alarmed sound. It turned out not to be an egg, but some bird curled up to look like one. Its piercing cry made Nishiyama start and turn around. He shouted, "Since when?" Behind him, Chial silently cursed inwardly. Damn it, does he have a magic relic that senses danger? Thinking this, Chial increased the speed of his strikes. Unfortunately, Nishiyama reacted in time. He immediately swung his staff backward, pushing Chial's body and leaving a long skid mark on the ground. Next, the two paused briefly. The sorcerer Nishiyama praised, "Bastard of the Li clan, you're better than I thought." Chial retorted sarcastically, "Maybe you're just weak." The taunt from a child drove Nishiyama mad. He refocused on eliminating his target and immediately ordered the surrounding lizardmen, "Shut up! Attack him!" Obedient to their master, the stupid lizardmen rushed forward, unafraid of death, eager to draw some of his blood. Seeing this, Chial began channeling his mana into his sword. He used his skill, heaven-cleaving slash, his body darting forward. His sword swung through the air like a ribbon and neatly beheaded 3 lizard men before they could react. However, this did not faze the sorcerer. From the start, he had used the lizard men to hold Chial back a bit, creating an opening to use his magic. At that moment, a magic circle suddenly appeared beneath Chial. From within it, countless crimson chains shot out, wrapping tightly around his body and sword. Chial's face went blank as he said, "My body won't move." In front, Nishiyama laughed loudly, as if savoring his victory. "Haha, you've fallen into my trap. This is a top-level formation that can seal a warrior's mana vortex. Without mana, you're just a useless, weak kid. Die helplessly." He gaped and laughed, not realizing his words were the dumbest thing he'd said that day. They accidentally gave Chial a hint for how to deal with the situation. "Seal my power, huh? Then I'll just use my mana channels instead," Chial said, as he began distributing mana throughout his body via his meridians. Then his body slowly moved forward. Under Chial's pressure, the chains could no longer restrain him. They began to creak and groan as if they might snap any moment. Then, with a springing forward, Chial shattered his bonds and lunged straight at Nishiyama, blocking his escape route. With panic in Nishiyama's eyes, Chial pointed his sword at his face and asked coldly, "You not planning to run?" Nishiyama, a little startled, took several steps back and asked, "How did you get out?" Facing Chial, he had no obligation to answer and simply shook his head. "I'm not obliged to tell you. I've reported this to my clan, so surrender now." Turning to Nishiyama's vantage, whether he still had an ace up his sleeve or not, he confidently said, "Haha, it's fine. I'll kill you and regain my freedom. The sorcerer's mad words left Chial truly puzzled. What? What the hell are you talking about? Before the sentence finished, a large, dark shape suddenly shot straight at Chial, sending his small body flying like a cannonball into a nearby tree. The impact was so strong it made a deafening sound in the air, and Chial spat a mouthful of blood. After taking the hit, Chial's mind made a brief connection. He trembled as he looked up and saw that what had just struck him was a gigantic green turtle with a long beard. It was the guardian of Red Green Island, Mountain Turtle Head, a third-rank monster. Truly an overwhelmingly strong beast. Can an ordinary beast tamer like him really have tamed it? Chial thought, casting a doubtful glance at Nishiyama. From that expression, Nishiyama could read Chial's thoughts and admitted, "Looks like you catch on fast, although I can't fully control it yet. It will still obey if I order it to coldly kill you, so you'd best give up fighting." With that, he pulled several talismans from his sleeve and tossed them into the air. Then his body dissipated into a purple smoke, to avoid being accidentally trampled into a meat pile by the giant turtle during the fight with Chial. From Chial's perspective, just sensing the terrifying presence radiating from the giant turtle made the hair on his body stand on end. He reminded himself, calm down. If he can't fully control it, I just need to take the beast tamer out first. That's the only way to do anything to Mountain Turtle Head. I prepared this as a contingency, but I didn't expect to have to use it like this. A banned drug because its side effects are severe, though its benefits are great. A mono enhancement pill. Saying that, he produced a brown pill and tossed it straight into his mouth. The moment he swallowed it, a surge of energy flowed through the protagonist's body, making him feel full of power. However, this was not all Chial needed to prepare. One more thing, the technique that youngest Jeonghwa told me to use only in the most dangerous situations. Now is that moment. As he thought that, Chial's body began to emit a terrifying energy. The aura he projected pushed back the surrounding dirt and rocks. He prepared to use the ultimate skill against heaven. Because the pill's effect was limited in time, Chial wasted no moment and dashed forward at lightning speed. He immediately swung his sword at the giant turtle. His swing generated a blade of light that cut straight for its neck. However, it barely scratched the turtle. Its defensive capability was so despairingly high that Chial found it extremely difficult. I haven't even touched it, and it's already stopped me. Fine, I'll finish it with this move. With that thought, he began to concentrate energy into his sword to prepare another ultimate strike. But the giant turtle in front of him was no fool. It had no intention of standing still for Chial's attack. It opened its mouth and released a purple sonic wave that spread outward. The moment that wave struck, Chial felt an oppressive weight press upon him. He thought inwardly, this roar is a fierce skill. This mana vibration is freezing my movement. Damn it. Then, while Chial still hadn't figured out how to counter the skill, a familiar black smoke began to spread from his chest, immediately relieving the oppressive weight on him. This surprised Chial a bit. Has the dark energy in my body resisted Mountain Turtle Head's skill? Now's the time. With that, Chial gathered power into his feet, pushed off forcefully forward, and used the skill, Demon Slash, that he had learned from the nameless fighter in the memories of the Endless Sky Blade. The strike aimed precisely at its throat, forcing the turtle's head to tilt back toward the sky. From its mouth, a column of deep purple light began to spew, producing a hair-raising, terrifying sensation. It even scattered part of the clouds high above. Back with Chial, right after unleashing that move, his whole body burned with intense pain. He dropped to his knees and kept coughing up blood. Damn, I don't have time. The side effects of the mana enhancement and the Against Heaven technique will leave me immobile for a while. Within 10 seconds, I have to find that beast tamer. With that in mind and no time to waste, Chial darted forward, using every sense to search for where Nishiyama had run off to, and it seemed even fate wanted to lend him a hand. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a red thread of energy on the ground. He hurriedly followed it, and sure enough, the thread led straight to the sorcerer Nishiyama's location. Ahead, Nishiyama turned pale with fright when he saw Chial rushing at him with murderous intent. What? How is this possible? He let out a quiet cry and hastily backed away. Yet by then Chial's sword was already nearly on top of him. Chial thought to himself, the distance isn't enough, just a bit more. If only I were a little stronger, then I could just extend the sword. Chial shouted and began using the transformation power of infinity to elongate his blade. Immediately after, he swung with lightning speed, slashing straight into Sorcerer Nishiyama's chest, sending him straight to the underworld. Right after doing it, Chial was so exhausted he could no longer hold the sword. I have to take care of myself first. If I pass out now, my life might be over. Youngest Jeonghwa told me to take this if I used that move. Good thing I brought the nectar flower. Now before any monster comes sniffing around, I have to deal with him first. Thinking that, Chial hastily swallowed the prepared pill. Immediately after, his body went limp and he collapsed to the side. After an unknown amount of time, when he opened his eyes again, Chial suddenly found himself lying in an all-white space. Black smoke continuously spread from his body. Chial wondered, "Everything's white, where is this? What happened to the beast tamer and mountain turtle head?" At the thought, Chial tried to push himself up a bit, but a sharp pain struck, contorting his face. His entire body trembled uncontrollably, as if about to shatter. Chial pondered silently, unaware that in that white space a giant eye above was staring down at him. A strange voice began to speak, whether Chial could hear it or not. "So it has come to this at last. Those things are too dangerous for humans to contain. The two existing together in one entity. I hoped you wouldn't wake. If only now." The voice fell silent for a moment, then spoke again. "Feed it." Right after that, something suddenly fell straight in front of Chial, and he curiously looked to inspect it. In his head, he began to make associations from its shape. "This is a purple honeycomb. Could it be the violet hematite?" The strange voice continued. "Not for you, but it is the one that needs to eat this. The era has shifted. Grow strong, child of humanity. Don't let yourself be swallowed by the times." Back in Chial's hazy vision, he seemed to see the giant turtle speak to him. Then it turned and slowly walked away into the distance. His sight gradually went black. Returning to reality after some unknown time, Chial opened his eyes again. The first thing he saw was the figure of little HWA. Seeing him awake, she poked her head in and asked, "Oh, you're awake." Seeing that, Chial wearily looked her over and asked, "HWA?" His blank tone made the girl furious. "You brat dare call your sister by her name? I'll let it slide because you're hurt. How's your body?" Hearing the reminder, Chial hastily closed his eyes, focused on checking his condition, and thought, "Although my musculoskeletal system is severely damaged, my mana has surged dramatically. Could it be that I actually absorbed the violet hematite?" Thinking that, Chial hid his surprise and only listed the injuries he'd suffered. "A few mana veins are severed, my organs are a bit disordered, some ligaments stretched, and a few muscles torn. Not too serious." Chial spoke very calmly while Hdubai, upon hearing it, rolled her eyes. Her face flushed purple as she shouted, "What? That's not serious. Were you hit in the head?" From Chial's perspective, he felt a little guilty looking at Hdubai. The violet hematite was actually what Li Hdubai intended to take. It's a terrible elixir that enhances the body, boosts mana, and grants immunity to poisons and curses. It's exactly what I planned to get on Red Green Island, but I do feel somewhat guilty. Having thought that, Chial suddenly sat up as if nothing had happened and asked, "By the way, why are you here?" Before HWA could answer, a shout came from afar. "Little brother!" The voice belonged to his older brother Myung-Young, who had just run up. Myung-Young quickly produced some kind of healing potion and hurriedly asked Chial, "Are you okay? First, let me heal you with mana. I also brought medicinal water." Seeing his hurried demeanor, Chial forced a smile and waved him off. "No need to use mana to heal, but I'll accept the medicinal water." Saying that, he took the healing vial and drank without pause. From Myung-Young's viewpoint, seeing his younger brother so badly injured twisted his heart. After a few seconds of silence, he glanced at HWA and said softly, "HWA, could you step outside for a moment?" HWA understood they wanted to talk privately and wouldn't intrude, so she nodded. "Yes, I understand." Once HWA left, Myung-Young lowered his voice. "If you die, I will wipe every organization connected to beast tamers from this world, no matter how powerful they are. As a member of the Li clan, what you showed was the image of a true martial artist. But as your elder brother, I can't view it positively. It was recklessness." His voice was reproachful yet caring, which moved Chial slightly. His face reddened, he scratched his head and said, "I didn't anticipate Mountain Turtle Head's appearance. Sorry, brother. If I'd known it was there, I would have waited." Seeing his apologetic demeanor, Myung-Young involuntarily sighed. "It's good that you can tell the difference between recklessness and confidence." Putting that aside, Chial asked, "Big brother, since I handled the beast tamer, the information about him belongs to me." As Chial reached out his hand, the gesture gave Myung-Young a headache. "I knew you'd say that. That beast tamer used to be a quasi-fifth-rank sorcerer from the Yin-Yang Liao of Japan. It seems he was expelled for trying to learn forbidden arts. Those behind him supplied high-grade talismans and magical implements, then activated them while Mountain Turtle Head slept. They intended to make it look like the monster acted on its own." Hearing that, Chial frowned in thought and asked, "So you still haven't found the mastermind?" Myung-Young shook his head in reply. "He's in an almost dying state, so it's hard to extract information from him immediately. Suddenly an idea flashed through Chial's mind, and he hurriedly said, "So they weren't targeting you as the main objective. They wanted to damage your reputation by making people believe you failed to detect the intruder and reacted too slowly." Chial's explanation seemed to snap Myung-Young awake. "Ha, that's exactly it. It seems we can't just pretend we don't know." Myung-Young sighed, and Chial, still worried about his brother, asked again, "Are you all right?" To Chial's concern, Myung-Young ruffled his head and reassured him. "I'm fine. My reputation took a slight hit, but nothing significant. You can't be away long, so come back right away." Saying that just as Myung-Young was about to leave, Chial suddenly reached out, grabbed his hand, and said with a serious face, "Big brother, do you want to make a deal with me? Say that you anticipated the beast tamer's intrusion and ordered me to handle it first so I can testify accordingly. That way it will look like you had prepared for even what the clan's intelligence hadn't detected." To this request, Myung-Young quickly guessed Chial's true intent and asked back, "You'd better testify to the truth, right?" Chial stood and answered, "If people believe I completed this myself, they'll be more wary and suspicious of me. So you call this a deal?" "Yes, a deal is when both parties exchange something they each need. So what do you want?" Myung-Young asked, and Chial stated his request plainly. "Give me access to the archive. 3 days will be enough." As he said it, he reached forward, and Myung-Young clasped his hand, teasing, "Arrogant brat, fine, thank you," his voice full of gratitude. However, Chial shook his head a little. "No need to thank me, it's just a deal." Turning to Myung-Young, the latter lightly patted Chial's shoulder and whispered, "Even if I didn't agree, you'd have a way to handle this, right?" At that moment, Myung-Young's phone began ringing incessantly to remind him. "Looks like the Azure Sword Squad is calling you. You really have to go now." Myung-Young also tossed the short sword Infinity back to Chial. He threw the Infinity short sword to Chial and winked. "I'll keep this matter secret for you." Having said that, he hurried off. Chial watched his brother's retreating figure and chuckled excitedly. "Ha ha, he really isn't easy to deal with at all." After Myung-Young left, little HWA returned and asked, "Looks like the talk went smoothly, huh? Which exam will you challenge among the trial gates? It's been 3 weeks, it should be open by now," she said curiously. However, Chial didn't answer and instead asked back, "What about you? Which will you challenge?" "Hey, I asked first," HWA snapped while Chial shrugged. "If you want to know, answer first." Facing HWA, she had no choice but to proudly share her plan. "Which will I challenge? Nothing less than the hardest, the crucial authority trial." "And you?" Chial replied that he would challenge the combat contest gate. This left HWA stunned. "Huh, there's a place like that. Don't tell me it's one of the peripheral trial gates." Ahead, Chial nodded calmly. "Yes, it is indeed in the outskirts." Hearing that, for some reason, Hwa's face fell with disappointment. Then she mocked. "How disappointing. I must have misjudged you. You chose an outskirts gate. Well, there's nothing more to say. I thought you were a rival. Honestly, I thought you were better than me." With that, Hdubai began to leave in her disappointment. Chial wasn't surprised by her attitude at all. He thought to himself, "Everyone assumes the gate determines difficulty, so they'll think I picked the outskirts because it's easier. Whatever, let them think what they want." Time passed quickly. Dawn was breaking, and Chial was still wandering in the forest searching for something. "I can't remember exactly, but it should be around here." Before the rewind, this was the cave I stumbled upon, and it's also where I'll complete the naming ceremony's second trial, the combat contest gate. As he thought this, he brushed aside the foliage ahead, and now before his eyes was a cave as black as ink. Next, the protagonist prepared a torch and carefully stepped inside. As he walked, he thought, at first glance it's just an ordinary wall, but of course it won't be that simple. Having thought so, he drew his sword and began slashing repeatedly at the wall before him. Pieces of stone started falling away, revealing behind them an iron door standing imposingly there. Seeing this, a bit of joy appeared in Chial's eyes. Found it. Next, Chial used the short sword to cut deeply into his palm. Then he used the drops of blood that flowed on his palm and flung them straight toward the door. The drops, containing mana energy, emitted a blinding light upon touching the iron door, like a switch activating the mechanism. The door shuddered once, then slowly swung open to both sides, revealing a vast hall inside with a sword plunged deep into a wooden pedestal. The familiar scene stirred memories in Chial, and he quickened his steps into the chamber. He then approached the wooden table, dripped blood into the bowl-shaped indentation on it, and murmured, "Descendant of the Li clan requests to be tested by the ancestors' trial. Please grant permission." When his words echoed, a blue light like a wisp of smoke rose from the indentation. The content of the combat gate trial has only one requirement. defeat yourself. At that moment, in Chial's view, the blue light transformed into a person identical in appearance to him. Chial was already very familiar with this trial and was no longer surprised. The trial allows unlimited attempts. Before you win, you cannot leave even if you give up. Then let's begin, he thought, slowly drawing his sword. However, before he could launch his attack, a flash of light swept across his neck, causing the protagonist's small head to immediately separate from his shoulders. What the hell is happening? Chial exclaimed in shock. The last image he saw was the fake Chial standing right beside him. After an unknown amount of time, the protagonist calmed down. He hurriedly reached up to touch his throat and swallowed a few times. Sweat kept streaming down his youthful face. He thought to himself, my head was definitely just cut off. Right, the illusion in this gate trial can't truly kill me, but the realism is infuriating. At this level, an ordinary person would probably go mad. Moreover, could I really perform at that level? The combat gate's illusion allows me to use my power perfectly, meaning I haven't yet tapped my full potential. If I fully exploited it, I would have blocked that strike earlier. All right, try once more, Chial told himself. He gripped the sword tightly, his gaze filled with unwavering determination. But as time passed, on the third attempt, Chial was pierced through the abdomen by the fake Chial and died. On the fifth attempt, he successfully blocked the sword but was immediately killed by having his neck broken. By the 10th time, the outcome was still his head severed from his shoulders. Thus the 13th, the 18th, the 23rd times, Chial lost count of how many times he had died in this trial. How many more times is this? He wondered. In the silent space, the two identical figures continuously collided with nearly identical sword strikes. A piercing sound rang out as their blades met. After being pushed back, Chial gasped, thinking, is this the 75th time, or the 80th? But now I understand a little bit. My greatest strength is freedom, an overwhelming transformation, a fighting style that can't be predicted. This time I'll definitely make it. With that thought, Chial began changing his longsword into an axe and charged to attack again. The two figures plunged into exchanging more loving blows. As they fought, they kept switching weapons. From the fake Chial's perspective, after the two axes clashed, he jumped back to keep his distance. Then the fake Chial switched weapons from axe back to lungs and lunged forward to attack once more. The sword in his hand easily pierced through Chial's abdomen. However, this was exactly what the protagonist wanted. At that moment, Chial reached out and grabbed the fake Chial's wrist, preventing him from pulling the sword out of his body. Idiot, I deliberately left an opening. Saying that, he immediately used the skilled demonic chop, slicing the fake Chial in two in an instant. His strike was so powerful that the ground behind him was torn up. Meanwhile, the fake Chial's body slowly dissolved. But at the same time, his face broke into a smile that seemed very pleased with Chial's performance. From Chial's viewpoint, he watched the fake Chial's body dissolve into a stream of blue light and pondered. If I pass the combat gate trial, the Li clan's bloodline will release hidden energy. In my previous life, my ability was only the most common type, enhancement. But in this life, what will it be? At that moment in Chial's sight, blue energy sources began hovering in the air. Moments later, they entered his body, awakening the hidden power in his bloodline. Immediately, a layer of golden radiance wrapped around him. This power is, Chial murmured. In another scene outside the great iron door, the clan's core members stood waiting, whispering among themselves, while Uncle Yihang sighed wearily. Sigh, I thought he'd behave this time. That annoying brat. The more peacefully people try to hold the naming ceremony, the more trouble he causes. No sooner had he finished than someone in the group shouted, the mana density is changing. It's opening. Hearing this, Yihang hurriedly looked toward the door. Sure enough, the door had flung wide open and Chial strode out. His steps began to stagger wildly, then he collapsed forward. Fortunately, Ibhung reacted quickly, rushed over to catch him, and anxiously asked, Li Young, are you okay? Wake up. Responding to his uncle's concern, Chial looked up with a hollow face as if he hadn't eaten for half a month. His stomach kept rumbling, demanding food. Hungry, so hungry. Water. He mumbled a few words before his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Yihang trembled with anger at the sight. This brat, Uncle shouted loudly. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to Chial's villa. At this point, the protagonist had returned home. The maid Gawa burst into tears with relief when she saw him unharmed. Young master, do you know how worried I was? First the beast tamer, then the mountain keeper, and even the ancient trial set by the ancestors. She cried as she hugged Chial tightly. Seeing that, Chial could only force a smile. Wet nurse, I'm filthy. I've been out in the wild for almost a month. Ignoring his words, Gawa still wouldn't let go and kept examining him closely, only nodding once she was sure he had no injuries. At first, I planned to give you a good scolding, but never mind. "Welcome home, young master. I've prepared a bath. After you bathe, I'll prepare your meal." Chial nodded, then remembered his youngest aunt Jeonghwa and asked, "Nurse, what about my aunt? I thought she'd be the first to run over." At this, Gawa suddenly stopped in her tracks. Her voice faltered, unsure how to explain. This made Chial curious what had happened while he was away. Time quickly passed and the scene shifted to another house. There Jeonghwa was cheerfully greeting her nephew through the iron gate. "Hee, my dear nephew has arrived." Seeing her puffed-up posture while imprisoned, Chial could only rub his face in pain and ask, "What did you do?" Jeonghwa didn't explain and just smiled, saying, "Sorry, but it's good to see you're safe. But what did you do to cause such a spike in mana? You still haven't digested the energy inside your body. Sit down quickly. Now I'll—" Before she could finish, Chial's expression turned serious. However, Jeonghwa scratched her head and laughed it off. "Haha, it's fine, it's fine." From Jeonghwa's perspective, she was somewhat moved to see Chial worry about her so much. She hadn't expected her nephew to go this far for her. The reason she was locked up was that she had caused a commotion in the control room with the elders and the big brothers. Thinking that, she pressed her fingertips together and stammered, "I'm sorry, my dear. Because I thought they were up to something strange with you, I couldn't help getting angry." She just felt extremely furious at the thought of possibly never seeing him again. As she said this, her throat seemed to choke up. She even began to clutch her own neck to illustrate it. Chial himself was surprised. To be honest, he hadn't fully trusted his youngest aunt before, but he didn't know when he had come to regard her as part of the family. Now he had accepted that. Thinking this, Chial felt lighter. He assured his aunt, "I'll get you out soon, please wait a little longer." Hearing that, Jeonghwa inside the cell hurriedly said, "Huh, how can you do that? It's fine, don't overexert yourself." Hearing this, Chial shook his head and explained, "I won't do anything rash, you'll be released soon anyway. See you next time." With that, he quickly left the cell. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to an airport. At this moment, all the core members of the Lee clan were present, waiting in advance. All because the person descending from this plane was the current head of the family, Lee Tishan. Seeing him appear, Lady Bagatian hurriedly said, "You're here." Shane nodded in response. "Sorry to keep everyone waiting." Lady Bag bowed, speaking respectfully. "It's all right. The hot springs are ready. Please bathe and then enjoy the meal." Among the group, Chial and the little HWA were also present. He glanced at his father and thought quietly, "After the naming ceremony, I thought I had grown a lot, but how far is the gap between my father and me? I still can't measure it." Thinking this, Tishan also noticed his son's gaze. For a moment, their eyes met. However, Tishan turned his face away and muttered, "I always say that those who don't know how to fight are unnecessary for the clan. But among these, only one child truly carries within him the desire to defeat me." His casual remark made those around him startle and whisper, "Who is he talking to? Is he referring to the eldest brother?" To Chial, he naturally understood these words were meant for him. His father's sharpness made him heave a heavy sigh. I've been holding my emotions in this much, and he still noticed. He wondered inwardly. Time quickly passed, and the scene shifted to the Lee clan's banquet hall. To welcome Tishan back from a long trip, of course there had to be gatherings like this. For Chial, because he was an illegitimate son even if he attended, he would just stand quietly in a corner and survey those around him. Since this was a rare event for the Lee clan, the scale of this banquet was far grander than the naming ceremonies. That one is the youngest known Mage Tower master, and this one is the director of the Yin-Yang Institute. No, he's actually the newly appointed deputy director. Chial thought silently. Many familiar faces he'd seen in the papers appeared at this naming ceremony. But he was not allowed to ponder for long, when Butler Choi stepped forward and reminded him, "Excuse the discourtesy, young master. The clan head requests your presence." Hearing this, Chial frowned and asked, "Father called for me?" Butler Choi nodded and directed him, "Yes, this way, please." On hearing that, Chial quickened his pace to follow him. As they walked, he couldn't help but be curious why Tishan wanted to see him. "Father calling me privately, what could it be? Hopefully it's not anything serious." Before long, he was escorted to the meeting place. Tishan saw his son's back. Chial bowed quickly and said, "Father, why have you summoned me?" Having said that, when he lifted his head, he was slightly surprised to see that his eldest brother Myeongjung was also present. His brother's appearance made the protagonist suspect. Could this be related to the incident where the mage Nishiyama infiltrated Red Azure Isle? Opposite him, Tishan didn't let him wonder for long and said, "I think you know why I summoned you. I want to hear about the events that occurred at the naming ceremony. According to Myeongjung, you discovered an outsider and apprehended him. This was your plan, wasn't it?" Tishan's words carried some pressure for Chial, making sweat bead on his face, just as I thought. So father already knows. Chial thought to himself, then nodded and answered, "Yes, that's right. I was the one who proposed the deal with the elder brother. The condition was that I would have access to the library repository for 3 days and help him avoid the public backlash this time. In response, Tishan's voice turned stern. Considering your contribution this time, I will overlook your false report. But there won't be a next time. Yes, I understand, the protagonist bowed and said. Next, Tishan glanced at his eldest son and admonished. Myeongjung, you will receive appropriate punishment later. Organizing this banquet was your duty. Return to your responsibilities. To Tishan's words, Myeongjung offered no complaint and accepted. Yes, I will do so. After saying that, he smiled at Cheol and quickly left, while Cheol wondered whether his eldest brother would be all right after receiving punishment from their father. He put that thought aside for the moment. After everyone departed, Shane continued speaking to Cheol. We'll set aside the false report issue. This achievement belongs to you. You will receive the reward Myeongjung promised. Finally, because you discovered the trial of the combat match, I will grant you a reward. Hearing this, Cheol's eyes lit with surprise. Then he voiced his request, a request the author had deliberately concealed. Time passed quickly, and the naming ceremony reached its main stage, when Tishan moved to the most important purpose of today's ceremony. He spoke to everyone. Thank you to all the guests who took the trouble to come. May our 2 children, the protagonists of today's banquet, be blessed on the road ahead. Now, we will proceed with the naming ritual. Hijdubai to step forward. You were chosen by the holy sword and always shine like the sun around you. Keep walking this brilliant path. I give you the name Sidhijan, meaning forever shining. The moment his words rang out, a scroll suddenly appeared before Seoyeon. Her new name was written inside. This made the girl very happy. Her eyes lit up as she hurriedly replied, "Thank you." Then Tishan turned his gaze to Cheol. Next, Young stepped forward. When he was called up, the atmosphere at the banquet seemed to quiet. Everyone fell silent, very different from how they treated Seoyeon moments ago. Cheol wasn't particularly surprised. Their reaction was no different from the previous selection ceremony. But it's fine, he reminded himself. Meanwhile, Taishane's voice continued. You are hard and sharp, yet also flexible and unbroken. Like a blacksmith gathering steel from all directions to forge it into a single mass. You have also forged yourself. I cannot find a better word to describe you, so I will give you the name Cheol. He snapped his fingers as he spoke. Immediately after, the scroll bearing the name Cheol was unfurled before him. Looking at this name, a thought occurred to Cheol. Previously, I was named with the meaning, live strong like steel. But now, that meaning has changed. Until I reach the pinnacle of the Lee clan, I will not stop. My name is Lee Cheol. With that in mind, he exclaimed eagerly, thank you. Time passed to the next day. The scene shifted to the Lee clan's isolation room. There, Jeonghwa inside had nearly lost her mind. She tore at her hair, grasped the bars with both hands, and screamed like a wild animal wanting out. It's suffocating, so frustrating. I couldn't even witness the numbing of that brat. She said they'd release her. Why is it taking so long? Outside, the 2 guards listening to her complaints had gone pale from the headache. Her non-stop cursing made them endure great misery. At that moment, a call came through. While Jeonghwa was still biting her shirt in anger, one of the 2 guards entered, opened the door, and said, You may come out now. As for discipline, there will be a later notice. For now, you are permitted to leave the isolation area. To celebrate being released, she cheerfully kicked the door open, prompting the guard behind her to snap. Hey, don't go kicking things around. Then before she could take more than a few steps, a familiar voice rang out. Wait, hold on a moment. Hearing it, Jeonghwa hurried back toward the source of the call, and sure enough saw her nephew Cheol, standing with his back against the wall. Oh, you brat, did you really get me released? Jeonghwa exclaimed in surprise. Cheol nodded in confirmation. Yes, that's right. This made Jeonghwa gasp. She foolishly asked again, how did you? Before she could finish, Cheol took out a sheet of paper and tossed it to her. What is this? Jeonghwa asked, but Cheol offered no explanation, only a cryptic line. You owe me a favor. Jeonghwa widened her eyes and read what was written on the paper. Appoint Lee Jeonghwa to the position of elder and assign her as the master of 9th young master Lee Cheol. Reading this, her eyes bulged like a cow's. She couldn't believe what she had just read. Only Cheol cheerfully said, From now on, please teach me, master. He said this as he excitedly reached his hand forward. Time passed quickly. Now Cheol wore a blue martial uniform while his maid Gawa beside him sniffled and muttered, It starts today, huh? Cheol nodded in response. Yeah, from now on it's the real beginning. So the young master is already 13 years old, she murmured. Meanwhile, after packing his things, Cheol also nodded and said, Then I'm off. 3 years had passed since the naming ceremony, and today his new life as a student officially began. Cut to the clan's martial arena. When children are of age, they're thrown here to train. Cheol's presence made them curious, and they began whispering to each other. Isn't that the illegitimate son? Yeah, that's the ninth child, Li Chial. I heard he caused a scene at the selection and naming ceremonies. Probably just beginner's luck. He's an illegitimate son after all. Relying on luck to pull off something at the naming ceremony is a stretch. Right, I'm curious too, the murmurs continued, making Chial increasingly irritated. Illegitimate son, I can't stand hearing it anymore, he complained under his breath before being distracted by other voices. Oh, it's the eighth miss. Truly the direct descendants of the clan, her presence feels different. Looking at everyone's reaction toward Seoyeon, Chial could only smile. Their reaction is so different from mine, he silently observed Seoyeon. Meanwhile, when Seoyeon caught Chial's gaze, her body suddenly froze. She mechanically walked toward Chial and said, "Ah, hello." Chial replied with a nod. "Yeah, long time no see." Then Seoyeon scratched her cheek awkwardly and stammered. You don't hold a grudge about what happened at the naming ceremony, do you? About how I said I was disappointed." Her words made Chial recall some memories from Red Azure Isle. Of course, he didn't hold those words against her. If Seoyeon hadn't brought it up, he would have long since forgotten. "It's okay, I don't mind," Chial sighed, making Seoyeon's face light up. "Really? Really? Great, you can be a bit petty, huh?" she said cheerfully, unaware that Chial's expression had darkened behind her. He growled, "Do you want to explain exactly what's petty?" Ignoring that remark, Sidjian suddenly remembered something and happily asked, "I heard you're studying with Aunt, and you even got into the library repository." To Chial. Before he could answer, a teacher's shout rang out from the front. "Attention everyone, we will now proceed with class assignments. Freshmen whose names are called, please assemble before the instructor in orderly lines." The man's words put pressure on the kids below, because which class you're assigned to will greatly affect future studies. "What do we do? I'm getting nervous." "If we're placed in a bad class, it's over." They spoke as sweat poured down. As for Chial, he could understand the feeling. After all, he'd been through it once. The reaction was reasonable. The academy's training period is 3 years, so class placement is important. Each year has 5 classes. More outstanding students are placed in higher classes. Across from them, an instructor handed Seoyeon a paper and said, "Congratulations, Miss Lee Seoyeon, Class 1. Congratulations." "Thank you." Chial was not surprised by this. Next, the instructor looked at Chial and continued. "Next is young Master Lee Chial." Seeing this, the protagonist stepped forward to receive his assignment slip. The result left him too bored to speak, his displeasure obvious. "Seriously, I knew it would be like this, but I didn't expect them to be so shameless about it." Class 5, also called the garbage dump, a place for repeaters and those who are expelled. Class placement for direct descendants is based on the evaluation from the naming ceremony, and the assessment council is controlled by the elder council and Madame Baekhyun. They think they've been disadvantaged, but on the contrary, this is better for me. It saves effort. With that thought, a man stepped forward to guide him. "Young Master Lee Chial, Class 5 this way." Seeing that, Chial nodded and tucked the paper into his shirt. At the same time, he felt Seoyeon's scrutinizing gaze burning into him from behind. She was angry that Chial showed no reaction to being placed in Class 5. Seeing her lioness-like posture, Chial was a bit startled. "Wow, look at that face. You can tell if I don't do anything, she'll take matters into her own hands. I'm totally fine with it." Thinking that, he waved his hand to reassure her so she wouldn't need to say more, then moved off quickly. Around them, some other kids placed in Class 5 felt as if the world had collapsed. "Damn, Class 5. Will I even graduate? What do I tell my father? I can't be in Class 5. My family will laugh me to death." Watching the attitude of the kids nearby, Chial felt a bit annoyed. How disappointing. Why do students of the Lee clan act like this? At that moment, a greeting rang out beside him, snapping him out of his thoughts. "You're the youngest son of the main family, right?" "Indeed, I very much wanted to greet you. My name is Kim Han, son of a small forge contracted by the Lee clan. It's an honor to study alongside you, young master." From Chial's perspective, seeing a kid come up and greet him like that surprised him a little. "Kim Han, I have no memories of him from my previous life." Thinking that, Chial asked, "But why me?" Kim Han scratched his head and answered, "Because you're a prominent figure, so I've always looked up to you as an idol." His sincere words made Chial sigh, then he continued, "Kim Han, is it? What do you think about being placed in Class 5? The sudden question made Kim Han's face freeze for a moment. Then he cheerfully said, "Maybe my ability is only at that level right now, but who knows what will happen in the future," he said with a face full of determination. As for Chial, he smiled faintly and nodded. "You'll make it." Cut to the martial arts hall for Class 5. After the new students arrived, the senior trainees greeted them with bright smiles. "Welcome, new students. Please take care of things with us. Let's do our best together." Yes, if there's anything you don't know, feel free to ask. Their enthusiasm made the kids glance at one another with curiosity. Then the instructor clapped a few times to get everyone's attention. All right, greetings finished. Everyone pay attention here. My name is Lee Young-ho. I'm the instructor in charge of Class 5. Today, since we have new freshmen joining, there won't be a lesson, just a brief introduction. Young-ho said with a smiling face. It was also a face quite familiar to Chial from his previous life. Memories began to stir in his head, thoughts related to this instructor. He still seems full of enthusiasm and determination as before. In my previous life, he even tutored me privately because I couldn't keep up with everyone. Unaware of these thoughts in Chial's mind, Young-ho turned to the long-haired student beside him and said, "Okay, the introduction ends here. In-ha, please guide the rest for the new students." "Yes, instructor." In-ha smiled in reply, then introduced himself to the factory chicks. "Hello, everyone, new students. Though I'm a bit embarrassed, I've repeated a year twice, so I'm still serving as class president for the second year. You've all been standing a long time and must be tired, right? Anyone who wants to sit down may do so. Now we'll elect a class president. Though we're trainees, we still get put into real combat sometimes, so the class president is much like the captain of a martial unit. Unlike the instructor, who is responsible for training and teaching according to the plan, the class president can be considered the one who holds authority over the rest of the class matters." Hearing this, a boy in the group raised his hand and asked, "How is the class president chosen?" The question surprised In-ha a little, and he turned to explain. "Ah, I forgot to explain. I don't know how other classes do it, but here we'll hold a light match and then vote for the class president." "Good, then let's start the matches now. Because this is a contest, magic is not allowed. After each match, there will be a rest period." Before he could finish, a cold voice from Chial suddenly rang out. "Are you serious?" The tone carried a hint of challenge, causing In-ha to flusteringly ask, "Young Master Lee Chial, do you have some complaint?" Answering this, Chial stepped toward the weapon rack, picked up a wooden sword, and admonished them one by one. "All of what you are doing and all that you have said. Wake up, this is the Lee family. If you want to play schoolboy games, don't come to this academy. Go to a regular school in the safe district." From behind, In-ha quickly protested. "Those words are a bit harsh. We just want to resolve things peacefully." Back in Chial's view, he no longer wanted to waste words on these socially inexperienced kids. He thrust the wooden sword into the stone floor and challenged everyone. "Talking like this won't get you to understand, will it? Come up here one by one. From now on, I will fight all of you." Time flew by. Chial was now panting heavily like an ox from exhaustion. He used the sword to brace himself on the ground to stand more steadily. All around, countless new students groaned in pain. Meanwhile, In-ha, who had witnessed everything from start to finish, could hardly believe his eyes. Unbelievable, how many people has he taken down by himself? In-ha wondered before Chial turned to him and said, "Choi In-ha, call the next person." Chial said this while staring at In-ha with a sharp gaze. This made him a little nervous. He swallowed hard. "The pressure is terrifying," In-ha whispered, then replied, "This is the last match." Hearing this, Chial nodded and added, "Is that so? Then step up, Choi In-ha." Thus, the duel between the two officially began. After just one clash with Chial's sword, In-ha's teeth were clenched tight. His mind raced with countless thoughts. Why is he taking this so far? There's no reward, no value. It's just a practice match within the academy. Not even capable of delivering a serious strike anymore. No, actually, I know very well. I used to be like that. No matter what, I wanted to win. I also thought compromise was another way to live. Don't assume that accepting reality and growing up is the only right path. But I want to win. I crave victory so badly it drives me crazy. In-ha screamed inwardly, spinning to add force to his sword swing. Opposite him, Chial made a similar sword motion, and he was still a step faster. "I win." With that, Chial knocked the wooden sword from In-ha's hand outward, causing the young man to clutch his wrist and fall to his knees, crying out in pain. Seeing this, Chial sighed and ended the match. "Phew, take him to the infirmary." No sooner had he spoken than In-ha shouted, "It's not over yet. It's not finished," he said as he quickly grabbed the wooden sword and charged to attack again. However, this hurried attack was also blocked by Chial with great ease. The protagonist narrowed his eyes slightly, starting to assess. Left-handed sword, using the left because the right is injured. His gaze was different now than before. Thinking that, Chial gathered force into his sword and flipped In-ha's arm backward. Next, he stepped forward and swung the sword like a baseball bat, striking In-ha square in the stomach, making the young teen vomit bile from the pain and lie on his back on the ground. His body curled like a shrimp, officially losing the will to fight. "Take him away," Chial ordered, and 2 other freshmen hurried over, supporting In-ha and rushing him to the infirmary. At that moment, Chial walked toward the group of freshmen in front of him and declared, "I have lived a second like an hour like a year. Who doesn't know it's easier to live leisurely? But if you don't risk everything and fight every second, you'll lose it all. So even when I breathe, I fight myself and everything around me. Have you ever lived like that? That's what I call struggle," Chial said, clenching his hand, his gaze hard and terrifying. Time passed quickly. After the class president decision finished, instructor Young-ho returned. He had learned everything and couldn't help but reproach Chial. "You've gone too far. 4 broken bones, 3 internal injuries." Chial, resting here, answered without any regret for his decision, even challenging back. "If you want to survive in the Lee family, you must at least learn to laugh at those wounds." In response, Young-ho said, "Those kids each have their reasons." However, before he could finish, Chial cut him off. "Instructor Lee Young-ho, even the trainees have understood. Do you really need me to explain it to you too? People like you are rare in the Lee family. You are a good man, but they are trainees of the Lee family. If they go astray, even if you have to play the villain, you should pull them back. Do your duty." Chial's words made Young-ho's body tremble, his hand clenched into a fist. Time flew to the next day. Back at Chial's place, although he easily overwhelmed the batch of rookie factory chicks, it didn't mean he was unscathed. Walking, he rotated his shoulder joints and groaned. "Oh man, my whole body aches. I dated a bit yesterday." He trailed off. He glanced over the group of new students, faces bruised, standing in neat rows as if they'd arrived early. This pleased Chial a little. Some show hostility or discomfort, but none fled or turned away. If they were still as scared as yesterday, there'd be no hope. But this isn't too bad. With that, he slowly walked past them. At that moment, he heard whispered voices. "He's here, that trash." At the same time, Kim Han's voice called from behind. "Young master, you're here." Hearing the familiar voice, Chial turned and replied, "You're early." Kim Han scratched his head and said, "Yes, I was afraid I performed poorly yesterday in front of everyone." Hearing that, Chial reassured him, "We're still just trainees, being weak is natural." At this, Kim Han could only give an awkward smile. Then he asked, "Young master, if you don't mind, may I ask you something?" Chial nodded easily. "Go ahead, ask." Now Kim Han's eyes showed determination as he said, "What must I do? How can I become strong like you?" To that question, Chial thought, "I don't even have enough time to train myself. When would I have time to teach others?" Still, he offered a tip to the young man. "Honestly, I'm not skilled enough to teach, but you have very good vision, maybe sharp instincts. Yesterday you dodged my attack 3 times in a row. Use that. I think you're suited to technique rather than raw power. If you stake your life to hone what you have, one day you'll be different." Chial's sincere words left Kim Han dazed, and he replied awkwardly, "Thank you." At that moment, In-ha greeted the protagonist. "Hello, young master." Hearing this, Chial glanced back, looked at the arm that was bandaged, and shook his head. "You look miserable. At this state, you probably can't train, right?" Hearing that, In-ha couldn't help but laugh aloud. "Haha, if I decide to quit, will you leave me alone? Planning to give me that heroic speech and call me a coward, are you? I just didn't want to hear that anymore, so I came out," he said irritably and quickly strode past Chial. Despite In-ha's irritated attitude, Chial still smiled. He thought to himself, "He's changed, hasn't he?" Next, instructor Yang-ho also arrived and gathered everyone in front of him. "Gather up, today 4 are sick, 5 absent without reason, leaving 11 in total." Saying that, he scanned the students. Each of them was bruised all over, making Young-ho worry for them. "You all look exhausted, and the atmosphere is different. All this tension over a single predator, were the trainees always this on edge?" Thinking that and seemingly deciding on something, he clenched his hand and it. "We were supposed to test basic fitness today, but given the current condition, I'll change the plan. Starting now, begin the fitness test." Time passed quickly, and Young-ho's voice rose again. "From now on, free training is supervised by the class president." I wonder what test Young-ho put them through that left the kids unable to stand afterward. Each of them was breathing like oxen after plowing. Not to mention them, even Chial felt soreness all over. He sighed inwardly. "Took 10 hours to test fitness? I'm a bit tired too. But I can't stop," Chial reminded himself. At the back during the break, the new students looked at each other and whispered, "Hey, doesn't the instructor seem a bit different today?" Someone asked, and the person next to him answered, "It's because of yesterday's match. Many were injured. If it were before, he surely would have given them a day off." Ignoring their whispers, Chial stepped forward and said, "Attention everyone, no need for introductions. I am Lee Chial, your class president. As Choi In-ha said yesterday, the class president has full authority over everything, except the instructor's orders. My training schedule will be extremely harsh. Those who can keep up, stay. Those who can't, I won't drag along. If you're dissatisfied with me, feel free to challenge me. Land one hit on me and I'll give up the class president position. All right, no more words. Start now, fight the person next to you. Thus, once again the students barely rested, had to throw affectionate punches at each other. After a while, Chial assessed the results. Looking at those still standing before him, he frowned and thought, 6 remain. The rest gave up midway. With that, he spared the weak ones for now and announced, all right, that's enough for today. Dismissed. Good job. Saying this, he quickly turned and left. As he disappeared, some jealous students began to curse. That bastard, because of him I'm suffering like this. I really can't stand that bastard. What sense does this make? I'm not going to follow that crap. Nearby, Kim Han, having heard the mocking voices, shouted loudly, cut it out. Honestly, I'm pissed too. But even when he's tired, none of us can land a single hit on him. The trainees ignored that comment and turned to ask In-ha. Hey In-ha, what do you think? Last year we had fun, right? Or do you also feel? Before they finished, In-ha interrupted. Yeah, fun enough to get punished. If nothing changes this time, I'll truly live like a loser. Even if my arms and legs get broken, I want to try once. I really want to. You know what I mean. That bastard, I mean, you understand what he wants to do, right? I'll try fighting this time. It might really be the last time, so wake up. Don't resist pointlessly or pretend not to know. With that, In-ha turned and left, leaving the trainees behind silent at his words. Cut to Jeonghwa's office, where Chial was now present. Wires were attached all over his body to measure some parameters. He focused mana into his palm, producing a blazing blue flame on his hand. Seeing this, Jeonghwa beside him said with difficulty, Stop. That's enough. Another failure. Every time you try to form aura, its shape collapses. She hadn't expected this problem to appear after reaching the 3-star level. If only there were records of how the ancients used mana. Her voice was full of annoyance. Meanwhile, Chial pulled off the tangle of wires, glanced at the ring on his finger, and thought, if it's Vat Tan's memory, maybe, but I still can't read the next pattern. Regardless, the trip to the archive yielded unexpected gains. There, Chial found a document about the weapon Vat Tan. It said the weapon was shrouded in black aura that terrified monsters. Even the kingdom's brave generals were defeated by it. Countless heroes sealed it on the northern 10,000 Demons Mountain. The king granted land in honor of that achievement. The heroes, grateful for the king's favor, turned it into a sword and named it Vat Tan. Finding information on Vat Tan was a tremendous haul. Thinking of this, Chial's hand involuntarily clenched. Meanwhile, Jeonghwa's 3 seconds of annoyance passed, and she returned to her usual cheerful face. Anyway, you've already touched aura. Reaching the 3-star realm on your own is truly impressive. This stalemate will be resolved soon. Actually, you've almost perfected the amplification and transmutation techniques. Thinking that, Chial nodded and didn't forget to say thanks. Yes, thank you. You always teach me. By the way, teacher, after reaching the 3-star tier, what do you learn next? Explaining this, Jeonghwa said, you will learn how to use hard chi techniques and aura skills, but mastering them will take a very long time. Then, as if remembering something, she eagerly asked the protagonist, so, how is the students' training going? You always look tired. Chial replied, training is fine. However, Jeonghwa couldn't be fooled by his dejected face and heavy breathing. She burst out laughing. Is that so? If it's hard, let me give you a hand. Hearing that, Chial's eyes lit up and he quickly asked, how do you plan to help? Across from him, Jeonghwa revealed nothing, patting her chest confidently. You'll find out soon. Just trust me. Time quickly passed to the next day. To help her grandson, Jeonghwa personally came to his 5th class, causing Chial to give a crooked smile. Just hearing her say to trust her already makes me uneasy. Unaware of Chial's thoughts, instructor Young-ho cheerfully announced, today we'll have a special lecture on magic. Straighten your uniforms and hold your positions. This is Elder Lee Ji-chunghwa, a researcher of the Lee family. Everyone give her a round of applause. As he finished, applause erupted like fireworks. Meanwhile, Goofy Jeonghwa scratched her head embarrassingly. I'm shy. I don't like long-windedness, so let's start the lecture. She winked playfully, quickly grabbed a piece of chalk, and began today's theoretical lesson. From the back, watching her focused demeanor, Chial thought, seems she increasingly enjoys teaching. Time flew, and Jeonghwa suddenly clapped her hands to get everyone's attention. All right, the boring lecture part ends here. From now on, it's the not boring part. I'll teach the improved version of the iron line technique developed by the Research Institute. Beside her, instructor Young-ho naively asked, didn't the lesson just end? What are you talking about? The main part starts now. Everyone sit up straight. I only do this once, so pay attention. She then gestured for Chial to step forward and assist, leaving the protagonist genuinely puzzled. What's going on? He asked. Behind him, Jeonghwa laughed. Direct descendants who enter the academy usually receive support like this. But you had nothing, so I made an effort. Hearing that, Chial felt slightly moved and replied, "Thank you." Unfazed by Chial's state, Jeonghwa continued, "All right, good. If theory holds, your power will double. Wonderful, isn't it?" Chial responded with a sigh. "Yes, you're amazing." Over here, instructor Young-ho also realized the importance of the lesson and announced loudly to the group, "Everyone attention. From now on, we'll continue sparring by directly applying the magic taught by the elder. Find your partner." Following his words, the trainees began pairing up. To get back at Chial, Inha immediately asked the protagonist, "Master, be my opponent. Last time I won't hold back," he said with eyes full of determination. Meanwhile, Chial, not afraid of anyone, agreed, "Pleasure to fight you. I'll let you strike first." Saying that, the two of them rushed at each other, tearing into one another, while Jeonghwa watched from the side, marveling with delight. "Wow, my boy is truly ruthless. He looks just like I did in my youth." Thinking that, she was suddenly drawn to some whispering from the back. "Honestly, I can't stand that brat. Even if he's a younger son and discriminated against, he's completely different from us. His physique is different. He unlocked skills. He's different from the starting line." One kid shrugged, and the boy beside him chimed in, "Exactly, we've tried our best, but what does he even know?" From Jinhwa's vantage point, how could she tolerate them slandering her grandson like that? She immediately called out, "Hey, you lot!" At her voice, the two strange students jolted and stammered, Ma'am, you're still here." Without answering, Jeonghwa stared at them as if looking at corpses and coldly asked, "Just now, were you talking about that brat?" "No, my disciple." Opposite her, the two students turned pale and hurriedly bowed in apology. "Sorry, we spoke recklessly." Back in Jeonghwa's view, the anger in her heart hadn't lessened. She retorted to the two, "What do you think you know to say such things to that child? Please forgive us." The two cried out in fear. At that moment, before Jeonghwa could keep berating them, a student named Kim Boseong stepped forward and challenged, "Isn't the young master clueless too? We worked very hard, but we're treated like nothing every time. Growing up in different circumstances naturally makes a difference, right?" At this, Jeonghwa shook her head mockingly. "You really don't know anything, do you? Maybe it's better that you don't. If you knew how different that child's days are from yours, you'd realize your lives are just child's play." Behind them, Boseong, hearing Jeonghwa's somewhat pitying words, grew so angry veins stood out on his arms. He muttered, "So what's so special about that younger son? Fine, all right, I'll show you." Time passed quickly and the break arrived. Instructor Young-ho's voice rang out, "Training ends for today." Hearing that, the students breathed a relieved sigh. Meanwhile, Boseong watched Chial resting to the side and sneered inwardly. "See, what's the difference? Keep shouting about struggle, struggle, but it's just because he's gifted, different from us." Thinking that, suddenly a strange student ran up and asked Boseong, "You said today you'd follow that youngest son, right? But is it okay to wander around the clan grounds like that?" Explaining, Boseong nodded confidently. "We're students, so it's fine. Besides, it's not like we're going somewhere dangerous. That younger son doesn't even live in the main family area. We can't let him keep showing off like this. Today we'll see for ourselves." So time passed quickly until evening. Boseong led a few students waiting outside Jeonghwa's research area. But after waiting too long, Boseong couldn't help wondering, how long has he been in there? It's already 9 o'clock. Elsewhere, a few students began yawning and suggested, "Hey Boseong, let's go. Daytime training made me so sleepy." "I'm exhausted too. Forget it. Anyway, whatever that younger son does in there, no one knows." With that, some group members left awkwardly, making Boseong a bit annoyed as he swore, "What a bunch of weaklings." Shortly after, Chial also left the research room. Boseong quickly hid himself and then followed him from behind. Finally, almost time to go home. Did he get into the spring training? That area is reserved for the main family. He shouldn't be allowed in there. Boseong wondered to himself, before the group heard countless shouts of training coming from outside. This startled the group and they couldn't help exchanging looks. "What's that sound? Is that training noise?" Then one kid in the group advised, "Boseong, it seems that youngest one is really formidable. Let's stop. The young master didn't say anything wrong. If we also tried as hard as Inha." Before his friend could finish, Boseong clenched his hand and growled, "I never skip personal training. There's nothing special about that." At his words, the other two could only exchange disappointed looks. Then they didn't want to waste time tailing Chial anymore and left at once. "Sorry, we're heading back." Ignoring them, Boseong remained tangled in his thoughts. "What's different between me and that younger son? I'll definitely prove that I'm not wrong." With that, he began to wait in secret again, until the protagonist finished training and left the arena. This time, Chial actually went home instead of lingering around. However, before Bseung could consider anything further, a beam of light and a loud shout came from behind. "Hey, someone! Stop right there!" The shout startled Bseung, but after the guard looked at his uniform, he exclaimed in surprise. "What's this? A student. Master Lee Chial walks around at this hour every night, but I didn't expect him to be accompanied by a student. By regulations, this isn't allowed, so return immediately." Opposite him, seeing the guard not giving him trouble, Boseong hurriedly nodded. Before leaving, he glanced at Chial's villa and thought, "The light's still on. It's already 2 in the morning." This made Boseong fall silent. He quietly replied to the guard, "Well then, good luck," and quickly walked away. Time passed quickly until the next morning, at 5 a.m., in the private training ground for Class 5. Because he stayed out late last night, Boseong still felt sleepy. "As expected, I came back too late yesterday," the tired young man pondered. Then his eyes widened as he looked ahead. At that moment, Chial was already standing in front of him. He looks really exhausted. Though he has the gifted physique and abundant mana of the main family, can a 13-year-old endure living on only 3 to 4 hours of sleep a day? What about me? When I get home, I usually watch TV or play games to relax. I also do personal training, but I still sleep enough and rest and entertain myself properly. Thinking this, Bseung couldn't suppress his curiosity and stepped up to Chial to ask, "Don't you feel tired?" Across from him, Chial's brows knit tightly as he casually replied, "So you were among those following me yesterday?" For Boseong, hearing this from Chial made him startled at first, but then he admitted, "Yes, the young master is of the main line, so he receives support. His starting point is different, and besides..." He rambled, but before he could continue, Chial cut him off. "I've lived like this since I was little. Before joining the academy team, I used to sleep a bit longer. Not sleeping enough, of course, I'd be tired." "Then why do you go to such lengths?" Boseong asked. To that question, Chial didn't explain much. He calmly patted Boseong's shoulder a few times and whispered, "You already know the answer." Having said that, Chial stepped aside. Meanwhile, upon hearing this, Boseong felt a rising wave of shame. In another development, while head of the household Tishin was training, Butler Choi approached him to report something. "Master, the dispatch document for the mission you assigned has been completed." As he spoke, he handed Tishin a file of documents. However, after checking, Tishin still looked somewhat dissatisfied and said, "This is still not enough." Steward Choi hurriedly cautioned, "These are 7th and 8th rank dungeons. With the current level of the academy team, it will be very dangerous." Despite Choi's advice, Tishin remained firm in his intent. "Food and weapons can be stockpiled, but people cannot. Now I need to produce people who can survive." Hearing this, Steward Choi ceased his objections. "I understand. I will carry out your orders. Also, I have another piece of news to report." He began to recount what had happened with Chial. This caused a hint of pleasure to appear in Tishin's eyes. "The youngest did that. That boy has had a different look in his eyes since childhood, the look of someone who has been deprived, who has fallen to the bottom. But leading people and changing them is an entirely different matter. Adjust the test content a bit. By coincidence, the 8th child is in the same cohort. Raise the difficulty for the whole academy team. See whether that kid truly has the qualities to lead people. This time, we'll examine it closely." He said this with a somewhat expectant expression about the test for the children. Poor other students, they didn't know the whole team's test difficulty had been raised partly because of Chial. Back at the Class 5 training ground, when instructor Jung-ho arrived, he couldn't help being surprised at the sounds of training echoing everywhere. "You're beaten, surrender. Damn it, it's not over yet." From his perspective, the students were split into 2 groups, one group running to build stamina, the other sparring with each other. This made him stare in disbelief, not understanding why these students suddenly pushed themselves so hard. "These kids, it's the weekend and they've been out here since early morning. Then there's no need to summon them later." Elsewhere, 2 students noticed Jung-ho's arrival, stopped their actions, and turned to greet him. "Oh, instructor, you're here." Jung-ho replied with an approving nod. "Yeah, still diligent even on the weekend, huh? If anyone who should be here is missing, go fetch them. I have something to convey." One student hurried off to call the others. After everyone had gathered, Jung-ho announced to them, "Although it's a bit sudden, the first quarter evaluation schedule has been moved up earlier than planned. Therefore, the instructors have decided to grant the students a 1-week leave in advance. Consider this your final break and rest well." Finally, he paused as he looked at the bright faces of the students and thought to himself, "No need to remind them to maintain minimal training even during the break, right?" Satisfied, he continued, "I trust you know how to value hard work. Dismissed." Opposite him, all the students responded in unison, Understood. Back in Chial's view, being suddenly given early leave made him a bit suspicious. Suddenly getting leave like this, and the quarterly evaluation moved up. Is this okay? Thinking that, he noticed the students staring at him from behind and, curious, turned to ask, "Why are you all still here?" In response, Kim Han and In-ha asked his opinion. "We were watching the young master. What does the young master plan to do during this break?" Hearing this, Chial's face took on a blank look as he looked back at the students. "Huh, leave is personal time, why ask me? Take your leave whenever you need it. I don't intend to impose anything during time off." Opposite him, the students' eyes widened as if witnessing a dinosaur come back to life. They turned and whispered to one another, "I didn't expect to hear that from the young master. We actually thought he'd force us into hellish training, like, is someone actually resting?" and drag everyone into a joint session. Of course, those whispers couldn't escape his ears. Learning how this group judged him made Chial feel awkward. "Why not say it louder? What do you lot take me for? Should I try again like on the first day during this break? Rest when you need to. Rest is important. I know that even if I tell you to rest, you won't just sit around. Take care of yourselves, rest well, and we'll meet after the break." Chial calmly instructed them. And hearing that alone, the students rejoiced as if they'd struck gold and shouted loudly. Cut to Jeonghwa's research room. After leaving the training ground, Chial had run straight here. However, his arrival didn't make her happy at all. She complained, "We were told we have leave, yet you still come here to bother me. I have a ton of research to do." To that, Chial immediately retorted, "Clearly you're still messing with your phone, looking at trivial stuff." Hearing that, Jeonghwa bristled like a cat and snapped, "What trivial stuff? I'm reading that Hanman was acknowledged by the head of the household. Even the leukemia is cured." At this, Chial jumped, his eyes going pale as if he were dying, and asked, "Wait, what exactly are you looking at? And the quarterly evaluation being moved up, was that really by your grandfather's order?" Chial asked curiously, and at the mention of Tishin, Jeonghwa's face turned serious. She nodded and added, "Yes, the order came directly down." Receiving confirmation from Jeonghwa, Chial fell into deep thought. Then this test will be harsher than I imagined. Right now I'm blocked by the mana barrier. To get past it, I probably need to find the next memory of the Endless. If the memory still can't be read, that means something's missing. I've tried modifying things to unlock the next memory, but it still didn't work. I'll just have to keep searching for a way. As he thought this, he leaned back and accidentally knocked the stack of documents beside him, scattering them everywhere. Seeing this, Jeonghwa widened her eyes. "Oh my God, what is this? Be careful. I told you to tidy this place up." Ignoring his younger sister's complaints, while Chial picked up the report papers, he suddenly noticed a sheet showing the monsters he'd once encountered on Red Azure Island. A passage in the report caught his attention. It states that the decisive difference between ancient and modern martial techniques lies in their intended targets. It can be inferred that back then, humanity's techniques focused on fighting monsters. This made Chial ponder. The intended target, maybe demon slaying, was like that. Demon slaying was originally an excessive technique. Thinking of that, an idea suddenly sprang into Chial's mind. He bolted upright, making Jeonghwa, who was eating a pastry nearby, curious. "Huh, what's up, kid?" Chial replied, extremely hurried. "I get it. I'll explain later. I have to go to the training ground right now." Saying that, he ran like the wind, sending the room's papers flying once more. "That blasted kid!" Jeonghwa shouted. Cut to the training ground, Chial began transforming his ring into the shape of a greatsword and thought, "All right, now imagine my opponent. A foe larger than me. A monster of a different species from humans. A gigantic beast. A technique that cares not for combo efficiency, conserving strength, evasion, or defense. Flashy moves without destructive power or only meant to deceive the enemy are useless. The clear purpose of demon slaying is to cut down monsters." As he thought this, he began to picture the giant beast that had fought the nameless warrior before. Then he reenacted the demon-slaying technique exactly as that fighter had. His move immediately caused an explosion inside the training ground, sending dust and smoke flying everywhere. With the successful reenactment, a black smoke began to rise from Chial's palm, affecting the endless sword to read its memories. This made a look of anticipation appear in Chial's eyes. "All right, what will show up now?" he whispered once. The scene shifted, and when he opened his eyes again, Chial found himself in an unfamiliar place. He glanced around and thought, "Where is this? Is this the training ground? Just like when I first received the Endless. Why does the perspective change only when reading the Endless's memories?" Thinking that, he was drawn by the sound of weapons clashing not far away. Glancing over, Chial recognized who that figure was, the same person from the Endless's previous memory. His strike speed was terrifying. "Wait a second, what? When the weapon changes, does the aura change too? It's not that his aura is changing. The endless itself is altering the aura. Chial thought in astonishment, just before someone's voice suddenly rang out. Interesting, it just changed its method. Hearing this, the fighter turned and said, "Don't spy on others' training." His voice carried a hint of complaint. The newcomer, however, paid it no mind and asked instead, "Since you have it, have you named those techniques?" The fighter replied, "Not yet, it's not even proper to call it a technique." Hearing that, the stranger suggested, "Then let me name it. How about 10,000 variations? Sounds not bad." The nameless fighter nodded in reply. Then, as if noticing something, he tilted his head and asked, "Hey, did you bring someone here again?" The stranger replied in surprise, "Me, of course not." Their words made Chial startle a bit. Without hesitation, the stranger suddenly swung his sword to strike. However, the attack was blocked by the fighter. The stranger shouted, "Want a spar? There's no reason to bring someone here." From Chial's viewpoint, taking advantage of the two of them fighting, he dared to peek at the fighter's appearance. "Those eyes and that hair color are characteristic of the main line of the Li clan," he whispered. Time flew by. The week-long break ended, and today Chial's group was herded onto a vehicle to be taken to the site of the quarterly evaluation test. Inside the vehicle, Chial glanced outside and mused absent-mindedly. This scenery could be the future or the past. A wall divides the safe zone from the dangerous zone. Long ago, a massive rift appeared near the Pacific, called the Blue Hole, a mysterious space humans had never officially explored. And from inside it, unseen monsters poured out. Humanity fought them for a long time to reclaim territory, but there are still uncharted lands. Places like these are called uncharted zones or simply dangerous zones. He muttered under his breath. Meanwhile, perhaps excited about the upcoming test, his friend Kim Han chuckled and said, "Lately they say the walls mark the boundary between the safe area and the danger zone, right? The closer you get to the danger zone, the more desolate it becomes." In response, Chial began to enlighten him with knowledge from his previous life. "Anyway, we're still inside the wall, so the destruction only goes so far. The pioneer villages near the danger zone have a very primitive level of civilization." At the mention of that, a painful memory flashed through Chial's mind. In his past life, he once lived there for a while to keep a low profile, and that period was far from pleasant. Soon after the small vehicle began to pass through the wall, everyone be on guard, because from now on, the place we step into is a dungeon that's not fully explored. The scene here is rather gloomy and far different from inside the wall. Inside, a pale blue haze hangs all around. Everyone assemble. We'll set up base here, check necessary supplies, then begin the test. The escort guard's only duty is to protect this base. So from now on, you must handle everything yourselves. But don't worry, I'll support you as much as I can as the base trainer. Show everything you've prepared up to now." "Yes, sir," the whole group of trainees shouted in spirited unison. Then Chial turned to the rest and said, "From now on, I'll take command. But before that, this test will surely get harder because of me. This is the last chance. Anyone who wants to leave should go now." Chial's voice was dead serious. He then glanced toward the distance. Within the forest, countless spiderwebs were woven everywhere. That made Chial uneasy. Indeed, anyone can see this quarterly test isn't for ordinary trainees. The forest of human-faced spiders, it's a dungeon riddled with webs. Any intruder would be spotted by monsters immediately. And our mission is to film an adult spider in this forest. Chial thought to himself. Still, no coward in Class 5 would run away. Inha sighed and smiled faintly. "Now you can test me all you want. The entire Class 5 won't just want to run or give up." Beside him, Kim Han nodded and said, "That's right, young master. We all trust you." As he spoke, the group looked at Chial with complete confidence. This surprised Chial a little. In his previous life, he had never experienced this feeling before. Then Chial smiled and teased, "You guys spout those cheesy lines so naturally, huh?" Chial's remark made Bo Xiang's face flush pink. "That's because the young master sets the mood like that." Chial continued, "All right, I get it. No one's giving up. Do a final comms check, inventory the supplies, then let's head into the forest." "Yes, sir," the trainees shouted in unison. About the forest of human-faced spiders. They operate like ants or bees in highly organized colonies, so they're tough to deal with. At this point, our protagonist was leading the group. As they moved, he reminded them, "You all know the mission, right? We need to record the behavior of spiders that have lived in this forest for at least 10 years using recording equipment. So from now on, the commander will beat you in Ha." Inha jolted and hurriedly asked, "Wait, what do you mean?" Answering this, Chial candidly shared his plan. "I'll act alone. I'll be the bait for the spiders." Hearing that, the group, including Inha, went blank. A giant question mark seemed to appear above their heads. Then they cried out as if the building were on fire. Wait, what? Time passed swiftly. Now Chial had separated from Class 5's formation and was operating alone. At this moment, Chial had broken away from Class 5's formation and was acting on his own. After casually stabbing and killing some giant spider or other, he surveyed his surroundings and panted from exhaustion. Through his gaze, countless giant spiders were staring at him with their blood-red eyes. But this was exactly what Chial had wanted. Finally, they're all gathered. Looks like killing a few to lure them with pheromones was worth it. Human-faced spiders will take high-value prey back to the nest to feed the larvae. The simplest way to make them regard you as a nutritious prey is to prove that the prey possesses terrifying power. With that thought, he transformed the sword in his hand into a greatsword and executed a demon-slaying slash, cutting an onrushing spider cleanly in two. That action seemed to enrage the remaining spiders. They began to hiss and growl, then all at once swarmed him from 4 directions and attacked. Seeing this, Chial gave a faint smile, dropped his weapon, and completely stopped resisting. Next, after opening his eyes again, Chial found himself lying on a bed of soft silk. He wondered, is this inside a human-faced spider's cocoon? If so, then the plan worked. My stomach feels a bit off from the venom, but it's not that bad. First, I need to use the stealth technique to erase my presence. With that thought, he used the stealth technique to cloak his body in a veil of blue energy and transformed his weapon into a short sword. Then, using the short sword, Chial cut through all the silk wrapping him and planned his next moves. If this is their nest, the larvae should be concentrated here. Saying that, he used the short sword to cut a large tear in the top of the cocoon. Chial looked out and couldn't help but be stunned by the scene before him. Wait, why are there so many food cocoons? No way is this just what they caught today. They should have eaten all that long ago, so why are there still so many? Chial frowned in thought. To answer his question, he scanned the area, and his face went pale when in front of him. Not far away, a huge food cocoon was suspended in midair, held up by countless threads. Below it were countless giant spiders, as if guarding the cocoon. Then the cocoon began to tremble non-stop, like whatever was inside wanted to break free. At the same time, Chial suddenly felt a vibration inside his body and thought, is the dark chi resonating with it? Before Chial could ponder further, the giant cocoon started to rip apart. From inside, a massive leg stretched out, followed by a hand that looked human. Finally, the creature was fully revealed. It was a giant spider with an arachnid lower body and the upper body of an alluring woman, 6 eyes on her face. This was a rank 5 monster, the human-faced spider queen. "My children, are you hungry?" she called out. Seeing the monster, Chial held his breath and silently analyzed. A rank 5 dungeon monster that can use human language. No, it hasn't actually spoken. Then could the dark chi be reading this monster's mind? Up ahead, perhaps sensing something, the Spider Queen suddenly launched an attack. She lunged and struck Chial's cocoon with one of her razor-sharp legs, sending him crashing to the ground. No more time to maintain stealth technique. The Spider Queen then stared at him with murderous intent and asked, "What are you? The thing that awoke me is inside you. Why does a human possess such a thing? That thing is Myelera. Give it to me." As she spoke, she unleashed an ability that sent a purple sonic wave from her mouth. It was the panic skill, like the one from the giant turtle Chial had faced before. Chial recognized it too, but he felt no fear at all. A terrifying pressure only high-tier predators can produce. But unfortunately, that pressure has no effect on me, he muttered to himself. Thanks to the dark chi, the pressure had been neutralized, which startled the Spider Queen into asking again, "You dare resist my magic, presumptuous wretch?" No sooner had she finished speaking than black smoke rose from a part of the forest not far away. Moments later, a horrific explosion occurred, blowing everything nearby apart. Seeing the scene a short distance off, the Spider Queen's face grew stunned. My forest, what on earth did you do?" she shrieked uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Chial smiled as the plan unfolded just as he predicted. He explained aloud, "That's a weapon called a violent mana bullet. Luckily, this cursed forest has plenty to burn. I just detonated them on my signal." Not far away, the team led by Kim Han also contacted Chial via earpiece. Group 1 has started, departing now. They'll reach the nest in at most 30 minutes. At the same time, Instructor Young-ho, watching through the monitors, hurriedly reported, "This is base camp, sir. I've detected a level 5 mana source inside the nest." But before he could finish, Chial cut in. "I'm fine. Make sure you support the trainees first." Back at the spider lair, the Spider Queen was now going berserk. She ground her teeth and ordered her minions, "Hurry, my children, protect my forest." Then she turned to stare at the protagonist and snarled, "I will personally crush you, you arrogant brat. Do you think you can defeat me alone? Do you really believe your comrades racing to my nest will be able to get here? You can't do anything to me." In response, the protagonist scoffed with a laugh. You're the one underestimating me. As he spoke, Chial wrapped his body in a golden aura. Cut to the trainees. While moving, Inha directed everyone, keep firing the violent rounds to lure the human-faced spiders. Group 1 head straight to the nest to support the young master and clear a retreat path. Hearing that, Boseong, running beside him, turned and asked, "Wait, there's a variable in the nest. Are we really going to act like this?" Inha replied, "This is the young master's order. We follow the plan." Saying that, Inha couldn't hide his worry and silently prayed, "Young master, please hang on a little longer." Back in the spider lair, the cavern began to quake without stop. Chunks of rock kept falling under the impact of the Spider Queen's strikes, yet she showed not an ounce of joy. "Why? Why are you still not dead? How are you still standing there? Those eyes, what on earth are you seeing?" she screamed as all her attacks did nothing to Chiel. All of this was thanks to a skill called Demon Eye that the protagonist possessed. He thought to himself, hidden things, invisible flows of power, eyes that can pierce those are called Demon Eye. Thanks to Demon Eye, I can read the flow of mana and dodge lethal blows. But the power gap is so huge, I can't avoid everything. Chial used a healing potion on his wounds. Fortunately, the Spider Queen had just hatched and couldn't perfectly control her body yet. "I only have one chance." He then transformed his sword into a long blade. Next, he began using the hard chi technique, Thunderclap, coating the blade in black lightning. Without hesitation, Chiel dashed forward and swung, releasing a crescent-shaped blade that flew straight at the Spider Queen. Thus, inside the vast cavern, a sky-shattering explosion occurred. The Spider Queen, unable to evade in time, took a massive wound. One of her front legs was blown clean off. Still, this wasn't enough for the protagonist. "Damn, the wound is too shallow." As expected, slicing through that thick hide in one strike is too hard. Thinking that, Chial stared at the huge spider that kept howling in pain. It hurts so much. I will turn you into my subordinate, pull what's inside you out, then heal myself. After that, you will endure endless pain." She raised both hands and released beams of light forward. Not knowing what the skill was, Chiel did his best to dodge. Unfortunately, there were too many silk threads. Before he could react, a strand of silk snagged him. Immediately, a voice echoed in his head, "Submit." Along with the voice, a terrible headache slammed into him, forcing Chial to scream in agony. Seeing that, the Spider Queen laughed triumphantly. "Ha, that arrogant face." Before she finished speaking, she suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Wah, what is this, you?" The Spider Queen stammered and tried to lunge forward as if to attack Chial. Seeing this, instead of fleeing, Chial stood his ground and muttered, "You should be careful. Spiders and insects are weak to fire." As soon as he finished, a massive explosion occurred beside the Spider Queen, sending her straight to the afterlife. And of course, the ones who just helped Chiel were the trainees who had just arrived. Seeing their young master still safe, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Kamehan said, "Sorry, we were delayed clearing a path." Hearing that, Chial exhaled and scolded, "When we get back, I'll give you special training." Kim Han turned pale at the punishment and complained, "Oh, come on, even now you can say that." "All right, let's get out of this nest quickly," Chiel announced. Time passed quickly, cut to the examiner's room where they were grading the team's tests. Inside, murmurs began to rise. "Team 5 from first year is behind schedule. We got a report they returned 30 minutes ago. Are they going to bail on the mission like Team 4? Kind of understandable. This is a special level 6 dungeon, plus there were anomalies." At that moment, Instructor Jung Ho opened the door and announced, "Sorry I'm late. There were many injured, so I had to take them to the hospital first. Now I'll report the situation," he said as he pressed the controller to display images of the human-faced spiders on the screen. He then said slowly, "Team 5's mission was to record the movements of adult human-faced spiders in the forest. However, during the mission, we discovered an anomaly and collected information first. Team 5 entered the dungeon, split into 4 groups, and planted 132 violent mana rounds." Hearing this, a man below interrupted, Wait, did I hear wrong? You used firearms?" Jung-ho nodded in admission. "Yes, exactly. In addition, we used 52 rounds during combat with monsters, so the total is 184 rounds." At this, the black-haired man couldn't contain his anger. He slapped the table and demanded, "Did you intend to level that dungeon? Originally, the mission was only to film the dungeon. Don't tell me you blew up the dungeon and called it a success." Jung-ho stammered. "The mission objective was completed." "Then where's the footage? Play it now," someone shouted. But before Jung-ho could answer, the door opened again and Chial walked in. "Sorry I'm late. The equipment broke, so it took time to restore, but here's the video," he said, handing the badge on his chest to Instructor Jung-ho. Behind him, Seoyeon whispered softly, "This lunatic blowing up a dungeon normal for you? Also, don't you prefer capturing alive?" To that, Chial replied, If you want footage, this is the surest way. Soon after, Chial's footage was played for everyone to see. After watching, the crowd went silent. The black-haired man rubbed his face and said in bewilderment, "Unbelievable, the report exactly matches the footage. Using bombs in a dungeon is like bringing a gas can into a burning house. Do you think this was a reasonable plan?" He said this while glancing at the protagonist. Chial confidently replied, "I only chose the option with the highest success rate. With a standard plan, could the trainees have succeeded? I deployed every measure to complete the mission rather than fail or give up. The Lee family only looks at results, nothing else." The protagonist's words made the black-haired instructor narrow his eyes and think quietly. Not an accident. It looked like a variable, but it was actually planned. That brat trusted his plan absolutely. The other examiners in the room looked at each other and murmured, "The young master's plan is too radical to be used as an example. It's also hard to grade, but because the mission was completed with no deaths, it can be considered a perfect score on this assessment. Team 5 is the only team to achieve a full score." Time quickly passed, cutting to the Lee family head's office. At that time, Butler Choi was reporting the results of this test. 32 dead, 78 seriously injured, many lightly wounded. The contract contains a transfer of identity clause, so there are no individual issues. Hearing that, Tishin nodded as if not very surprised. Then he asked, "What support measures will be provided for the casualties from this evaluation?" Choi answered, "Cover all medical expenses for those seriously injured, for those who suffer irreversible aftereffects. Continue reporting the progress. You've worked hard," Taishane said as he quickly flipped through the report to review it. Meanwhile, Butler Choi pressed a control button to display the video and continued his report. "Yes, understood. These are the documents related to each dungeon reported this time." Turning to Tishin's perspective, as he watched the footage, he commented, "It certainly had an impact. The human-faced spider forest was indeed located in a dangerous area." "Yes, it's on the northern edge of Gangwon province." On the screen ahead, the scene showed the Spider Queen ordering her brood to attack the protagonist. However, the image quality was terrible. "So brief," Tishin complained. Butler Choi shrugged and replied, "According to the report, that's all the recovered footage could provide. However, it seems to be an over-edited video." At this remark, Tishin's movement suddenly paused for a beat, before he savored the cup of tea in his hand and said with pleasure, "Truly an interesting child. Do you not think so?" On this side, Butler Choi offered a sincere observation. "Overcoming harsh missions through steadfast will is admirable. I only worry that he may be disregarding basic tactics and strategy." Unexpectedly, Tishin agreed with that casual remark. "Even you think so, and breaking the rules like that merely demonstrates the boy's audacity. Because he understands the rules, he knows how to apply unconventional moves. That not only the trainees but the instructors followed his plan without objection is proof of the youngest's leadership. In fact, no information about the operation was leaked, and the plan succeeded perfectly. Not just this evaluation, raised both the frequency and difficulty level of the overall assessments. Yes, I'll handle that." As for Tishin, he began to harbor boundless expectations for his son. "It seems the others will start paying more attention to the youngest from now on," he whispered. Time passed quickly. A few months later, cut to the specialized training ground for 5th-class trainees. At that moment, Kim Han put his hands up and lamented, "Young master, you know we completed the final evaluation yesterday, right?" Hearing the question, Chial blinked and asked back, That's why I let you all rest yesterday." Seeing his attitude, Kim Han could only sigh, Never mind, it's nothing." Then instructor Jung Ho gathered everyone and announced, "Although this was the final evaluation of the year and you probably want to rest, don't forget there's a promotion exam coming. I don't want to see anyone in my class held back, understood?" In response, the entire group of trainees shouted in unison, "Yes, sir, understood." Speaking of Chial, as if remembering something, he turned to tease his subordinate. "Kim Han, I noticed during the last evaluation you seemed to be drained of mana, right? Today you must memorize all those incantations." "All right, start with physical training first." With that, the group of trainees threw themselves into practice. Watching their spirit now, Chial felt a bit pleased. They've grown tougher, not just physically but mentally. They no longer collapse from shortcomings and have learned to compensate. It's been almost a year since our trainee life began. Except for those forced to leave at the start, no one was expelled or killed. Thinking this, instructor Jung Ho approached Chial. "So you're here, young master." Hearing that, Chial looked surprised and asked, "What's the matter?" In reply, Jung Ho reminded him, "The instructors have announcements to convey regarding the promotion exam." "All right, I'll go now." Chial nodded and quickly ran to the assembly room. Not long after, as soon as he stepped into the room, Sijichin waved at him and called, "Over here, over here. Sit down, I have something to tell you." She said this as she patted the chair beside her. After waiting for Chial to sit, she glanced at him and said softly, "You did pretty well on this evaluation. But I heard Class 1 did excellently too." Chial's response gave Seoyeon an excuse to boast confidently. Ahem, yes, right. Oh no, that's not important," she said, shaking her head repeatedly to brush away the intrusive thought. Then she lowered her voice and whispered, "Hey, from this promotion exam you'll run into some trouble. Sixth sister and seventh brother were recently summoned to Madam's room. After that there were rumors they're going around meeting with trainees." As for Chial, how could he not guess Madam Beek Hwayen's motive? Still, he felt no worry. Instead, he gave a faint laugh. "What? They're going to scheme during the promotion exam." Beside him, seeing Chial completely unbothered, repeated irritably, "Being eliminated is obvious, but what's scary is not knowing what tricks they'll pull. You probably don't feel anything because you're so strange you're afraid of nothing. Sixth sister and seventh brother are both extremely scary, you know." Chial crossed his arms and reproached her. "If you warn them now, it's too late. That kind of trouble started after the midterm evaluation anyway." Saying that, Chial rubbed his chin and considered the current situation. Because at every evaluation they distribute poor equipment or deliberately skip training content to discriminate. Recently, I also heard someone tried to approach Boseong. Unaware of these thoughts in Chial's mind, Seoyeon clenched her fist and affirmed, "I've warned my classmates too. This time I'll compete fairly with you and win. I'll claim first place and make you call me older sister." She said this with fiery spirit, leaving Chial puzzled why she was so keen to rival him. "Why are you obsessed with that form of address?" Chial murmured. Next, the instructor entered the classroom and called out, "Is everyone fully gathered? As of today, this quarter's evaluations are officially over. Now, I will announce the details and schedule related to this cohort's promotion exam. As you all know, promotion results are decided by adding points from a year's evaluation performance and the promotion exam results. This promotion exam will be held at Gate Y7, about 3 km north of Kiseong City." Hearing the location, Chial's expression faltered and a hint of surprise flashed. "A gate. I guessed this promotion exam would be unusual, but I didn't expect it to be inside an interdimensional gate." Above, the instructor continued his presentation. He took out a token and said, "Inside the gate there will be nameplates reading Sungmu. Each trainee will also have a nameplate. If yours is stolen, you'll be treated as having forfeited and be forced to leave. Other than that, there are no rules. Collect as many nameplates as possible." This promotion exam isn't simply a test of combat ability. It's more of a scramble for dominance. Back in Chial's perspective, with his big brain, he quickly parsed the true nature of the exam. So this is how they're playing it. Collect nameplates, seize them, and survive. If your nameplate is taken, you're considered to have forfeited. The number of nameplates will determine promotion points, so the rules are very simple. The so-called handled as killed is actually a trap. Even if a nameplate is stolen, outsiders can't know what happened. So as long as you steal someone's nameplate or find hidden ones, it's as if nothing happened. Moreover, it's an individual match with second-year trainees also participating. Clearly, some force has intervened in this matter. The promotion exam is held inside an otherworldly gate, completely separated from the outside world. For a despised illegitimate child, no evidence is left behind no matter what happens. This is an opportunity not to be missed, right? But that goes both ways. Thinking that, Chial began to smile slyly, causing Seoyeon beside him to look at him with a wary expression. Time passed quickly, the scene cut to a study. Inside, a girl was whistling and humming cheerfully, when suddenly a voice cut in. "What are you doing?" It was Lee Yi-hak, the seventh son of the Lee family. The girl replied, "Watching my cute little brother work until his eyes are popping." This girl was Lee Seol-ah, the sixth miss of the Lee family. Seeing this, Yi-hak cursed at her. "You idiot," which made the older sister protest a bit. "You always opening your mouth to speak nonsense at me, huh? But anyway, compared to you, eighth sister really is cuter. Her personality and behavior are just like a rabbit. I just want to strangle her once and be done with it," she said, pulling out a dagger and licking her lips in a frightening way. Then pausing for a beat, she asked Yi-hak, "So what do you think?" "About what?" Yi-hak said without taking his eyes off his computer. "About the matter, it's mother's order," Seol-ah reminded him. Yi-hak replied with a tired sigh. "I just think it's time to get a clear handle on the situation." In front, Seol-ah began to juggle her dagger and voiced her thoughts. "I find it infuriating. An illegitimate brat dares to wear the main family's nameplate, and yet he doesn't know his place and struts around arrogantly. So as his seniors, I'll personally teach him a lesson. He even brings along a weak, doe-like big brother at his back. I must make that illegitimate child know his proper place. Saying that, she gripped the dagger and stabbed it deep into the underside of the desk. Time flew by. Now the final promotion exam began. This test determines which trainees advance to the next year, and this time it was a contest over badges inside a stabilized gate. Kim Han looked at the two men with cold faces ahead and whispered to the protagonist. "This is a sealed secret area, and yet it's guarded this tightly," Chial calmly replied. "Probably to reassure civilians, or as a precaution since this is a site for experimental research." At that, Chial's brows slightly knit with curiosity. "But there are fewer staff than I expected. Do they think we won't notice so they act brazenly like this? Or are the trainees' abilities really only that low?" But in any case, it didn't matter. With that thought, Chial turned and addressed all the trainees behind him. "So, is everyone ready?" From the rear, the group shouted in unison, "Of course we are." Hearing that, Chial nodded. "All right, then let's go." With that, Chial led the trainees and quickly stepped into the gate. Back to the Lee siblings, Xiao Ah was happily enjoying some pastries and praised. "Yi Hack, this office has so many delicious sweets." Behind her, Yi Hack, focused on his work, sighed and scolded. "Those are for guests, eat in moderation." Xiao Ah shrugged with complete indifference. "No way, so any contact yet, I'm busy, had to come here in person." Hearing that, Yi Hack looked up and answered. "The instructor just reported that the second-year trainees have also entered." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ah's face lit up with delight and eager anticipation. "Just thinking about those illegitimate brats and trash crawling on their knees excites me. Mother said we'd be rewarded if we do this well, right? You have to decide in advance what you want." Turning to Yi Hack's perspective, unlike his confident sister, unease began to creep into him. "But will everything go smoothly? Although I believe it will follow the plan." At that moment, Yi Hack recalled what his eldest brother, Myung Young, had said earlier. "Be careful, little brother. The youngest isn't someone you can deal with easily. Be cautious." Recently, his eldest said that when he came to see him. At the time, he laughed it off, but the words kept smoldering in his mind. Thinking that, Yi Hack's phone suddenly began to ring. Xiao Ah, who had been lying on the couch, sprang up and asked hurriedly, "What is it? Are they done?" Without answering, Yi Hack only furrowed his brow and stared at the screen in silence. This made Xiao Ah irritated. She snatched the phone and checked it herself. Only a few seconds later, her voice turned frantic, as if she couldn't believe her eyes. 21 killed, 15 retreated. The entire Class 5 of first years survived. Impossible. Are you telling me that even combined they couldn't defeat one illegitimate brat? At that, Xiao Ah clenched her hand in anger, crushing the phone in her palm to pieces. As for Yibhuk, he finally understood what his eldest's warning meant. He thought to himself, "We're defeated, totally beaten by the youngest Li Chiol." Cut to inside the gate, two trainees were desperately running away. The brown-haired one kept swearing, damn it, he's clearly just an illegitimate kid from Class 5. In response, the black-haired one shouted, "Shut up and run. If we hide in that cave, even that illegitimate brat won't find us." So the two pushed themselves to full speed, heading forward until they managed to hide inside a cave where they could finally stop and peer out. "Did we shake him off?" the black-haired one asked. Then, as if answering, a sword suddenly shot from afar at wind-tearing speed. It plunged into the ground and created huge cracks. While the two were still in panic, Chial suddenly appeared. He grabbed the black-haired man's arm and twisted it behind him, making him scream in agony. On the other side, Chial smiled brightly at the brown-haired trainee and taunted. "It's me, Li Chial. You hid so well, it took me a while to find you." Opposite him, the brown-haired man was so terrified he collapsed. Backing away, he stammered, "Get off, I said get off. Just because you're from the main line you think that's everything. Why torment us?" In reply, Chial moved closer, grabbed his collar and put some sense into him. "Some might think I attacked you first if they heard that. If someone points a sword at a member of the main line, shouldn't that person pay the price?" As he spoke, Chial slowly raised his sword. Then a horrific scream burst out from inside the cave. Time passed quickly. Inha ran over to report to Chial. "Young master, this side is also finished." Hearing that, Chial nodded and replied, "Good. If it's done, let's move immediately. We still haven't finished dealing with those who are chasing us." "Yes, I'll rendezvous with Kim Han's side right away," Inha answered. Then Chial said he would move alone and instructed Inha. "Make sure you deal with everyone on your list thoroughly and continue collecting more tags." Receiving the order, Inha quickly departed, watching his retreating back disappear. Chial stretched uncomfortably and thought about his group's situation. The most important thing in this promotion exam is how many tags we can collect. Stealing name tags from other cadets is very inefficient, which is why I hypothesized. Can badges be found using the demon eye? When Chial activated his demon eye, countless bands of golden energy appeared within his vision. One of those energy strands extended to a cliff not far away. Seeing that, Chial smirked. Found one. With that, Chial quickly dashed up the cliff. Sure enough, he found a badge there. Chial couldn't hide his delight. This works. This is worth doing. Great. While I'm at it, I can also train my control. Time flew by, and Chial stared in bewilderment at the bag holding countless badges. Hugh, this is. I didn't expect to collect so many. No wonder the bag felt so lightheaded. From a distance, countless loud explosions began to ring out around Chial. But more importantly, I can't train the demon eye any further. This left him a little disappointed. The exam is almost over. Battles have been continuous since sunrise. And honestly, if I keep avoiding her, she'll just become more of a nuisance. Chial sighed. At the same moment, Sioyun descended from above and landed right in front of Chial. Finally found you. Li Chial, her voice was full of joy. But looking at the protagonist's face, she curiously asked, "What's up, not surprised?" Chial shrugged. "I knew you'd chase me." "Then why didn't you stop?" Sioyun asked. "Well, I'm stopping now, aren't I?" Chial replied with a smile. Sioyun wasted no more time on idle talk and got to the point. "So you're good, huh? No more words, let's duel." She said this as she tied her hair back. She reached out to provoke him. "Fight fair and see who comes out on top, okay? If I win, you have to call me sister, understand?" Hearing that, Chial seemed a bit interested and asked, "And if I win?" Across from him, Sioyun spoke in an unusually sweet voice. If you win, I'll call you brother." For Chial, Sioyun's unnaturally sweet tone made the hairs on his arms stand on end. Instinctively, Chial wrapped his arms around himself and looked at Sioyun with a bashful expression. "If you're trying to wound me with psychological attacks, it's pretty effective." Chial's remark made the swordswoman blush and shout, "Shut up! Talk less and fight, Li Chial." With that, the two gripped their swords and charged at each other. The battle officially began. Time passed quickly. The promotion exam ended. With increasingly strict evaluation, this term's test included not one but two direct-line main family members participating at once, so it became a major topic among everyone. In a corner of the arena, some anonymous trainees sat and debated. "Of course the 8th Miss will take first place, right? Even second-year fighters are participating. Can the first-year cadets hold their ground?" Someone voiced their concern. In another corner, a few people whispered to each other with hands over their mouths. "You mean those people?" "Yeah, exactly. The youngest illegitimate child, and the first year's Class 5 cadet." Cut to Class 5's arena, where instructor Jung-ho congratulated the protagonist. "Congratulations, young Master Li Chial, you scored the highest." With that, he handed the protagonist a certificate. Seeing that, Chial reached out to take it and shook his head. "Thank you. Honestly, I didn't expect I'd get first place." He smiled, thought to himself, and remembered his earlier match with Sioyun. They can't show favoritism so blatantly. Maybe Lee Sioyun did better in the exam. But in the end, I took all her name tags. Unaware of Chial's thoughts, Jung-ho continued praising him. "Stay calm. You became the highest scorer among all the cadets. That's a proud achievement." Chial nodded in response. "My wet nurse will be so happy. Thank you for the congratulations." After saying that, Chial quickly descended from the arena, and the other cadets took the chance to congratulate him. "Congratulations, young master." "Well done." Up above, Jung-ho didn't let his duties lapse and called the next cadet. "All right, next, Cadet Choi In-ha stepped forward." Hearing this, In-ha, who had repeated the first year for 2 years, hurriedly stepped forward. "Congratulations on your promotion." Jung-ho smiled as he handed him the certificate. Finally, In-ha was promoted. He ranked 13th in this exam. Holding the certificate, In-ha trembled all over. Thank you." His voice was full of emotion. From behind, Chial couldn't help teasing. "Don't let it go to your head, Choi In-ha. This is something to be proud of, but resting on your laurels won't change anything." Hearing the tease, In-ha sighed. "Yes, young master." Paying them no mind, instructor Jung-ho continued calling names. "Next, Cadet Kim Bo-seong, congratulations on your promotion." Bo-seong ranked 24th in this exam. "Kim Han promoted in your first year. That's a solid effort. Congratulations," Jung-ho said with a smile. But Kim Han, looking at his rank, felt no joy. He thought to himself, "An unimpressive rank, honestly, I'm disappointed. All right, this is only the beginning. I'll become strong like the young master. I must work harder. I've decided to change myself so I won't be a burden to him or live a half-hearted life anymore. From now on, I will not lose." These were the thoughts of the whole group of students, as they all looked at Chial's retreating figure with determined eyes. Back to Chial's perspective, Seeing that no one in the class had to repeat a year was enough to make him smile in satisfaction. So it's over, but now I don't have to worry anymore. Thinking that, Chial turned to the cadets and said, "You all worked very hard, everyone passed. I had planned to personally retrain anyone who failed. What a pity. Second year will be even harsher. There will be many who hunger to tear you apart. But I believe you can manage on your own, right?" In response, the cadets shouted in unison, "Yes." Seeing that spirit, Chial couldn't help but smile. Chial clenched his fist and shouted, "Let's go, you can do it." Time passed quickly. Chial and Seoyun dressed up to go meet their fathers after being summoned for some matter. Meanwhile, Seoyun's face darkened as she thought about losing to Chial. "Hey, I won't accept this." In response, the protagonist let out an exasperated sigh. "What is it this time that you won't accept?" Hearing that, Seoyun puffed up like a little cat. "If it weren't for the promotion exam, I would have been at the top. You cheated. Beating me wasn't enough. You took my name tags too. Do you know how hard I worked to grab those back from you? Tusk, if I'd brought my normal Russian sword back then." Seoyun pouted regretfully. Chial silently acknowledged her ability. "No kidding. I thought I'd win easily, but it took over an hour in the end. Lee Seoyun is stronger than I thought. She hasn't even released sword chi or mastered her skills yet. If she's already reached that level now, I really don't want to imagine any further." Unaware of Chial's assessment, Seoyun, after venting her frustration a bit, cleared her throat and said, "But if you make a promise, you have to keep it." Beside her, Chial shot a curious look and asked, "What are you suddenly talking about?" Seoyun shrugged. "It's about how we address each other. We bet, remember." "You mean say it now?" Without letting her speak further, Chial suddenly reached out and covered her mouth. He glared and warned, "One more word and we'll duel to the death." Startled by Chial's fierce stance, Seoyun replied blankly, "Got it, is that so annoying? Enough with the nonsense, let's go, we're running late." Chial urged, which made the swordswoman jump. She hurriedly said, "Right, let's go." With that, the two of them quickened their pace, until they arrived at the patriarch's study. The moment they stepped inside, they both bowed and said, "Greetings, father." Hearing that, Tishin turned around and nodded, "Come in." Tishin then poured each of his two children a cup of tea, and began to speak. "I heard you completed the first-year cadet training. What did each of you see and feel?" Hearing the question, Seoyun hesitated and looked at Chial, making him tense as he thought to himself, "What? Why is she looking at me?" From Seoyun's perspective, seeing that Chial didn't intend to answer first, she shouted, "I saw the true face of the clan." Her answer made Chial cough violently, spraying his tea everywhere. Tishin, somewhat amused, asked back, "What do you mean by true face?" Seoyun replied, "I understand that rivalry comes with competition, but some things happen that I truly cannot accept. I value fairness and integrity. Whatever I achieve, I want it to come from my own sword, from my own strength." Hearing this, Tishin nodded, reasonably pleased. "Fairness and honor, huh? Not bad." He mentally assessed his daughter. "So that's why that sword chose you before. You've always been cautious and shy, but the one who brought about this change must be the youngest." He thought this as he glanced at the protagonist and asked, "So, Chial, what did you feel?" In front of him, the protagonist's expression grew serious. After a few seconds' thought, he said, "I feel ashamed. The Cadet Corps are the foundation of our family's martialists, but the current Cadet Corps has rotted." At this, Tishin's expression shifted slightly. He became more serious and asked, "How so?" Chial replied firmly, "They did not fight. They may be weak, they may lose, but those who give up fighting do not deserve to be part of the Lee Marshall clan's elite. And I've seen far too many cadets like that. The problem lies with the instructor's competence or their training methods," Chial said, recalling what he'd experienced in Class 5. "How arrogant," Tishin murmured, though a smile spread across his face. This left both Chial and Seoyun stunned. They wondered if they had misread him. Unaware of his children's thoughts, Tishin cautioned, "It's admirable that as students you've built your own ideological foundation, but always exercise caution. Once you fall into the swamp of bias, it's very hard to get out." Tishin's words made Seoyun's face light up, and Chial was inwardly surprised. "I didn't expect father to give us such personal advice," he thought quietly, then quickly replied, "Thank you, father, I'll remember that." Turning back to Tishin, he moved on to the main reason he'd called them. Of course, he wouldn't just offer empty praise. He had heard of what they had done over the past year. The exams might differ in degree from a typical warrior's duties, but in essence they were the same. "You recognized that they were tests I arranged, and you diligently completed your tasks. The reason I summoned you today is to reward the missions you've completed." For Chial, this sudden reward from above made him a bit skeptical. Father is always strict with rewards and punishments. He's rewarding this. There must be a reason. Unlike him, Seoyun didn't speculate much. Immediately she raised her hand and said, In that case, I want an exquisite chestplate, the dragon scale armor, father. Responding, Tishin agreed. Very well, I'll notify the armory. You should come by tomorrow to collect it. Yes, thank you, father, Seoyun replied happily. Then Tishin turned his gaze to Chial and asked, So, my son, what do you want? As if he'd already decided, Chial answered immediately, I want permission to enter Mount Tianwei. He didn't yet know what the mountain truly was like. But the moment he said it, even Tishin and his daughter couldn't hide their surprise. They widened their eyes at Chial. Time passed quickly, cutting to Chial's private room. It seemed his father had approved the trip to Mount Tianwei, so he was now checking his gear before departure. Herbal Encyclopedia Iron Pot Medical Kit 2, perfect. Looks like I've packed everything I need, because Mount Tianwei is a sacred mountain. Not only herbs, but spirit herbs also flourish there. My alchemy work on Jiakchiodo is still unfinished, but this time I'll do it properly. Thinking that, Chial couldn't help but be surprised by his father's decision. I can't believe father is actually letting me go to Mount Tianwei. Thanks to this, I'll be able to take the warrior trial earlier. Speaking of the warrior trial, it's the final exam for children of the Li clan to be recognized as warriors. Mount Tianwei is a place they must visit before participating in this exam. Besides, I've always wanted to visit Mount Tianwei someday. As he thought this, Chial glanced at the black sword placed nearby. There seemed to be some connection between the mountain and that sword. Then suddenly a knock sounded outside, pulling Chial from his thoughts. He called out, Come in. Hearing that, the person outside entered. It was the maid Gawa. Stepping into the room, she hesitantly reminded him, Young master, you have a letter. It's an invitation from the 7th young master for you. This surprised Chial a little. After that, he quickly went to see his elder brother. This time, upon meeting Chial again, the insincere Yihak greeted him warmly. Long time no see. It's the first time since we met at the Chuseok ceremony this year, right? Hearing that, Chial smiled back and replied, So you still remember? Yihak lightly shook his head and said, I'm not so absent-minded that I'd forget something like that. From Chial's perspective, just watching Yihak act so naturally made him respect him a bit more. Sure enough, he's hard to deal with, talking like brothers, pouring tea himself, even sitting completely at ease. It's easier to handle a shameless face than an unpredictable kindness, he thought to himself quietly. Meanwhile, after pouring the tea, Yihak invited him. Try it. My only pleasure is the way of tea. The flavor isn't bad. Chial quickly reached for the cup and nodded. Thanks, brother. Do you always personally serve your guests tea like this? Yihak replied with a smiling face. Depends on who they are. This tea is from an overseas estate I visited 2 years ago. As Chial enjoyed the tea, he focused his thoughts, guessing why this annoying fellow had called him. Tea is poured, and yet he's in no hurry to discuss business. This leisurely manner doesn't suit his standing at all. He knows how to control the situation. He's not some pathetic fool with only a little talent. Enough beating around the bush. Thinking that, as if reading Chial's mind, Yihak went straight to the point. The reason I called you here is about the recent promotion exam. You know it was arranged by me and Siala, right? Chial nodded slightly, admitting, Yes, I knew. Chial's answer didn't surprise Yihak much. He began to explain his reasoning. What happened wasn't solely my decision. Blah, blah. Not caring for those words, our protagonist had already guessed his intention and gave a faint smile. So that's what you wanted. Li Yihak, known more for politics, management, and commerce than martial arts, is shrewd. He's excellent at avoiding making enemies. People call him the Golden Sword. His implication was that he didn't want to become your enemy, right? Unaware of Chial's thoughts, the bespectacled man kept babbling. Even so, I'm at fault. If you want, I'll apologize. Not letting him finish, our protagonist waved him off and smiled as if nothing had happened. No need for that. This kind of thing happens often in these contests anyway. You don't mean to say you were forced to do it because of Lady Beak Hwayan, do you? At that, Chial's gaze sharpened. In response to his words, Yihak's tone shifted slightly. He asked, The contest? Do you consider me your enemy? Chial answered bluntly. You touched me and publicly plotted against me. Only an enemy would do that. From Yihak's point of view, seeing the protagonist take such a stance, he began weighing countless strategies inwardly. What should I do? Should I eliminate him now to prevent future trouble? Or, then, as if considering the later costs, Yihak sighed, resigned, and asked, What do you want me to do? Chial told him, Show some sincerity, but it's not you who suffers this time, it's me. His voice was supremely confident, as if he'd already secured Yihak, which made the latter inwardly annoyed. Arrogant kid, refuse an apology and demand compensation, but I rather like that. Thinking that, he reached forward and offered the protagonist a proposal. Fine. I'll bring the best spirit herbs to Class 5 students. I'll also give you an appropriate reward. Only when he heard this did Chial feel satisfied. He took the man's hand and nodded. All right, since you've decided that, I won't bring it up again. Yi-Hak smiled in reply. You really are the brother who understands me best, haha. Really, I'm not so sure about that, Chial said quietly. Then, just as he was about to leave the room, the bespectacled man offered him a piece of advice. Ah, let me give you one word of counsel. Be careful with Xiao Ah, she really doesn't like you, not like I do. Chial paid no heed to the warning at all. That doesn't matter. Besides, next year I won't be here anyway. With that, Chial quickly left the room. At the same time, in another scene, the madwoman Xiao Ah was receiving a resounding slap from Lady Beak Hui-yin, followed by a shouted, "Don't call me mother anymore, I didn't raise a failure like you." Her voice and eyes were filled with coldness. This terrified Xiao Ah, who grabbed at her skirt and tried to explain. "Mother, please hear me out. I didn't use the mission as an excuse to run away." Before she could finish, Yi Hong barked, "Shut up." With the words came a fierce pressure that pinned Xiao Ah to the ground. As if that weren't enough, reproachful voices continued. "What you did was desertion, a disgrace to the Li lineage. If you were truly my child, I would never allow you to act this way." The lady's words shook Xiao Ah to the core. Her hands gripped so hard they left marks on the wooden floor. She screamed, "Can't I at least atone for my sins now? That bastard hybrid, can't I deal with him now?" Opposite her, Lady Beak Hui-yin was utterly disappointed in Xiao Ah. She calmly enlightened her daughter. "You really know nothing. If it were up to me, I wouldn't have been so harsh with you. That bastard will go to Mount Tianwei for a year. Even if you could make up for today's failure, you won't be able to do that. You've smeared the honor of our direct line. If you show that pathetic face again, next time it won't be just a slap." With that, Lady Beak Hui-yin coldly left the room, leaving Xiao Ah to wail in despair behind her. Outside, Yi-Hak saw her leave and bowed slightly as a greeting. Then he glanced into the room, where Xiao Ah had nearly gone mad. "That bastard! I'll do whatever it takes to bring him down." Seeing this, Yi-Hak could only shake his head in exasperation. "Mother is cruel. Doing this will only make Li Xiao Ah seek revenge. But now, between Li Xiao Ah and Li Chial, who will be more valuable? I'm looking forward to the future, the day that child returns after a year." Back with Chial, he was now seated in the carriage preparing to travel to Mount Tianwei. However, his expression wasn't very good, because the one escorting him was Steward Choi, the master's closest confidant. Up front, Steward Choi said cheerfully, "Great, we're traveling together. Even if it's only for a few days, I'll take good care of you, young master." Time passed quickly. The 1-week break was over, and today Chial's group was loaded onto vehicles to be taken to the site of the quarterly evaluation test. Inside the vehicle, Chial glanced outside and musingly thought, this scenery could be the future or the past. A wall separates the safe zone from the dangerous zone. Long ago, a massive rift appeared near the Pacific Ocean called the Blue Hole, a mysterious space humanity had never officially explored. And from within it, unsighted monsters poured out. Humanity fought the creatures for a long time to reclaim territory, but there remained lands uncharted. Places like these are called unexplored areas or dangerous zones. He muttered once in his head. Meanwhile, perhaps excited about the upcoming test, his friend Kim Han also smiled and said, "People say the walls now mark the boundary between safe zones and dangerous zones, right? The closer you get to the danger zone, the more desolate it becomes." In response, Chial began to enlighten him with knowledge from his previous life. "But we're still inside the wall, so the destruction only goes this far. The pioneer villages near the danger zone have very primitive levels of civilization." At that point, a painful memory flashed through Chial's mind. In his previous life, he had lived there for a time to hide out, and that period had not been pleasant at all. Then quickly, the small vehicle began to pass through the wall. Everyone should be on guard, because from now on, the place we are entering is a dungeon not yet fully explored. The scene inside is somewhat gloomy and far different from the area within the wall. A faint blue haze hangs in the air all around. "Everyone assemble. We'll set up a base here, check necessary supplies, and then begin the test. The escort guard's duty is only to protect this base. So from now on, you must handle everything yourselves. But don't worry, I'll assist as much as possible in my role as the base trainer. Show everything you've prepared up to now." "Yes," the entire group of trainees shouted out energetically. Then Chial turned to the others and said, "From now on, I'll take command. But before that, this test will surely become harder because of me. This is the final chance. Anyone who wants to leave should go now." Chial's voice was full of seriousness. He then glanced toward the distance. Inside the forest, countless spiderwebs were stretched everywhere. This made Chial uneasy. Indeed, anyone can see this quarterly test isn't for ordinary trainees. The forest of human-faced spiders, it's a dungeon teeming with webs. Any intruder will be detected by the monsters immediately. Yet our mission is to film an adult spider in this forest. Chial thought to himself. However, within Class 5, no one cowardly left. Inha sighed and smiled lightly. Now you can try me if you want. The entire Class 5 members won't just want to run or give up. Beside him, Kim Han nodded and said, "That's right, young master. We all trust you." As they spoke, the group looked at Chial with complete confidence. This surprised Chial a little. In his previous life, he had never experienced this feeling. Chial smiled and teased, "You guys say those cheesy lines so naturally, huh?" Chial's remark made Bo Xiang's face flush. "That's because the young master created that kind of atmosphere." Chial continued, "All right, I get it. So no one is quitting. Final comms check, inventory check, then we all move into the forest." "Yes," the trainees shouted in unison. Speaking of the forest of human-faced spiders, they operate like ants or bees, so they're very difficult to deal with. At this point, our protagonist led the group. As they walked, he reminded them aloud, "I'm sure everyone's clear, right? Our mission is to record the behavior of spiders that have lived in this forest for at least 10 years using recording equipment. So from now on, the commander will be Choi In-ha." In-ha was startled and hurriedly asked, "Wait, what do you mean by that?" Answering this, Chial candidly shared his intention. "I'll act alone. I'll become bait for the spiders." Hearing this, the group, including In-ha, went completely bewildered. A huge question mark seemed to appear above their heads, and they shouted as if the house were on fire. "Wait, what?" Time passed quickly. By now, Chial had separated from Class 5's formation and was acting on his own. At this point, Chial had separated from Class 5's formation and was acting alone, after casually stabbing and killing some giant spider. He also looked around in all directions, then panted from exhaustion. In his gaze, countless giant spiders were staring at him with their blood-red eyes. But this was exactly what Chial had wanted. Finally, they're all gathered. Seems it was worth killing a few to lure them with pheromones. Human-faced spiders will bring nutritionally valuable prey back to the nest to feed the larvae. The simplest way to make them view you as a nutritious prey is to prove that the prey possesses tremendous power. Thinking that, he transformed the sword in his hand into a long blade and performed a demon-slaying slash, instantly cleaving the charging spider in two. This action seemed to anger the remaining spiders. They began to hiss and growl, then simultaneously swarmed him from all four directions. Seeing this, Chial gave a faint smile, dropped his weapon to the ground, and completely stopped resisting. Next, after opening his eyes again, Chial found himself lying on a bed of soft silk. He wondered, is this inside a human-faced spider's cocoon? If so, it's exactly according to plan. My stomach feels a bit uneasy from the poison, but this isn't so bad. First, I need to use concealment technique to suppress my aura. Thinking that, he used concealment technique to envelop his body in a blue energy veil, simultaneously transforming his weapon into a short sword. Then, using this short sword, Chial cut away all the silk wrapped around him and calculated his next moves. If this is their nest, the larvae should be concentrated here. Saying that, he used the short sword to cut a large tear in the top of the cocoon. Chial looked out and couldn't help but gape at the sight before him. Wait, why are there so many food cocoons? No way, are these just what they caught today? They should have eaten all of that long ago, so why? Chial frowned in thought. To answer his question, he scanned the area, and his face went pale when not far away. There was a huge food cocoon suspended in midair, held up by countless strands of silk. Beneath it, countless giant spiders clustered, as if guarding the cocoon. Then the cocoon began to vibrate incessantly, as if something inside wanted to break free. At the same time, Chial suddenly felt a tremor within his body and thought, is the dark chi resonating with it? Before Chial could think further, the massive cocoon started to tear apart. From inside, a gigantic leg thrust out, followed by a hand that looked human. Finally, the creature's full form was revealed. It was a colossal spider with a spider's lower body and the upper body of an alluring woman, 6 eyes on her face. This was a rank 5 monster, the human-faced spider queen. "My children, you're hungry, aren't you?" she said. Upon seeing the monster, Chial held his breath and silently analyzed. A rank 5 dungeon monster that can use human language. No, it hasn't spoken aloud. So could the dark chi be reading the monster's mind? Ahead, perhaps sensing something, the Spider Queen suddenly launched an attack. She lunged forward and struck Chial's cocoon with one of her sharp legs, sending his body crashing to the ground. There's no time left to maintain concealment. Meanwhile, the Spider Queen stared at him with killing intent and asked, "What are you? The thing that awakened me is inside you. Why does a human possess it? That thing is Myelera. Give it to me." As she spoke, she activated a skill that sent a purple sonic wave from her mouth. It was the panic skill, like the one from the giant turtle Chial had encountered before. Chial recognized this, yet he felt no fear at all. A terrifying pressure that only a high-tier predator can produce. But unfortunately, this pressure has no effect on me, he murmured inwardly. Thanks to the dark chi, the pressure had been nullified, which startled the Spider Queen and prompted her to ask again. You dare resist my magic, you insolent thing. No sooner had she spoken than a plume of black smoke rose in a nearby part of the forest. Immediately afterward, a horrific explosion occurred, blowing everything nearby apart. Seeing the scene not far off, the Spider Queen's face went blank. My forest, what on earth have you done? She roared uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Chial smiled as he watched the plan unfold exactly as expected. He explained aloud, those are weapons called violent mana bullets. Luckily, this cursed forest has plenty to burn. I simply detonated them on my signal. Not far away, Kim Han's team also contacted Chial via earpiece. Group 1 depart. We'll reach their nest in at most 30 minutes. At the same time, the instructor, Jung-ho, watching the monitors, urgently reported, Base camp, sir, I've detected a rank 5 mana source inside the nest. But before he could finish, Chial cut in. I'm fine. Make sure you support the trainees first. Back in the spider lair, the Spider Queen began to lose her mind. She ground her teeth and ordered her minions. Children, hurry, defend my forest. Then she turned to glare at the protagonist, snarling, I will personally crush you, you arrogant brat. Do you think you can defeat me alone? Do you believe your comrades rushing to my nest can surely reach here? You can do nothing to me. In response, the protagonist snorted a laugh. You're the one underestimating me. As he spoke, Chial enveloped his body in a golden aura. Cut to the trainees. While moving, Inha ordered everyone, keep firing violent rounds to draw the human-faced spiders. Group 1 head straight to the nest to support the young master and open a retreat path. Hearing that, Boseong running beside him turned and asked, Wait, there's an unknown variable in the nest. Are we just going to act like this? Inha replied, This is the young master's order. We stick to the plan. Saying that, Inha couldn't hide his worried expression and silently prayed, Young master, please hold on a little longer. Back in the spider lair, the cavern began to tremble non-stop. Chunks of rock kept falling under the force of the Spider Queen's strikes, yet she showed no hint of satisfaction. Why? Why are you not dead yet? How are you still standing there? Those eyes, what on earth are you seeing? She screamed as she watched all her attacks fail to harm Chial. All of this was thanks to a skill called Demon Eye possessed by the protagonist. He murmured to himself, Hidden things, the flows of invisible power. Eyes that can perceive those are called Demon Eye. Thanks to Demon Eye, I can read the currents of mana and dodge lethal strikes. But the power gap is so large I can't evade completely. Chial used a healing potion on his wounds. Fortunately, this Spider Queen had only just hatched and couldn't fully control her body yet. I have only one chance. Then he switched his sword into a long blade. Next, he began using the martial art Steel Qi Gong, Thunder Wrath, coating the entire blade in black lightning. Without hesitation, Chial charged forward and swung, releasing a crescent-shaped blade that flew straight at the Spider Queen. Thus, a cataclysmic explosion erupted within the vast cavern. The Spider Queen, unable to avoid it, received a massive wound. One of her front legs was gone. Still, this was not enough for the protagonist. Damn it, the wound's too shallow. As expected, cutting through that thick hide with a single strike is too difficult. Thinking that, Chial stared at the giant spider, which was now screaming in pain. It hurts so much. I'll turn you into my subordinate, pull what's inside you out, then heal myself. After that, you will endure endless suffering. Saying this, she raised both hands forward and unleashed rays of light. Not knowing what the skill was, Chial tried his best to dodge. Unfortunately, there were far too many silk strands. Before he could react, a silk thread snared him. Immediately after, a voice rang in his head. Submit. Along with the voice, a crushing headache struck him, forcing Chial to scream in agony. Seeing that, the Spider Queen laughed triumphantly. Ha, that arrogant face. Before she finished speaking, she suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. What is this? You. The Spider Queen stammered and tried to lunge forward as if to attack Chial. Seeing this, instead of fleeing, Chial stood still and murmured, You should be careful. Spiders and insects are naturally weak to fire. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive explosion occurred beside the Spider Queen, officially sending her to the afterlife. And the ones who had just helped Chial were, of course, the trainees who had just arrived. Seeing their young master safe, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Kim Han said, Sorry, we were delayed because we had to clear the way. Hearing that, Chial sighed and scolded, When we get back, I'll give you special training. Kim Han, hearing the punishment, went pale and complained, Oh my God, you can still say that in a situation like this. All right, let's get out of this nest quickly. Chial declared. Time passed quickly, cutting to the room where the instructors were grading the group's exams. Inside the room, murmurs began to spread. Year 1 Team 5 is behind schedule. We received a report that they returned 30 minutes ago. Are they like Team 4 and abandoned the mission? It's understandable. It's a special level 6 dungeon, and there was an anomaly. At that moment, Instructor Jung-ho opened the door and announced, "Sorry I'm late. Many were injured, so I had to take them to the hospital first. Now I will report the situation." As he spoke, he pressed the control to display images of the human-faced spiders on the screen. He then said slowly, Team 5's mission was to record the movements of adult human-faced spiders in the forest. However, during the mission, we discovered an anomaly and collected information first. Team 5 entered the dungeon, split into 4 groups, and planted 132 violent mana rounds. Hearing this, a man below interrupted. Wait, did I hear wrong? You used firearms." Jung-ho nodded in admission. "Yes, exactly. In addition, we used 52 rounds during combat with monsters, so the total is 184 rounds." At this, the black-haired man couldn't contain his anger. He slapped the table and demanded, "Did you intend to level that dungeon? Originally, the mission was only to film the dungeon. Don't tell me you blew up the dungeon and called it a success." Jung-ho stammered. "The mission objective was completed." "Then where's the footage? Play it now," someone shouted. But before Jung-ho could answer, the door opened again and Chial walked in. "Sorry I'm late. The equipment broke, so it took time to restore, but here's the video," he said, handing the badge on his chest to Instructor Jung-ho. Behind him, Seoyeon whispered softly, "This lunatic blowing up a dungeon normal for you? Also, don't you prefer capturing alive?" To that, Chial replied, "If you want footage, this is the surest way." Soon after, Chial's footage was played for everyone to see. After watching, the crowd went silent. The black-haired man rubbed his face and said in bewilderment, "Unbelievable, the report exactly matches the footage. Using bombs in a dungeon is like bringing a gas can into a burning house. Do you think this was a reasonable plan?" He said this while glancing at the protagonist. Chial confidently replied, "I only chose the option with the highest success rate. With a standard plan, could the trainees have succeeded? I deployed every measure to complete the mission rather than fail or give up. The Lee family only looks at results, nothing else." The protagonist's words made the black-haired instructor narrow his eyes and think quietly. "Not an accident. It looked like a variable, but it was actually planned. That brat trusted his plan absolutely." The other examiners in the room looked at each other and murmured, "The young master's plan is too radical to be used as an example. It's also hard to grade, but because the mission was completed with no deaths, it can be considered a perfect score on this assessment. Team 5 is the only team to achieve a full score." Time quickly passed, cutting to the Lee family head's office. At that time, Butler Choi was reporting the results of this test. 32 dead, 78 seriously injured, many lightly wounded. The contract contains a transfer of identity clause, so there are no individual issues. Hearing that, Tishin nodded as if not very surprised. Then he asked, "What support measures will be provided for the casualties from this evaluation?" Choi answered, "Cover all medical expenses for those seriously injured, for those who suffer irreversible aftereffects. Continue reporting the progress." "You've worked hard," Tishin said as he quickly flipped through the report to review it. Meanwhile, Butler Choi pressed a control button to display the video and continued his report. "Yes, understood. These are the documents related to each dungeon reported this time." Turning to Tishin's perspective, as he watched the footage, he commented, "It certainly had an impact. The human-faced spider forest was indeed located in a dangerous area." "Yes, it's on the northern edge of Gangwon province." On the screen ahead, the scene showed the Spider Queen ordering her brood to attack the protagonist. However, the image quality was terrible. "So brief," Tishin complained. Butler Choi shrugged and replied, "According to the report, that's all the recovered footage could provide. However, it seems to be an over-edited video." At this remark, Tishin's movement suddenly paused for a beat, before he savored the cup of tea in his hand and said with pleasure, "Truly an interesting child. Do you not think so?" On this side, Butler Choi offered a sincere observation. "Overcoming harsh missions through steadfast will is admirable. I only worry that he may be disregarding basic tactics and strategy." Unexpectedly, Tishin agreed with that casual remark. "Even you think so, and breaking the rules like that merely demonstrates the boy's audacity. Because he understands the rules, he knows how to apply unconventional moves. That not only the trainees but the instructors followed his plan without objection is proof of the youngest's leadership. In fact, no information about the operation was leaked, and the plan succeeded perfectly. Not just this evaluation, raise both the frequency and difficulty level of the overall assessments. Yes, I'll handle that. As for Tishin, he began to harbor boundless expectations for his son. It seems the others will start paying more attention to the youngest from now on, he whispered. Time passed quickly. A few months later, cut to the specialized training ground for fifth-class trainees. At that moment, Kim Han put his hands up and lamented. Young master, you know we completed the final evaluation yesterday, right? Hearing the question, Chial blinked and asked back, that's why I let you all rest yesterday. Seeing his attitude, Kim Han could only sigh. I mean, never mind, it's nothing. Then instructor Young Ho gathered everyone and announced. Although this was the final evaluation of the year and you probably want to rest, don't forget there's a promotion exam coming. I don't want to see anyone in my class held back, understood? In response, the entire group of trainees shouted in unison. Yes, sir, understood. Speaking of Chial, as if remembering something, he turned to tease his subordinate. Kim Han, I noticed during the last evaluation you seemed to be drained of mana, right? Today you must memorize all those incantations. All right, start with physical training first. With that, the group of trainees threw themselves into practice. Watching their spirit now, Chial felt a bit pleased. They've grown tougher, not just physically but mentally. They no longer collapse from shortcomings and have learned to compensate. It's been almost a year since our trainee life began. Except for those forced to leave at the start, no one was expelled or killed. Thinking this, instructor Young Ho approached Chial. So you're here, young master. Hearing that, Chial looked surprised and asked, what's the matter? In reply, Young Ho reminded him. The instructors have announcements to convey regarding the promotion exam. All right, I'll go now. Chial nodded and quickly ran to the assembly room. Not long after, as soon as he stepped into the room, Seoyeon waved at him and called, over here, over here. Sit down, I have something to tell you. She said this as she patted the chair beside her. After waiting for Chial to sit, she glanced at him and said softly, you did pretty well on this evaluation. But I heard Class 1 did excellently too. Chial's response gave Seoyeon an excuse to boast confidently. Yes, right. Oh no, that's not important, she said, shaking her head repeatedly to brush away the intrusive thought. Then she lowered her voice and whispered, hey, from this promotion exam you'll run into some trouble. Sixth sister and seventh brother were recently summoned to Madam's room. After that there were rumors they're going around meeting with trainees. As for Chial, how could he not guess Madam Beek Hwayen's motive? Still, he felt no worry. Instead, he gave a faint laugh. What? They're going to scheme during the promotion exam. Beside him, Seoyeon, seeing Chial completely unbothered, repeated irritably. Being eliminated is obvious, but what's scary is not knowing what tricks they'll pull. You probably don't feel anything because you're so strange you're afraid of nothing. Sixth sister and seventh brother are both extremely scary, you know. Chial crossed his arms and reproached her. If you warn them now, it's too late. That kind of trouble started after the midterm evaluation anyway. Saying that, Chial rubbed his chin and considered the current situation. Because at every evaluation they distribute poor equipment or deliberately skip training content to discriminate. Recently, I also heard someone tried to approach Boseon. Unaware of these thoughts in Chial's mind, Seoyeon clenched her fist and affirmed. I've warned my classmates too. This time I'll compete fairly with you and win. I'll claim first place and make you call me older sister. She said this with fiery spirit, leaving Chial puzzled why she was so keen to rival him. Why are you obsessed with that form of address? Chial murmured. Next, the instructor entered the classroom and called out. Is everyone fully gathered? As of today, this quarter's evaluations are officially over. Now, I will announce the details and schedule related to this cohort's promotion exam. As you all know, promotion results are decided by adding points from a year's evaluation performance and the promotion exam results. This promotion exam will be held at Gate Y7, about 3 km north of Kaohsiung City. Hearing the location, Chial's expression faltered and a hint of surprise flashed. A gate. I guessed this promotion exam would be unusual, but I didn't expect it to be inside an interdimensional gate. Above, the instructor continued his presentation. He took out a token and said, inside the gate there will be nameplates reading Sungmu. Each trainee will also have a nameplate. If yours is stolen, you'll be treated as having forfeited and be forced to leave. Other than that, there are no rules. Collect as many nameplates as possible. This promotion exam isn't simply a test of combat ability. It's more of a scramble for dominance. Back in Chial's perspective, with his big brain, he quickly parsed the true nature of the exam. So this is how they're playing it. Collect nameplates, seize them, and survive. If your nameplate is taken, you're considered to have forfeited. The number of nameplates will determine promotion points, so the rules are very simple. The so-called handled as killed is actually a trap. Even if a nameplate is stolen, outsiders can't know what happened. So as long as you steal someone's nameplate or find hidden ones, it's as if nothing happened. Moreover, it's an individual match with second-year trainees also participating. Clearly, some force has intervened in this matter. The promotion exam is held inside an otherworldly gate, completely separated from the outside world. For a despised illegitimate child, no evidence is left behind no matter what happens. This is an opportunity not to be missed, right? But that goes both ways. Thinking that, Chial began to smile slyly, causing Seoyun beside him to look at him with a wary expression. Time passed quickly, the scene cut to a study. Inside, a girl was whistling and humming cheerfully, when suddenly a voice cut in. "What are you doing?" It was Lee Yi-hak, the seventh son of the Lee family. The girl replied, "Watching my cute little brother work until his eyes are popping." This girl was Lee Seol-ah, the sixth miss of the Lee family. Seeing this, Ibhuk cursed at her. "You idiot!" which made the older sister protest a bit. "You always opening your mouth to speak nonsense at me, huh? But anyway, compared to you, eighth sister really is cuter. Her personality and behavior are just like a rabbit. I just want to strangle her once and be done with it," she said, pulling out a dagger and licking her lips in a frightening way. Then pausing for a beat, she asked Ibhek, "So what do you think?" "About what?" Ibhek said without taking his eyes off his computer. "About the matter, it's mother's order," Seal-ah reminded him. Yi-hak replied with a tired sigh. "I just think it's time to get a clear handle on the situation." In front, Seal-ah began to juggle her dagger and voiced her thoughts. "I find it infuriating. An illegitimate brat dares to wear the main family's nameplate, and yet he doesn't know his place and struts around arrogantly. So as his seniors, I'll personally teach him a lesson. He even brings along a weak, doe-like big brother at his back. I must make that illegitimate child know his proper place." Saying that, she gripped the dagger and stabbed it deep into the underside of the desk. Time flew by. Now the final promotion exam began. This test determines which trainees advance to the next year, and this time it was a contest over badges inside a stabilized gate. Kim Han looked at the two men with cold faces ahead and whispered to the protagonist, "This is a sealed secret area, and yet it's guarded this tightly." Chial calmly replied, "Probably to reassure civilians, or as a precaution since this is a site for experimental research." At that, Chial's brows slightly knit with curiosity. "But there are fewer staff than I expected. Do they think we won't notice so they act brazenly like this? Or are the trainees' abilities really only that low?" But in any case, it didn't matter. With that thought, Chial turned and addressed all the trainees behind him. "So, is everyone ready?" From the rear, the group shouted in unison, "Of course we are." Hearing that, Chial nodded. "All right, then let's go." With that, Chial led the trainees and quickly stepped into the gate. Back to the Lee siblings, Seol-ah was happily enjoying some pastries and praised, "Yi-hak, this office has so many delicious sweets." Behind her, Yi-hak focused on his work, sighed and scolded, "Those are for guests, eat in moderation." Seol-ah shrugged with complete indifference. "No way, so any contact yet, I'm busy, had to come here in person." Hearing that, Yi-hak looked up and answered, "The instructor just reported that the second-year trainees have also entered." Upon hearing this, Seol-ah's face lit up with delight and eager anticipation. "Just thinking about those illegitimate brats and trash crawling on their knees excites me. Mother said we'd be rewarded if we do this well, right? You have to decide in advance what you want." Turning to Yi-hak's perspective, unlike his confident sister, unease began to creep into him. "But will everything go smoothly? Although I believe it will follow the plan." At that moment, Yi-hak recalled what his eldest brother, Myung-young, had said earlier. "Be careful, little brother. The youngest isn't someone you can deal with easily. Be cautious." Recently, his eldest said that when he came to see him. At the time, he laughed it off, but the words kept smoldering in his mind. Thinking that, Ibhek's phone suddenly began to ring. Seol-ah, who had been lying on the couch, sprang up and asked hurriedly, "What is it? Are they done?" Without answering, Yi-hak only furrowed his brow and stared at the screen in silence. This made Seol-ah irritated. She snatched the phone and checked it herself. Only a few seconds later, her voice turned frantic, as if she couldn't believe her eyes. 21 killed, 15 retreated. The entire Class 5 of first years survived. Impossible. Are you telling me that even combined they couldn't defeat one illegitimate brat? At that, Seol-ah clenched her hand in anger, crushing the phone in her palm to pieces. As for Yi-hak, he finally understood what his eldest's warning meant. He thought to himself, "We're defeated, totally beaten by the youngest Lee Chial." Cut to inside the gate, two trainees were desperately running away. The brown-haired one kept swearing, damn it, he's clearly just an illegitimate kid from Class 5." In response, the black-haired one shouted, Shut up and run. If we hide in that cave, even that illegitimate brat won't find us. So the two pushed themselves to full speed, heading forward until they managed to hide inside a cave where they could finally stop and peer out. Did we shake him off? The black-haired one asked. Then, as if answering, a sword suddenly shot from afar at wind-tearing speed. It plunged into the ground and created huge cracks. While the two were still in panic, Chial suddenly appeared. He grabbed the black-haired man's arm and twisted it behind him, making him scream in agony. On the other side, Chial smiled brightly at the brown-haired trainee and taunted. It's me, Li Chial. You hid so well, it took me a while to find you. Opposite him, the brown-haired man was so terrified he collapsed. Backing away, he stammered. Get off, I said get off. Just because you're from the main line you think that's everything. Why torment us? In reply, Chial moved closer, grabbed his collar and put some sense into him. Some might think I attacked you first if they heard that. If someone points a sword at a member of the main line, shouldn't that person pay the price? As he spoke, Chial slowly raised his sword. Then a horrific scream burst out from inside the cave. Time passed quickly. Inha ran over to report to Chial. Young master, this side is also finished. Hearing that, Chial nodded and replied, Good. If it's done, let's move immediately. We still haven't finished dealing with those who are chasing us. Yes, I'll rendezvous with Kim Han's side right away, Inha answered. Then Chial said he would move alone and instructed Inha. Make sure you deal with everyone on your list thoroughly and continue collecting more tags. Receiving the order, Inha quickly departed. Watching his retreating back disappear, Chial stretched uncomfortably and thought about his group's situation. The most important thing in this promotion exam is how many tags we can collect. Stealing name tags from other cadets is very inefficient, which is why I hypothesized. Can badges be found using the Demon Eye? When Chial activated his Demon Eye, countless bands of golden energy appeared within his vision. One of those energy strands extended to a cliff not far away. Seeing that, Chial smirked. Found one. With that, Chial quickly dashed up the cliff. Sure enough, he found a badge there. Chial couldn't hide his delight. This works. This is worth doing. Great. While I'm at it, I can also train my control. Time flew by, and Chial stared in bewilderment at the bag holding countless badges. Hugh, this is. I didn't expect to collect so many. No wonder the bag felt so lightheaded. From a distance, countless loud explosions began to ring out around Chial. But more importantly, I can't train the Demon Eye any further. This left him a little disappointed. The exam is almost over. Battles have been continuous since sunrise. And honestly, if I keep avoiding her, she'll just become more of a nuisance. Chial sighed. At the same moment, Sijichin descended from above and landed right in front of Chial. Finally found you. Li Chial, her voice was full of joy. But looking at the protagonist's face, she curiously asked, What's up, not surprised? Chial shrugged. I knew you'd chase me. Then why didn't you stop? Sioyon asked. Well, I'm stopping now, aren't I? Chial replied with a smile. Sioyon wasted no more time on idle talk and got to the point. So you're good, huh? No more words, let's duel. She said this as she tied her hair back. She reached out to provoke him. Fight fair and see who comes out on top, okay? If I win, you have to call me sister, understand? Hearing that, Chial seemed a bit interested and asked, And if I win? Across from him, Sioyon spoke in an unusually sweet voice. If you win, I'll call you brother. For Chial, Sioyon's unnaturally sweet tone made the hairs on his arms stand on end. Instinctively, Chial wrapped his arms around himself and looked at Sioyon with a bashful expression. If you're trying to wound me with psychological attacks, it's pretty effective. Chial's remark made the swordswoman blush and shout, Shut up! Talk less and fight, Li Chial. With that, the two gripped their swords and charged at each other. The battle officially began. Time passed quickly. The promotion exam ended. With increasingly strict evaluation, this term's test included not one but two Direct Line main family members participating at once, so it became a major topic among everyone. In a corner of the arena, some anonymous trainees sat and debated. Of course, the 8th Miss will take first place, right? Even second-year fighters are participating. Can the first-year cadets hold their ground? Someone voiced their concern. In another corner, a few people whispered to each other with hands over their mouths. You mean those people? Yeah, exactly. The youngest illegitimate child, and the first year's Class 5 cadet. Cut to Class 5's arena, where instructor Young-ho congratulated the protagonist. Congratulations, young Master Li Chial, you scored the highest. With that, he handed the protagonist a certificate. Seeing that, Chial reached out to take it and shook his head. Thank you. Honestly, I didn't expect I'd get first place. He smiled, thought to himself, and remembered his earlier match with Sijichin. They can't show favoritism so blatantly. Maybe Lee Sioyon did better in the exam. but in the end I took all her name tags. Unaware of Chial's thoughts, Young-ho continued praising him. Stay calm, you became the highest scorer among all the cadets. That's a proud achievement. Chial nodded in response. My wet nurse will be so happy. Thank you for the congratulations. After saying that, Chial quickly descended from the arena, and the other cadets took the chance to congratulate him. Congratulations, young master. Well done. Up above, Yang Ho didn't let his duties lapse and called the next cadet. All right, next, Cadet Chu In-ha stepped forward. Hearing this, In-ha, who had repeated the first year for 2 years, hurriedly stepped forward. Congratulations on your promotion. Young-ho smiled as he handed him the certificate. Finally, In-ha was promoted. He ranked 13th in this exam. Holding the certificate, In-ha trembled all over. Thank you. His voice was full of emotion. From behind, Chial couldn't help teasing. Don't let it go to your head, Choi In-ha. This is something to be proud of, but resting on your laurels won't change anything. Hearing the tease, In-ha sighed. Yes, young master. Paying them no mind, instructor Young-ho continued calling names. Next, Cadet Kim Bo-seong, congratulations on your promotion. Bo-seong ranked 24th in this exam. Kim Han promoted in your first year. That's a solid effort. Congratulations, Young-ho said with a smile. But Kim Han, looking at his rank, felt no joy. He thought to himself, an unimpressive rank, honestly, I'm disappointed. All right, this is only the beginning. I'll become strong like the young master. I must work harder. I've decided to change myself so I won't be a burden to him or live a half-hearted life anymore. From now on, I will not lose. These were the thoughts of the whole group of students, as they all looked at Chial's retreating figure with determined eyes. Back to Chial's perspective, seeing that no one in the class had to repeat a year was enough to make him smile in satisfaction. So it's over, but now I don't have to worry anymore. Thinking that, Chial turned to the cadets and said, You all worked very hard, everyone passed. I had planned to personally retrain anyone who failed. What a pity. Second year will be even harsher. There will be many who hunger to tear you apart, but I believe you can manage on your own, right? In response, the cadets shouted in unison. Yes. Seeing that spirit, Chial couldn't help but smile. Chial clenched his fist and shouted, Let's go, you can do it. Time passed quickly. Chial and Seoyeon dressed up to go meet their fathers after being summoned for some matter. Meanwhile, Seoyeon's face darkened as she thought about losing to Chial. Hey, I won't accept this. In response, the protagonist let out an exasperated sigh. What is it this time that you won't accept? Hearing that, Seoyeon puffed up like a little cat. If it weren't for the promotion exam, I would have been at the top. You cheated. Beating me wasn't enough. You took my name tags too. Do you know how hard I worked to grab those back from you? Tusk, if I'd brought my normal Russian sword back then. Seoyeon pouted regretfully. Chial silently acknowledged her ability. No kidding. I thought I'd win easily, but it took over an hour in the end. Lee Seoyeon is stronger than I thought. She hasn't even released sword chi or mastered her skills yet. If she's already reached that level now, I really don't want to imagine any further. Unaware of Chial's assessment, Seoyeon, after venting her frustration a bit, cleared her throat and said, But if you make a promise, you have to keep it. Beside her, Chial shot a curious look and asked, What are you suddenly talking about? Seoyeon shrugged. It's about how we address each other. We bet, remember. You mean say it now? Without letting her speak further, Chial suddenly reached out and covered her mouth. He glared and warned, One more word and we'll duel to the death. Startled by Chial's fierce stance, Seoyeon replied blankly, Got it, is that so annoying? Enough with the nonsense, let's go, we're running late. Chial urged, which made the swordswoman jump. She hurriedly said, Right, let's go. With that, the two of them quickened their pace, until they arrived at the patriarch's study. The moment they stepped inside, they both bowed and said, Greetings, father. Hearing that, Tishin turned around and nodded. Come in. Tishin then poured each of his 2 children a cup of tea, and began to speak. I heard you completed the first-year cadet training. What did each of you see and feel? Hearing the question, Seoyeon hesitated and looked at Chial, making him tense as he thought to himself. What? Why is she looking at me? From Seoyeon's perspective, seeing that Chial didn't intend to answer first, she shouted, I saw the true face of the clan. Her answer made Chial cough violently, spraying his tea everywhere. Tishin, somewhat amused, asked back, What do you mean by true face? Seoyeon replied, I understand that rivalry comes with competition, but some things happen that I truly cannot accept. I value fairness and integrity. Whatever I achieve, I want it to come from my own sword, from my own strength. Hearing this, Tishin nodded, reasonably pleased. Fairness and honor, huh? Not bad. He mentally assessed his daughter. So that's why that sword chose you before. You've always been cautious and shy, but the one who brought about this change must be the youngest. He thought this as he glanced at the protagonist and asked, So, Chial, what did you feel? In front of him, the protagonist's expression grew serious. After a few seconds' thought, he said, I feel ashamed. The Cadet Corps are the foundation of our family's martialists, but the current Cadet Corps has rotted. At this, Tishan's expression shifted slightly. He became more serious and asked, "How so?" Chial replied firmly, "They did not fight. They may be weak, they may lose, but those who give up fighting do not deserve to be part of the Lee Marshall clan's elite. And I've seen far too many cadets like that. The problem lies with the instructor's competence or their training methods," Chial said, recalling what he'd experienced in Class 5. "How arrogant," Tishan murmured, though a smile spread across his face. This left both Chial and Seoyeon stunned. They wondered if they had misread him. Unaware of his children's thoughts, Tishan cautioned, "It's admirable that as students you've built your own ideological foundation, but always exercise caution. Once you fall into the swamp of bias, it's very hard to get out." Tishan's words made Seoyeon's face light up, and Chial was inwardly surprised. "I didn't expect Father to give us such personal advice," he thought quietly, then quickly replied, "Thank you, Father, I'll remember that." Turning back to Tishan, he moved on to the main reason he'd called them. Of course, he wouldn't just offer empty praise. He had heard of what they had done over the past year. The exams might differ in degree from a typical warrior's duties, but in essence they were the same. You recognized that they were tests I arranged, and you diligently completed your tasks. The reason I summoned you today is to reward the missions you've completed. For Chial, this sudden reward from above made him a bit skeptical. Father is always strict with rewards and punishments. He's rewarding this. There must be a reason. Unlike him, Seoyeon didn't speculate much. Immediately she raised her hand and said, "In that case, I want an exquisite chestplate, the dragon-scale armor, Father." Responding, Tishan agreed, "Very well, I'll notify the armory. You should come by tomorrow to collect it." "Yes, thank you, Father," Seoyeon replied happily. Then Tishan turned his gaze to Chial and asked, "So, my son, what do you want?" As if he'd already decided, Chial answered immediately, "I want permission to enter Mount Tianwei." He didn't yet know what the mountain truly was like. But the moment he said it, even Tishan and his daughter couldn't hide their surprise. They widened their eyes at Chial. Time passed quickly, cutting to Chial's private room. It seemed his father had approved the trip to Mount Tianwei, so he was now checking his gear before departure. Herbal Encyclopedia Iron Pot Medical Kit 2, perfect. Looks like I've packed everything I need. Because Mount Tianwei is a sacred mountain, not only herbs but spirit herbs also flourish there. My alchemy work on Jiakchiodo is still unfinished, but this time I'll do it properly. Thinking that, Chial couldn't help but be surprised by his father's decision. "I can't believe Father is actually letting me go to Mount Tianwei. Thanks to this, I'll be able to take the warrior trial earlier." Speaking of the warrior trial, it's the final exam for children of the Li clan to be recognized as warriors. Mount Tianwei is a place they must visit before participating in this exam. Besides, I've always wanted to visit Mount Tianwei someday. As he thought this, Chial glanced at the black sword placed nearby. There seemed to be some connection between the mountain and that sword. Then suddenly a knock sounded outside, pulling Chial from his thoughts. He called out, "Come in." Hearing that, the person outside entered. It was the maid Gawa. Stepping into the room, she hesitantly reminded him, "Young master, you have a letter. It's an invitation from the 7th young master for you." This surprised Chial a little. After that, he quickly went to see his elder brother. This time, upon meeting Chial again, the insincere Yihak greeted him warmly. "Long time no see. It's the first time since we met at the Chuseok ceremony this year, right?" Hearing that, Chial smiled back and replied, "So you still remember?" Yihak lightly shook his head and said, "I'm not so absent-minded that I'd forget something like that." From Chial's perspective, just watching Yihak act so naturally made him respect him a bit more. Sure enough, he's hard to deal with, talking like brothers, pouring tea himself, even sitting completely at ease. It's easier to handle a shameless face than an unpredictable kindness, he thought to himself quietly. Meanwhile, after pouring the tea, Yihak invited him. "Try it. My only pleasure is the way of tea. The flavor isn't bad." Chial quickly reached for the cup and nodded. "Thanks, brother. Do you always personally serve your guests tea like this?" Yihak replied with a smiling face. "Depends on who they are. This tea is from an overseas estate I visited 2 years ago." As Chial enjoyed the tea, he focused his thoughts, guessing why this annoying fellow had called him. Tea is poured, and yet he's in no hurry to discuss business. This leisurely manner doesn't suit his standing at all. He knows how to control the situation. He's not some pathetic fool with only a little talent. Enough beating around the bush. Thinking that, as if reading Chial's mind, Yihak went straight to the point. "The reason I called you here is about the recent promotion exam. You know it was arranged by me and Siala, right?" Chial nodded slightly, admitting, "Yes, I knew." Chial's answer didn't surprise Yi-Hak much. He began to explain his reasoning. What happened wasn't solely my decision. Blah, blah. Not caring for those words, our protagonist had already guessed his intention and gave a faint smile. So that's what you wanted. Li Yi-Hak, known more for politics, management, and commerce than martial arts, is shrewd. He's excellent at avoiding making enemies. People call him the Golden Sword. His implication was that he didn't want to become your enemy, right? Unaware of Chial's thoughts, the bespectacled man kept babbling. Even so, I'm at fault. If you want, I'll apologize. Not letting him finish, our protagonist waved him off and smiled as if nothing had happened. No need for that. This kind of thing happens often in these contests anyway. You don't mean to say you were forced to do it because of Lady Beak Hwayan, do you? At that, Chial's gaze sharpened. In response to his words, Yi-Hak's tone shifted slightly. He asked, "The contest? Do you consider me your enemy?" Chial answered bluntly. "You touched me and publicly plotted against me. Only an enemy would do that." From Yi-Hak's point of view, seeing the protagonist take such a stance, he began weighing countless strategies inwardly. What should I do? Should I eliminate him now to prevent future trouble? Or, then, as if considering the later costs, Yi-Hak sighed, resigned, and asked, "What do you want me to do?" Chial told him, "Show some sincerity, but it's not you who suffers this time, it's me." His voice was supremely confident, as if he'd already secured Yi-Hak, which made the latter inwardly annoyed. "Arrogant kid, refuse an apology and demand compensation, but I rather like that." Thinking that, he reached forward and offered the protagonist a proposal. "Fine, I'll bring the best spirit herbs to Class 5 students. I'll also give you an appropriate reward." Only when he heard this did Chial feel satisfied. He took the man's hand and nodded. "All right. Since you've decided that, I won't bring it up again." Yi-Hak smiled in reply. "You really are the brother who understands me best, haha." "Really, I'm not so sure about that," Chial said quietly. Then, just as he was about to leave the room, the bespectacled man offered him a piece of advice. Let me give you one word of counsel. Be careful with Cial. She really doesn't like you, not like I do." Chial paid no heed to the warning at all. "That doesn't matter. Besides, next year I won't be here anyway." With that, Chial quickly left the room. At the same time, in another scene, the madwoman Cial was receiving a resounding slap from Lady Beak Hwayan, followed by a shouted, "Don't call me mother anymore. I didn't raise a failure like you." Her voice and eyes were filled with coldness. This terrified Cial, who grabbed at her skirt and tried to explain. "Mother, please hear me out. I didn't use the mission as an excuse to run away." Before she could finish, Yi-Hong barked, "Shut up." With the words came a fierce pressure that pinned Cial to the ground. As if that weren't enough, reproachful voices continued. "What you did was desertion, a disgrace to the Li lineage. If you were truly my child, I would never allow you to act this way." The lady's words shook Cial to the core. Her hands gripped so hard they left marks on the wooden floor. She screamed, "Can't I at least atone for my sins now? That bastard hybrid, can't I deal with him now?" Opposite her, Lady Beak Hwayan was utterly disappointed in Cial. She calmly enlightened her daughter. "You really know nothing. If it were up to me, I wouldn't have been so harsh with you. That bastard will go to Mount Tianwei for a year. Even if you could make up for today's failure, you won't be able to do that. You've smeared the honor of our direct line. If you show that pathetic face again, next time it won't be just a slap." With that, Lady Beak Hwayan coldly left the room, leaving Cial to wail in despair behind her. Outside, Yi-Hak saw her leave and bowed slightly as a greeting. Then he glanced into the room, where Cial had nearly gone mad. "That bastard! I'll do whatever it takes to bring him down." Seeing this, Yi-Hak could only shake his head in exasperation. "Mother is cruel. Doing this will only make Li Cial seek revenge. But now, between Li Cial and Li Chial, who will be more valuable? I'm looking forward to the future, the day that child returns after a year." Back with Chial, he was now seated in the carriage preparing to travel to Mount Tianwei. However, his expression wasn't very good, because the one escorting him was Steward Choi, the master's closest confidant. Up front, Steward Choi said cheerfully, "Great, we're traveling together. Even if it's only for a few days, I'll take good care of you, young master." Butler Choi encouraged him, "You don't need to feel pressured." Li Chial was surprised and looked up. Butler Choi explained, "This is the time we pay respects at the ancestors' graves before Lunar New Year, and I also have a task to hand over to the mountain keeper up on Chinwi Mountain. I'm only accompanying you because the head of the family ordered it." Li Chial appeared pleased. "I see, then I won't be so lonely going there." But inwardly he thought, such a coincidence is impossible. His appearance and demeanor seemed ordinary, but in reality it was completely different. He was a core member of the family, holding a position more important than most elders. I couldn't clearly gauge the distance between myself and Butler Choi. Suddenly, Butler Chu spoke up then, thinking it over, he asked, I heard you'll stop by Seongwoo Mountain before going to Chenwi Mountain. May I ask why you're visiting the ancestral mountain? Lee Chiol scratched his head and answered, I intend to visit the family's tombs because I'm about to leave the clan. I think paying respects to the ancestors is proper. He told himself it was really just a convenient excuse to show them that even an illegitimate child like him would come and bow. Butler Choi remarked, as expected, you're truly perceptive. Young master, many elders will view your reverence for the ancestors favorably. Lee Chiol smiled politely. Thank you for saying that. Inside, he felt a little uneasy, as if the man could see through him. Butler Choi asked again, Young master, may I offer a few words? Lee Chiol replied comfortably. Yes, I'm listening. Butler Choi began. Do you like climbing mountains, young master? Lee Chiol answered. No, I don't think I've ever truly climbed a mountain. Butler Choi smiled kindly. Ha ha, I understand. As for me, I quite enjoy it. He began to ramble. Once I climbed a very steep and treacherous mountain. There wasn't even a trail. I had to make my own path. If it were you, how would you climb such a mountain? Lee Chiol pondered. I would climb in silence, eyes fixed straight ahead. That way I'd reach the summit quickly and accurately. Butler Choi smiled in approval. That's right, then you would probably climb very fast, but not always. Sometimes you have to look back or to the side to check if you're still on the right path. If you only look forward, you can get lost and end up taking a very long route. Butler Choi mused. The higher the mountain, the more true that becomes. Only then did Lee Chiol suddenly realize. Was he talking about the martial path? After being reborn, I was too busy embracing new things before consuming the power I had gained. But I never thought that would be a problem. If I keep going like this, even with time, I'll continue chasing new things. Thinking that, Lee Chiol bowed sincerely and said, Thank you for the wise advice. Butler Choi waved his hand with a kind smile. Ha ha, it's nothing. Just think of it as the nagging of an old man. Then Butler Choi reminded him. More importantly, it seems we've arrived. When the carriage stopped, he introduced, This is Seongwoo Mountain. Lee Chiol quickly stepped down from the carriage. He called out, Butler Choi. He asked with concern, I heard only those with live blood or those permitted can pass through this gate. Butler Choi, can you enter? Butler Choi replied, I was honored to be granted permission by the previous head of the family. He added, I intend to tend the grave of that late head. And where does the young master intend to go? Lee Chiol answered, The memorial stele of the clan's first patriarch. When Lee Chiol stepped in, it felt as if he passed through a transparent barrier. He thought to himself, a strange sensation. Am I passing through the ancestral mountain's shield? He tried moving his hand. It felt as if he just entered a new world. Butler Choi bowed and said, Then I will take my leave now. I hope you achieve what you desire, young master. Lee Chiol walked ahead. Thank you. He steadily climbed each stone step, spotting the pavilion in the distance. Lee Chiol thought to himself, I've arrived. The tomb of the first head, the founder of the Lai clan, pay respects to the founder. Lee Chiol opened the door and looked at the solemn ancestral altar before him. He spoke, Even if I commit the disrespectful sin of drawing a sword inside the ancestor's tomb, if I draw my sword, please forgive me, for I do this to carry out what you arranged. Then he placed the sword before the altar. As he poured wine, Lee Chiol thought, The Black Knight's sword is a sword, but that's not all. A family secret had been revealed by his brother before his rebirth. There are 9 seals on the Black Knight's sword. Lee Chiol knew 4 of them, including, First, prove you are the sword's master. Next, prove you belong to the Lai martial clan bloodline. Third, pass the founder's first trial, the naming ceremony. So he had unlocked 3 seals. Lee Chiol pondered, what will the hint for the next seal be? At that moment, a stream of spiritual energy emerged from a nearby mirror. On the mirror, the word Chinwi, meaning heaven's will, appeared. Lee Chiol quickly realized, this is the Chinwi Mountain he remembered. Let's go to Chinwi Mountain. The clan founder had sensed the energy of Chinwi Mountain and chose it as the training ground for future generations of the clan. Lee Chiol observed the scene and marveled. The mana density is intense. I saw it in the assessment, but this is my first time seeing it in person. Just then Butler Choi appeared. It's a beautiful mountain, isn't it? Lee Chiol agreed. Yes, it feels different from Seongwoo Mountain or the peaks in the map. Butler Choi offered his wish. I hope you achieve worthy results, young master. Ah, they're noisy again. At that moment, another person appeared, complaining, Ugh, so annoying, they're noisy again. A mountain thug appeared behind them. The Lai clan guards immediately stepped forward. Young master, Butler Choi, step back, this one is strong. Lee Chiol was still astonished, thinking, when have they not sensed them? The thug snapped. Ha, you bastards, do you want to die? I'll say this nicely once, drop your swords. The guards still shouted. Everyone get ready to fight. Then the thug shoved his head to the ground and shouted, I'm serious, you black-haired bastard. He sneered. The moment they hold a piece of metal, they stop listening to anyone. Then both sides sprang into a fierce fight, dust filling the air, a chaotic scene before Li Chiao. In the end, the thug even had time to leisurely take a sip of wine, while the guards protecting Li Chiao and Butler Choi lay sprawled on the ground. The thug clicked his tongue, remarking, You lot don't have an ounce of strength. He turned and scolded the butler. Good heavens, shameless bastard, I told you to give me a heads up, at least bring a drinking companion. If you show up without at least one strong lad, you're as good as dead. Butler Choi laughed casually. I apologize for that, but you're being a bit much yourself. The mountain thug grew annoyed. Being much, you've gotten arrogant, haven't you? Daring to talk back too. Butler Choi then spoke. I apologize for the late introduction. Butler Choi introduced. This is the guardian of Chinwi Mountain. The thug removed his glasses to get a better look. Is this him? The one Tishan said was brought in from outside. Hearing that, Butler Choi nodded and replied. Yes, this is the former young master Li Chiao, the one who will ascend the mountain this time. At the housekeeper's words, Chioasen seemed somewhat interested and asked, You've seen part of my technique already, haven't you? The sudden question startled Chiao a little. He hadn't expected Chioasen to recognize it, but quickly Chiao nodded in admission. Yes, I've seen it. Chioasen stroked his chin and said, Let's see, you carry a bit of Tishan's bearing, but there's something odd about the aura on you. No sooner had he finished speaking than a sharp pain rose in Chiao's left eye, causing him to utter a soft cry and clutch his eye with his hand. Seeing that, Chioasen quickly realized the issue and whispered, this kid also has a strange gaze, does he? Through Chiao's eyes, strands of golden energy were now fluttering around him in all directions. Time quickly passed, and the scene shifted to Chioasen's house. At that moment, the burly uncle was enjoying his drink without pause. Western wine really is different. This woody aroma is strange, but it brings an indescribable taste to the tongue. I'm glad it suits your taste, Butler Choi replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Chiao, looking at the number of wine bottles on the table, felt a bit shaken inside. I'm not well versed in wines, but you can tell these aren't cheap, haha. Putting that aside, after Chid-sen had taken in enough alcohol, he moved into the topic. All right, tell me your story. Sending a scrawny kid like you here for training. Surely they hate you for it, right? In response, Chiel explained, I came here entirely of my own volition. His calm tone made the burly uncle laugh. Oh, is that so? Just the type of child entangled with death and fate. As he spoke, the man cast a sidelong glance. Meanwhile, Chial quietly assessed Chioasen before him. The illusion my demon eye just saw, and the reputation of the mountain guardian I heard before reincarnating. He's a Dakibai. A Dakibai can foresee the future with eyes full of stars. Among their fate readings is seeing things that are predetermined and unchangeable. Unaware of these thoughts in the protagonist's mind, Chioasen, after exhaling a long breath of drink, asked with interest, So, you've been given a whole year. What do you plan to do with it? Before Chiel could answer, Butler Chu silently warned him via an oral transmission technique. Just so you know, he can hear everything you say now. After the reminder, Chiel spoke his plans for the coming year. However, his words were concealed by the author. Time quickly passed to evening, and Butler Choi and Chioasen held a private meeting. Chioasen's complaints continued. Damn, I've seen some odd ones, but that kid, when I mentioned the training ground, he ran straight for it. You too, once I deal with those weaklings, join them and set off. Hearing this, Butler Choi nodded slightly in agreement. Thank you for allowing me to use the spirit water. Back to Chioasen's perspective. Of course, he wouldn't believe that someone as important as Choi had only escorted Chial here with no other purpose. He casually tossed the empty wine bottle behind him, then asked directly, So why did you come here? You didn't come only to deliver wine, did you? I don't like beating around the bush, so I'll get straight to the point. At this, Butler Choi no longer hid his purpose and asked coldly, So, could it be that the mountain guardian read the heavenly omen, and the head of the household sent me to inquire? Immediately after the words, Chioasen's hand subconsciously tightened around his cup of wine. He said in a slightly drunken voice, Heavenly omen, I have read it, but I can't say much. Before the chubby uncle could finish, Butler Choi quietly prompted, Surely a Dakibai who's just been treated to wine wouldn't refuse to lend a hand, would he? In response, the uncle slammed the table in anger. Old man, that's an apology gift. I've brought over 10 jars of wine, Choi said with a smile, leaving Chioasen only able to complain in frustration. Gods damn it, I knew this would happen. Then he let out a long sigh, his face growing more serious than ever, and said, There's still a long way to go. The sect's gate opened long ago. Human power has reached its peak. Chaos will follow. Tell him not to be hasty. Let things take their course. Across from him, Butler Choi received the reply and cheerfully answered, "Yes, I will pass this on to the head of the household." For some reason, Chioison grew a little irritable and snapped. If I'd won that damned wrestling match back then, I wouldn't have been dragged into this mess. But still, it seems you fancy that beast-skinned kid, don't you? Aren't you worried? Hearing that, the old butler's expression grew somber. He looked at the cup in his hand and shook his head. As a servant, I merely serve the Lee bloodline. On the other side, Chioison shrugged and reminded, "You heard he wants to go there, right? He's still just a rookie." As he spoke, Chioison poured himself another cup, as if providing Chial with a form of insurance. Butler Choi also pleaded, "Chioison, just keep an eye on him once. You'll find him interesting." Time quickly passed, and the scene shifted to some general training room. At that moment, ripples suddenly appeared within the space, and then Chial's figure emerged from the void. Haha, every time I see it, it surprises me. A tree-eye leading to the training ground. Even the place at Thon Thur yesterday had an entrance to a cave. Is this Daki by magic? To be honest, I still feel inadequate. From now on, I have 1 year. The secret techniques I learned from Mu Gi and Mu Jin, Evil Eye, Intuition, and Dark Chi. I must make them all my own. The goal is 1,000 repetitions. If that's not enough, I'll keep going until it is, Chial said as he summoned his weapon to train. However, one thing he didn't know was that all his actions were being observed by Uncle Chioison through a set of spells. Seeing the protagonist's fervor, the man couldn't help scratching his belly and praising, "That kid is relentless. I've never seen anyone like him." He trains until his body is exhausted, then recovers with spirit water, repeating the cycle. It's easy to say, but it's tantamount to torturing oneself. No wonder his fate is so bleak. Chioison snapped his fingers to dispel the surveillance spell, then lay back, sighed, and lamented Chial's destiny. He was destined to die young or live unhappily. Yet now he's overturning that unchangeable fate, even suppressing his innate energy. A being without fate. When was the last time I met someone like that? Indeed, blood doesn't lie. Your family is so strange, even the heavens must be sick of it, Chioison said excitedly. Time passed quickly. 3 months later, spring arrived, and Chioison's complaints echoed all around. "Damn it, that Choi said it would be interesting. But I'm bored to death. Forget it, I'm not watching anymore. That kid just practices basics all day. What's so fun about that? Apart from asking permission to gather herbs, he hardly speaks. I guess he's still alive, huh?" At that point, a piercing shriek suddenly rang out, and Chioison's expression changed. He hurriedly stood up and focused his spirit. "That's the cry of the spirit beast Baki. Something has infiltrated Mount Sao, but I set up barriers. This shouldn't be possible. Could the big shots from the main clan have messed things up when they brought food and wine here?" To check, Chioison used his magic and created a mirror in front of him. From what it showed, a gray, very adorable beast was crying and running away, clutching a glass jar in its mouth. However, what startled Chioison most was that Chial was chasing the little beast. What the hell? What is that kid doing? Don't tell me he's trying to eat the spirit beast. Thinking that and not wanting the spirit beast to lose any piece of meat, Chioison hurriedly opened the door and shouted, "Stop right now." He dashed toward Chial like a gust of wind and immediately blocked his path. "Hey, you brat, are you crazy? What the hell are you doing?" Chial, seeing himself blocked, replied with an innocent look, "Guardian of the mountain, long time no see. But could you kindly step aside?" Before Chial could say more, the pot-bellied uncle cursed at him and yelled, "How dare you target the spirit beast right in front of me? In all my days, I've never seen anyone like you." Hearing that, Chial looked at the uncle in confusion and asked, "Huh, what are you talking about?" Wison shouted. "The thing you were chasing with murderous intent is a spirit beast named Baki." The more he heard, the more puzzled Chial grew. Why would I kill a spirit beast? At this, the uncle's face became astonished. He looked at the protagonist's hoe and basket and asked, "That hoe and basket?" Before he could finish, Chial saw the little beast trying to run off and wanted to chase it. But Wison pulled him back. Hey, wait, why are you chasing Baki?" To that, Chial had no time to explain and snapped, "That brat stole my alchemical medicine. Sorry, but I'll explain later." With that, he rushed past the pot-bellied uncle like a gust of wind, leaving the man no time to chase. "Hey, you, the spirit beast has fled. How do you plan to find it?" As soon as he said that, Wison's expression suddenly changed. Then he thought, that kid is running in the exact direction where Baki fled. Even with a sense right to the tip of my nose, it's hard to pinpoint precisely. Even though energy radiates from his toes, the ground shows no damage. Was that kid always this fast? I only looked away for about 3 months. Could something have happened in that time? he murmured. Next, Chial turned back and explained everything, making the pot-bellied uncle cough awkwardly. So while you were gathering the final ingredients for the medicinal brew, Baki stole the secret recipe and ran off, right? Sorry, Chial replied. His face darkened as he slowly listed each ingredient that had been stolen. At minimum, a 40 to 50-year-old mountain ginseng, polyrhiza, ha th letter 1e7o circumflex, white forest herb, dragon lion flower, velvet pine mushroom, and cordyceps that grow from the corpses of demon bugs. I worked hard to gather all of them. That's the medicine I painstakingly brewed for 100 sleepless days, and now it's all ruined. The more he spoke, the more desperate Chial sounded. Seeing this, Wissen wanted to comfort him but didn't know what to say. Chial sighed heavily and continued. So one of the reasons I came to Thien Vai Mountain has failed. That medicine was one of my most important goals. Hearing this, Wissen couldn't contain his anger and yelled. Hey, I gave you permission to forage, so what if it was stolen? Chial clapped as if remembering something. Ah, that's true. You did permit me, but in the end I still got it. If your territory's guardians can't manage it, that's my fault. His sharp words cut straight into the uncle's heart, flooding him with guilt. All right, fine. I'll compensate you anything. I'll accept it all, the uncle declared, beating his chest loudly. Hearing that, Chial smiled slyly, as if he had achieved his aim. Just now you said you'd give me anything, didn't you? Conveniently, guardian of the mountain, there are two things I need your help with. Time quickly passed, and the scene shifted to inside the training room. At that moment, the silhouette of the queen spider also appeared before the protagonist. Seeing this, he took a deep breath to steady himself, then slowly cloaked his sword in his aura. In his mind, Chial murmured, "Remember, the power of the aura skill when used continuously does not diminish from the first use." With that, he swung his sword hard forward, using a technique called Fiery Aura Might. See letter 1B0, letter 1EDD, and Ji Kai Kong Dierm La, launching countless red bands of energy forward at wind-tearing speed that instantly wrapped around the queen spider's legs, making her shriek in fury. Seizing the opportunity, Chial then activated Stonewind Aura Might. See letter 1B0, letter 1EDD, and Ji Kai Kong Th letter 1EA1CH Fong, causing his sword to be enveloped in a greenish radiance. And he sliced straight into the spider queen's center, sending a torrent of green light everywhere. However, although he'd inflicted a wound, Chial's face was still slightly frowning, as if dissatisfied. Not enough power to kill it, he thought. From his perspective, the Spider Queen's body had almost been split in two. Yet with her enormous life force, she could still launch a counterattack. Her sharp legs lunged straight at Chial. But before they could reach the protagonist, the Spider Queen's body suddenly turned into a talisman and fell to the ground. Wissen, standing beside him, picked up the talisman and complained, "Damn it, why did I have to serve a brat? I don't know why I agreed to do things like this anymore. Hey kid, want to take a break?" Hearing that, Chial wiped the sweat from his face and whispered, "Gotta try one more time." Seeing that, the uncle could only sigh, "Fine, suit yourself. Focus and visualize the target in your memory." Following his words, Chial closed his eyes and concentrated. Meanwhile, Baki tossed the talisman into the air. The talisman then dissolved and formed an illusory swordsman before Chial. Thus the two of them launched into continuous clashes. Li Tu, watching from the side, was so enraged his whole body seemed to burn. Good heavens, the demonic energy just keeps spilling out non-stop. It knows, and it's been using my magic to help train for 4 straight hours already. Well, it's happened, so I'll let it slide. The second task, gathering mana herbs, isn't difficult either. Over the past 3 months, its body grew noticeably stronger and taller. Overall, it became more refined, showing clear maturity. Not necessarily more powerful, but steadier. Putting that aside, I should probably ask about that weapon once. Time passed quickly, and now, after finishing his training, Chial was relaxing in the hot spring. Ah, I feel reborn. If it weren't for the hot spring, I don't think I'd have made it. I wish Thien Vai Mountain had hot springs like home. Just then, the sound of footsteps splashing in the water echoed, making Chial's eyes snap open in surprise. Someone. I couldn't sense their presence even when they got this close. Chial muttered skeptically to himself. To answer him, the familiar voice of the pot-bellied uncle sounded. "Seeing you so exhausted, you must be human after all." In response, Chial turned and asked, "Ah, guardian of the mountain, what brings you here?" The uncle replied somewhat irritably, "I've worked hard too, don't you get a break? You've been here a while, have you been resting properly?" Chial scratched his head awkwardly. "I always rest properly." Hearing that, Wissen realized Chial misunderstood and clarified. "I mean coming here after every training session, kid. I've lived a long time, but this is the first time I've seen someone train as foolishly as you." Wissen advanced while chewing an egg in his mouth. Meanwhile, Chial, not wanting to bathe with a middle-aged, pot-bellied uncle, forced a smile and stood up. Ha ha ha, is that so? I feel like I've fully recovered. I'll head up first. But before he could leave, Wissen's serious voice rang out. Wait, I still have something to say. Sit down. Hey, that thing you just wielded, what's its name? Chial held out his hand, looked at the ring on his finger, and asked, Do you mean this? Wissen stared at the ring and nodded. Exactly. Where did you get it? I promise I won't tell anyone about it. I'm not certain, but this concerns its true nature. Chial didn't actually know much about the weapon, so he could only say simply, Its name is Mugen. I got it from my clan's treasury. Turning toward Wason's point of view, his eyes showed a trace of memory as he began. I don't know how much you understand about it, but I once saw something very similar long ago. In ancient times, there was a mage who could commune with spirits and read the stars above the sky. That mage always carried one thing, a stone that could freely change its shape. With that stone alone, the mage could perform all kinds of magic or use forbidden arts without paying a price. He naturally became the foremost mage of his era. However, the stone he trusted eventually devoured him. He lost his mind and began destroying everything like a monster. He changed like that in less than a year. He wouldn't die easily, so in the end they sealed him. After saying this, Wissen waved his hand and erased the image he had just created. Meanwhile, curious about the outcome, Chial asked, What about the stone? Number 3 shrugged and replied, They gathered the power of countless mages of the time and destroyed it. At those words, the protagonist stroked his chin in thought. That's similar to a story I once read in Changyungak. Then Chial looked up and asked, Could that mage have been sealed somewhere called Mangwasan? The uncle shook his head in response. No, he was sealed on an island in the east. Hearing that, Chial felt a bit relieved. Then it's not the one recorded in Changyungak. The stone and Mugen are two separate objects, but they might be connected. Unaware of Chial's thoughts, Wissen continued. Back to the story. Back then, I smelled a foul stench coming from that stone, and that odor is very similar to the scent emanating from you right now. A strange scent, not human, not animal, nor a spirit. Mugen is an alien object with an unclear nature. There are better weapons out there. Why not abandon this one? The uncle said with a smile. Meanwhile, Chial swallowed nervously. His tone sounds like a gentle suggestion, but it carries a suffocating pressure, as if squeezing my heart. Then he took a breath, ashamed but steadying himself, and said clearly, When I obtained the demon eye, my father advised sealing it away, and I said this word for word. If it is power granted to me, I will subdue it and use it. Hearing this, Wason couldn't help but burst into laughter. Arrogant brat, you said that to Shane. But kid, do you really think that's like the demon eye? Chial replied calmly. To me, there's not much difference. From the pot-bellied uncle's perspective, seeing the protagonist show no intention of cooperating, he began to make a move. Then there's no other way. I'll have to take it by force. With that, the uncle summoned a sharp spiked mace and swung it down hard straight toward Chial. Meanwhile, Chial stood frozen, as if he didn't see the attack. Fortunately, Wason stopped in time and warned again. Hand it over while I'm still speaking reasonably. It's been a long time since I swung a weapon. I'm not sure I can hold back. Answering him was Chial's confident face. You won't do it, Guardian, because doing so would break your vow. Chial's offhand remark made Wissen's hand tremble for a moment. Then he smoothed his face and withdrew his aggressive posture. So you already know everything. Hearing that, Chial casually shared. Of course, to protect the mountain and help those who always train here. That was the oath you made with the founder. You're just testing my will, aren't you? Hearing this, the pot-bellied uncle grumbled a bit. If you already knew, why not just say so, you sly kid? Ignoring the uncle's attitude, Chial whispered on. You don't actually intend to take it, do you? Wason clicked his tongue in counsel. Tusk, in my view you should fight with your tongue and your brain instead. Chial laughed out loud. Thanks for the compliment, Bucky angrily shouted as if the house were on fire at their attitude. That's an insult, kid. Putting that aside, Chial asked with some curiosity, why don't you try using force and take it? You could claim you took it to help me. At this, Wissen's expression turned serious as he told him. That thing doesn't carry the strange aura like that mage's item, so perhaps it's not the kind of monster that devours its user. Chial nodded, looking at the black ring on his hand. I understand. Thanks for telling me. Putting that aside, Guardian, you just threatened a student with a weapon, didn't you? I'm pretty meticulous with calculations, you know. You didn't realize that, right? Chial said with a smiling face like a Buddha. Wissen couldn't contain his irritation and yelled, Hey, you filthy little parasite. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to Chial's temporary lodging on Thenvai Mountain. At that moment, the sword in his hand emitted a black aura and slowly dissolved. Chial felt somewhat pleased by this. Finally, Who knew it would take me 3 months to complete Judo's memory? In his mind, Chial thought. Before I left Thien Vai Mountain, I received 2 swords from 7th brother Yi Hak, the masterpiece blade Judo and the star-grade sword Effenberg. Effenberg possesses innate yin energy that allows it to emit cold chi. Its memory wasn't extensive, so I absorbed it at the main hall. Let's test Judo's ability. The second memory about me, Jane, that I saw before the Academy Division's quarterly evaluation, and the new power I gained from Meet Jane, the ability to use the copied weapon's power. At that moment, a strand of energy shot from the protagonist's fingertip, snaked tightly around the hilt of the black sword, and pulled it toward Chial's hand. Judo's power is the ability to transfer attributes from one item to another. Merely copying shape doesn't demonstrate the ability. I might only be able to use the power of weapons absorbed through dark chi, since I also broke the seal at Sungmu Mountain, so I should check the black sword's memories as well. Then his consciousness began to be drawn into an unfamiliar scene. Before I broke the seal at Sungmu Mountain, I could only see this far. The important part starts now. At that moment, a young man spoke up. I intend to seal this sword. I will not let my children be swayed by the sword's power. Hearing this, a person in a white robe behind him replied, Sealing it is not difficult, but are you sure? If so, no one will be easily chosen by it anymore. To this, the young man in front merely shook his head calmly. If they are unworthy, better not to use it. Then the robed man reached forward to perform the sealing on the sword. From the palm of that man, a ribbon of golden light shot out, forming characters that were imprinted onto the sword. After finishing, the robed man continued, The sealing is complete. As for the sealing's contents, at that point the sound suddenly became a bit garbled, preventing Chial from hearing what the sealing's specifics were. Then the robed man's voice returned. After the third seal is broken, its power will be released. Do you accept that? The young man nodded slightly. That won't make a huge difference, so it's fine. Nevertheless, I must still test it. Saying that, he gripped the sword tightly, enveloping it in a layer of radiance. As for Chial, witnessing the scene left him stunned. That! Could there be a mana vein running inside the black sword? In terms of complexity, it's no different from a human mana system. At that moment, the young man swung the sword forcefully. However, the mana wasn't just being blocked. It was scattering chaotically. The young man whispered, I'll need to reinforce the seal a bit more. At that point, Chial was ejected from the sword's memory. His head ached a little. However, Chial was thoroughly pleased. Haha, a power that can erase mana. Who would have thought such a weapon could exist? In the days that followed, Chial continued to train fighting the Spider Queen as usual. At that moment, the protagonist dashed forward. As soon as he got close, he used Iron Weapon Strike, Thunder Electricity, unleashing a lightning-fast slash that cut the Spider Queen in two with a single blow. Seeing this, chubby Uncle Wissen smiled and came over to congratulate him. Not bad, kid. You really did it. You know this is your first victory after a string of losses, right? It took you 7 months. Hearing that, Chial smiled and teased. I know, now I can beat you anytime, right? At this, Wissen seemed a little annoyed and grumbled. Yeah, you're special, you little brat. So what are you going to do now? Chial said he thought they should stop training. Upon hearing that, Wissen felt relieved and patted him on the back. Hey, good idea. I might as well take a break too. That was exactly what Wissen had been hoping for. However, Chial's true desire was to raise the training to a new level. I think it's time for a challenge. The challenge created by the founder, the Bloodless Dream. Speaking of the Bloodless Dream, it is a trial created for the Li family. It contains various enchantments and the domain power of Mount Chenhui, and is an illusion enhanced by elf magic. It selects those worthy of being tested. It is one of the oath bonds linked to the mountain guardians. From Wissen's perspective, when he heard Chial say that, his tone grew serious. You really want to test it? Chial nodded and replied firmly, Yes, I'm striving for that. Hearing this, Wissen bluntly warned him. The current you isn't strong enough to pass the trial. However, it seems you are ready to attempt it, Li Chial, 9th generation of the Li family. I grant you permission to enter the Bloodless Dream. As he spoke, the uncle reached out his hand, and Chial eagerly took it and thanked him. Next, Wissen led him to the front of a cave and introduced it. This is the entrance to the Bloodless Dream. Hearing this, Chial was curious and asked, But isn't this the cave where you live? That's right, Wissen nodded. Then the uncle stepped forward, used his power, lightly touched the air, causing it to ripple outward. Then suddenly, a massive stone door appeared before them. Seeing it appear, Wissen continued. You probably know already. Once you enter the Bloodless Dream, you cannot leave until the trial is over. Go on, enter. Chial stepped forward, promising he would return as quickly as possible. As for Wissen, the uncle also wished Chial luck. If you can really pass the trial, I can't stand looking at him anymore. Good luck. With that, Chial pushed hard against the door. Immediately, a blinding light shone from within, causing him to shield his eyes. In his heart, he thought, to some, he is a war god, to others, a dragon-slaying man, or even a legendary figure in fantasy stories. The founder of the world's foremost family, the founder, Lee Hyun. At that moment, the scene before the protagonist was an unfamiliar meadow, and standing there was a young man of about 19 or 20. Seeing his face, Chial spoke respectfully. A descendant salutes the founding ancestor of the Lee household. Saying that, he also summoned his sword and focused his gaze ahead, inwardly awed. What an overwhelming presence, so he's still alive. Throughout history, across generations, only a few have challenged the bloodless dream. There is only one condition for victory: to defeat the founder at age 15. For now, I'll just probe, Chial thought. However, in the blink of an eye, the sword in Ancestor Hyun's hand plunged deep into his chest. Then, when Chial opened his eyes again, he still couldn't believe he had been taken down so quickly. What just happened? Did my heart just get pierced? I wasn't negligent at all. I've had my throat slashed in simulations before, but at least I understood how that happened. But this time, aside from having my heart pierced, I know nothing. The more he thought about it, the more worry showed on Chial's face. But quickly he shook his head and urged himself, calm down, examine it carefully. He didn't use any secret technique or special move. Not even an aura body strengthening skill. Not even with sixth sense could I detect it, even with my eyes closed. Could it have been a strike to a blind spot? But could that be? He would have had to read all my movements to do that. But that also means he's that strong. Thinking that, Chial gripped his sword tightly and slowly stood, facing his ancestor. And even after witnessing it once, the protagonist couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle at the tremendous aura Hyun exuded, making him force a smile. Haha, honestly, I don't even know if I can win. Meanwhile, Butler Choi informed Housemaster Tishin. Sir, we've received news from Mount Chinwei. Nearby, Tishin wiped his sword lightly with a handkerchief and said, so he has entered the cave, but he shouldn't be able to possess that skill level. That child has never truly failed. From the Naming trial on Mount Sungmu to the trials of the Blood Tiger and the Faceless Cursed Queen. In terms of achievements, he hasn't won them all, but he's never truly failed either. In other words, he has never encountered a wall. Do you know why the survival rate in the Bloodless Dream is below 50%? It's because they suffer a mental collapse when they hit the wall named Lee Hyun. So what happens when someone who has never encountered such a wall stands before it? The housemaster wondered aloud, curious. Back with Chial, he was now lying panting like a cow on the grass, then raked his hair irritably. Damn it! Knocked down by one move again. He deceived my senses with a feint to the front, then from the flank unleashed the real strike. A strike that pierced perfectly into my blind spot. Could he have grasped all the patterns of my actions in an instant? Thinking that, Chial sprang up. He looked at his trembling hands and reminded himself. This feeling hasn't returned in a long time. That feeling of despair, helplessness, and fear coming from someone I absolutely cannot defeat. Yet I cannot allow myself to collapse now, because in this world, no one understands this feeling better than I do. Someone who has hit rock bottom, and the only thing left is the way to climb back up. Every strike I make is not meaningless. Gradually, I began to understand. The ancestor is not a holder of some mysterious, unpredictable power. His strength is the talent to find the correct answer in each moment. He intuitively grasps the optimal move. That is the essence of martial arts. The smallest fundamentals, the most basic techniques, are a foundation as solid as the earth. So I must clearly read the ancestor's sword path. Chial silently reminded himself, his eyes wide and blank as he carefully watched the young man's movements ahead. Then, in a moment, Hyun's blade seemed to slow in his sight, allowing him to register the information. A horizontal slash from left to right. This time, I will definitely see it. After that, Chial plunged into practice, forgetting everything else. As time passed, he gradually withstood Hyun's attacks. First strike, second strike, third strike, fourth strike. Thump, I have begun to fight on par with the ancestor. Finally, I have learned to use chi skillfully, a fighting style that belongs to me. It is transformation and freedom, and what I had long lacked. Commanding countless weapons and rooting every technique on an immovable, solid foundation. Now I understand. The true meaning of the bloodless dream is to shatter the wall called oneself. Gripping the spear in his hand, Chial darted forward like a gust of wind, thinking, there is one thing the ancestor doesn't have, a strength within myself I have yet to recognize. In his mind, he recalled his Aunt Jeonhwa's words. Your talent for magic is extraordinary. I stake my honor on it. At that moment, Chial smiled and called out, thank you, Aunt. Then he used a move called Anti-Air Chi Wax Wind. enveloping his entire spear in a spiraling green energy. Next, Chial threw all his strength into a powerful thrust forward with the spear. The impact was so strong it made the air erupt in a deafening crack. And at the point where the two weapons met, Hyun's sword could not withstand it and shattered into many pieces. Thus, the white wall before him collapsed. As for Uncle Wissen, though he was sitting drinking, he couldn't help worrying about the protagonist's situation. It's been a month since the kid decided to enter the bloodless dream, right? Before Tishin, no one passed the trial for 100 years. Yet in less than 50 years, another appears. Just as he said this, the space around Wissen suddenly shook violently, making him startle and exclaim, "Could something have happened on the mountain? Could it be?" As if thinking of something, Wissen hurriedly threw the wine bottle aside and shot quickly toward the entrance of the bloodless dream. Standing there, he looked forward with worried eyes and murmured, "So you finally passed that trial." Just as he had predicted, the stone door slowly began to open, and Chial stepped out and said, "I have returned, Keeper of the Mountain." Time passed quickly until evening. Chial rested in the hot spring, and Wissen came over with a smile and asked, "So, how do you feel?" Hearing this, Chial reflected on what he had endured and shook his head slightly. "I absolutely don't want to go through that again." Seeing his expression, the uncle couldn't help but burst into laughter, as if he'd found gold. "Yet you don't look changed at all. Usually those who emerge have dead, fishy eyes, because their inner temperament has shifted." Hearing this, Chial realized that everyone seemed to derive their own answer. Next, he turned and asked, "So do you know what my father was like back then?" The topic shifted to Tishin, and Wissen grew a bit excited and shared. "You mean Tishin? Well, old man, he's still my father, so you're curious, right? Do you know what that kid said the moment he stepped out of the bloodless dream? 'Training is finished. I take my leave, thank you for everything.'" He said this while folding his arms and repeatedly imitating Tishin's tone, leaving Chial speechless. Chial muttered, "Did you just imitate my father?" Wissen asked, "Did I? Not very accurate, was it?" Chial shook his head in protest. "Not accurate at all." Putting that aside, Wissen continued to praise, "Kid, you've just caused a sensation. You are the youngest person to ever clear the bloodless dream. Although the nature of that trial isn't really about who finishes fastest. There's still over a month left before leaving the mountain. What will you do? Keep training." Hearing that, Chial stood and answered, "No, I plan to rest, recover, and organize what I've learned." Wissen cast an amused look and teased the protagonist. This kid who seemed unchanging actually knows how to change. Saying you want a rest, does that hurt? Or have you been influenced by witchcraft? He said cheerfully. Chial could only sigh, "By the way, Keeper of the Mountain, isn't it time to receive my reward now? Surely you haven't forgotten that you used that as leverage against me." His words made the round-bellied uncle suddenly embarrassed, unable to look him in the eye. Hey, kid, that is." He stammered at a loss for words. Chial didn't want to haggle and said plainly, "I'm not asking for anything extravagant. I just want to borrow your demon club." At this request, Wissen's eyes widened with surprise, but immediately he glared at Chial and scolded, "That kid, it's not something ordinary people can wield. You might not even be able to use it." Of course, Chial was aware of this, so when he made the request, he already had a plan. "It's fine, I just want to touch it a little. Touching it shouldn't be a problem, right?" Hearing that, Wissen could only rub his face and grumble, conceding, "Not entirely." "All right then, damn it, I'll lend it to you, but you won't be able to do anything with it." So the burly uncle summoned his club. It was a weapon carved from a fragment of a star, and infused with the spirit of a demon, hence called the demon club. Then Wissen tossed his weapon to Chial and reminded him, "I'm only lending it for 1 hour. If you overdo it, you could be in serious trouble, kid, so be careful." "Thank you," Chial replied with a bright smile. But before he finished his sentence, the moment he touched the club, its weight nearly snapped his wrist. With a single touch, the club cracked the ground into pieces. Seeing this, Wissen grinned happily. "Haha, I told you, you might not even be able to hold it. Go ahead and mess with it for an hour." Seeing that Chial couldn't even lift the weapon, Wissen turned and left reassured. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the training room. After exerting all his strength, Chial finally dragged the club here, panting from exhaustion. "Phew, I finally moved it. I had to use mana to inch it bit by bit, and this isn't even its complete form yet." He said this while rotating his constantly aching shoulder joint, then recalled information about the weapon. "This is a weapon that can summon thunder and storms, tear mountains, and fill seas. If fully unleashed, wouldn't it be like a natural disaster? The sole reason I borrowed this demon club is to see if, when dark energy regards it as a weapon, I can absorb it, or if only certain conditions are satisfied. I need to test it to find out." So black energy poured from Chial's palm and slowly enveloped the club. Then suddenly, a voice rang in his head. Huh, stubborn, why do you keep trying things like this? Right after that voice, Chial suddenly gasped and collapsed to his knees, yet his hand clenched with excitement. I can read it already. Just hearing that voice threw me out. But if I can read its memories, then I can absorb it. And if I absorb it, that means I could wield a weapon even humans cannot use. Time flew by. It was also time for Chial to leave this mountain. Everything's ready, Chial whispered as he slung his backpack over his shoulder. At the same time, Uncle Wissen's voice sounded from behind. No wonder I felt uneasy at the foot of the mountain. So you're back today? Seeing this, Chial turned, nodded, and said, Yes, today marks exactly 1 year. Oh, is that so? Wissen said, producing a pouch from nowhere, which made Chial a bit curious and asked, What's that? Wissen smiled and replied, Salt, I want to use it to ward off evil when you return. His words twisted Chial's face. It made him feel as if Wissen treated him like a demon to be driven away. But quickly Chial adjusted his mood. Thanks for everything, I'll visit again. Wissen smiled faintly and reminded him, Don't come back empty-handed. Bring me plenty of fine liquor. His merry words made Chial find it hard to believe that just seconds earlier the man had wanted to salt him away. Then suddenly, Chial asked a different question. Keeper of the mountain, are you satisfied living on this mountain? At that question, Wissen's expression grew slightly irritated, and he replied bluntly, Whether I'm satisfied or not, what's the point? This place is mine. I stay because it belongs to me, that's all. It may look like I'm trapped here, but I still go out now and then. Do you think snacks and liquor fall from the sky? Stop bothering me, get lost, he said as he turned away. Meanwhile, Chial promised, not now, but one day I will reclaim your name. Those words made Wissen halt in his tracks. He slightly turned his head back and asked, How do you know about that? Without saying more, Chial only smiled faintly. When the time comes, I'll need your help. In another scene, Wissen watched Chial's carriage fade into the distance and forced out a laugh. Ha ha ha, how would the kid know that? He's a strange one, that's for sure. To explain this, long ago a demon rampaged across the 8 directions. A man captured that demon. It was defeated and released by him, but it did not admit defeat. The demon challenged the man again. After losing, the demon made 2 oaths. First, it must watch over the mountain and aid newborns. Second, create the bloodless dream and select those capable of attempting the trial. That's what people generally know. However, the truth is somewhat different. A very distant memory began to stir in Wissen's mind. After knocking him down, the head of the Lee household made his demand. Because I won, you must not cause trouble in the human world anymore. As proof of the oath, I will take your name. A name is necessary to bind your spirit to me, but that is not a cruel thing. For one day, a child bearing my blood will return your name to you. Then our contract will be fulfilled. Thinking of these words, Wissen exhaled. I suppose in the end it's not so bad. That bastard Heilhyon, really. Will that kid be the one to accomplish it? Whatever, he said he'd return my name. But then he just left, leaving me to hope like this, damn it. I need to use more salt. Wissen muttered angrily as he returned to the mountain. Meanwhile, Chial had returned to his clan. By then the sky had already grown dark. I had to stop at Sungmu Mountain to perform the sealing. That took quite some time, he thought. When Chial arrived, Steward Chu had already received notice and came out to greet him. Long time no see, young master. How have you been? Seeing him, Chial guessed that Tishin might want to meet and asked directly. Has my father summoned me? Mr. Choi nodded slightly and made way for him. Yes. I'll have someone bring your things in, so please go to the main hall to see the head of the household. And so, Steward Choi began to lead the way for Chial. However, when Chial tried to enter the master's study, the old man stopped him. Not that way, young master, this way. As they walked, Chial began to realize where they were headed. This path must lead to the master's private training room. Sure enough, inside the training room, Tishin was practicing swordplay. Hearing footsteps, the uncle turned and said, So you're here. On his side, after entering, Chial felt his father's power even more clearly. Inwardly he thought, I'm not so surprised anymore. I still can't gauge my father's true level. With that thought, he bowed slightly and greeted. Father, are you well? Shane coldly nodded and said, It seems you've gained some achievements while you were away, haven't you? Hearing that, the protagonist replied modestly, Yes, but when I see you, I know I still have many shortcomings. His words loosened Uncle Tishin's face a little as he smiled. So you learned to flatter people out there. If so, I'm very disappointed. Seeing his current expression, Chial was a bit surprised and thought inwardly, Darn it, I was only joking. Father is actually smiling. At the same time, Stewardcha spoke up. The tea is ready, my lord. Shane calmly thanked Stewardcha, then asked Chial to follow behind him. Next, when the two had sat at the tea table, Tishin asked seriously, How have things been lately? I don't want to hear about it only through your performance reports. I want to hear your thoughts, so I summoned you privately. At his father's question, Chial's hands involuntarily clenched. If you want to hear my true thoughts, then, blah, blah, blah. And so the protagonist began to speak everything he had felt. At that time, Uncle Tishan had his own thoughts. This strange feeling. Summoning you wasn't to hear a report of your achievements, but to hear your thoughts on the training. This is the first time. Then, after listening, he calmly sipped his tea and murmured, "Is that so? You didn't waste your time, did you?" Chial replied cheerfully, "I don't want to waste the time you gave me." Before he could enjoy that happiness for more than a few seconds, Tishan's tone became colder as he questioned, "Is that why you returned late today?" In response, Chial said he had stopped at Sung Mountain to pay respects to the ancestors. "That's all, sir." "That's all?" His uncle frowned and asked again, as if he didn't believe his son had truly stopped merely to pay respects to the ancestors. For his part, knowing this was something that would have to be said eventually, Chial replied directly, "I wanted the elders to witness that moment." Across from him, suddenly a terrible pressure radiated from the head of the household. His face turned dark as he growled, "You've achieved a little and already become so arrogant. Are you saying that in front of me? You went to the mountain to pay respects to the ancestors just to raise your own status." Under the pressure emanating from his father, Chial bent over like a shrimp, his teeth clenched against that terrifying force. Inside, he shouted, "This overwhelming pressure, but because of the seal, I need to go to Sungmu Mountain regularly. I don't always have an excuse to go there." Then Chial used all his mental faculties to bluff. "It's not just talk. I want them to see the traditions and the acts that show respect. They may have born me as a bastard, but I carry the illustrious Li blood. I dare to stand up and set an example for others." Hearing this, Bashane seemed somewhat pleased. He withdrew his imposing aura and nodded slightly, saying, "Good. This time I will let you off, but do not become complacent because of it." On his side, Chial nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I'm sorry, father." Then Uncle Tishan asked again, "One more thing, there is something you still haven't told me. I allowed you to go to Thenvai Mountain, but I did not permit you to participate in the bloodless dream trial. You only asked me to let you train there. Deceiving your father is punishable. Come with me." Having said that, he drew his weapon and challenged his son. "Draw your weapon. I'll see what you've achieved while you were there." Elsewhere, Steward Choi seemed to have known this already. So he hurried off, bringing the black sword to Chial so he could prepare to take a beating from his father. By now, Chial finally understood why he had been brought to the training room. "So this is why they brought me to the training ground." It seems father had this in mind from the start. Father knew everything, didn't he? Thinking this, he suddenly let go of the black sword. Instead, Chial transformed his conduit substance into a longsword. And indeed, when that sword suddenly appeared, Choi did not seem overly surprised. Rather, he calmly said, "Charge." Hearing that, the protagonist did not hesitate, and immediately activated his demon eye skill to probe Tisha. However, moments later his eyes widened as he looked ahead. "Impossible. I can't see anything, not even mana or the flow of aura. So my demon eye still isn't strong enough to perceive them. No need to use it anymore. It's just distracting me further. Against my father, there's no need to probe. Just put everything into one strike." With that thought, Chial concentrated all his force into the soles of his feet and lunged forward at high speed. At the same time, he used the Mugen first form skill, Demon Break, causing his sword to be enveloped in a blue radiance and fired forward like a laser beam. For this attack, Chial even infused both wind and ice aura into it. And still it didn't cut him. Tishan must at least cause some aftershocks. That was what Chial expected. However, in response, Tishan merely flicked his sword very lightly and was able to easily shatter the powerful attack. The shockwave produced when the two attacks collided cracked the training ground into many pieces. After doing so, Tishan asked in a deep voice, "Is that the answer you found after meeting him?" Chial answered with a resolute voice, "Yes, a power that no one else possesses but me. To continuously break and hone that power with the goal of creating a solid foundation. That is the answer I found." Tishan stared into Chial's resolute eyes, thinking to himself that the boy had chosen a difficult path. He furrowed his brow slightly, holding his own thoughts, but he would neither fall nor bow his head. Then Tishan waved his hand gently and spoke, "Very well. So how is the test in the bloodless dream?" He relaxed the sword in his hand. It glowed and gradually faded. "A little anxious," he replied. "I can't describe it clearly in words." Standing on the cracked tiles from their recent fight, the man said sternly, "If you cannot put it into words, then it hasn't truly become yours." Tishan handed the sword to the steward standing beside him and continued, "In fact, the attack just now wasn't your strongest move, was it?" Chial clenched his hand and hesitated before answering, "Yes, I know." At his answer, Tishan became pensive and inscrutable. Tishan folded his hands behind his back, turned and walked away. You entered the bloodless dream without permission. If you show such mediocrity again, I will surely punish you. Chial immediately bowed deeply and said loudly, I'm sorry, father. The next question from him left Chial a little stunned. What do you plan to do from now on? With a serious gaze, he stepped up behind Tishin and spoke slowly. About that, I have something to report to you, father. He blinked and replied, speak. With permission given, he began to explain. From now on, I'll have to undergo the third-year program at the academy. But as you know, I've long surpassed the level of a pawn. As soon as he finished, Tishin spoke coldly, making him swallow nervously. Get to the point. Chial took a step forward and said, I want to experience the world. He placed his hand over his chest with full sincerity. Please allow me to begin the warrior's journey. Seeing this, the man tilted his head and glanced at Chial. So from the moment you wanted to go to Tiantian, this was your aim. Chial nodded decisively in response. Yes, that's right. Then Chial hesitated a moment before continuing, however. A bigger reason is that I want to improve my own abilities. Tishin bowed his head slightly, his eyes full of thought, trying to achieve many goals at once. That habit may one day become the rope that tightens around your neck. He stood upright, feet together, bowed deeply and answered respectfully, I will remember. Chial narrowed his eyes and fell into thought. Was that advice or also a warning? Then suddenly he spoke again. That's right, the warrior's journey. Moonlight shone over the manor at night, evoking splendor and an indescribable mystery. The warrior's journey is the final trial that direct descendants of the ancient Lee Marshall family must face. Receive no help from the clan, train until mature, then return. There is no fixed test, but one must achieve accomplishments recognized by all. Chial folded his hands behind him, standing in the courtyard deep in thought. At 15, he was still young. The typical age to begin the warrior's journey is around 17 to 18. A blinding ray of sunlight shone toward him. But this child was not the sort to be confined by common norms. His new feat had already proven he possessed power equivalent to a level 5 warrior. Seeing this child, the others would surely be more wary. Tishin slowly turned toward Chial and couldn't help but praise. Very well. I permit you to begin the warrior's journey. Hearing this, his hands behind his back clenched tightly. He rejoiced inwardly. Success. Suddenly the man's voice rang out again, surprising Chial. But Ashane's face took on a grave expression as he continued. There are 2 conditions. Cut to a large, sprawling building, the administrative headquarters of the ancient Lee Marshall family. Yiheng appeared from nowhere, smiling brightly and waving as he welcomed him. You had a hard time, my nephew. Chial's cheeks were squeezed hard by his uncle. Struggling to speak each word, he said, Hello, uncle. Are you well? Yiheng kept pinching his cheeks, his smile growing more playful. When am I not well? Only after a while did his uncle let go, hands on his hips as he appraised him, rubbing his cheeks up and down. You've really grown taller, haven't you? Startled, Yiheng hurriedly pulled him back to a chair. Don't stand like that forever. Sit down quickly. Chial replied politely, Yes, thank you, uncle. Seeing him sit, his uncle sat down beside him and asked kindly, Would you like something to drink? Chial shook his head softly in refusal. No, thank you. He remembered the lavish meal earlier at home. Eat some more, young master. Oh my, what to do? Looks like there's not enough food. No, it's fine. Please stop. Those words, though small, were enough to haunt Chial. Actually, I just ate with my nurse, he said, patting his stomach. I'm so full I could burst. Ibhung laughed at that. Haha, then that's true. He looked up at his uncle in mild surprise and said, You look tired, uncle. Yiheng rubbed his neck and gave an embarrassed laugh. Dark circles have appeared under my eyes. Work has been too busy lately, it's that obvious. Then Chial became serious about the main matter. Actually, I have a gift I want to give you. He put a small wooden box the size of his palm on the table and pushed it forward, hesitantly saying, It's nothing special, but it's a pill I refined myself. As he explained to Yiheng, it's nothing extraordinary, but it will significantly boost your vitality and mana control for a few weeks. His uncle, eager, reached for the wooden box and smiled. You're the only nephew who thinks of me. Let's see. Saying that, Yiheng opened the box and a strange fragrance wafted from the pill. What is that scent? Like a pine forest after rain. He smiled at the pill. Even the mountain steward had acknowledged this as a fine medicine. His uncle held the box, then looked up at Chial with some surprise. The mountain steward, Without answering, he urged, Try it, uncle. Ibhung nodded, reached into the box, and took out the pill. All right. His uncle held the pill, staring at it and thinking, if even the Fae praised it, it must be effective. Then Yiheng closed his eyes, opened his mouth wide, and swallowed it before Chial's eyes. With eyes closed, he savored the flavor and the pleasant sensation it brought. This is the real thing. A surge of energy flowed into Yiheng's body. If one cultivated mana while taking such a pill, the effect would surely be many times greater than usual. Then his uncle slowly opened his eyes, unable to hide his surprise, truly astonishing. Yi Hung looked at the boy who had presented the pill and remarked that besides its rapid effect, it was akin to a spirit elixir. Did you really make this? Chial smiled lightly and nodded, yes, that's right. His uncle rubbed his chin and bowed his head slightly, glancing up at him. You still remember how to make medicine? Chial smiled honestly and answered, of course. Rare ingredients can also be substituted with others. Yi Hung snapped the box shut and said, if that's the case. His face turned serious as he looked at him. Don't tell anyone, keep it to yourself. When you grow up, you'll be able to use it in many ways. Chial smiled brightly, thinking his uncle always put him first as usual. Then he nodded politely and said, yes. When the time comes, I hope you'll help me a lot. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Hung ruffled Chial's hair vigorously and laughed loudly. Ha ha. This kid's trying to take advantage of his uncle, huh? Fine, I'll gladly let you use me when the time comes. His uncle suddenly remembered something and pulled his hand back. All right, I heard you're planning to join the warrior's journey this time. Startled, Chial smoothed his hair and replied, ah yes, uncle, I know. Yi Hung lowered his head slightly, his gaze thoughtful. There will be a lot of controversy. His uncle thought of the watching, scrutinizing eyes and whispered to himself that the boy would inevitably be accused of favoritism. Since they couldn't touch the eldest, all the resentful looks would fall on Chial. Yi Hung gently placed the wooden box on the table and said, to join the warrior's journey requires not only the clan leader's permission, but also the approval of the Elder Council. He frowned slightly and glanced at Chial, speaking seriously. Besides, the elders don't like you. Maybe you should give this up. But Chial only smiled softly and replied that he had anticipated some of those concerns, and so his father had set a condition. Yi Hung tilted his head in puzzlement and asked, a condition? Chial nodded lightly and answered, yes. Then he looked up at his uncle with earnest seriousness and said, because of that, I need your help. Chial flung the door wide open and said excitedly, it's been a while since I've been back here. He stepped inside and began to turn and warm up, wondering if he should do a little stretching. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps rang out. Chial's expression showed helplessness. I'm here. Jiowa burst the door open excitedly, beaming and calling out loudly, my dear nephew. In an instant, her excitement turned into a flare of anger as she hissed each word. You little brat. Jiowa lunged forward, grabbed his collar, and shook him madly. You should have come to see me first, ungrateful child. Chial panicked and slapped her hands away, shouting, I was busy. How could I come then? Only then did Jiowa let him go and said jealously, I knew you went to see second uncle first. Chial desperately rubbed his sore neck and said with difficulty, I thought I was dead. It's just work. She crossed her arms and pouted angrily. Isn't that right? Don't argue with me. And when will my nephew come home from training to become a warrior? Suddenly Jiowa's voice turned serious, which caught his attention nevertheless. She reached out to pat his head proudly and praised without stop. My nephew has grown up. Your mana has nearly doubled, and your meridians are much firmer. Chial didn't hesitate to boast about his training results. I've mastered all the aura techniques we learned before. Jiowa grew even happier. Really? So you've reached 3-star magic level. She smiled and turned to leave. You still need to refine a bit more. I have a gift for you, darling. I finished the incantations for the other aura skills. Want to try them now? He hurriedly said, Auntie, sorry, but I probably can't do it right now. Chial's words made Jiowa pause a bit, He felt a bit guilty and stammered an explanation. Just now the door opened again and someone said, well, I'm going to be pretty busy today. A familiar voice called out, causing both of them to turn and look, still as close to her as before, Light footsteps landed softly on the floor. Myeonjung smiled kindly and stepped forward at Chial's call, big brother. In the training room filled with combat equipment, Jiowa's determined voice rang out. I told you I'm very busy. She angrily poked his arm repeatedly while scolding him, leaving Myeonjung to smile helplessly. Now they're suddenly training the youngest. Ridiculous. He rubbed the back of his neck and hurriedly explained, I'm really busy. But I also tried to help you arrange those incantations, right? Seeing that, Chial's mood sank a little as he thought to himself that he'd even have to rely on his busy big brother for help. Then Myeonjung turned to him with praise. Anyway, your notes are excellent and helped me a lot during training. Chial forced a smile and replied, really? Well, that's good, haha. His eyes lit up as he smiled and asked, but are you okay, Hayoung? He leaned close and answered mysteriously, making him puzzled. I'm fine, however. Then Myeonjung threw an arm around Chial's neck and pulled him in, ruffling his hair hard. You left for Chunwissen without telling me. Chial chuckled and replied, sorry, Hayoung, you were on duty then. Chial beamed as he was patted on the head. But after he returned, he was summoned by his father again. Myeonjung then recalled the conversation with Tishin in the study. I need you to teach the basics of martial arts to the youngest. Will you do it? He was wide-eyed at the unexpected request and asked what. Myeonjung thought to himself that he'd surely teach better than letting the elders handle it. He stroked his chin in thought, though Tishin wasn't the type to care about such things. Then Myeonjung bowed and quickly accepted, yes, I will teach him. Just as he placed his hand on the door, Tishin's voice rang out, you should prepare to leave. Myeonjung turned back and smiled softly, thank you, sir. He walked across the courtyard deep in thought. No blood dream. Even he had never been allowed that trial and at this rate of progress. Thinking of that, Myeonjung broke into a satisfied smile. Now he understood why Tishin ordered him to teach the basics. Thinking of that, Myeonjung broke into a satisfied smile. Now he understood why Tishin ordered him to teach the basics. Or perhaps he wanted to create competition. In the wide corridor, Myeonjung walked with resolve. All right, I need to see for myself how far my brother has come. Then he reached up and lightly ruffled Chial's head. 20 years, no, maybe just 10. He might even catch up faster. Chial looked up at Myeonjung sincerely and said, sorry to bother you when you're so busy. He removed his hand from Chial's head and generously replied, it's fine. Right now I'm the only one free, and I'm holding the Menhieo Gijian. Within them flows a rich, continuous energy. The foundational techniques, secret arts, and ultimate skills of the Seungmu clan, proof of one who has inherited the ancestors' full craft. It's called the complete succession, and it's also one of the conditions Father set for my warrior journey, to receive all the clan's basic martial teachings. Chial smoothed his hair and asked Myeonjung with some hesitation, but will you really be the one to take charge, Haeyoung? Aren't there elders at the academy? He asked him, surprised, do you think you'll learn properly from them? Myeonjung rubbed his forehead in resignation and forced a smile to show Chial the truth. The dirty tricks during instruction, ambushes at naming ceremonies, political sabotage in promotion exams, being shoved into the worst training egg class. You were given a different perspective. Turning to him, he said, thanks truly for everything. Myeonjung understood and patted Chial's shoulder there. His gaze grew thoughtful again. More than that, his brother had matured to this extent. Myeonjung looked at him half normally, half as if seeing the abundant energy flowing continuously through his body. Before, when I concentrated, I could still see my brother's mana flow, but now I can't even guess it. Then he smiled and ruffled Chial's hair proudly. Still, I wouldn't mind if he caught up. I'm very proud of him. Seeing this, Chial helplessly called, Haeyoung, it seems Myeonjung isn't really paying attention to me right now. I still want to be the big brother you always admire, but Jeowa appeared between them out of nowhere, her face dark and her low voice menacing. You kids, she complained loudly, trying to gossip while the adults are talking. The man beside her hurriedly soothed her, calm down, dear. Jeowa then pouted and turned to leave. Fine, I'm going. You're not going to stop me, are you? Chial suddenly remembered and called out, we'll still meet at dinner tonight, right? She puckered her lips in mock sulking. I said I'd train, didn't I? I'll train until late, okay? He replied, which immediately improved Jeowa's mood. Training is one thing, but studying with you is another. Hearing this from Chial made her unconsciously smile. To study with someone world-renowned in mana, how could I pass that up? Sorry, but please wait a little longer. Jeowa beamed with smug satisfaction. Oh well, who made me globally famous? I'll let you off this time. She stepped out still smiling and waved. All right, because I'm generous, I'll go. It's not because a movie's about to air, you hear. Chial politely waved back, yes, go on. He sighed in relief. She finally left. At the same time, Myeonjung calmly smiled and drew his sword. Now they could truly begin training. His sword was sharp and fine. Myeonjung grew serious and said, all right, to fully meet the condition Father set. Facing him, Chial now became more focused. I will train you strictly. In the training hall, the clash of weapons rang out continuously. A week later at Seungmu Estate, practicing basic techniques with Big Brother was simple but intense. Myeonjung kept launching moves at Chial. On his side, Chial responded just as fiercely. He swung his sword hard, forcing Chial to stagger back several steps. Instructional time for stances and theory passed in an instant. He gritted his teeth and skidded along the ground, struggling to keep his footing. Rest was granted only for a single breath. Chial braced a hand on the ground, head bowed and panting with exhaustion, an exchange eerily close to real combat. Myeonjung gripped the sword with one hand, the other behind his back, and calmly strode through the dust. I believe that engraving skills directly onto the body carries more meaning than teaching by words. He looked at him with eyes glowing a dull orange and said in a low voice, you're watching with the mana eye, right? move with purpose. After he spoke, Chial drove his sword hard into the ground. He cried out, struggling to support himself as he rose. Chial pushed forcefully off the ground, then lunged forward at high speed, shouting Haela. He decisively thrust his sword toward Myeonjung, thinking to himself that he'd clearly read the flow with the mana eye. Yet his body wouldn't obey his will. Chial's eyes flared red as he kept attacking without pause. His sword strikes came from angles that, structurally, were impossible. Muscles, even joints, could hardly endure them. Suddenly Myeonjung spoke calmly. "You thought that move was too much, didn't you?" He startled and stepped back, eyes wide in surprise at how, without him noticing, he had suddenly lunged like a storm. "Wrong, the body of the Lee Sung-Mu line is even sturdier than I thought." Chial blinked, dumbfounded at the sword point now almost at his eyes. A red flash lit his gaze. He tilted his body back to dodge Myeonjung's thrust. Move. He was slightly surprised to see Chial able to evade his strike. Has he caught up this much already? Myeonjung grabbed his robe and pulled hard. Solid foundation, quick to absorb. This wasn't a child who could perform such moves before. His outer robe fell away. Even I have never been permitted into the no-blood-wood trial. Could this be the enlightenment he gained from there? Myeonjung rolled up his shirt sleeve. "All right, you seem to be keeping up. Then I'll raise the difficulty by one level." He smiled meaningfully, gripping his sword that shone amid the blue aura and taunted, "Let's see how far you can follow." Seeing the power radiating from Myeonjung, Chial trembled slightly. Damn, he's serious now. The evening light streamed through the training room windows as his voice rang out. "Today's training ends here." Myeonjung smiled awkwardly and rubbed the back of his neck apologetically. I'm sorry." He looked down at Chial, exhausted and seated on the ground, sore all over, sweat and dust clinging to him, and awkwardly said, "It seems I went a bit too far during practice." Chial only managed a weary smile and replied, "It's fine. Training should be like this." A hand reached out toward him as Myeonjung's voice sounded. "That's enough." Then he pulled Chial to his feet. "You seem to have grasped the feeling somewhat, so you can stand up more easily." "Thanks, yes. Didn't you say the Lee Sung-Mu lineage is very sturdy?" A strong blue energy radiated from the body. "The Sung-Mu clan's physique is indeed firmer than ordinary people. Tendons like steel cables, muscles supple and elastic like rubber." Chial bent his head and gazed at his hand thoughtfully. Such a robust body grows even stronger with each training. He clenched his fist, looked up at Myeonjung with a determined smile, and thought that even if it's hard to execute moves that heavily stress the body, it's fine. Thanks to that, little brother realized that the fundamentals begin from that point. He smiled softly and replied, "Yes, you've comprehended well. In fact, you've applied it to your footwork too." Chial scratched his head embarrassedly. "It took only a week of hard training to grasp this much. I'm still far behind." Myeonjung looked surprised and chuckled lightly. He says he's still behind. Normally basic training takes months to take form. He's doing quite well." Then he smiled and bent to pick up his outer jacket. "A commendable one. Remember to stop by the infirmary to treat your external wounds properly." Myeonjung turned and left smiling, patting Chial's shoulder. "Well then, see you at this hour tomorrow." Chial responded earnestly, "Yes. Today I'll review a bit of what I learned." He stepped outside and the door shut. He didn't forget to leave a reminder, "All right, but don't overdo it." Chial finally exhaled a sigh, as if a weight and pressure had been lifted. Once more he looked at his hand and thought to himself, "It really does look the same." Chial recalled the times he executed moves. The fundamentals of infinity, a form of reasoning that systematizes motion through endless application and limitless variation. He then remembered the training battle with Myeonjung, the family's fundamental technique, which relies on the body's nature to push physical capability to its limit. Chial was astonished to realize that the patterns of the two were strangely similar. He felt every stream of energy flowing through his body. The difference, if any, was that the family's fundamental technique centers on the body, whereas the infinite revolves around weapons. Chial furrowed his brow in thought. Because of that, grasping the fundamental technique became easier than he expected. Perhaps both sprang from the same root. He glanced to the side, remembering the figure that had appeared in his mind. Back then, in the memories of the infinite, I had seen someone with traits of the Sung-Mu lineage. Indeed, the infinite seems to have a very close connection to our family. Chial clenched his hand into a fist, and thought to himself that it felt like uncovering a secret no one had guessed. A smile curled at his lips as he said, "It seems time will pass very quickly." Later, everyone gathered around the long table in the Sung-Mu clan Elders' Council Hall. The door to the room opened quietly with a soft sound. Chialjung shuffled in, leaning on his cane, smiled kindly and said, "Please forgive me for being late." He looked toward Yihang, who sat with arms folded and calm, and teased, well. An overseer busy with 100 tasks has the leisure to attend this. The uncle replied coldly that he had only come because he usually excused himself as too busy to attend regularly. So this time he thought he should come. Xiaojung raised an eyebrow and picked up the teacup on the table. Oh. He then leisurely brought it to his lips for a sip and said, "You must have heard about the youngest branch's fighter undertaking, haven't you?" The others erupted in displeased shouts. "Of course, we're talking about letting a raw brat be a fighter. What kind of propriety is that? And he's just a lowly younger son." While those beside Yihang joined the conversation, the uncle sat silent and composed. It was said that that arrogant name personally petitioned the clan head, claiming he returned from the celestial demon mountain and asking for permission to pass. Xiaojung glanced over and slowly set the cup down. "It seems you all misunderstand. The clan head has not made a final decision. He told me to let the council elders discuss and decide. One of them hesitated, so the final decision rests with us." The man beside him spoke loudly. "At this point, just reject him outright." Xiaojung forced a smile and stroked his beard. "Ha, it's not that simple." Recalling Chial's fierce fighting, he said the clan head stated the boy possesses combat strength equivalent to a level 5 fighter, and even surpassed the no-blood dream. Therefore, there's no justifiable reason to refuse. Xiaojung's expression darkened and his voice dropped as if plotting. Thus, faced with a younger son disrupting traditional order, we must find an appropriate pretext. Has anyone devised a reasonable countermeasure? Suddenly a hand shot up. Yihang spoke confidently. "I request permission to say a few words." During the council's discussion, everyone buzzed with talk while only Yihang remained calm and attentive. Li Tihang never sides with anyone in political matters. The uncle always stood alone without aligning with any faction. The elders viewed Li Tihang as neutral, someone who keeps himself clean while avoiding commitment. Yihang sat with arms crossed regardless of what unfolded. So when they saw Li Tihang attend this meeting, all the elders thought he had come to side with that guy, because both are scoundrels. Up until now, the uncle had shown no reaction, sitting calmly as everyone debated. But at that moment, Yihang suddenly opened his eyes with an extremely serious look. And of course, Li Tihang knew exactly what that meant. The uncle eyed them and thought to himself their intentions were as clear as day, those old snakes. And the purpose of their discussion concerned the next set of tests. The 3 trials that anyone of direct blood in the Sumu clan must undergo: selection, the naming ceremony of fate, and the warrior's journey. Those who pass all 3 are regarded as high-ranking members of the clan. Papers would rain down from the sky. They would receive many rights and privileges, including the right to attend and speak at meetings of the great councils. In truth, it was little different from being treated like a former elder. Yihang quietly slipped his hand into his other sleeve. There was no way those shallow elders, obsessed with pure bloodlines, would accept that. The uncle suddenly realized and thought, "Wait a moment. This brat, don't tell me he brought that elixir just to petition for this." Yihang sighed softly, sounding somewhat troubled. "Chial, I really don't know if this is the right thing to do." The uncle politely raised his hand and said, "May I offer my opinion?" This unexpected action by Yihang drew Xiaojung's attention. What does the steward want to say?" Then he smiled and spoke with an innuendo. "I heard the steward has a rather close relationship with that boy." Seeing that, the uncle inwardly felt disgust and thought his tone was truly bitter. Yet outwardly Ibhung still displayed enthusiasm and friendliness without revealing any slip. With that effort, how could I hate the boy? Xiaojung propped his hand on the table and rested his chin as if probing the uncle, then said, however, "I think this matter is going a bit far." "You think it's going too far?" Yihang remained unflustered and calmly replied, "Yes, the boy has sufficient evidence, but we cannot ignore tradition and procedure. I think the youngest must understand there are things one cannot do just by one's own will." Xiaojung laughed triumphantly, not noticing the corner of Ibhung's mouth curl into a smile. "I thought the steward disliked traditions and protocols." The uncle bristled inwardly, thinking what a meddlesome old man he is, though outwardly he must maintain image and proper demeanor. "It's not that I don't understand their importance. I just want to avoid them because, as a man of progress, handling matters so rigidly can cause trouble." Seeing this, he gave a slight nod. "I understand your point, steward." Xiaojung tilted his head slightly and asked then, "What solution do you propose?" In the council chamber, Yihang's measured voice echoed. "If the council has no reason to refuse, then we only need to create one. Honestly, this matter isn't that complicated." The uncle placed his hand neatly on the table and spoke confidently. "In the end, the only issue is that the youngest has yet to prove himself." Xiaojung glanced at Yihang with implication. Didn't the clan head acknowledge that the boy's strength equals that of a rank 5 warrior? But the uncle refused to yield and immediately retorted, "Can the clan head make that public?" He narrowed his eyes with scheming calculation. Yi Hong's hands clenched on the table as he continued. So then, the uncle gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "Let that vicious brat do as he pleases." Yi Hong straightened, looked directly at everyone, and declared firmly, "I think we should simply create an opportunity for the boy to prove himself." Xiaojun was quite surprised and hastily asked, "You mean create an opportunity? You don't mean a match, do you?" The uncle nodded, confidently confirming and prompting the other elders to murmur. "Very well, considering what the youngest has done, we will not refuse." He raised a brow, his deep, meaningful gaze fixed ahead as he slowly asked, "So who should he fight?" Yi Hong confidently suggested, "Isn't the one who most recently completed the warrior's path the most suitable?" But the 7th young master, Yihak, will never agree to this. It doesn't suit his style. Xiaojun stroked his beard thoughtfully, imagining Xiao Ah fierce and brandishing a knife. "What about young master L1E5C? The uncle nodded slightly and replied, wouldn't Xiao Ah be an appropriate choice? If there's any issue, we can impose limits on her." He felt quite pleased, thinking to himself, not a bad idea. Xiaojun could already picture her hateful face upon meeting him again. Moreover, as Madame Beek said, young master L1E5C harbors strong hostility toward that brat. He smiled and spoke a bit louder. "I think this approach isn't bad. What do the other elders think?" The others had no objections. "I also think it's a pretty good plan. It's acceptable to me." Everyone agreed with the proposal. "If the chief elder approves, I have no rebuttal." "I agree as well." Then Xiaojun's voice rang out, "Then let's conclude the meeting here." As dusk fell, a voice praised, "You did well today, steward." Yi Hong halted and turned, "Great elder." Xiaojun stepped through the threshold against the light, hobbling forward with his cane. He smiled kindly and probed the uncle, "It seems I misjudged you. What made you change your view so quickly?" Yi Hong answered calmly, "As I said earlier." Xiaojun tapped his cane and nodded in understanding, "I have long known your loyalty to the clan." Suddenly he struck his cane hard against the wooden floor and said, "But listen, steward." Xiaojun's eyes took on a strange look, and his tone carried a warning. Even the smallest details matter in a performance. But Yi Hong only gave a sheepish laugh, then rubbed the back of his neck and replied, "Performance? I don't really understand what you mean." Every word he spoke made the uncle pause, his eyes, his tone, even each word. Saying that, Xiaojun smiled and passed by Yi Hong but left a gentle reminder. "You, steward, keep calling him the youngest while everyone else calls him a bastard." As the uncle's expression hardened, no longer as affable as before, Xiaojun's back receded down the dim corridor. His low voice echoed, "After all." In the training hall, the aftermath of the previous battle, cracked ground in many places, remained. 3 weeks later at the Sumu yard, Chial's confident voice rang out, "Today might mark the end of this training period." Myeonjung feigned slight surprise, then watched him draw his sword from its sheath and replied, "Really? Yesterday you were the one who got beaten to a pulp." Chial leaned and took a ready stance. "Don't you feel the same, senior?" Myeonjung smiled, lowered his stance, also ready to spring into combat. "Then let's see." With that he swung his sword and lunged at him. Chial frowned and closely observed every movement of Myeonjung. He brought his sword up and successfully parried the attack. Then Chial swung his sword and pushed Myeonjung back. He grinned with delight and launched another strike, not forgetting to praise him. "Nice, keep that stance." Chial continued to block Myeonjung's next sword stroke. His eyes suddenly lit with a golden gleam, sixth sense and mystic gaze. Through training, these supernatural abilities could detect every trajectory of the sword. At that moment, Chial dashed forward and raised his sword, seizing the initiative to attack him. "I can block all of them." His eyes went pale and lifeless. He then slashed downward at Myeonjung. Myeonjung could parry his blow. The clash of the two created a mild tremor that kicked up dust and scattered small pebbles everywhere. Myeonjung gripped his sword tightly, was knocked back by Chial and skidded along the ground. And he too couldn't avoid being flung away. Seeing that, he couldn't help but laugh. Myeonjung sat on the sandy ground holding his head and laughed loudly. "You've mastered the basic techniques. You took me 3 months to perfect them. You're truly a genius." He exhaled deeply, slightly dazed as he rubbed his head and thought. 1 week to grasp them, 2 weeks to internalize them, and only 33 days to apply mana and perfect them. Chial widened his eyes looking at Myeonjung's outstretched hand. "He never failed to surprise me." He smiled brightly and said, "I officially acknowledge that you've fully mastered the basic techniques." Myeonjung's clear voice echoed in his ear, and it seemed the younger brother had gained something more than mere understanding. Chial smiled, both happy and helpless, Truly, I can't hide anything from you, senior. He reached up, took his hand, and replied, yes, I'm also practicing my displacement technique. Myeonjung immediately asked, want me to help? They clasped hands warmly. Cheol gladly answered, I'd be very grateful if you would. Fog hung thick among the withered trees, black twisted branches reaching up, both gloomy and cold. A powerful knife stroke plunged down and dragged, and a curse rang out. The pathetic, useless ones kept putting on a brave front. Seol-ah slipped her hands into her pockets, her face showing utter boredom, sheer tedium. She lowered her head, her face darkening. It was all because of that bastard, stuck with these annoying missions. Seol-ah's steps sank into the waterlogged ground. Her mother was still angry. She stepped over many monster corpses, muttering as she walked. It's all because of him. Suddenly one monster corpse twitched slightly. Then it let out a loud roar. It opened its mouth, full of sharp teeth, lunging at Seol-ah as if to devour her. But Seol-ah had her hands in her pockets and walked on nonchalantly. So, a streak of blazing red light shot through. The knife, wrapped in a red mana glow, plunged straight into the monster's head. She angrily raised her hand, flames flaring on the small blade. Eyes wide, she shouted, I told you I'm bored. Seol-ah stared coldly as the blazing knife pierced the monster's skull. She decisively reached in and pulled the knife out of its head. Then Seol-ah retracted the knife into her hand. This is my 21st mission. She clenched her teeth in anger. They were all troublesome tasks like exterminating rampaging monsters. Normally, I only do 4 or 5 jobs a year at most. Seol-ah then strolled through the dark, freezing forest. The 5 appointed years had finally passed, and when I return to the clan, that arrogant bastard will be back too. Suddenly, a mysterious shadow appeared behind her and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Miss Luck. Seol-ah widened her eyes and glanced at him. In a low voice she said, state your identity. He answered earnestly, I am Gugug of Team 12 of the Black Sword Legion. At that, she startled, turned around and hurriedly asked, the Black Sword Legion. Seol-ah looked at the masked man, who respectfully placed a hand over his chest, and asked puzzledly, what is the clan chief's private guard doing here? He wore a mask, his real face unreadable. Only his voice could be heard. I bring a message from the clan chief. Then he whispered some information that couldn't be heard clearly. Upon hearing it, Seol-ah laughed coldly, ah, that arrogant bastard. Then a chilling, raucous laugh escaped her. She also began repeatedly, stabbing the nearby tree with the knife. Seol-ah lowered her face, expression unclear. Perfectly timed, he just dug his own grave with his own hands. She wore a twisted, mocking smile, eyes wide and laughing shrill. The clan chief is really something. Seol-ah then glanced down at the man and said to him, tell him I've received the message. His respectful voice rang out and then he was gone in an instant. Yes, milady. She gripped the knife until sparks flew, feeling extremely excited. I really have been looking forward to this. Saying that, Seol-ah drove the knife harder into the tree, the mana source glowing brightly. I will crush you into the mud, Li Cheol. On a very beautiful, clear morning, Cheol stepped forward, gently opened the door and leaned in to look, apologizing for being late, sir. My training ran a bit long. When Yihang saw you finally appear, he immediately turned and beamed, you're here. I've heard you've mastered all the basics. What is there left to train? Cheol replied very politely, yes, there are still a few things I want to test. The uncle watched you pull out a chair and slowly sit down, then moved on to the main matter. The schedule has been released, so I came to discuss it. Cheol sat upright in the chair opposite Yihang and smiled slightly, answering, if there's an official notice, I'll come to see you. The uncle let out a long, drawn-out sigh. Yihang looked him squarely in the eye and asked seriously, aren't you nervous? But Cheol remained calm and asked back, what's there to be nervous about? His gaze darkened slightly, and the smile on his lips curved with meaning. Everything is unfolding just as I predicted. Cheol recalled everything he'd done before. His father had approved the warrior expedition but had set 2 conditions. Then came the joint trainings with Myeonjung. The first condition was to master all basic martial techniques. Fortunately, thanks to what I learned from him and what I studied about mana techniques, I managed it in a short time. The second condition, the hardest for Cheol, Tishin told him, was to convince the council elders. Cheol was puzzled by his words. Sorry? Tishin looked at him seriously and replied, you may use any means necessary if you cannot convince them. The next statement from him made Cheol a little anxious. The warrior expedition will not be approved. After that he sat alone, racking his brain to find every possible way. In his current position, it was difficult to intervene in the elders' affairs. Suddenly, Cheol let out a sound, as if he'd realized something. He placed his hand on his chin and smiled confidently. So I decided to create the most advantageous stage for myself. Next, Cheol went to ask Yihang for a favor, using the match as a pretext. Arrange a duel with sixth sister L1E5C and steer everything that way. The council elders will have no reason to refuse. At this point, he officially made a new move for himself. He wanted to create a situation that would give him the right to travel. The ability to turn situations around is essential for anyone entering politics. This matter itself was part of the test. Yihang sighed again in a way that Chial found hard to read, and Chial glanced up. I just don't understand how you can remain so calm. He still answered very calmly, is that so? Because I trust you've arranged things properly. The uncle held his head and shook it slightly. That's not what I meant. Yihang said with worry, that girl, I heard you don't get along with her. Chial sat silently, listening to Yihang. With Xiao A's personality, even a duel wouldn't end peacefully. Why choose her in this situation? He said calmly, I'm going to settle a debt with sixth sister L1E5C. As soon as he finished, the uncle slammed the table and jumped up. Then Yihang shouted loudly, exactly. The uncle, bewildered, raised his voice. Couldn't this matter be handled later? Why force yourself into such a situation now? The hand resting on the table tightened slightly. It's not that I think you can't do it. Then he flopped back down into his chair. Yihang held his head, both sorrowful and worried for Chial. I'm afraid you'll get hurt in some way. Seeing him like that, Chial thought to himself, Uncle, you really do care about me. Just as emotions swelled, Ibhung stretched his face and wailed pitifully, what am I to do now, Chial? And Chial could only smile helplessly and say, or, let it be. Chial's gaze softened, filled with feeling, and he uttered his most sincere thanks. Thank you, Uncle, for caring. You remember the wild look from Xiao A's position. Sixth sister, L1E5C will probably try to beat you senseless. Along with the scrutinizing gazes of the elders will have an excuse to bind you. Chial's hand tightened, and he tapped the table lightly. This duel isn't just about the warrior expedition. Then he sprang to his feet and spoke seriously, while reassuring Yihang. However, losing would be troublesome, but don't worry. Chial clenched his palm, smiling with confident determination. In this match, anyway, I will definitely win. Amid thunderous cheers echoing through the stands, the central training ground lit up under the sun. The council elders quickly issued an official announcement and pushed the match forward, and soon the venue was decided. The central training ground. In the brightly lit waiting room, the clan's largest and widest training arena, the same place that held the selection ceremony. Chial glanced around and shrugged on his black outer robe, thinking to himself that they wouldn't let things pass quietly. He smiled faintly and exhaled. No doubt about it, this is the Grand Elder's scheme. Outside was a vast training ground with room for countless spectators. The central arena had stands encircling the center. Clearly, they wanted to humiliate me publicly and crush my morale. Chial closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and exhaled. But that's not a problem for me. Suddenly, someone stepped forward and pulled the door of the room open. And more importantly, Jiowa appeared with a beautiful face full of worry, stammering, Aunt. You looked at her still anxious, fidgeting with her hands. All day she had worn that expression. Chial, puzzled, stepped closer to Jiowa and asked, Why are you looking at me like that? It's really making me uncomfortable. She sighed and brushed it off. It's nothing. His voice came out a bit loud, making Jiowa start slightly. I've been like this all day. How can you say it's nothing? She lowered her face and snapped in anger. At everything this clan arbitrarily decides. I hate the whispered schemes hidden backstage. Jiowa clenched the white dress she wore and bowed her head, full of worry and agitation. She's a level 4 warrior and you just reached level 5. The gap between levels 4 and 5 is worlds apart. Chial looked at her calmly and said, That's why sixth sister L1E5C will be restricted in magic. She won't be allowed to use secret techniques or finishing moves, right? Jiowa lowered her head and hesitantly replied, Yes, I know. She put her hands out. They were visibly trembling, her voice fearful and anxious. But what if you really lose? Jiowa clutched her head in panic, eyes darting around as she whispered, I magic. If only I had trained you harder. If only I had revealed Mujuin to the clan sooner. Suddenly a clear voice rang out with respect, startling her awake. Please stop, elderly Kyungwa. Gawa, who had somehow appeared at her side, smiled confidently. The young master will win, just like he always did back then. She squinted, stepped forward, wrapped an arm around Jiowa's shoulder and reassured her. So as his teacher, shouldn't you offer a word of encouragement? Her eyes remained downcast, the heaviness and worry in her heart not completely gone, but still. Chial looked at Jiowa and thought to himself that she was like a trembling young animal terrified by something. Perhaps she was someone who had lost something within the Sungmu clan. A lone image of her appeared in his mind. I don't know your past. If I wanted, I could easily investigate it all. Chial sharply dismissed the thought, but I deliberately did not. Then he gently lifted his foot. because I believe that one day you will tell me yourself. Chiel stepped toward Jaehua with a bright smile and instead comforted her. Aunt, this is not the time to be gloomy. You should feel excited. Jaehua tilted her head, looking at his face and confident smile. Excited. She opened her brilliant golden eyes wide in surprise, her lips parting at his suggestive words. And even more, there was an unexpected twist. A voice rang from outside, making Chial immediately look up and pay attention. Young master, it's time to go out. He didn't forget to turn back, smile at Jaehua and say, watch closely, Aunt. I will not lose. Chiel grabbed his sword, closed his hand around it, and stepped out confidently and radiant. Cheer freely from the stands. If you cheer too quietly, I might get sad. He himself felt a bit nervous as he walked down the long corridor leading to the arena. It's been a long time since I walked this corridor. Chial suddenly paused, wondering inwardly. Since birth, I have non-stop tried to prove myself. Then he strode strongly toward the light at the end of the long corridor. Now is the time to close that proof. Chial gripped his sword and smiled, speaking to steady himself. Let's go. The stands around were packed with spectators. They'd arrived very early, and the atmosphere was extremely lively. He stepped into the arena with a steady demeanor. Chial cast a slight glance toward the nearest row of seats above the arena. There sat Shane with a stern expression, his wife beside him, and father and Lady Beg. Also present were the elders' seats, with Ib Hung and even Cheoljung. Both he and the elders were in attendance. Suddenly a sharp, acerbic voice sounded and made him glance. Hey, arrogant bastard of a bastard. Xiao Ah stood opposite, speaking with contempt. Always holding your head up like that, are you proud? She sneered to show her attitude. I've never liked your neck. Xiao Ah casually tossed the knife in her hand. Just a bastard who always acts superior. It's irritating to the ears and eyes. Then she caught the knife, pointed it at Chial with a confident smile, and taunted him. Today I'll break that neck, get ready. He tilted his head, smiled dangerously, and replied, I'm looking forward to it. Sixth sister, L letter 1E5C. The referee stood between them, raised his hand high, and shouted then, begin now. The duel between Miss L letter 1E5C and the ninth young master begins. With the referee's permission, both placed their hands on their weapons simultaneously, ready in their combat stances, ready. Chial closed his eyes slightly to feel the atmosphere around him. The instant the referee shouted start, he opened his eyes. Chial's eyes became brilliantly bright, and many beams of energy radiated around Mana sight. But in a flash, Xiao Ah had appeared behind him, holding a knife that blazed with fire. Chial was astonished at her speed. He glanced back at the knives flying toward him. When had she gotten behind him? You remained frozen in place as 3 knives flew in from behind, 3 thrown blades coming from the rear. And in front of Chial, 2 more blazing knives were launched, 2 more blades ahead. He hadn't even had time to see her throw them. Xiao Ah saw him being pressured from both sides and smiled smugly. The thrown blade technique. Her knife was scorched and burned bright with mana flames. It was a skill where she channeled mana and Kai into the blade, then threw it. A unique technique she pioneered herself. Its name was given after the image of falling flames. Firefall. 5 flaming thrown blades circled Chial, and he still stood stock still, unable to dodge. Chial's eyes suddenly lit up. The black sword he held emitted jets of jet black power. Then, the brutal energy skill. Chial gripped the sword and slammed it into the ground with great force, summoning a column of lightning down into the arena that made the surrounding earth tremble slightly. An electrokinetic transformation. The incoming thrown blades were knocked away by that. Xiao Ah was no exception. She stepped back several paces, terrible. Dust and smoke billowed across the arena, completely obscuring Chial, leaving only a dark silhouette standing there. As the dust cleared, his face emerged with a smile. He spoke calmly. I've heard a lot about Sixth Sister L letter 1E5C's marvelous thrown blade techniques. Chial confidently pointed his sword at her, his voice challenging, but not as impressive as I expected. Hearing that, Xiao Ah became furious. She ground her teeth and plunged her hand into her green robe to find something. She pulled out another knife and shouted, "You're finished." With that, she gripped the knife and lunged quickly toward Chial. She angrily stabbed repeatedly at him, but Chial managed to evade those strikes. Brats still wet behind the ears, daring to be arrogant. Xiao Ah's eyes widened into a wild look as more flaming thrown blades rose in succession. I'll crush you head-on. Immediately they were launched straight at Chial. Yet facing the blades, he calmly observed her actions and gestures, silently assessing. Sixth Sister's movements were like an acrobat's. She used multiple blades at once, striking at skewed, unnatural angles, a skill impossible without superior reflexes and situational judgment. A smug smile appeared on Chial's face, but he took a running start and shot forward like an arrow. That was what I wanted to bait her into doing. They both lunged at each other simultaneously. neither yielding, forcing her into a direct attack. Chial swung his sword, passing across Xiao A's face and successfully slicing away the thrown blades that were coming at him. He tightened his grip on the sword, and a surge of electricity emanated from it, Mugen's first awakening. The sky suddenly lit with crisscrossing lightning as he raised the sword high, sparkling with flashes, mana piercer. Xiao A stared at the bolts chaining down, and a thought flashed through her head. Dangerous. Xiao A immediately brought two thrown blades forward to block Chial's strike. This is really dangerous. Thunder exploded across the clear sky as he thrust the sword straight at her, causing a massive lightning burst to erupt violently. Even the ground trembled before that unimaginably powerful blow. The long footprint Xiao A had left on the ground had already cracked and shattered. She clenched the two knives, both nearly shattered from the previous strike. Xiao A knelt on the ground, gritted her teeth, and looked up. Did he reduce the force at the last moment by retreating as the blades collided? She looked down at the pitiful knife in her hand. That bastard uses sword techniques like a family heirloom. Xiao A tossed the ruined knife aside, her gaze sharp toward Chial. She must not take that hit. She picked up another knife. She stood up to face him and spoke. So you do have a decent move, but unfortunately that move. Xiao A gripped the two flaming knives and lunged fiercely, shouting loudly, "You should have saved it for a more important moment." Chial watched her speed carefully, assessing silently. Faster than before, yet she charged straight in again. He simultaneously raised his sword, but Xiao A spun several times in midair to evade Chial's strike. Quickly she reappeared behind him, turning defense into offense. What, speechless now? Come on, retort. Chial deftly swung his sword up to block Xiao A's unexpected attack. Then they rushed at each other, exchanging blows in rapid succession. The clash of weapons rang across the arena with fast, unpredictable combos. He frowned and raised his sword to parry Xiao A's knife. He blocked it, but the speed made counterattacking difficult. Chial's eyes suddenly flared with golden light. Sixth sister. He could read each of her moves and make judgments. I can see it all. Chial tilted his head to dodge the knife Xiao A thrust. Instinct felt the blade, and my mana sight pinpointed every direction it came from. He let out a small, smug smile. The reason I insisted on dueling Sixth Sister. With fiery eyes, Chial smiled confidently amid the thunderous battlefield, thinking that his ability was Sixth Sister's nemesis. Xiao A shuddered in surprise when she saw that look, the demonic eye. She hastily steadied herself and crouched back into a combat stance. The short blade's advantage lies in secrecy and agility, but if exposed, the fighting style is limited. Xiao A recalled Chial's earth-shattering strike, and thought to herself that he dared try to suppress her with close-range power, then counter like before. She glanced at the magic lock shackles on her ankles and wrists, and cursed under her breath. Damn this mana limit. If it were just 10% higher, I could use an advanced aura skill. Xiao A remembered the time she slaughtered monsters across the land for a year, thinking only of avenging that bastard, crushing him, destroying his pride. Xiao A stood among the corpses of monsters, gasping with exhaustion, intending to torment him until he begged for mercy. Along with that was a savage, satisfied smile. She hadn't expected it to turn out like this. Xiao A reveled in her thoughts, thinking she was the best among them, when Chial's voice rang out and snapped her back. Still enough energy to daydream, huh? Before she knew it, he had appeared right in front of her, smiling and reminding her to focus, understand. Chial swung his sword, and she nimbly brought the two thrown blades in her hands up to block. But compared to his strength, she was still somewhat weaker. Xiao A trembled as she parried, clicking her tongue in annoyance. Suddenly, her whole body burst into red flames. I'm not planning to use this, you know. This also took Chial by surprise. A current of electricity spread out and ran into his body. It traveled toward Chial's heart and enveloped it, successfully locking it down. He looked down in shock, thinking to himself that his mana channels had been sealed. Sensing something amiss, Chial immediately sprang back several steps. Xiao A sneered mockingly as he retreated. So you can think after all. She screamed with eyes like a madwoman, no mana. You're just a useless insect. Chial remained calm, watching Xiao A and quietly deducing. Is she using a psychic ability? An energy slipped deep into the body to touch the heart. Sixth Sister Li Xiao A's psychic power to bend an opponent's mana channels and divert control. It's the mana ceiling. If the opponent's mana is overwhelmingly stronger, they can resist, but if not, even if they know, they're bound. Xiao A gleefully taunted when she saw him frozen in place. You're done. But there was something Chial hid deep inside, something Sixth Sister didn't know. A moment later, she had to widen her eyes in shock. Impossible. Seeing a stream of blue mana swirling around him made Xiao A exclaim in surprise. How can he still use mana? Chial, however, smiled inwardly with confidence. His mana technique was unlike anyone else's. Amid the thunderous cheers of thousands of spectators, there among the crowd a girl couldn't help but tremble and pray. Everything will be fine, everything will be fine, because my nephew is very talented. At that moment, Jowa's face showed clear unease. She kept trembling, hands clasped in prayer, trying in her mind to reassure herself. Yes, this time will be different from before. But what if he ends up in the same situation as then? Jowa was so terrified that Gawa beside her kept calling, "Elderly Jowa." But she couldn't hear a word. Then what am I supposed to do? She dared not face reality, so her dark-haired eyes squeezed shut. Suddenly, the commentator's voice cut through Jowa's thoughts. Is he still okay? Hearing that, she startled and opened her eyes wide. A young spectator nearby also exclaimed in surprise. I didn't expect him to develop this much. His foundation is frighteningly solid. A spectator behind the dark-haired girl asked curiously, what aura skill is that? His friend answered immediately. Isn't it one of the Sumuiga mana ultimates? They say that illegitimate kid is only 15. Hearing their discussion about her nephew, Jowa stared in astonishment at the arena. Down in the arena, Chial's dark golden eyes flared as he charged forward with his sword. Kankai technique Thunder Wrath, his strike smashed into the ground, causing it to fissure. Chial nimbly dodged the attack. While she was off balance from evading the previous blow, Chial didn't stop and forcefully swung his sword backward. He then used Kankai technique Yanla to continue attacking Chial. This time she was still leaning back, making it extremely difficult to dodge this move. Scarlet cords formed from the dark-haired boy's technique, wrapped tightly around her body. Bound so tightly, Chial immediately collapsed to the ground. She quickly used Kankai technique Tempest, a powerful move that directly sliced through the red cords formed by Yanla. Having taken several full hits from the dark-haired boy, Chial was growing battered. Enraged, she glared and clenched a small knife in her hand. Seeing Chial free herself, Chial couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. She used Tumpus to cut through Yenla. From the stands, Chua couldn't believe her eyes. She thought to herself, Thunder Wrath, Yenla Tempest. These are all aura skills my nephew and I once created together, all those tangled emotions. As if they're being cleansed. At that thought, she clenched her fists. Jowa's eyes shone at her nephew. Yes, you must win, because you are a genius. A bright smile appeared on her face, a fierce confidence in Chial. On the arena floor, the dust was clearing, and Chial stood frozen for a moment. Impossible. Her mana source must have been sealed by my skill, so how can he still use mana? She couldn't accept what had happened, eyes wide. Chial and Chial were now facing each other as opponents. The dark-haired boy thought to himself, there's one thing my sixth sister doesn't know. My mana method differs from ordinary people. It can operate with only the mana vein. Thinking this, he gave a slight grin as the sword in his hand began to draw an abundant external energy. Having sensed the energy was sufficient, Chial didn't hesitate and shouted, now I'm charging in. In the blink of an eye, the distance between them had closed considerably, and Chial was now on the defensive. The dark-haired boy's sword kept slicing down amid her bewilderment. Too fast, but just as the blade touched, she sprang backward with all her strength to avoid it. To dodge that attack, Chial had to skid a long distance. Her hands were trembling violently. Chial cursed in anger. Bastard! Before she could even process the situation, Chial swung his sword again. Once more, Chial struggled backward to evade the move. The ground where she had stood was cleaved by his blade. Seeing the force behind Chial's swing, she couldn't believe her eyes. Impossible, I can't be pushed back like this. Suddenly, Chial sensed a terrifying killing intent beginning to envelop her. Startled, she glanced up toward the stands. Her heartbeat hammered harder as she looked at the person exerting pressure on her. That person stared at her with jade-green eyes. The woman wore a pristine white outfit, with dark green hair and beautiful jade-green eyes, yet her expression was terrifying. Chial looked back at the woman, panting from exhaustion. Suddenly, her body trembled, and Chial's lips quivered as if she wanted to say something. I. She couldn't contain her emotions facing the woman's icy gaze, and Chial's hands twitched the knife. A scorching stream of fire energy burst from within her as Chial roared. It's all because of that damned illegitimate brat. Chial quickly noticed her abnormality. An enormous amount of mana. She's forcibly siphoning mana. Doesn't she care about her wounds? The two small knives in Chial's hands were now enveloped in massive mana. Immediately, the other knives, scattered on the ground, began to rise slowly. Chial poured all her strength into controlling the knives, a blazing red energy surging around her. She raised her hand and sent the knives flying into the air. This was her secret technique, meteor shower. I'll kill you. With that, Chial decisively brought her hand down. Madness flickered in her eyes. In the stands, Yihang sprang to his feet upon seeing the technique and shouted, That's a violation of the rules. Stop it! But his shout came too late as the knives, under Cial A's control, flew to attack Chial. He showed no panic or intent to dodge. He stood calmly as the sword in his hand began to absorb mana. When the sword had absorbed the required mana, patterns began to appear on its surface. Chial let out a soft exhale. He then took a defensive stance as the knives drew ever closer. Instantly, the dark-haired boy swung his sword in a wide arc. Seeing Chial seemingly cutting at empty air, Cial A couldn't help but laugh. "What are you chopping at?" But her amusement was cut short by what happened next. One knife flew back and stuck straight into the ground right beside her foot. While using his sword to counter Cial A's meteor shower, the dark-haired boy thought to himself, "There is an immutable truth. Mana doesn't disappear. When mana disperses into the air, it returns to nature. Mana is infinite and never truly vanishes." Thanks to that truth, Chial could easily absorb mana and knock the knives off their trajectories. With just a few expert sword strokes, he successfully shattered Cial A's technique. But Chial himself possessed a fact that ran counter to that truth. The ancestral sword, Hugia of Black Knight, a sword that can cut and erase mana. After a flawless defense, the dark-haired boy curled his lips into a confident smile. Staring at the quivering sword in his hand, Chial thought to himself in awe, "I didn't expect she would use Meteor Shower, but even so, I still succeeded." He recalled that when Cial A summoned those massive meteor spheres, his current ability wasn't enough. He had to use the blackening power to defeat her. "With my present strength, I couldn't completely stop the meteor shower, so I used Hugia to sever the mana threads linked to the throwing knives." Not only that, Chial had to combine his demonic eye with the knives to perfectly defeat Cial A, but doing so required absolute intense concentration. "With the demonic eye, I can see the mana streams connected to the meteor knives, but both tasks demand total focus." Having decided, he resolved to follow the planned approach. Then Chial stepped forward defiantly and proclaimed to Cial A with eager voice, "Now it's your turn." Hearing that, she couldn't help but flinch. Cial A clenched her teeth, anxiety on her face. Is he going to use that move again? She swiftly moved elsewhere at lightning speed. Her movement too fast to track, only debris where she stood kicked up from the ground. Cial A positioned herself as far from Chial as possible, reasoning, "But if I widen the distance, he won't be able to execute it." Suddenly, long blue lightning streaks appeared on the sword he held. The space darkened as he readied a counterattack, startling her. "What? He's attacking even from this distance." Chial smiled triumphantly and confidently explained, "Chiakma is a sword technique born to deal with monsters." Seeming to know what she was thinking, he immediately clarified for her and slowly raised his sword. This distance was never the issue from the start. Instantly, Chial pointed his sword toward the ground. A colossal force descended as he invoked the move. Meet Jaya, Eclipse. A gray flash tore the darkness apart, sweeping everything on the ground and sending debris scattering through the air. The dark-haired boy stood firm and unleashed Chiakma, Piercing Demon, toward Cial A. Cial A watched dumbfounded, unable to react, frozen in place. Only when the danger drew near did she widen her eyes and curse, "Bastard!" A massive explosion thundered, producing a terrifying echo while lightning bolts struck directly where she stood. When the explosion ended, a thick white smoke gradually cleared. Things became more visible, the sky was no longer pitch black, and a long, sword-shaped fissure marred the arena floor, a horrifying sight. At that moment, Chial felt a sharp pain in his eye. He shielded it with his hand and cried out in pain. The dark-haired boy gritted his teeth through the pain, sweat beading on his face as he pondered. "My eye hurts like this because I used the demonic eye to its limit." But this was not the time to rest. The fight was still ongoing and Chial worried. "But it's not over yet. Chiakma hit dead center, but I need to finish this match." Suddenly, a figure loomed within the white smoke. A blade pierced through Chial's thigh. Blood spurted instantly, leaving him unable to react as he stared in stunned shock at the wound. The dark-haired boy staggered forward, unable to stand steadily. Suddenly, a foot slammed into the ground and launched into the air. It was Cial A, her face full of killing intent as she dashed before him so fast the dark-haired boy exclaimed in surprise. "Sixth sister is so fast." Her eyes flashed a burning gold as she sensed the danger. "This strike is deadly," and the knife at her hand pressed right against his neck. He immediately dodged, sending debris on the ground trembling. Chial sprang backward to avoid it. They moved like that, one retreating, one advancing, chasing each other with neither yielding. But his speed wasn't enough. Chial took a full thrust from Cial A. Chial froze on the floor. The two of them stood motionless. The knife in her hand pierced just above his chest, blood spattering and staining his shirt. But he wasn't easily defeated. His sword drove into Xiao A's left chest as well. She immediately pulled the knife from his chest, trailing a thin thread of red blood. After withdrawing the knife, she collapsed to the ground unconscious while Chial remained safe and sound in the match. He couldn't help but exclaim, "If I had been a second slower using Hugia to block that blow, my heart could have been pierced." He dared not dwell on how a few seconds' delay might have cost him the fight, but defeating her hadn't been easy either. The dark-haired boy clutched his wounded left chest, wincing in pain. He glanced at Xiao A lying motionless and assessed the situation. Sixth sister fainted the moment Chiakma struck. My body reacted instinctively to the rushing killing intent. Chial couldn't help but admire her ability. The bloodline sixth sister possesses is terrifying. He turned to the two aides who still stood stunned nearby and warned, "What are you still standing there for? Aren't you going to take sixth sister away? If you leave sixth sister there she'll die from internal injuries," he added as he slid his sword back into its sheath. The aides finally realized they had to act and hurriedly answered, "Yes," but they still seemed in shock and lingered, so he reluctantly pointed to where Xiao A lay. Only then did they understand and quickly reply, "Yes." The two of them hurried to her side, one on each side, while the dark-haired boy stood proudly, having demonstrated his ability to everyone, and smugly said, "Now do you see? The warriors of the clan," he said, looking up at the packed stands full of spectators. The stubborn, elder Chialjung, sitting and watching, gaped in astonishment, staring at the arena in disbelief. He didn't forget those who shared his blood, including those half-siblings. The dark-haired boy raised his hand high, brimming with confidence and no longer subject to mockery. "For the first time, this is for all who thought I'd lose simply because I'm an illegitimate child. I've proven myself." Chial wanted those who had doubted and derided him to see him differently. Suddenly he noticed something odd. Applause echoed in the silent space. He looked up toward the stands. Shane was clapping, acknowledging his convincing victory. Then everyone began to chant and cheer in unison, filling the stands with shouts. He stood there wide-eyed, looking around. This was the first time in his life he had been so warmly received without a single jeer or criticism, and it filled him with warmth. But the feeling didn't last long. A voice snapped him out of his chaotic thoughts. "Auntie's nephew is the best." The one enthusiastically waving her hands in celebration was Jiohwa, her face full of happiness. "Damn, I knew it, the boy would do it." The maid, seeing her overly excited, quickly intervened. "Elder, please calm down." On the other side, Chial stood in the arena covering his face in embarrassed shyness, not wanting to accept Jiohwa as his aunt, only able to utter, "Oh my God." Yet the black-haired woman continued to cheer proudly for her beloved nephew. "My nephew is the best, my nephew is the best." At that moment, a few people descended to the arena floor and approached the dark-haired boy. Leading them was Patriarch Li, who did not forget to praise Chial. "Well done." The Grand Elder looked a bit embarrassed and avoided meeting his eyes. Chial was very surprised by Tishan's praise. It seems father isn't too pleased. He has never praised a child in front of others before. Seeing him say nothing, he stared at the dark-haired boy and assessed inwardly. This child chose, hung, and staged this scene. He picked that sixth sister and steered the match according to his own tactics. That's the opponent against whom he holds the greatest counter-advantage. Those unaware would assume sixth sister's victory was obvious. It sounds easy, but among those here, how many could actually do that? Patriarch Li held him in high regard and began paying more attention to him after this match. Then he decided to make an offer. "You have proven yourself, therefore I recognize your qualification to depart on the warrior training route." Overjoyed, Chial bowed respectfully, placing his hand over his left chest in salute. "Thank you, father." In a hidden corner, no one saw the dark-haired boy's mysterious smile, so no one knew his true thoughts. Tishan sensed he was about to say something and curiously asked, "You seem to have something to say." As expected, everything was within his plan. Chial seized the moment, inwardly delighted. The time has come. Chial straightened and looked him in the eye, answering honestly, "As expected, father, I hide nothing from you." When Tishan asked if he had something to say and seemed likely to grant it, he thought privately. Formally, the reward for this test is permission to join the warrior route. Then he saw a servant whispering something serious into Lady Beak's ear, but he paid little attention and continued his jumbled thoughts. "I shouldn't expect anything more from father." Perhaps the dark-haired boy had thought that joining the warrior route would be enough, but if Patriarch Li offered more, he wouldn't refuse. He decided to voice his intention. "Then allow me to say one thing." Unintentionally, Grand Elder Chialjung glanced to see what he would do next. Chial told himself, "With father it's like that. If it were Tishan, he would also want to show more." The dark-haired boy raised his hand to his chest and continued, I have reached a level sufficient to graduate early from military training, and father witnessed it with his own eyes. I also went to Chenwei-sin and passed the bloodless dream test. Chial decided to lay out his desires now that he had passed every required test. Because you are the one who decides with the Council of Elders, I must announce the reward before them. He wanted to ensure he received everything he was entitled to. Then he continued, speaking with thoughtful worry. I have proven everything and met all the conditions, so why does the Council of Elders not trust me and insist on testing me for no reason? He intended to expose Chialjung in front of everyone, especially his father, to see how the old man would handle it. The elder, called out, was startled and alarmed, not expecting Chial to cleverly use self-sacrifice to trap him. Chial went on to recount how hard he had worked. In this match, Sixth Sister was seriously injured, and I standing here able to speak now was already a major effort of mine. The dark-haired boy looked straight into Chialjung's eyes, but the old man quickly averted his gaze, unwilling to meet that determined stare. Chial vowed he would no longer let the Grand Elder suppress him. As for me, I cannot help feeling oppressed by the elders. Chial decided to rise up, and no longer patient, directly accused the old man in front of everyone. The dark-haired boy bowed his head slightly and thought to himself, I'm only 15. I'm allowed to be a bit harsh and rude. If I don't speak now, when will I get another chance? He truly wanted to seize this tiny, unique opportunity to voice the suffering he'd endured for years. If he didn't, there might never be another chance. Tishin, seeing the innocent look and humiliation in Chial's eyes from being suppressed by the Grand Elders, turned to Chialjung and asked, Grand Elder, can you answer this youngest child's question? Chial instinctively looked toward the old man, wanting a proper answer. Chialjung held his baton and fell into deep thought. After a moment, the old man smiled and said, It seems there has been a misunderstanding. The Council of Grand Elders has always decided who may join the warrior route. True to his nature, the old man quickly denied responsibility and refused to admit fault. The Grand Elder patiently explained to the dark-haired boy, The family laws clearly state no distinction between legitimate children and those born out of wedlock. So would the Council of Grand Elders deny the family's own rules? Hearing that, Chial only gave a slight smile, understanding the sarcasm in the elder's words. And yet you deliberately mentioned illegitimate. He knew the Grand Elder had always targeted him. I never brought up my status. Yet the elder invoked the family rules, and the dark-haired boy, feeling hurt, asked, Would the Council of Grand Elders really make an issue of that? Chialjung smiled benignly and quickly changed the subject without answering the vague question. Indeed, departing on the warrior route so young can lead to unpredictable danger. The old man reminded him like a senior relative. Suddenly Chial addressed Chialjung, causing the Grand Elder's cheerful expression to turn more mysterious. He continued, unable to let the matter go. Then why had it to be Sixth Sister? Everyone can see she's far stronger than me, and she's older too. Only then did Chialjung begin to fumble for an answer, stammering. Well, that is. Before the old man could continue, the dark-haired boy pressed the point. I've read the official notice. It said the person who would test me would be someone returning from the warrior route. Chial shouted in fury, demanding clarification. Then shouldn't it have been seventh brother who appeared? If not him, there were many other warriors who could have been chosen. He had countless baffling questions about the matter. Patriarch Li, hearing Chial's question, was left speechless. The words he was about to say were withdrawn, overwhelmed by the sharpness of Chial's remark. Yiheng turned his back to hide his flushed face from laughing too excitedly, but he couldn't omit praise for the dark-haired boy. This insolent kid staged the whole thing and now has the Grand Elder cornered, can't help but laugh. The uncle highly rated his top-tier performance, not letting anyone interrupt. The steward acknowledged his cleverness that could render the Grand Elder speechless. Well done, truly crafty. Suddenly he realized something and turned back to look at Chial with curiosity. Could it be that you chose Sixth Sister from the start just for this moment? Chialjung defended himself. We merely thought Sixth Sister was more suitable for the test. The dark-haired boy, puzzled, replied, If that's the case, there was no need to make it public like this. The duel should have been held discreetly and privately. Chial clenched his fist and plainly stated his position. So I want to hear clearly, why did the Council of Grand Elders conduct such a public test? He looked straight into the Grand Elder's eyes, bluntly confronting the scheming old man. The dark-haired boy saw the stormy expression on Chialjung's face as he furrowed his brows, which only excited him more. Show your hand. It seems the elders are picking on a child, he added. He intended to reveal the elder's true face to everyone, but Patriarch Li intervened to stop both sides from arguing. Enough. He wanted to maintain the hierarchy and order. The Grand Elder is a senior in the clan. Tishin reminded him about his earlier reckless behavior. I understand you were excited after the match. That was rude. Chial immediately bowed respectfully, placing his hand over his chest toward Chialjung. Yes, I apologize. Then Patriarch Li turned to ask the Grand Elder's opinion. But simply ending it like this isn't the right approach. He looked at the old man's face and asked, Grand Elder, what do you think? Chialjung felt displeased and sneered inwardly. An illegitimate child has completely defeated me. But the old man kept his composure, stepped forward with a gentle smile and replied, I must admit, there were parts of this test that are hard to justify. The Council of Grand Elders should reward him. The dark-haired boy stood up straight and sincerely apologized. I also apologize for being rude. Then Yihang watched Chial apologize sincerely before everyone, admitting he had been a bit impudent, though he felt no regret for what he had done. I only did what needed to be done, so I won't expect an excessive reward, the blue-haired ant said, enjoying the spectacle he had staged. When the Grand Elder heard the dark-haired boy's apology, he was startled, but it was all outward. Chial remained resolute in his choice to claim what was rightfully his. But I still want to receive what I deserve. He believed he was entitled to better things, not to be labeled illegitimate, and have his abilities completely denied. A few days after the contest, in Chial's room, warm rays of sunlight filtered through the window of the dark-haired boy's room. He was still lying stretched out on the bed, hands clasped behind his head, feeling a bit bored. I never expected I'd miss Chinwissen. He had to rest his injuries, so he was forced to stay home and felt stifled. Kept here until I'm fully healed. He couldn't forget the nagging warnings from the past few days. Hey, do you think you're fully recovered? Yihang scolded angrily. Where do you think you're going, kid? Even Nurse Gawa, eyes brimming with tears, blocked him from leaving. You may not go out until you're completely recovered. Chial wanted to recover quickly so he could move about instead of becoming disabled. He thought, if there were restorative waters, I'd heal faster. When there was a knock at the door, the dark-haired boy sprang up and called to the person waiting outside to enter. Come in. Suddenly he heard a long unheard voice and was very surprised. Long time no see, young master. 3 people entered in turn, Kim Han, Bo Seong, and In-ha. Then Kim Han exclaimed cheerfully, How have you been lately? In-ha quickly apologized upon learning of his injury and her delayed visit. I meant to come as soon as you returned to the clan, but I heard you were busy, so I'm late. She didn't forget to ask, Is your back all right? Chial replied happily, It's fine. He also expressed his frustration at being confined for days. You think I wouldn't make time to see you? The dark-haired boy wanted to chat with them and gestured toward a stack of chairs. Quick, grab seats and sit properly. All 3 obeyed, sitting neatly by his bed. Chial sat up properly and asked, And how are you all doing? The short-haired girl promptly answered, Of course. In-ha honestly answered about the days Chial was absent. There were some meaningless clashes, but we took them as signs of being watched, so it wasn't too bad. Kim Han's eyes sparkled with admiration as he asked the dark-haired boy, More importantly, how did you train for a year to become this strong? Chial, seeing his eager, focused gaze, looked puzzled. Seeing Chial still blankly not understand, the brown-haired boy clarified. I mean that duel, I watched it. Suddenly Chial's eyes flared red and flames seemed to burst around him, frightening Kim Han. We're about to be in our 3rd year, so you must have a lot of free time, right? The single question made him panic. He held up his hands to placate and said cautiously, No way. No one would miss an important moment with you, young master. The brown-haired boy, sensing trouble, turned to the 2 beside him for help. I bet the others have all seen it too, right? But the reply was silence. Both Bo Seong and In-ha shut their eyes and pretended not to hear, leaving Kim Han puzzled. Seeing the brown-haired boy flustered, Bo Seong spoke up to help. Sorry, young master, I planned to come after training but ended up late. In-ha awkwardly added. Because Bo Seong participated in the match, he was busy too. Chial cheerfully returned to his usual manner. No need to apologize, it's fine. Then the dark-haired boy didn't forget to admonish Kim Han. Kim Han, don't slack off just because I wasn't here, okay? He heard that and, embarrassed, denied it. No way, which made the green-haired boy next to him chuckle and tease him. Seeing them in front of him, Chial breathed a sigh of relief. You all have grown a lot. In-ha and Bo Seong had been recruited as trainees for the Blood Tiger Squad and the Celestial Bow Squad, 2 of the strongest units at Sungmu Academy. The 4 elite units like them were collectively called the 4 Divine Squads. Kim Han decided to join Yukmun, the academy that trains swordsmanship in the Sword Division and concealed weapons in the Marksman Division. Training in both simultaneously was no easy task. He felt very proud of them. I heard half of the S-class students were recruited too. That's impressive. Then the dark-haired boy urged them to keep getting stronger. Keep working hard. In the future, I'll need a lot of help from you. They all obeyed, placing hands over their chests to solemnly vow. Leave it to us. We'll become strong enough that the young master won't be ashamed. Their firm promise repaid Chial's kindness. Inha folded the chair away and said goodbye. Then we'll take our leave. The dark-haired boy stood and politely saw them out. All right, see you, it's been great. Suddenly Han remembered something and asked the dark-haired boy. Oh right, almost forgot. Today you're going to receive your reward, aren't you? Chial, seeing his excitement, asked curiously. I'm the one receiving the reward. Why are you all so excited? The brown-haired boy reached out and explained. Because it's a good thing for you, young master. Then he continued, curious what Chial planned to accept. So have you decided what you'll take? Chial only gave a faint smile. The dark-haired boy, pleased and excited with his decision about the reward, replied lightly. Of course. Early the next morning at Sung Mu's armory, 2 guards stood watch at the gate. A car braked and stopped in front of the gate. A pair of feet stepped down from the car door. It was Chial. Today he wore only a white shirt and looked calmly at the scene before him. It's been 6 years since I've been to the armory, hasn't it? Suddenly a voice sounded, curiously looking at him and asking, Huh, isn't that the youngest son? A young gate guard saw him and asked, May I ask the purpose of your visit? The dark-haired boy handed him the permit. I have authorization to withdraw equipment from the armory. He looked over the paper in his hand, checked it, and replied, Yes, I have verified the document. The gate swung open to both sides, and he ordered, You may pass through now, sir. Suddenly he called after Chial, curious why he was addressed. Young master. The 2 guards expressed their admiration for him. That match truly moved us. We'll strive to refine ourselves like the young master. They took him as a model to emulate. Then the 2 of them saluted, bowing deeply before him, which made Chial gape in amazement. The dark-haired boy stood there dumbfounded, staring at them, and was deeply moved and happy. This is the first time in my life I've received such a salute. Until now, most people only despised and looked down on me for my illegitimate status. But there was no more scorn. This time some genuinely admired his talent and cared for him, giving the dark-haired young man motivation to keep striving to become stronger. Thank you for thinking that way. To not disappoint you, I will work even harder. Chial did not want to let those who trusted him down. He then slowly proceeded toward the armory, which was jointly managed by the Administrative Institute and the Council of Elders. If the Administrative Institute handles preservation and maintenance, then research as well as equipment check-in and check-out fall under the Council of Elders' authority. As Chial entered, a guard standing watch used a scanning device to thoroughly check that he wasn't carrying any dangerous items. Chial smiled, remembering the reward he wanted after the match ended. Therefore, I requested compensation from the head of the Council of Elders. At the arena that day, the dark-haired young man had made his proposal. I only did what I was obliged to do, so I wouldn't dare expect any unreasonable reward. I only wished to reclaim the items selected during that ritual selection. Chial wanted to recover what he had lost. The Grand Elder wondered, Didn't you choose one weapon and wear it at your side back then? The old man was puzzled by his choice at the time. You accepted a single weapon then. Do you now seek to claim ownership of them all? The dark-haired youth calmly explained. According to the rules, weapons chosen during the selection ritual can, I heard, later be fully received. To ensure the rule was clear, he directly asked Yihang to verify what he had just stated. Am I mistaken in understanding this, steward? The steward, surprised that the boy put the responsibility to him, thought inwardly, What a crafty child! But without keeping everyone waiting, he firmly confirmed. All right, that's correct. By ancient custom, people later received the remaining weapons as well. The family head said he would follow that precedent. Chialjung glanced at Lord Li and honestly agreed. Now that I recall, that's indeed how it was. The old man, deep in thought and wrestling with the idea, said to Chial, Just choose a couple of items appropriate to your status and bestow them. Releasing a few pieces won't harm the Council of Elders. The old man found the plan acceptable. It seemed the dark-haired youth understood what the Grand Elder was thinking and smiled confidently. They'll probably think that way. If the head of the Council of Elders accepts my request in front of the guests, then the weapons in the armory will legitimately become mine. He turned to ask Tishin, Can you do that for me? Tishin only stared at him thoughtfully and did not answer. After a long pause, Lord Li spoke. I permit it. Those things were destined to come to you anyway. Chial respectfully placed his hand over his chest and bowed. Thank you, father. He considered it obvious. Of course, as long as you prove yourself worthy of being an owner, the elders will hand the weapons to you, he reminded. advising Chial to be deserving of what he would receive. Embarrassed, he realized Shane had seen through his scheme but did not expose it. He only gently chided. Truly, father even understands my plotting, while the head of the Council of Elders didn't notice. Moreover, you skillfully sided with the council to close the matter. Then Lord Li ordered his subordinates. Decide which weapons will be released from the armory and hand them to the youngest son. Thus their negotiation concluded, and Chial successfully obtained the weapons he wanted. So I am permitted to receive 4 masterwork weapons. The dark-haired youth entered the armory elevator in thought. Normally such generous rewards wouldn't be given, but with my father backing me, they dared not act otherwise. They respected his father and wouldn't risk opposition. The elevator reached the 2nd floor with a ding. The elevator doors slowly opened. Light streamed in and shone on Chial's smiling face. Access is limited from the 1st to the 3rd floor. The 1st floor, where the standard-grade weapons are stored, need not concern us. I must choose things truly useful for this journey. Before him was a room packed with advanced, modern weapons. Chial couldn't help but be dazzled by the weapons. A black orb appeared in his hand as he grew excited, preparing to pick his favorites. Well then, let's take our time and choose. The scene shifted to Myeongjiang's office. Myeongjang sat opposite Chial and asked calmly, "Are you set to depart?" He replied politely, "Yes, all preparations have been completed." Outside the window, peach blossoms fluttered in the air, and he cheerfully thought the journey would be delightful. It's spring, quite pleasant weather. He felt Chial's departure in spring was fitting. To begin a long journey, few seasons are more suitable. Myeongjang didn't forget to ask, "Have you paid your respects to everyone?" The dark-haired young man answered, "Yes. As for my uncle, he's on a distant assignment and couldn't receive me." But mentioning Gawa required considerable effort to soothe her. "It took a lot of work to calm the wet nurse," he chuckled excitedly. "I can imagine." Then Myeongjang asked whether Chial had greeted Lord Li. "So, have you called on your father?" Hearing that, the dark-haired youth only laughed with amusement. "Yes, he scolded me as usual." He seemed surprised. "Scold you?" and recounted. "He said that since I've caused such a big incident, if I don't bring back results that satisfy him, I'll be punished." Myeongjang smiled awkwardly. "That does sound a bit frightening." Suddenly he grew pensive, becoming more serious. After a long pause, he finally asked, "Have you heard any news about our 6th sister?" At the mention of Chial looked somewhat dejected. "Yes, I hear she has entered seclusion to train. Even while still recovering after waking, 6th sister caused a commotion, smashing things in the room that 2 burly men couldn't restrain her. After recovering, she was placed into seclusion for training by Madam B." Myeongjang fell silent, seeing Chial's situation was grave and beyond his control, so he warned Chial before he left to ease his mind a little. Originally, no one can interfere with a practitioner's discipline, but at least for now she won't be able to go out and exact revenge immediately. The dark-haired youth didn't answer, but nodded in understanding. His fingers intertwined nervously as he opened his mouth. "Brother, may I ask you a favor?" The dark-haired youth hoped someone would remain to care for the wet nurse while he traveled. Only Myeongjang could be trusted with that. "While I'm away on my journey, please take care of the wet nurse for me." He remembered Gawa crying and pounding on the door in the rain with no one to help, and Chial feared they might target his kin. "They might not dare target me directly, but harming those close to me would be easy. In my previous life, I lost my wet nurse that way. So this time he had to be extremely careful not to let them touch a single hair of the maid." Myeongjang quickly agreed to the request, ensuring Gawa's absolute safety. "Understood. Your wet nurse will stay here where I live." He assured him that no one would dare harm her. No one will dare lay a hand on her. Hearing this, Chial was deeply moved. The dark-haired youth stood, bowed respectfully, and sincerely thanked him. "I will repay this debt for sure." Myeongjang smiled politely. "As your senior, how could I not do this?" He eagerly awaited how Chial would be when he returned. "I will wait for your return after you finish this journey." Chial straightened up excitedly and replied, "Yes, 15 years since his return. All the places to visit, things to obtain, and people to meet were piled up in his heart. For the first time he left the clan, free to act and own time that belonged solely to him." The dark-haired young man raised the hand with the ring to shield his eyes from the sun, marking the start of a new journey about to begin. "Everything starts here," he said, hoisting his backpack to join the warrior's road with countless novelties awaiting Chial ahead. At that moment, Madame Beek was leisurely enjoying tea in the flower garden. She lifted the teacup and took a small sip. Then she gently set the cup back on the table. She then spoke slowly. "Report." Madame Beek's subordinate emerged from the thick foliage upon hearing her. He quickly knelt and respectfully reported, "Sorry, I lost his trail." Madame Beek glanced slightly and said, Give me the details. He then recounted the whole incident. I lost his trail as soon as he entered the crowded street. It seems he anticipated being followed from the start. She calmly reached for her cup, then slowly scolded. Foolish thinking. Even if his appearance changed, there should still be a distinct mana signature. Hearing that, the subordinate hurriedly explained. Among the gear he obtained from the duel, there appears to be an item that can alter both appearance and mana signature. At this point, tracking him seems impossible. After hearing the details, Madame Beek stared at him. Just a 15-year-old illegitimate brat, and he managed to shake off the tracker I personally trained. She raised her cup and gently swirled it, then snorted coldly. If he couldn't handle this, he'd have been eliminated long ago. I wanted to anticipate his plan, yet I lost him in less than a day. Monitor all news. Madame Beek glared at the tracker and barked the order. If anything suspicious appears, tail him immediately. The subordinate quickly accepted the command. That evening at a tavern, a young man roared angrily. You bastard, cheating. I clearly saw you hide cards up your sleeve earlier. The others, sensing a brawl about to break out, egged them on excitedly. What fight? I'll bet 100,000 won on the bald guy. Another youth joined in for fun. I bet 150,000 won on the cross-eyed one. At that moment, a fully cloaked man entered. He walked straight to the bar and ordered, "A beer, please." Seeing him, the bartender stared curiously. Strange face, I've never seen you before. At that, the man slowly removed his hood and coat, explaining, I just came down from the north. Kowloon in China has been chaotic lately. When his hood and coat were fully removed, they revealed a face marked by a large scar. On learning the scarred man's reason, the bartender grew suspicious. But your accent sounds like Seoul. If you're Korean, why come from the north? He set the beer down as he spoke. The scarred man calmly replied, I fled, I knew nothing then. The bartender didn't press further and changed the subject. What's your name? But the answer, do people in this dump even go by names? Startled the bartender. He awkwardly rubbed his neck. You really look like a true drifter. The scarred man looked at his reflection in the beer and thought to himself, the more I look, the more perfect it seems. The masterpiece-grade mask 10,000 face iron skin. When infused with mana, it creates illusions, consuming mana but extremely versatile. Behind that mask was Chial's very pleased face. Using the 10,000 face iron skin can alter your appearance, infuse mana into your voice to change its tone, and help hide your identity. It's been a while since I came here. I'm afraid I'll forget the way, he thought as he glanced around the guild. This place in Jagang Province, one of the dangerous northern regions, had its monsters cleared, but no one developed the land, and places like this always draw darkness back in. After passing through dangerous regions worldwide, a village formed here made up of criminals using martial arts, techniques, and magic, also called the Drifter's Den. Some had tried to destroy this den, but doing so sparked a series of riots by the wandering criminals. For that reason, even governments and major powers deliberately abandoned the den. Chial sat silently at the bar, thinking nonstop. This is the largest Drifter's Den in Korea. Wherever criminals gather, secrets follow. In my previous life, I hid here to avoid my clan's gaze, though I was eventually discovered. The reason I chose this as the first stop on my priceless path. Suddenly, Chial looked up at the bartender and slowly said, May I ask you something? Previously, I was in Kowloon. Who controls this place now? At that question, the bartender asked, Why do you want to know? Seeing this, Chial answered honestly, I don't want to die from ignorance while I'm here. I need to know the local aura to behave appropriately. The bartender hesitated a moment, then exhaled. It's easy to ask, but a single beer isn't enough. His condition made Chial frown slightly. He didn't hesitate and slammed money on the table. Here, 100,000 won. Bring me some snacks and another beer. Seeing his straightforwardness, the bartender couldn't help but laugh out loud. You know how to handle things. The bartender then fetched some snacks and gave Chial the information he needed. This den has been run by the butcher Beek Chial Su for 10 years now. Even if you're from China, you must have heard his name. The answer seemed expected by Chial. He replied calmly, Of course, who hasn't heard of him? The butcher, Beek Chial Su. Once an official martial disciple, he became a drifter after killing his master. Before his return, Beek Chial Su was the boss who dominated Korea's underworld. In his 30s, he seized leadership of the Beekgal gang and began running the black market. Chial tapped his fingers on the table, thinking to himself, Now is when the most valuable goods start to appear, but the person I want to meet isn't Beek Chial Su. An item once reclaimed by the renowned Lee Marshall clan in my previous life. I will be the one to obtain it this time. He smirked at the thought. At the same time, at Beek Chial Su's mansion, Chial Su held a stack of papers in his hand and waved them lightly. A scheming smile appeared as he said, "Indeed, the black market yields more profit than selling medicine." He was the boss of the Beekgal gang. Chial Su laughed heartily, then turned to the man standing before him and said, "Director Jiang, you've worked hard. I knew bringing you in was the right decision." The man standing before him was none other than Director Jiang Jin-Su. When he finished speaking, Beek Chial-Su grinned broadly. He laughed uproariously and said in an exaggerated tone, "Director Jiang, or should I call you Jiang Jin-Su?" Then Chial-Su slowly stood up. "Watch that expression of yours. I told you I'm not forcing you to stay." As he said this, he stepped closer to Jin-Su. Boss Beek placed a hand on Director Jiang's shoulder and leaned in to threaten him. "If you can stand it, you can leave any time." The murderous tone sent chills through Jin-Su until he trembled. He didn't know how to respond, forcing an awkward smile on his lips. Then Director Jiang turned to Chial-Su and said, "I'll be careful." Satisfied with the answer, Boss Beek cheerfully turned away. "Good, your smile looks better. You know I truly care about you, Director Jiang." As he laughed and walked off, Jin-Su relaxed a little. Chial-Su glanced at him. "You went to a good school and made money. It's all thanks to me, right?" Director Jiang quickly replied, "Yes, sir." After a tense moment of back and forth, Boss Beek relented. "Anyway, back to business. I'm a bit worried we issued too few tickets for this black market event. Who would have thought the upper crust would prefer it that way? But why not try giving out a few more tickets?" he asked with a sly grin. Director Jiang calmly answered, "Keeping ticket releases limited each quarter will help us retain loyal customers more effectively." Hearing that, Chial-Su shrugged in resignation. "Right, I trust you'll handle it, Director Jiang. But remember one thing. Our goal isn't this cramped, filthy underground, it's up there. You've said it yourself. You want to pull away from shady dealings. What we gain from the black market is money and connections. Using that as a springboard, we'll step into the light." As he spoke, his face was full of malice and scheming. The sky remained clear above that spacious house. Jin-Su continued presenting to Chial-Su. "The black market is currently open only to a select few and has become a discreet community. It's most effective for entertainment and money laundering." He explained slowly. "Because of anonymity, you can easily obtain things hard to find in the legal world, which makes it quite appealing." Chial himself was scrutinizing the dossier in his hand. From drugs and spiritual elixirs to high-value works of art. A sardonic smile escaped the Beekgal boss. "Even people if someone wants." Director Jiang listened quietly to those remarks. "The tastes of the elite never change." Throwing the dossier onto the table, Chial-Su continued. "The money-making is going well." He propped his hand on his chin and added, "It's only a matter of time before our Beekgal gang steps out of the shadows." Then he warned, "So in such a sensitive moment, if anything leaks." Unexpectedly, the door was suddenly pushed open and an announcement came. "Big news, boss." The Beekgal boss clenched his fist in irritation and growled. "What are you doing? Want to get yourself killed?" The man knew he had erred and hurriedly bowed his head to explain. Sorry. He arrived so suddenly I couldn't stop him." Hearing this, Chial-Su couldn't hide his irritation and snapped, "Speak." The man began to report. "A guest just arrived at the facility in South Baianan province. I think you should go there yourself." Chial-Su asked, curious. "A guest?" The question made the black-haired staff hesitate. A shocking declaration followed. "It seems he came from the renowned Li clan. This place is the safe zone, South Baianan province." Chial's feet touched the ground. In front of him stood a building, and he began to ponder. From the outside, it looks like an ordinary office. As he entered, his thoughts continued. But in fact, this is one of the Beekgal gang's core bases. The brisk attendant stood up and smiled, saying, "How can I help you?" Unexpectedly, Chial gave a single concise request. "Call Beek Chial-Su out." At first, the woman politely followed protocol. "Sorry, but there's no one by that name here." She was immediately threatened by him. "You'd best keep your mouth shut." The black-haired man's expression darkened, seriousness showing. "If you don't want this place wiped off the map by tomorrow." Only then did the woman notice his features. Black hair and brown eyes. See, could he be from the prestigious Li clan? Having no choice, she changed her tone. The boss is not here right now." And Chial immediately ordered, "Then call him here now." Clearly, the attendant was flustered and hesitant to go. About that?" Hearing this, Chial kindly added, "I can leave right now with no loss." His words carried an implication. "But I wonder whether Beek Chial-Su can withstand the consequences." With no other option, the woman closed her eyes and said, "I'll contact the boss." She led Chial to an elevator and informed him, "I'll take you to the VIP lounge first." He replied indifferently, "Do it." The elevator doors closed quickly. The professional attendant took out an access card and swiped it. Meanwhile, Chial glanced at himself in the mirror, thinking, Good thing I didn't change my hair or eye color. I look like I'm in my 30s or 40s now. He rubbed his chin, calculating. Beak Chial-su has the level of a level 5 warrior, so he can't use mana to alter his voice. He quickly concluded, I just need to lower my voice a bit. The attendant bowed her head and politely said, I'll bring the tea right away. He slowly relaxed into his seat, eyes half closed, thinking. If this were a drifter's base, it wouldn't matter, but someone from the prestigious Lee clan wanting to meet a drifter and personally entering their den is extremely unusual. He resolved, so I have to force Beak Chial-su to show up here himself. Moments later, the door opened again. The figure who entered was the boss of the Beakgal gang. Chial sipped his tea and remarked nonchalantly, You're late. In response, Chial-su scratched his head. Sorry, the road wasn't close. He kept making excuses. But I heard you were waiting, so I came as fast as I could. He then dared to ask Chial in return. More importantly, you're here because... A fake smile remained on Chial-su's face as he spoke, but before he could react, Chial closed the distance. To me. He drove his knee straight into the Beakgal boss's stomach. The blow sent him crashing into the opposite wall with a pained cry. Erg, Chial warned in a low voice. You made me wait 30 minutes. You should have entered and bowed the moment you came in. He asked, How dare you walk in with your head held high? The two immediately bowed and shouted in unison. I am sorry. Chial-su still hadn't recovered, panting heavily, eyes wide as he thought. At first I thought he was just a madman pretending to be from the prestigious Lee clan. His hand pressed against his stomach tightened as he felt the pain from the blow. But this is real. Observing the man before him, Chial-su continued to reflect. I slipped up and was felled in one move, and that domineering, arrogant, murderous aura characteristic of that clan. He quickly assumed a humble stance, forcing a smile and assuring. He must be from the main line or a close branch of the clan. It's an honor for me to meet a blood relative of the esteemed Lee family. His tone immediately became extremely polite. I am Beak Chial-su, manager of this drifter's group and this enterprise. Seeing the change in his attitude, Chial frowned and remarked meaningfully. It seems you run something very interesting. The man flinched and stammered in reply. Huh, you mean? Chial spoke bluntly, and at this accusation Chial-su was aghast, his face draining pale. I've heard you're running a black market. Bold, a thug from one of the 10 great sword schools. He looked down at him with contempt. I thought you'd rot in the shadows, but you're planning to use it to climb into the light. The more Chial spoke, the paler the Beakgal boss grew. Using the black market to build wealth and connections, is that it? He stared at the man in front of him in shock. He knows both the martial sects and my current operations. If my activities have offended the great clan, I apologize. Chial then shifted his tone. That's not why I came. A slow explanation rang out. My master has taken an interest in you. He wants to start something through you. He then questioned before Chial could probe. Curious to know who my master is. The man did not hesitate to admit. If it's not offensive, may I ask? Chial chose his words, successfully elevating the man. He bears the purest blood of the renowned Lee clan and is the most worthy among them for the position. He snorted as he continued. The 7th son of the Lee clan. A name was spoken, Lord Lee Yi-hak. The tale of the 7th son of the famed martial clan Lee Yi-hak, a direct descendant, was that he was a commercial prodigy. They said he might fail at times, but never be defeated. An aggressive merchant who always ensured he claimed the final victory. Chial slowly explained. The young master wants to initiate a plan through you, a statement that raised bewilderment in Chial-su. Someone like that wants to cooperate with me. He frowned, considering cautiously. Even if the black market is tempting, it's not enough for a direct descendant to show up in person. He then calculated the scale of it. And who can be sure this man truly has ties to the main line? A remark suddenly came from Chial. I see arrogance in your eyes. Chial-su bowed his head and quickly apologized. Sorry. He looked away and replied, The young master is too generous to lowly people like you. As he sat, Chial hinted further, Leave all of this to me. His hand reached for an object nearby. Relax. Chial-su's eyes followed the movement. If I wanted to kill you, I would have struck the moment I entered the room. The identity of the object was quickly revealed. That is. The Beakgal gang boss nearly shrieked in panic. The devil's spear Beak Chial. He then silently assessed the item. The spearhead is even longer than the shaft, its curve like a rolling wave. Chial-su recalled. A few years ago, when Lee Yi-hak went to the Northern Sea on a mission, could this be a weapon drawn from the Dragon King's marine realm? Chial raised the sword and asked, You know what this is, don't you? The man did not hesitate to admit. Yes, I know, it's the devil's spear Beak Chial. Then he scratched his head and wondered again. But why can't I sense any aura? Chial glanced at the item in his hand and said in a low voice, "Of course, because it's been sealed." His voice continued, "You may not believe it even seeing this, but remember, you are not our only option." Hearing that, Chial Su couldn't hide his curiosity and asked, "Ah, may I ask what exactly does the young master want from us?" Chial went on inventing, "My master wants you to expand the black market you created and take control of the entire underground economy." This information made him incredulous. "The black market? You mean that place? It's just petty schemes we run to earn loose change." But Chial's reply was firm. "That's not for you to judge. My master has already decided." Chial Su's eyes widened at the news. A direct descendant of a famed martial clan personally sticking his hand into the underworld. Even the Beakgal boss understood. But money in the shadows is still money. Given Li Yihak's commercial vision, this move isn't unreasonable. Chial Su's eyes suddenly widened, as if he realized something. He hesitantly asked, "Do I have a choice in this?" Chial's answer was as the man expected. "No, you do not." Beak Chial Su's hand clenched into a fist, curses echoing in his mind. "Damn! If you refuse, then by dawn." "No, the warrior unit will arrive immediately." In his thoughts, the other figure loomed large. The moment that name was mentioned, your answer was already decided. At that, Chial planted the sword firmly in the ground and continued, "However, if you agree to be my master's loyal dog, that's another story." He listed the benefits. "You'll become the chairman of a prestigious conglomerate, one might call it. A kingdom untouchable under the shadow of a clandestine organization." Chial continued to persuade, causing the man to look up and listen intently. "And of course, my master will back everything." At this, Chial Su finally replied hesitantly, "Aye." The Beakgal gang boss quickly made up his mind. "What must I do?" Chial answered him, "Don't rush, we'll test you right away." Then there was a long silence. Very quickly only Chial Su and Director Jiang remained. He sneered and said, "A subordinate of Li Yihak, the seventh of the famed Li Martial clan." And then he muttered, recalling what had happened. "Beak Chial, Devil's Spear, the weapon Li Yihak once tamed in the Northern Sea." He frowned and concluded, "But I still can't completely believe it." He glanced at the man beside him and quietly demanded, "Director Jiang, go verify this." Jiang frowned and asked cautiously, "Up until now, we've deliberately avoided clashing with the famed Li Martial clan, haven't we?" He then hesitated and added with some depth implied, "What if they're hiding some scheme?" Hearing this, Chial Su replied slowly as he took a cigarette from its case, "If he truly is one of Li Yihak's, then there's no problem." He lit up and took a drag. "And if he's an imposter, we'll still have done them a favor." Exhaling a plume of white smoke, he said arrogantly, "If it's worthless, just think about what to do with the Beak Chial at the upcoming black market event." Director Jiang said nothing for a few moments. Then he reluctantly closed his eyes and agreed. "Understood." The room fell silent once more. Elsewhere, Chial stared wide-eyed and thought to himself, "A luxury suite, huh? They know how to live." The room before him was decorated exquisitely. Chial carefully sat on the bed, contemptuous in his mind. They must be having a headache right now. He recalled the conversation. "I set 3 conditions. The first, sell the Beak Chial to see if they can handle such a difficult item. It's how I test their capability." Then he exhaled in satisfaction. "After all, the Beak Chial I gave them is only a fake." Chial continued calculating. "It's a version forged with me, Jane. The true Beak Chial, the master-devouring spear, has long been sealed by the 7th brother." He assured himself, even if Beak Chial Su inspects it thoroughly, he won't detect anything. Even the clan's techniques can't decode Mugen. Chial's gaze shifted to his hand as he thought further. "Besides, only I can wield that weapon." The thought developed. "Because I personally anointed it with my blood, even if it loses Mugen, I can still call it back with my bladesmith ability." He remembered earlier. "Even from far away, I can summon it to my hand, since I deeply infused my mana into it, and can call it back at any time." On another note, next, the second condition, audit the books. He remarked, recalling the man's expression. Beak Chial Su hesitated, but in the end he brought them out. "The final condition, the client list. We need all 3 to conclude this matter smoothly." Chial glanced and speculated. "He's probably racking his brains over the conditions I set, and with someone as shrewd as Beak Chial Su, it makes things more awkward." He laced his fingers together. "Anyway," a line of thought suddenly stopped on Director Jiang. "The man standing beside Beak Chial Su. I remember seeing that face somewhere." Chial then flinched. He pondered seriously. Impossible. During the day, sunlight streamed brightly into a high-rise building. A man in a red floral shirt with slick-back hair smiled warmly and asked if the guest room met the gentleman's preference, followed by his assistant carrying a stack of documents. He hurried over to Li Chial. Hopping the gentleman had rested well. Seeing him, Li Qiao got straight to the point. Have you prepared everything I asked for? The man rubbed his hands together with a fake, slightly fearful smile. Yes, I've brought the documents you requested. Do you want to review them now? Li sat on the sofa, arms crossed, one leg over the other in a figure four, and said, Let's see them now. Hearing that, the two quickly sat opposite him. As soon as he lowered himself into the seat, swiftly he gestured toward the man beside him and introduced him. This man handles all operations in my business system. It'll be easier if he presents the material to you, he finished. And the young man in a suit holding the documents promptly stood up. He rose, holding the documents in one arm, the other hand relaxed, bowed respectfully, then reintroduced himself, apologizing for the late introduction. I am Director Jiang Jinsu. After the introduction, without further ado, he handed over the stack of documents he'd prepared and said, This is the consolidated revenue report for last year. And here, while Jinsu was focused on his report, he kept staring at the young man's face with a skeptical look. Jiang Jinsu? Could it really be Jiang Jinsu? He searched his memory. Jiang Jinsu? I clearly remember him from before the regression. He was famed for using intellect and sharp words like a blade. Indeed, he recalled the image of the young man with one eye covered and a face half ruined. He had once been the brain behind the third brother, Li Gunxiang. The young man's glance flicked by, a smile playing on his lips as he saw that image. He also remembered that the press had reported it when the father died, and the fierce struggle for the chieftain position began. Even on web forums, it was easy to see that he had stepped forward for the third brother. Even the eldest struggled against Jiang Jinsu. After piecing everything together, he no longer hesitated and silently confirmed. He still has his left arm, no burn marks. Without a doubt, that is him. He observed the two standing before him closely. The rise of the Beekgal gang was also thanks to Jiang Jinsu. In his quiet assessment, Beek Chialsu could manage the organization and the underground economy, but breaking into the surface world and expanding the black market was Jiang Jinsu's work. His fingers tapped rhythmically against his other arm as thoughts kept racing. Still, it seemed that for now he had no direct ties to the third brother. A flash of hesitation crossed his eyes. What should I do? Then he looked straight at him and asked, Beek Chialsu, what do you intend to do with the Beek Chial? The surprise showed briefly on his face. He quickly recovered and smiled. I plan to auction it off on the day of the black market. Only verified clients will be allowed, so you needn't worry about security. As he spoke, Chial not only listened but watched him intently, not letting any of his expressions leave his sight. He asked when the black market would open. Beek Chialsu answered without hesitation, in 3 days. Hearing that, he agreed but added one condition. He would attend in person, and first he wanted to inspect the catalog of goods to be sold. At that, the man flinched and sweat began to form on his face. You want to attend personally. It seemed he was trying to hide some secret and so searched for an excuse. But because he was lying, he couldn't avoid stammering. The goods are stored a distance away, and that place isn't very suitable for someone like you. Chial listened closely, his face betraying no emotion. I know the goods are stored in the Wanderer's warehouse, he said, and the remark caused the two to freeze for a few seconds. He laid his cards on the table with no reverence. Do you think I didn't know that? The man's hand under his thigh had clenched without him noticing. Then let me escort you myself. Beek Chialsu immediately stood up. Shall we go now? He rose as well and answered the man's question with a single word. Fine. The young man let him go ahead, then stepped forward to retrieve his stack of documents, an action that made Chial glance over. Satisfied that everything seemed normal, he turned and walked away. All items brought into the black market are stored here. As introduced, this was the warehouse where he kept the goods. Arriving at the facility, he courteously gestured for Chial to enter first. Please come in. As the three entered, he thought to himself, a massive warehouse with security so tight that even the best thieves wouldn't dare touch it, equipped with full arrays of wards and defense formations. Impressive, he mused, sizing up the place, when the man spoke. With a group of wanderers, what would you like to see first? He uttered a line out of the blue that stunned him for a few seconds. Not you. He continued, pointing his thumb back. Apparently this man is the one who knows everything here. Annoyed by his tone, the man's brows knit. What do you mean by that? Seeing his expression grow more apparent, he thought provocatively, not even bothering to hide it, then adopted a stern look. Do I need to repeat myself? He said bluntly, I don't like trouble. One guide is enough. Unable to do anything about him, the man gritted his teeth and swallowed his anger. Yes, understood. When nominated by him, the young man quickly replied, I will introduce the items stored in the warehouse. This way first. The other man clutched his hands, trembling with anger but powerless. Deeper inside, crates were neatly stacked on the shelves. On the first round, he led the way and explained each crate. The first floor mainly holds herbs, artworks, and magical implements, and the shelves over there. Suddenly, he caught a scent, a fragrance drifting and brushing past his nose. It didn't take long for him to recognize it, unexpected to find this here. Looking deeper in, the scent filled the air. Occasionally, a crate on the shelves pulsed with light, and it wasn't hard to identify illegal drugs and banned medicinal ingredients, along with monster byproducts and experimental drugs. Realizing this, he immediately told the young man, "Not that, are there any old documents or cultivation manuals stored?" Hearing his request, the young man turned and answered, "Ah, yes, there are." He straightforwardly made the request, "I want to see things like stone steels or engraved tablets." Hearing that, the young man quickly said, "They're on the second floor, I'll lead you up." Without another word, he nodded. Then he followed the young man up the stairs step by step. Up here, the scents grew thicker. Suddenly, his eyes landed on something. Before him, an object shone so brightly it hurt his eyes. He thought inwardly, "Found it." He hurried over, unable to look away. The end had been corroded, but to find this thing now. Without hesitation, he picked it up and evaluated it silently. Even all the items in this warehouse combined couldn't match the value of this. He held it up and examined it. There were inscriptions related to astronomy, an engraved stone tablet depicting the movements of the stars and symbols of the sun and moon. Realizing he'd been careless, he returned it to its place. "I want to take it now, but this isn't the time." Moving to another aisle, his eyes were drawn to something else. Approaching closer, he was stunned. It's a spirit beast. In an iron cage, a white-furred fox was curled up, shaking non-stop as if terrified. Seeing his displeasure, the young man quickly explained, "It's a little snow fox. The boss personally captured it in the north." His face darkened with fury, his gaze like fire. He growled, "Are you crazy?" In a lush grassland forest, spirit beasts are creatures that possess spiritual power. True to their name, an area inhabited by spirit beasts maintains spiritual balance thanks to their energy. If the spirit beasts disappear, the area will be plunged into misfortune and disaster. It would destroy the entire ecosystem of that region. Realizing he'd displeased him, the young man bowed repeatedly, "I'm sorry." He didn't want to make a fuss and said, "Never mind." Scanning the shelves, they were full of landmines, knives, even a skull. He thought, poisons, spirit bombs, level 6 military gear, even the dark mage's black magical weapons. "I can't believe they're storing all this stuff." His brows drew ever tighter. "I was afraid intervening would alter the course of history, but maybe it's better to take them all down now." He turned and asked, "These weapons aren't sold at every black market event, right?" Worried about being misunderstood, the young man explained, "No, not at all. They're only offered when there's a special order." Hearing that, he thought to himself, "Of course, if these weapons were openly traded, neither clans nor governments would stand idly by." Feeling it was enough, the young man hesitated and said, "Now, let's head back." He spun on his heel and said, "Before we go, I have a few final questions for you." The remark brought a flicker of awkwardness to the young man's eyes. His face was extremely serious as he looked at the other. "There are some things I want to ask you." Although a momentary worry crossed his face, not knowing what he'd ask, the young man nodded. "Yes, go ahead." He hesitated, speaking while observing the other's expression. "Is it true? Are you left-handed?" The question stunned the other, who replied in surprise, "Yes." The surprise didn't last long. The young man immediately nodded, albeit awkwardly. "Yes, that's right." The next question was thrown out. "While working with the Wanderers, you never learned any self-defense, did you?" Hearing this, his hands clenched together. Knowing he was on the right track, he pressed on. "Is there a reason for that?" Realizing he could no longer hide it, the young man spoke up. It's a congenital illness of mine." Looking down at his hands, he continued, "So I can't cultivate mana." Recalling the earlier image, the slight age gap and subtle differences in the face, he silently judged. "The odd features I noticed were accurate. This is indeed the Jiang Jinsu I know." Having heard everything, he looked at the man bowing before him and wondered, "Then why are you under Beek Chialsu's command? You don't fit here. Is there some special reason you follow him?" The question made the young man more uncomfortable. He fell silent. "Saying you don't want to isn't necessary, but this might be your first and last chance." His brows tightened as he struggled. He lowered his head, stammering as if the next words were hard to form. I have a daughter." The statement hit him like a weight to the head. The answer surpassed what he had imagined. The young man added, sorrowful, "But my illness has been passed to her and worsened. Because it's rare, treatment is difficult. The only somewhat effective medicine is banned domestically and impossible to obtain." Every word he heard from the other left him more silent. He just stood and listened thoughtfully. At that time, through the chairman of the company I once served, I learned of him. He revealed the secrets he'd hidden and said he dealt with Chairman Beek, doing work for him in exchange for medicine and money. For his child, he traded everything. Though the girl was small, she carried a short fate, he thought. At first, it was just matters like money laundering or speculation. Using his daughter and his career as excuses, Jiang Jinsu was put in chains. Although he felt pity for them, his suspicion didn't ease. How could Jiang Jinsu let himself be so exposed? He pressed with one more question. So you've prepared to betray him? This made Jiang Jinsu freeze a second time before replying, yes. So you've already prepared to betray Bai Chiels, have you? The question was repeated, and sure he hadn't misheard, he startled, his expression growing even tenser. He raised his voice a little. What do you mean by that? Facing Jiang Jinsu's tension, he remained calm and said, the ledgers and the lists clearer and more detailed than necessary. Gradually, his words carried more weight. No matter how sly Beek Chial-su is, he wouldn't command something like that without cause. Jiang Jinsu bowed as if to apologize, stammering an explanation. That was just me trying to be thorough about what you asked. Don't make excuses, 3 words said sharply and plainly. Jiang Jinsu's face could no longer hide his worry and fear. Reading his psychology, he continued. If you hadn't prepared in advance, you couldn't have compiled such records. He recalled the moment Jiang Jinsu laid the files before him and said, then those items were already processed beforehand. So why did you insist on documenting them and keeping the records? He remembered his father teaching him meticulously. That's why he's so sharp with numbers. Before regression, I mainly handled administrative work, so I could read ordinary books just by looking at the figures. And the documents he'd just seen were nothing to him. The problem was that the files Jiang Jinsu brought far exceeded that level. Brazen, exposed, raw, and detailed. Before the regression, due to some incident, the White Bone faction had a conflict with Sung Mu, and in a single night it disintegrated. Perhaps it was then that he betrayed them. Joining hands proved the cooperation. Yet Sung Mu didn't have to erase the White Bone faction completely because they needed an organization to manage their turf. And of course, Jiang Jinsu must have suffered retribution. It wasn't hard for him to see how Jiang Jinsu had been tormented. Even a crushed worm writhes. Perhaps out of resentment or through some covert deal, he had shaken hands with the third brother. Realizing he could no longer hide it, Jiang Jinsu knelt down. I am sorry. Jiang Jinsu repeatedly banged his head, begging for forgiveness. Please, please don't tell Chairman Beek, my daughter. Looking at the man kneeling at his feet, he thought. He was once called the brain of the third brother. If history had continued as before, this man would certainly have to be dealt with now. And the punishment he imagined for Jiang Jinsu would be losing a hand rather than remaining whole to kneel here. He thought to himself, if that's the case then, he said, very well. Instead, I'll make you an offer. Hearing this, Jiang Jinsu immediately looked up at him, his face showing confusion. Elsewhere in the same building, a small bulb stayed lit, smoke drifting out in waves, floating gently in the air. He sat still, smoking one cigarette after another, waiting for the two to come back out. Staring at the door they had entered with no movement, he grew suspicious. Did they only intend to take Director Jiang? He gripped his cigarette and grit his teeth, thinking, they've dared set foot in my warehouse. Even if they're Sung Mu's fighters, this is serious. Sitting and overthinking, he suddenly imagined another scenario. Could they be planning to take care of Jiang Jinsu and abandon me? He quickly dismissed that thought. No, the black market grew this powerful because Jiang Jinsu carried out exactly what I ordered. While he sat quietly, a crew-cut man walked in, rubbing his hands and smiling as he asked, Big brother, you look a bit off. Are you all right? Should I bring you a drink? At the sound of voices, he slowly stood up. The crew-cut youth grinned with eyes nearly closed, seemingly unaware he was about to face the storm someone would unleash. Suddenly, the crew-cut youth was sent flying by him, crashing into the door behind him. The crew-cut youth lay motionless, trembling. After beating him, he slowly took out a cloth to wipe his hands clean, adding, I told you to change how you address me. He glanced as if his eyes had been and said, take that bastard away. Yes, he tossed the blood-stained cloth aside and said, let me know when Director Jiang and that guest come out. Then he strode off, thinking to himself that he was not pleased at all. Standing before the glass, he stared into the distance, thinking of Sung Mu's sudden visit and of the lifeline Li Yihak provided. He furrowed his brow and began calculating whether he should pay attention to someone like Jiang Jinsu. Night gradually fell over a magnificent castle. There was a sound from behind the door. Someone entered and called out, You summon me, Chairman. The man seated behind the chair spoke. The investigation I asked for, have you completed it? Jiang Jinsu did not hesitate and replied immediately. The tempered demon blade was sealed, so the appraisal wasn't easy. But according to the appraiser, if it was sealed that strongly, it's definitely genuine. The man behind the chair remained silent. He then asked Jiang Jinsu, "So that means you're under Li Yihak, right?" Jiang Jinsu stammered, not knowing how to answer that matter. After a moment, Jiang Jinsu spoke. "I asked through clients, but all I heard was that Master Li Yihak is expanding his business. After all, he's always been growing his ventures." Director Jiang then. He braced his hands on the arms of the chair and gradually stood up, seeming to have lost much of his sharpness. He turned, slicked back his hair with a cool demeanor, and said to Jiang Jinsu, "What you just investigated. Do you think only you could have done that?" He growled the accusation. "So in the end, you found nothing, right?" Hearing that, Jiang Jinsu went pale. Putting his hand in his pocket, Baek Chialsu stepped closer with a slow but commanding gait. "I don't like keeping useless people." He stopped right in front of Jinsu, sneering. "Now, the things you investigated, did you think only you could uncover them?" Suddenly, Baek Chialsu changed tone, asking gently but sharply, "Your daughter, is she all right?" Jinsu's hands, clasped behind his back, tightened. He curled his lip in a derisive smile. "The medicine is almost out, isn't it?" Baek Chialsu's voice was composed. "I have a proposal for you." As soon as he said it, Jiang Jinsu's face twitched, tension clear in every line. A few hours earlier, the man opposite him had proposed a plan. "I intend to take down the black market, and of course remove Baek Chialsu as well." The other slowly removed his mask, revealing his true face, "And for that plan I intended to use my master." "No." Finally, Li Chial's face appeared. In a steady voice he said, "I intend to use my own brother." Back in the present, Jiang Jinsu's face was half in shadow. He swallowed as if in inner conflict. A heavy silence passed. At last, Jiang Jinsu raised his head and, voice trembling but resolute in the cold room, said, "I have something to report." Early the next morning, the city awoke in the dim light of dawn. On a high-rise, through a transparent window, a man quietly watched two people approaching below. Li Chial, disguised, looked down. From behind him, a voice said that for security and secrecy, the black market's location will change each time. Baek Chialsu and Jiang Jinsu stepped forward to explain further. "The black market location is sent only to those with an entry ticket for that midnight, and if you lose it will not be reissued." He rubbed his hands together in a flattering tone, and added that they've also set up talisman formations and guards. Everything prepared very thoroughly. Li Chial glanced at the man behind him, silently assessing. Indeed, though just a band of drifters, they were tightly organized. This must all be Jiang Jinsu's handiwork. His eyes drifted back to the window frame. His brow twitched slightly, but, watching the procession below, Chial suddenly felt the irony. "Even my eyes can easily spot the gaps." He could confidently assert that because of Baek Chialsu's incompetence, Jiang Jinsu couldn't exercise his true abilities. If he had trusted Jiang Jinsu, the black market would be far larger. Seeing Li Chial remain silent, Baek Chialsu continued, "It's feasible because the entire northern slum is under my control." He even proclaimed boldly, "I am confident I will be wholly loyal to your policies." Li Chial suddenly snapped back a line that made him flinch and freeze. "You loyal." Baek Chial glanced sideways at Jiang Jinsu. Behind him, "Unlike others, I don't distinguish between clean or dirty work. Assign me anything." Standing aside and taking in every action with his eyes, Li Chial quickly judged. He's wary of Jiang Jinsu, seems bothered by not being taken into the warehouse. He curved the corner of his mouth into a smile. "On the contrary, I welcome that." At that, Baek Chial gestured in a direction and offered to lead the way to the upcoming auction. Li Chial nodded. "Fine." As he brushed past him, Li Chial warned, "I don't intend to draw attention, so don't cling to me inside." Baek Chialsu bowed his head in acknowledgement. Understood. A short while later, in the auction hall, the vast chamber was clearly sectioned, with VIPs seated in separate rooms up high. Li Chial removed his disguise, but put on another mask covering half his face, and looked down as the handler placed items on the first-floor table for bidding. He scanned the guests, pausing on a tier where two men lounged arrogantly, mocking inwardly that they attended an illegal auction yet acted so grand. Looking elsewhere to assess, he noted the martial artists arranged were only around level 6 to 5. White Bone Sect's internal strength was stronger than expected. Li Chial inferred secretly that their purpose was more for surveillance than protection. At that moment, steady footsteps echoed. No face was seen yet, but a voice spoke, "Honored guests." At that instant, the stage lights snapped on, focusing entirely on the man conducting the auction below. "Today we've gathered only extremely rare items. There must be many who have eagerly awaited today. If you see what we've prepared, I'm sure you'll be most satisfied. So, without further ado, let's begin." Li Qiao lounged in his private room, looking indifferent after hearing this. Below, the usher gestured to the side and presented the first item, a book of talismanic techniques. Light shone on the pedestal. On the cushion sat a turtle shell-shaped stele carved with dense characters. It's a stele reproducing ancient magic. Starting bid was 10 million won. He announced excitedly that the opening seemed rather gentle. Li Qiao observed calmly, "In case something odd happens, I'll use my magic eye to watch." Below, the auctioneer continued speaking, and with a mere glance he recognized that the so-called ancient talisman stele was just an antique with a mysterious appearance. Well, he had no intention of bidding on anything. One by one, the items were brought up, and after a long bidding period, the final item arrived. The announcer smiled mysteriously. The item many have been awaiting is the final piece of today. He slowly drew out the time while presenting the item. Though there had already been many treasures today, two people backstage were carefully moving a wooden box covered with a cloth. They cautiously carried it to the center of the stage, and the host began to speak loudly. "Nothing can compare to the value of this piece. It was personally brought by Li He, the seventh son of Sung Mu, brought back from the North Sea," he announced, then grasped the covering cloth. With a decisive yank he pulled it off, officially revealing the item inside. The demonic blade, Bacchul. The bidders below erupted. "Oh my God, is that really Bacchul? Isn't it identical to the one pictured in the papers?" Everyone's faces tightened with tension. They must have been discussing something. Li Qiao, seated, suddenly paid attention to a sound beside him. He smirked, a streak of bluish energy pausing in his hand. "It's starting. Then I should prepare as well." Cut to the observation room. The entire broadcast was being recorded and shown on the surveillance monitors. Baek Chialsu sat cross-legged with arms folded, marveling that although he'd been here many times before, he'd never seen one on such a scale. Jiang Jinsu stepped forward to report. "I sent private messages to the guests saying today's auction would be a bit special." He sneered coldly at that. "Good work, Director Jiang." He emphasized that once this matter was resolved, falling under Sung Mu's banner would be only natural. Baek Chialsu looked up mockingly. "It seems Director Jiang, now composed, has regained his passion. Once you grasp Sung Mu's tether, you'll be free to carry out those noble tasks you favor." Hearing this, Jiang Jinsu remained silent, clenching his hand in restraint. He grew more pleased at that. "Jiang Jinsu, no matter how you struggle, you'll still be under my control. The things you once disliked you're now doing with enthusiasm. Probably hopping to cling to Sung Mu and escape. But will it go smoothly even if Jiang Jinsu tries to run? Once your hands are stained, they only get dirtier. They can never be clean again, no matter how hard you try." Baek Chialsu considered carefully. Li Yihak is approaching to dominate the underworld economy, not because he sees great potential in this black market. In any case, Director Jiang personally confirmed those were Li Yihak's subordinates. "If this succeeds, I'll hold a large rope." Thinking that, he smiled confidently, having calculated thoroughly. Suddenly, a system monitor operator blurted out something strange. He immediately frowned and demanded, "What is it?" Unable to sit still, Baek Chialsu sprang up and asked what's happening. The system audio cut in. "Here, entrance A on the north wall, there are suddenly some unfamiliar men." No sooner had he finished than the room shook violently, as if struck by something. After a few seconds of settling, he grabbed the monitor operator by the collar and shouted, "You bastards, what the hell is going on?" The operator stammered, "I don't know. It's not like police or government special forces." Hearing that, Baek Chialsu angrily shoved the operator back and ordered, "Whether cops or not, clear them out, now." He turned and shouted, "Director Jiang, get the guest lists and ledgers first." But when he turned back, there was an empty space before him. No sign of the people they sought. Baek Chialsu stood dumbfounded, muttering Sung Mu Jiang Jinsu that. At that moment he realized he'd been duped and furious shouted, "That bastard. Bring Jiang Jinsu and those others to me now." Outside everything was chaotic. Smoke and dust billowing in all directions. Amid the rubble, a figure slowly stepped forward. The bespectacled man looked scholarly, hands calmly in his pockets as he surveyed the scene. A step approached slowly. Two attendants bowed respectfully and reported that perimeter access was fully secured, and all recording devices had been cut. Chial turned and ordered, "Teams 1 and 2, tunnel straight through the outer wall and sweep the area clean." He looked around and decided that all items on site would be kept as evidence, leave them intact, and arrest everyone. They nodded in unison and called out, "Roger." Chial tensed, trying to judge the situation. "I thought Jialong camp was involved, but it turns out to be nothing but a bunch of riffraff." Someone behind chimed in with criticism. "They're just drifters daring to use Sung Mu's name to scam." This only happened because the young master keeps a low public profile. He felt some doubt, but is there something suspicious? The man asked, what do you mean? Chial was puzzled. It coincided with the Bakyul incident, and the information came from two different sources. He had gathered further intel. It came from the trading company's director and the Golden Sword Corps themselves. Chial nodded decisively. That trading firm has ties to the White Bone sect, so of course that information would surface. He suspected a devious ploy, that the other side had deliberately used the Golden Sword Corps name to get the news to him. A subordinate asked, so someone lured the young master here? Chial nodded in confirmation. Yes. The subordinate guessed aloud. So you thought this was a trap set by Geelong camp? You wondered if they'd broken Bakyul's seal and taken it to bait you in. The subordinate reported further. However, Bakyul remained sealed, and Geelong camp had no intel indicating any unusual activity. Chial's face darkened as he tried to think who stood to gain from this. Suddenly his eyes lit up as if he'd noticed something. Ah, a subordinate asked, what's wrong? Chial brushed his hand off and said, oh, nothing. He exhaled in relief. So it was that child. Chial folded his arms and wore a dangerous expression. If he hadn't been detected, who knows what would have happened, but once exposed, he'll pay dearly. The host on stage called out, please wait a moment. I'm verifying the situation, please hold on. From a small corner, Chial began to stand. After all, handling this would be quick. He looked down at the scene through the transparent window. Chial cast a spell, summoning a stream of blue energy. The sword inside the glass case trembled. The host grew extremely anxious at the sight. Suddenly a small explosion occurred. It was caused by Chial. The sword shattered the glass case and flew toward where he stood. Seeing this, everyone panicked. Seize them, all of Bakyul has been stolen. Guards from outside rushed in shouting that one has a weapon. He's armed, attack him. Chial immediately used magic. The KYO letter 1E45 Jigwon technique. He bound them and lifted them into the air, damned wretches. Then Chial turned back and stressed, I'm very busy. He dashed forward like lightning. There were too many forces around the auction. Escaping them wasn't a problem, but if Baek Chial-su showed up it would be troublesome. While running, Chial suddenly halted. He broke into an amused smile. Arrived rather quickly, Seeing the man before him breathing hard, Chial asked, so are you ready, Jiang Jinsu? He revealed his plan. I intend to use my elder brother to collapse the black market. Jainst's mind spun. Could it be the one on duty? But Lee Baek has a younger brother. He was deeply confused. He has one, the person who recently began acting with unprecedented speed. Jinsu knew the identity of the man before him. Sung Mu's ninth, the youngest son, Lee Chial. Chial emphasized the seriousness. Whether you accept it or not doesn't change anything. The information has surely reached the Golden Sword Corps. He posed grim scenarios. If your brother comes, the White Bone sect won't be safe, and neither will you. Instead of arresting Baek Chials, perhaps we should leave the person actually running the black market alone. Jinsu was baffled. Why are you telling me this? Chial smiled and reminded him again. You clearly called that a proposal earlier. He candidly admitted his hesitation. I'm weighing whether to save you or not. Chial laid down his condition. Abandon Baek Chialst and follow me. Jinsu had one request of his own. Just one thing. Promise me one thing. He bowed his head in plea. Protect my daughter, no, heal my daughter. Jinsu resolved to sacrifice for his daughter. Then I'll do anything, even die. Chial replied sternly, you think you have the right to make demands now. Jinsu shot back with a threat. If you refuse, I'll tell everything to Baek Chialsu. He struggled to stand and insisted that Baek Chialsu would certainly flee, and even Sung Mu would take time to capture him. He could also predict the situation. Baek Chialsu is resolute. He'll be caught in the end, but not before obstructing you. Chial's thoughts raced. If it's Baek Chialsu, he'll obstruct my warriors out of vengeance. He exhaled in relief. Now you're the Jiang Jaints? I know, fine, healing your daughter won't be difficult. Chial didn't forget to set a condition. But there's one thing I must make clear first. He had calculated carefully. Sung Mu capturing Baek Chialsu won't take long. At most, it's a matter of being arrested now or a few hours later. But then Chial waved it off. Whatever, it's fine. He then turned and asked, are you ready to come with me now, Jiang Jinsu? He quickly shook hands, I will. Jinsu, face serious, asked, what should I do? Chial immediately issued the task. Leak the information to seventh brother and tell Baek Chialsu that I'm surely his subordinate. When you meet him, praise him highly. Seems you followed my instructions well. Jinsu wiped sweat and speculated. A man like you surely prepared several safety nets. Then he curiously asked, if I betray you, do you have a way to survive? Chial turned with a mysterious look. Well, what do you think will happen? Then he sped off ahead. Let's go, finishing his words as he walked. Smoke and dust were rising everywhere across the city. Jiang Jinsu chased after Lee Chial, calling out loudly, "Sir." Finally, he stopped as well, then whispered, "The items you requested are all here." Seeing Li Qiao's stern gaze, Jiang Jinsu quickly told the truth. The gold bars have been materialized and are in the Soul Vault, and the crypto account is stored on a USB. He handed him a folder and a USB, and Li Qiao opened the folder to examine it. After noticing some documents were still missing, he turned to ask Jiang Jinsu, "What about the stone tablet I requested?" He pointed toward the direction and replied, "Over here." Jiang Jinsu led Li Qiao to a warehouse. The warehouse looked rather old at a glance, but everything inside was arranged neatly. Upon arrival, he announced loudly to him, "I've put it in that box." Li Qiao carefully opened the box to inspect its contents. A few seconds later, he praised the other, "Good. It's definitely genuine." Li Qiao asked him again about the paperwork. "The files are prepared right." Jiang Jinsu replied honestly, "Yes, of course." He took the briefcase and warned him, "Keep it safe. That will be your lifeline." Li Qiao emphasized the earlier letter. "The letter I gave must be sent. Otherwise, they'll mistake it for a confession meant only to save your own skin." Jiang Jinsu promised he'd take care of it, "Don't worry." After everything was settled, he bid the other farewell. "I'm off then." At that, Li Qiao suddenly remembered something. If a Golden Sword Corps operative comes to search this place. He hadn't finished the sentence when a loud noise suddenly sounded outside. Immediately after, an object flew toward them at great speed. In an instant, the warehouse door was blown apart by a loud explosion. Through the rising smoke and dust, a voice suddenly rang out, "You frauds." It was Beak Chialsu who had arrived. Arrogantly, he declared, "How dare you try to harm the renowned Beak Chialsu of the world." At that moment, the smoke inside the warehouse still hadn't cleared. Li Chial didn't want to fight and said, "Leave it. You're finished now anyway." He didn't want to, but Beak Chialsu did. He drew a knife and smiled wickedly. "Yeah, maybe so." In the next second, Beak Chialsu drew his knife from its sheath and hesitantly shouted. But he assumed a fighting stance and, voice full of grievance, said, "I can't die alone with such injustice." Not stopping there, Beak Chialsu lunged at them and shouted, "I'll tear you both apart." Quick thinking, Li Qiao shoved Jiang Jinsu aside. Missing him, Beak Chialsu yelled, "Director Jiang, you bastard." While he summoned his sword, Beak Chialsu accused him of ingratitude. "You forget I saved your daughter's life and still betray me." He even uncovered Li Qiao's secret, saying, "What trick did you think you played? You've changed faces. No wonder your voice sounds like a child." Hearing that, he inwardly praised his opponent. With so little information, he already realized it. Truly not someone to be trifled with. Driven by pride, Beak Chialsu charged again, screaming, "Die." His blade was incredibly fast and precise, yet Li Qiao was still able to evade it. And so Beak Chialsu begrudgingly praised him. "You're not entirely useless after all. Who are you and what are you doing here?" He showed no fear and loudly gave his name. "I am Li Qiao of Sungmu." Hearing the name and background, he laughed loudly and sneered, "Ha ha ha. Am I to be taunted by a bastard?" Beak Chialsu mocked Li Qiao harshly. "You greenhouse child, thinking a drop of good blood makes you a terror of the world." Being looked down on like that, he bristled inwardly. Greenhouse child of Sungmu. If Sungmu were a greenhouse, this world would be finished. Finally, he decided to teach his enemy a lesson and waved tauntingly, "Just talk and fight." "Come on then." Beak Chialsu ran up and cursed at Li Qiao, "You insolent brat." The two quickly launched into a fierce fight, and he confidently declared, "Looks like I'm going to be the butcher again today." After a few exchanges, he realized his opponent wasn't ordinary. He'd thought he could block easily, but the pressure was terrifying. Beak Chialsu was fighting with full force. To beat him, he had to plan carefully, so he told himself their ranks were both 5, but their realms surely differed. On the other hand, Li Qiao also knew Beak Chialsu had honed magic and martial arts in a legitimate sect, with years of real combat experience, and his physique surpassed his. He also admitted to himself one thing. Until now, he'd never faced someone weaker than himself. Seconds later, seeing Li Qiao change his move, he was enraged inwardly, suddenly switching to a long sword, damn, a weapon that can change form at will, clearly not a fake. Unable to beat him, Beak Chialsu cursed him silently. Jiang Jinsu, that dog, he realized Jinsu had split his attention and shouted a warning, daring to think of other things during a fight. Immediately after, Li Qiao successfully slashed into Beak Chialsu's abdomen. Blood gushed out and he shouted, "You arrogant brat." Li Qiao paused for a few seconds to catch his breath and thought inwardly, that was tough, but he decided to activate his supernatural eye to read trajectories, his intuition sensing movements. In addition, Li Qiao thought to rely on the hardy bones of Sungmu to withstand the opponent. Having found the optimal combat method, he immediately rejoined the fight with the thought, "I've fought and beaten the 6 billion faster than Beak Chialsu. before. Both sides fought a cataclysmic battle that made the warehouse tremble. Minutes later, Li Qiao was knocked a distance away. However, he rose to his feet without a single wound. Seeing that, Beak Chiaosu looked puzzled and wondered how such a brat could do that. Beak Chiaosu watched Li Qiao continue to brandish his sword and murmured inwardly, "His amount of magic equals mine. Acceptable since he comes from a prestigious family, but the depth of his martial arts, deep enough that you can't call him a brat." He privately compared his strength to Li Qiao's, feeling as if facing a massive boulder. For the first time facing such a strong enemy, Beak Chiaosu felt uneasy, gritting his teeth. "I didn't expect to feel this way when the opponent is just a brat." In the end, he still wanted to win, so Beak Chiaosu resolved quietly, "I must finish this quickly and cleanly." Beak Chiaosu kept doubting. He's just a kid, but what on earth is this? He ground his teeth. It felt like facing a massive boulder. Finally, Bei Chios stomped hard on the ground and used the momentum to sprint toward Li Qiao. Every time he swung his knife, Li deftly dodged. The basic technique was so solid it was like a fortress. After evading, Li slid back and his spear instantly transformed into a long blade. Beak Chiaosu froze, an unusual weapon that can change shape. He hurriedly retreated and braced for the incoming strike, astonished. It's like fighting 3 or 4 people. "I only plan to tangle with this brat and Jiang Jinsu briefly and then get out." Beak Chiaosu thought to himself that they probably didn't know about his connections at the 9 Dragons camp. If he ran now, he might save his life. But the rage from being deceived and betrayed wouldn't let him relent. If he had to die, he'd slit those 2's throats first. Beak Chiaosu stepped back, channeling his energy into his legs. He suddenly kicked the ground so hard it cracked, sending debris flying. An attack that couldn't be dodged. Countless stones hurtled toward Li Qiao. He crouched and swept the spear, blasting them all away. Through the dust and smoke, Beak Chiaosu's silhouette slipped closer. From the side, he drew a short blade to take advantage of the moment and assassinate. "It's the same strike that once cut my master's throat." Beak Chiaosu tightened his dual blades and unleashed a secret technique, the first form of the hidden tiger method. Even Li Qiao was surprised at his speed. In an instant, Beak Chiaosu slashed, but Li had already raised his spear to block. Then he spun his wrist and swung the other short blade. A quick strike found a gap in Li Qiao's guard and sliced his left shoulder. The blow forced Li Qiao to step back. He let out a soft cough. Bai Qiao curled his lips in a wicked grin. This is the moment. Seizing the opportunity, he lunged forward shouting, "Die!" The blades tiptoed through the smoke and drove straight ahead. Li Qiao's eyes widened and a glint of light circled him. In his hand, the spear transformed into a black sword. Seeing that, Beak Chiaosu froze midair. It's a new sword. He clenched the short blade in his hand and swore, "Damn it." Suddenly, a cord shot out from the air. Unaware, Bei Qiaosu had Li Qiao's whip coiled tightly around his wrist. He was caught. Li tightened the whip's handle and yanked him in. As the distance closed, Li raised the sword to deliver the finishing blow. Victory was mine. He struck with the endless first form, demon-liking, a brilliant slash aimed straight at Beak Chiaosu's chest. From the wound, hot crimson blood spurted forth. He couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. His body swayed and then collapsed onto the hard ground. Beak Chiaosu trembled all over and, voice strained, hissed, "Damn it, you son of a bitch." Li Qiao declared coldly that the dying words of a third-rate thug were unnecessary. With that, he coldly swung his sword, and in an instant the man's head and body were split apart. Beak Chiao's body collapsed to the floor as fresh blood poured out, staining the ground red. Li Qiao sheathed his weapon, his breathing carrying fatigue. Suddenly he staggered and fell. "Damn, my leg is injured." Just then, Jiang Jinsu appeared in time to catch Li Qiao. "Are you all right?" He steadied himself and nodded slightly. "Yes, I'm better than I thought." Looking back at Beak Chiaosu's body, Li Qiao thought to himself, "Is this the first time I've killed someone in this life?" Jiang Jinsu stood silently beside him, gazing down. Then he looked up at the boy, thoughtful in his eyes. "Only 15, hardly different from my daughter." Recalling Li Qiao's fight, Jiang Jinsu couldn't help but marvel. He's truly strong. Knowing Beak Chiaosu wasn't ordinary made that strength all the more terrifying. He bowed to him and said, "Truly, thank you, sir." Li Qiao curved his lips slightly. "No need to thank me. After all, I acted for something I needed to take." Jiang Jinsu hesitated, then asked, "So what should I do now?" He replied satisfactorily, "Enthusiasm is good, but first we must finish this matter." Li Qiao added something that surprised him. "Deal with your daughter's matter first, because our transaction began with that." Jiang Jinsu was moved inwardly. He still hadn't forgotten what he'd said. "I have a strong feeling this child is somehow different from Beak Chiaosu." A rare light smile crossed his face. "If he contacts me proactively later, I'll sincerely become his aide." Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out, shaking the entire room. Li Qiao assessed the situation and guessed that the White Bone sect was thrashing about in its death throes. Jiang Jinsu raised the briefcase and asked anxiously, "In that condition, can you get out? You shouldn't reveal your identity." "I put the documents in the bag." He took the items and nodded. "Right." Li Qiao reassured him, "Don't worry. I'll get out as soon as I see the right moment." He calculated silently that the Kim Sword core abilities were extraordinary. But since I have silver body technique and the 10,000 electric flying method, then... At that moment, Jiang Jinsu suddenly cut in. "There's an underground tunnel." He explained that there's a drain with flowing water, but wide enough for a person to pass. Jiang Jinsu offered sincerely, "I'll lead the way for you." Seeing that, Li Qiao smiled slightly. Has he already made up his mind? He recalled the previous transaction. He knew he couldn't take it back, so he must have kept his promise seriously. Li Qiao compared the look in his eyes then and now. Now it wasn't helplessness but sincere intent revealed. A sense of triumph rose in him. Before regression, people called him a rare genius mind, and now I have Jiang Jinsu. Finally, Li Qiao said, "Then I'll be relying on you." Jiang Jinsu nodded firmly, yes, and the two then sprinted down the end of the corridor together. At that time, he reported that they had suppressed all members of the White Bone sect in the building. Hearing this, Sungmu coldly reminded them that most members of the White Bone sect are vagrants and need not be treated with care. If anyone resists, just break a few legs or arms. He spoke cruelly. If they resist fiercely, they can be killed. Hearing that, he bowed his head and replied, yes. The subordinate smiled and asked further, "What about those taking part in the black market? They shout and demand a lawyer, causing a scene." He chuckled, hearing the name Li Yihak, and still acting like that. "So it seems they haven't grasped the situation yet, my lord." His words were mocking. "We've been granted authority by the state to deal with this, though such measures apply only to groups with special armed forces." Li Yihak grew dark and said, "It seems they don't realize that coming to the building only makes their throats more vulnerable." He laughed and continued, "The legal team of Sungmu." "No." Li Yihak turned his head to look back. The three tied on the ground listened tensely to the man's words. "Just mobilize the Lord's private legal team, and the case in court will be clear." At that moment, another man came forward to report that the fleeing White Bone members had all been captured. Hearing that, he asked, "What about the evidence?" He produced a stack of papers and said, "This is all that was found in the black market." Li Yihak took them and examined the information in the documents, pondering. Then he handed them back and said he couldn't find any ledgers or sign-in lists, so they must be stored elsewhere. Li Yihak fell silent. It would be cleaner to sweep those places too, but then the vagrants would disperse everywhere. Suddenly, the subordinate next to him hesitated and said, About that." He recounted that the Lin Sword Corps, while searching, had captured one person. Hearing that, he asked, "Just one?" Then his hand pointed to the other side, and he said the man used to be directly in charge of operations here. But he handed this over. Another man clutched a handbag and insisted the Lord must see this. Li Yihak pulled out the stacks of papers from inside the bag and inspected them. After reading the contents, he couldn't help but be startled in his heart. This, before Lieb Heck, was a table of figures. The history of money transfers and the names involved in transactions, many proxy accounts, personal information of customers, the smuggling network and its origins. He then looked up and said, "Bring him here." The subordinate immediately answered yes. A while later, on the ravaged ground with shattered rocks, a man approached. The man showed respect and said, "I request an audience with one who bears the blood of the great family." He looked up and introduced himself. "My name is Jiang Jinsu." One of his subordinates, seeing this, angrily shouted, "Insolent wretch, where do you get off acting so arrogant?" Li Yihak raised a hand to signal enough. He thought to himself that such an appearance would be a pity if wasted, just serving the White Bone sect. Li Yihak began to assess the man. Clear eyes, upright posture, no trace of sorcery felt, but a person with orderly bearing. Then he spoke, "I am Sungmu's son, Li Yihak. I have a few questions." Jiang Jinsu nodded seriously and replied, "Yes, I will answer honestly." He produced the stack of papers and asked, "Why did you keep these instead of destroying them? It looks like a trick to avoid the immediate situation." He then reminded him that there was a letter in the briefcase. That person said, "Just show that letter to the Lord." Hearing this, Li Yihak turned to look at the briefcase. He reached into the briefcase and took out a small letter. After feeling its material, Li Yihak thought to himself that perhaps a special paper was used to prevent handwriting identification. The letter's contents appeared. Those documents would not only cover this expense but leave surplus. Just watch that man over there for a bit. He has a daughter, so please heal the girl as well. After reading the letter, Li Yihak smiled slightly. Insolent brat, daringly taking advantage of me like that. Yet he did not deny it. The documents left behind clearly had value. If exploited, they would yield funds linked to Beek Chialsu and could be used to leverage and threaten the wealthy's weak points. Li Yihak tapped the paper. It could also be credited as cleanup of the black market. Only the initial clearing was done. I handled the follow-up, and now they want to use this to negotiate. Facing the man staring at him, he thought to himself that one should not accept help from the clan while on a mission. Suddenly, Jiang Jinsu reminded Li Yihak, there's something on the back as well. Hearing that, he bent down and flipped the paper to the other side. The writing on the paper appeared. A postscript added as a precaution. Could it be you grab the spoon before the rice is served and have your head elsewhere? Besides, you've already taken the major benefits, so you probably don't care who I am. That's what I think. Unless you're truly petty, you'll quietly close this case, or so I feel. Reading those lines made Li Yihak can't help but snort stiffly. He smiled slightly. The postscript is longer than the main content. I wonder if this kid understands the meaning of that postscript. Li Yihak mused. Has anyone ever started the first step of a warrior's journey like this? He put the letter inside his coat. So it's not direct contact, right? Li Yihak smiled, truly arrogant but fine. If this is the kind of deal, I welcome it. He recalled Chial's demeanor. After defeating the sixth sister, he still had that bearing. Choosing the youngest instead of the sixth sister was wise. I feel we might understand each other. Li Yihak smiled and said, Captain, let's end this matter here. He looked puzzled and replied, yes. Li Yihak continued. When the relevant department arrives, hand everything over and summarize. Since there are dangerous goods, clean up carefully. At this time, the dust in the city had not yet settled. With these documents, the follow-up handling will not be difficult. Then Li Yihak said, and you are Jiang Jinsu, right? I will temporarily take responsibility for your safety. He smiled and turned away. Be grateful to the person who sent you this letter. Scene shift to Chial's room. He sat cross-legged on a chair, silently training as energy continuously radiated from his body. Suddenly, the wound on his shoulder felt strange, and Chial startled and opened his eyes. He couldn't help but recall that the clash with Beek Chialsu was quite a valuable experience. Chial's hands were still touching each other. It had been a long time since he obtained the infinite, but this was the first time he drew it out to face a human. He began calculating. He'd used it against trainers at Jiakchengdu and while sparring with his father, but never against a peer fighter, one even stronger than himself, with no limits set. A current of energy gradually spread from Chial's body as sunlight filtered in. The outcome of the fight was largely decided by Beek Chialsu's arrogance and mistakes, but even if not, I was confident I would win. Only then did he shift, pushing himself up to sit. In this warrior's path, such real combat bouts are what's important. So far it's been all constrained matches. He smiled and put his jacket back on. With everything quiet now, it seemed the elders had accepted the deal. Chial made a decision. Then now I must call that person out. Back in the Republic of Korea, Seoul, traffic bustled and the air was exceptionally fresh. In a quiet alley lined with food stalls, Chial stopped in front of a house and looked up. He examined the simple house thoughtfully. No signboard, it looked more like a residence than a restaurant. Then Chial slowly opened the door and stepped inside. At the reception desk he said, I have a reservation under the name Jiang Jinsu. The receptionist immediately replied, yes, I'll show you to your room. He then quietly followed the receptionist to the reserved room. A moment later, the door to a room opened. A middle-aged man who had been waiting inside stood up to greet him. So you've arrived. Chial stepped in slowly and said he hadn't expected a place like this. The man explained that it was a space for private conversations, and nothing could be heard from outside. Seeing the man chuckle and cover his mouth, Chial immediately asked, why are you laughing? The man regained his composure and replied, pardon me. It's just that I only now truly sense your youth, young master. Then he observed him intently, and thought that perhaps because of the Sung-Mu background he seemed more mature, yet on closer look still retained a boyishness. A second later he was a bit surprised and continued, a youth, indeed a youth. After watching for a while, he remarked that the gaze and bearing he exuded did not make one feel they were facing a mere boy. Recalling what he'd witnessed, he marveled. A 15-year-old who drew Li Jehak, Sung-Mu's golden swordsman, captured Beek Chialsu and toppled the entire black market. After some thought, the middle-aged man politely said, first of all, I want to express my gratitude. Both my daughter and I received great favor from you, Li Chial. He calmly sipped his tea and replied politely, no need for such thanks, it was just a transaction. The man continued to express his gratitude. Your making that deal was already a favor. Without you, I'd likely still be bound by Beek Chialsu. Seeing the man's persistence, Chial sighed and asked, is your daughter all right now? The man reported the situation. Yes, though not fully recovered, she's much better. He praised further that the Sung-Mu family's medical center truly lived up to its reputation. Chial seemed indifferent and merely shrugged, which was fine. At that, the man hesitated for a long moment, as if with something hard to say. Then he seriously proposed, "You've kept every promise to me, young master. Now it's my turn to fulfill mine." His next words made Chial pause slightly. "I'll do anything. What do I need to do?" Seeing the man so earnest, Chial teased, "You say it like I'm about to order you to do some dirty work." Flustered, the man hurried to explain, "No, I didn't mean that." Chial, pleased, suppressed a smile and replied, "I know." Then Chial reached into the bag he always carried and said, "First, I have a few things to ask of you." Seconds later, he took out a dossier and a USB drive and placed them on the table, prompting the man to exclaim in surprise, "Is this?" Then the man asked suspiciously, "Isn't this the dossier and USB you took that day? Why bring them back here?" Chial explained, "I only borrowed them to take a quick look." He pushed the items closer and requested, "I'll hand them to you, so handle them very carefully. It seems I'll soon have many places that need money." The man's eyes widened in disbelief at Chial's words. His hand clenched slightly on his knee as he asked, "What is it about me that makes you trust me with this task?" The man's voice sounded grave as he asked, "This money no longer has an owner. Don't you think I could take it and run?" In contrast, he calmly asked, "What planning to run off?" The man hurriedly explained, "No, it's not like that." So he resumed seriously, "Of course I don't trust you because you haven't given me any reason to." Saying this, his eyes grew deep. "But I trust the circumstances surrounding you now. I kept thinking, there are two things entangling Jiang Jinsu." Chial, prompted by the man's daughters, listed the first, the ongoing magical treatment for your daughter. Next, he considered the man's connections. Second, ties to the White Bone sect. Thanks to the deal with the seventh brother, he's free now, but if that person changes their mind, I can drag his past out and bind him again at any time. Then he affirmed, "I think that's enough of an answer." The man bowed slightly and replied, "Yes." Suddenly he added words that startled the man, "But still, I can't fully trust you yet." "Well," Chial reached out with a benevolent expression and said, "I hope that one day I can truly trust you." His words struck the man's reason and heart. "It would be good if we could trust each other without thinking about deals or complicated circumstances." The man looked at the outstretched hand and pondered, unable to understand what exactly the young master saw in him to be so sincere. Thinking of the contrast between Chial and his former boss, the man analyzed further. "I thought he'd be like Beak Chialsu, seizing others' weaknesses and exploiting them. Though young Master Li Chial always frames things as transactions, the relationship between him and me is ultimately a debt I carry." After a long pause, he finally found his answer. "Yet now, the way he treats me gives the impression he regards me as a true equal." He immediately took the young master's hand and said, "Understood. I will prove each point. It won't take long." Chial replied, "Pleased. I truly look forward to that." Chial observed the man and noted, "I no longer see him as someone who lost his light under Bag Chials, but as a shadow of Sealj overlapping him." Seeing him take the bag, the man asked, "Where do you intend to go now?" Chial answered enigmatically, "South." After leaving the restaurant, as Chial walked down the street, a child's voice rang out, "Mom, look, that guy must be a fighter, so handsome." The mother immediately pulled her son away and scolded, "What are you saying? Don't come here now." A man standing nearby heard it and froze, worriedly whispering that he thought he'd hidden it well, but something must have slipped. But without wasting time, Chial continued on his way. On the bustling street, Chial stood among the crowd, observing everything around him. Elsewhere, at a simply styled cafe, where wisps of smoke drifted from unknown sources, a woman with brown hair was smoking a cigarette. When the staff brought her coffee, she suddenly let out a sound of apparent surprise. Then she looked out the clear window and said, "What is this? I just spotted something interesting." With her cigarette still burning, the woman remarked with delight, "I've never seen stats like this before." She stood up and walked outside, saying, "Let's go see who that is." A face appeared, eyes full of enchantment and unanswered mysteries. The woman excitedly added, "With these very eyes." Chial sat with his legs crossed in a first-class train car, holding something in his hand. He propped his chin on his hand and muttered that the deposit was about 100 million, enough to cover immediate operational costs. Chial looked up. "Thanks to Jiang Jinsu, I can arrive here comfortably." He closed the bank book and thought to himself, "I wonder how Jiang Jinsu will present himself this time." Lifting his golf bag and preparing, he planned, "The talent is proven. Let him freely demonstrate his abilities for now." A plan gradually formed in his mind. If Jiang Jinsu displays abilities like Xiao Jiom once did, he could help build a supportive foundation. Chial's eyes flashed. "Having people know there's such a foundation backing me is necessary." Events played through his mind in sequence. Luck and pretext were both in place. Knowing the future allowed many actions, but from now on he must be more cautious using information from his previous life. His thick brows tightened slightly. What I do from now on must resemble predictions based on reasonable inference. Suddenly an announcement blared. The next stop is. Chial sighed slowly and stood up. First, I must take care of my own affairs rather than Jiang Jinsu's. Afternoon sunlight bathed the station, as his black-haired steps lengthened leisurely. Standing amid the crowd, Chial glanced at the flow of people as they finally arrived at Gyeongsangbuk-do, Jeonju. A sudden pang struck, catching Chial off guard. Rubbing his weary head, he thought that since the training at Chenggu Mountain he had never lost control. Jeonju contains countless relics and monuments, a place where ancient and modern coexist. Objects bearing long histories hold power, and within that power lies mysteries modern times cannot explain. A man-made sacred land achieves a miraculous equilibrium. Jeonju. He thought of the item he carried. This place conceals traces of that person. The ancestor of the Sungmu clan, Lee Hyulhyun, had stories passed down orally to such an extent that scholars once rumored he was fictional. On Sungmu Mountain, there was only a memorial tablet worshipped in rites, not the remains of Lee Hyulhyun, until in his previous life, a relic related to Lee Hyulhyun was discovered. He walked on lost in thought for who knows how long. There they also found documents related to Huya. As his thoughts reached a crucial point and another purpose remained, someone suddenly cut in. "Hey, kid." They exhaled cigarette smoke from plump red lips. A beautiful blonde woman holding a smoking pipe spoke. "Who are you?" Chial had achieved his aim. He was here to meet this person. She smiled, intriguing. Smoke trailed with her steps and enveloped him. "I detected a strange signal on my magic scanner, so I came to check it out." Her eyes flashed with an odd light. "Who knew you would have the same thing in your eyes as I do?" Wielders of the demon eye rarely reveal themselves to the world. Yet coincidentally, besides me, there's another in Korea. Valerie de Belle, a grand mage of the Eiffel Magic Tower in France, born to French nobility, one of the few grand mages to reach level 2 in her previous life. The demon eye she possesses grants the ability to read all hidden information within objects, an interpretive eye. Chial was somewhat surprised by this development. He had intended to meet this woman, but not in this manner. Valerie suddenly leaned in. "Hey, are you afraid of me?" she asked again when he remained silent. "Or are you not Korean?" He had to sigh, "I am Korean." At that, she immediately chuckled. "Lucky. Actually, I only know how to say sorry in Korean." Another quiet sigh escaped. Predictable, but this woman really is hard to read. Rumors flashed through Chial's mind. The nickname she would earn. The eccentric of the Magic Tower. No, rather, the madwoman of the Magic Tower. What puzzled him further was her reason for coming to Korea. She suddenly wanted to study incantations, so she came to Korea to learn? Bye-bye. Moreover, she didn't even bother asking the tower master for permission before leaving. The more he thought about it, the paler he grew. And as for her deciding to naturalize in Korea, apparently it was because the fried chicken here is so good. Back to reality, Valerie asked. "Forget that. So who are you?" Chial threw up his hands. "You were the one who started the conversation. Why are you asking me?" She clicked her tongue, reached out and said finicky, "Then let's greet properly." The sorceress introduced herself calmly. "I am Valerie de Belle. As you can see, I'm not Korean. I'm a mage from the tower." He also extended his hand and shook hers in good faith. "I am Lee Chial." Hearing his surname, she was a bit surprised. "Lee. Could it be the Lee family Sung, as it's called in Korea?" Chial nodded. "Yes, that's right." Valerie exclaimed that if he's of Sungmu, then in this country it's like royalty. Chial wasn't that arrogant. They do hold great power, but they're still far from royalty. Her pipe swirled through the air. "Is that so?" She pointed the pipe straight at Chial and bluntly exposed him. "Then why hide that cute face behind a mask? Are you running away?" Not intending to deny it, he slowly removed the mask. The nature of his demon eye is the same as mine. He even opened his eyes much earlier than I did, which isn't surprising. She smiled, "Not surprising. I've already investigated quite a bit." Chial showed his real face and continued, "Because I have seen eyes like yours before." Valerie's curiosity rose. "I've never heard of Sungmu having a demon eye wielder. What can your eyes do?" "I don't know why I should reveal my own power." She squinted and smiled. "My eyes are interpretive, able to read and represent any object or phenomenon as data." "And yours?" Seeing that expression, Chial didn't know what to say. Her seemingly harmless smile remained, but something seemed to shift. "Well then, there's no other choice." In an instant her eyes changed color and her voice deepened. "I'll have to find out myself." A powerful force radiated out. Chial's eyes appeared stimulated and changed color as well. He crouched and covered his eyes, asking angrily, "What are you doing?" Seeing his discomfort, Valerie softened her tone. Sorry, I was just too curious, but it's strange." She stepped closer again, unable to read anything at all. Seeing his still angry eyes, the sorceress soothed him. "Don't be so angry. Consider this my apology. I'll tell you something interesting." She put on another fake smile and added, "In return, talk with me a little longer, okay?" The sky had already turned toward evening. The evening light flickered into the large corner apartment. Valerie and Chial stopped before the old gate of the mansion, hesitating and probing. She said she was inviting him for coffee, but would they really drink it here? Chial looked around and muttered that from the outside it just looked like an ordinary abandoned house. But Valerie paid no mind and laughed. "All right, let's go in and see." No sooner had she finished speaking than a faint red light swept across Chial, leaving him momentarily dazed. He guessed it felt like a monster's magic. Valerie, sensing something too, asked, "So you noticed it now?" Not using a magic eye, yet still sensing it. "Have you learned magic?" he asked softly. "I haven't learned magic," she replied. Clearly it felt strange, so what's there to be surprised about? She explained that that sensation couldn't be detected unless one was a master like her. He frowned and considered. Master? Did she mean the master of the magic tower, Eiffel Michael Gerl? So you can't detect it unless you've reached that level, if she's claiming to have achieved that. Chial exhaled to steady himself. "I've been through something similar before." Valerie rubbed her chin and murmured that no, it's different. Though he'd had a similar experience, normally one still couldn't sense it. Her eyes flashed dangerously. "Unless you've trained your magic to the extreme." Chial swallowed nervously, beads of sweat forming. I'd already had that strange sense of familiarity. He turned pale as he remembered Jiahua. She looked like my aunt, Jiahua's image smiling and waving at him. "Child, come on, it's time for joyful practice." Chial steadied himself and asked if this was instant teleportation. Valerie gently pushed the door open and explained calmly, "No, I do have a fair amount of money, but not that much." She strode in proudly, full of self-satisfaction, and added that she'd used mana and inner power to connect a tunnel. The house was caked with dust on all sides. Valerie warmly invited him in. Chial promptly stepped inside. Contrasting with the house's dilapidation was a neat, spotless counter. Chial's gaze went to the shopkeeper. He asked curiously about that. Looking at the shopkeeper, he thought it wasn't human. He sensed mana, but no signs of biological activity. Valerie, knowing his curiosity, explained that it was a golem, a machine with a mana core inserted, and this was her workshop. An assortment of strange things would appear here. She flopped down into a chair and asked nonchalantly if he wanted to order a drink first. He also put his hand in his pocket to order, "I'll have a cup of hot tea." Valerie snapped her fingers to summon service. "Fine, I'll have an espresso." Chial inquired whether something like this could be installed in a workshop. Valerie replied indifferently that she wanted the feel of a real cafe, but going out every time was a hassle. "Yes, that's fine." She picked up a cigarette, took a drag, and said there were so many things she wanted to ask that she didn't know where to start. Chial wondered why she thought he'd answer, and she replied, "You're so stingy." "All right then," she said. "Even if I look like this, I actually know quite a lot." Valerie lowered her voice and held up 3 fingers. 3 questions. Each person may ask 3 questions, and the other will answer one at a time. How about it? This was the 3 questions exchange ritual, an ancient Valerie spell. When her curiosity couldn't be satisfied, she'd propose a game of exchanging 3 questions and 3 answers. Applying this created her signature magic, which later became one of the hallmarks of the mage called Valerie. "And plain question exchange is boring," she said loudly, "so I'll add a little game using my magic." Hearing that, Chial took a sip from his cup and silently thought, just as the rumors said. He answered decisively, "I refuse," which made her eyes widen in surprise. He stated his stance clearly. "I just met you today. There's nothing to be curious about." She asked awkwardly in return, "Not curious about my eyes?" Chial added earlier, even without asking, "Someone had deliberately told me already, though." He set his teacup down, full of feeling. "This game sounds quite interesting. Let's set the conditions. The winner gets to make 1 demand. In that case, I'll participate," Valerie repeated. "A demand." Saying there's nothing to be curious about, "What do you plan to demand?" His face serious, he added that could be thought over later. He continued that the chance to make a request of a mage, who even had her own workshop, wasn't something that came every day, leaving her deep in thought. She lifted the wand with obvious effort. "It's not comfortable, but fine. The rules are simple." The wand swept out a blazing red power that enveloped the space, her face lit with undisguised delight. "From now on, each person will have 3 questions and 3 answers." The red lights merged into a small flame as she explained the rules. "Questions are arbitrary, ask anything. Answers too may be true or false, but you must guess whether each answer is true or false. Whoever guesses more correctly wins, and the loser must truthfully pay a detailed penalty, answering the loser's 3 questions. She smiled to ease the atmosphere. Overly obvious questions are banned, like gender or name, for example. He then wondered how to tell truth from lie. She pointed to her head. This spell is a mental magic. It reads the consciousness waves emitted from the subconscious. She answered that even if the loser deliberately tried to hide the truth, under the magic's influence they would still speak naturally. And then, from within the chest, a bright ember condensed in Vility. Her voice solemn. I, Vility de Bell, swear by the title of a mage that I will carry out what I say honestly, using no trickery or deceit. When she finished, the condensed orb shattered above the 2 of them, and she vowed to follow the rules and play a fair match. Valerie placed her hand as assurance. This is a mage's oath. If I break it, I will lose all my mana. She then began. Now you can trust that I won't cheat anymore, right? He nodded to indicate yes. At that, Valerie snapped her fingers to signal. Then let's begin. The red orbs hovered above them as Valerie faced Chial with an air of constriction and intensity. Chial politely gestured, you first. Valerie replied cheerfully, all right, let's take it easy at the start. Her eyes shone a bewitching purple as she gazed dreamily at Chial and asked, your demonic eyes, what abilities do they have? He closed his eyes to think. The first question already hit what he most wanted to know, and quickly answered, I possess a power similar to yours. No sooner had the answer ceased than a flame above Chial suddenly extinguished. Valerie sprang up stunned. What do you mean? Can I count that as your second question? She sighed and explained, fine then, now it's your turn to ask. Wasting no time, he asked why she was curious about his demonic eyes. She fell into contemplative thought. In a blink she replied decisively, out of a thirst for knowledge, simply curiosity as a mage. Immediately a flame vanished. Chial silently marveled, a vague answer. In any case, in this game the content of the answer isn't what matters. They faced each other as he calmly reasoned that the important thing was to prepare the questions you want to know and discern whether the opponent's answers are true or false. If I win the game, I'll receive detailed answers to my questions, and I don't need to be overly picky about the question's content. Chial smiled in satisfaction. What I'm aiming for is winning the game, because afterwards I'll have the right to make a request of her. Immediately after, Valerie calmly spoke. All right, second question. Time passed slowly. It was her turn again, now for my final question. Valerie's gaze sharpened, cutting through. You already know about me. She looked straight into Chial's eyes and asked directly, just how much do you know about me? He responded seriously. From the moment I was born until now, I have never once seen or heard anything related to you. Suddenly, Valerie covered her mouth with a smug smile. I've won. She watched every expression on Chial's face, delighted. Though young, he kept a remarkably blank expression, though his facial muscles trembled slightly. Now it's your turn to inquire. It's time for me to ask the final question, Valerie said casually. Ask quickly. Hearing that, he suddenly smiled. Then he propped his chin and posed the issue. Do you think I've won? Do you think you will lose? Valerie exhaled and judged. Of all things, you're asking that as the final question. Chial made no comment and merely urged her to answer. She took out a makeup compact and replied, fine, all right. Then she confidently declared that he had lost, because she had won. But Valerie's orb suddenly exploded, startling her. Valerie looked around, confused, murmuring, was I wrong? But it clearly was. Chial replied nonchalantly, do you want me to tell you why? Then he calmly explained. The first question, the reason someone is curious about demonic eyes is a thirst for knowledge. That is true. But for the next one he pointed out plainly. The second question, you lied on that one, which made Valerie widen her eyes in shock. Chial simply watched her thoughtfully, thinking that the 3 questions exchange ritual belongs to the mental magic category. He lifted his teacup leisurely and added, and the final one. Chial concluded with certainty. That too was a lie because the winner is me. Hearing this, Valerie accepted the result dejectedly. I lost. As agreed, I'll answer your questions first. Then she calmly recounted. The first question, I'm also a bearer of demonic eyes, so I've always studied them. However, not only are research materials scarce, but finding collaborators is also difficult. When it came to the next matter, Valerie hesitated awkwardly and began. The second is. Seeing this, Chial sighed and generously said that if she found it hard to speak, she didn't have to answer. He wasn't trying to pry into everything. Innate magic is something personal, and her hesitation was natural. Valerie, hearing that, exclaimed in surprise, really? It's truly okay. Chial casually made a request. Instead, let me ask a favor. She raised a hand to guard herself and asked, What exactly do you intend to ask me? Immediately he frowned, showing clear dislike. Seeing his face, Velity hurriedly explained, no, it was just a joke. Do you need to scowl like that? Chiel tried to control his emotions and clarified, no, it's just that I suddenly thought of someone who looks exactly like you, so I reacted strongly. So what do you intend to do? Hearing this, she patted her head dejectedly and replied, all right. It seems I have no choice to refuse. Valerie calmly declared, then the game ends here. Then she stood up and said, then come deeper into the workshop. We'll discuss what you want me to do. As she walked beside Chiel, Velity carefully warned, don't touch anything. Just follow behind me. She went ahead and opened the door. Valerie led the way and introduced, this is the heart of my workshop. After surveying the surroundings, Chial inwardly exclaimed, unlike the cafe, this is what a mage's living and working space really looks like. Then he turned and asked curiously, I've heard that mages don't let outsiders into their workshops. Valerie smugly revealed that's true. Accidentally touching a ward or magic array can cause big trouble, right? But I'm skilled enough, so those things aren't a problem. Sit over here. Chial helplessly replied, ah, yes. Following her, he asked with interest, so then, what is it you want me to do? He pulled out a stone tablet and in a solemn tone requested, I want you to decode this tablet. And of course I ask that you keep all its contents confidential after decoding. Seeing that, Valerie put on gloves, thinking to herself, a stone tablet, ancient artifacts are a bit complicated, but I can handle it. She then picked up the tablet to examine it. Suddenly, a bolt of purple lightning appeared. It quickly struck at Valerie's eyes, preventing her from studying it. Valerie was hit and had to cover her eyes before she could barely utter each word. This is an artifact from the distant past, at least from the 3rd or 4th century or earlier. Chiel admired and marveled. You recognized it immediately, didn't you? She gripped the tablet, inwardly groaning in terror. Insane and antique this ancient. I almost lost my life. Valerie's earlier image of him and his words flashed through her mind. He was so confident before, but it seems the workshop's formulas are more rudimentary than I thought. He has demonic eyes, but his magic is. At this level, I can do it too. I wonder if I should have asked him for help after all. The more she recalled, the angrier she scolded. With an artifact like this, he should at least have warned me. Valerie glared at Chial in annoyance, inwardly scolding nonstop. An object measured in millennia. I'd almost had to redraw all the workshop's formulas from scratch, and he was boasting about his skill earlier. A few seconds later, she returned to normal and said, let me examine it again. Once more, Valerie's eyes turned purple as she inspected and pondered. It doesn't resemble an object from nearly 2,000 years ago at all. Valerie concentrated on analyzing the tablet. Is this as far as I can read? After a while, she propped her chin and mused. I can grasp the movements of the moon, the sun, and the motions of the stars, but only up to that point. Valerie thought helplessly that if it were ancient script or a simple cipher, she would have decoded it immediately. Then she looked at Chial to ask, it seems to record Eastern astronomy, dates, and some simple scripts. What exactly is this? He calmly answered, it's a map and also a key. Hearing this, Velity admitted that it would probably take her some time to decode it. Seeing that, Chial hesitated and spoke. So while we wait, may I state my second request? She didn't hesitate to agree. Fine. Outside, the sky had turned toward evening. The last light of day streamed through the window into the room. After hearing Chial's matter, Valerie repeated in surprise, your second request is that you want me to tell you about demonic eyes. He confirmed and added that if it could help both parties, all the better. Then he calmly inquired, by the way, does your workshop have a training room? Instantly, Valerie's face turned very confident and boastful. Mages need a place to train, of course. Every workshop has a training area. However, mine is a bit larger than usual. Chiel was speechless and didn't reply, quietly boasting. A mage's workshop that's spacious means peak strength and finances, which reminded him of someone. Then he calmly asked, it seems you're quite wealthy, aren't you? Valerie replied suspiciously, you don't know. I'm from a long-established noble family. She then smugly declared, anyway, that's my second request. No changing your mind, a man's word is his bond. Chial reluctantly corrected the phrasing. Heavens, you should say a man keeps his word, I understand. Valerie paid no mind, summoned her power and said, then let's start. Try opening your demonic eyes for me. He obediently closed his eyes and activated his demonic eyes. Immediately, Chial snapped his eyes open, and a flash of light suddenly gleamed from them. After he opened his eyes, he saw illusory circles behind Valerie. Chial startled and let out a cry, his face showing pain. He clutched his face and collapsed to one knee on the floor. Valerie, seeing that, hurriedly asked, what's wrong? Chial explained, no, it's nothing. There are too many formulas in this room, so I'm a bit dizzy. She looked thoughtful. Only seeing a few formulas already makes your eyes hurt. Then Valerie suddenly realized, wait, don't tell me you can see all the magic arrays and formulas in this place. Chial admitted and slowly stood up. Yes, my eyes can read the flow of force and things normally invisible, though they're a bit hard to control. Valerie wanted to confirm. First, can you dispel your demonic eyes? She asked him to explain more about his demonic eyes. Do they grant clairvoyance or let you see mana? Chial clarified, I can't truly clairvoyant, but I can infer, such as an opponent's movements or hidden presence. Valerie was very skeptical. Do you know how strange that sounds? She pointed at him and told Chial, if all that is true, then your eyes are not an ordinary pair of demonic eyes. No demonic eyes can see so much. It seems this story will be long. First, let's return to the study. In the study, a cup of hot tea sat on the table. Valerie warned Chial beforehand. Before I explain, one thing you must know, demonic eyes and mind eyes are completely different concepts. He affirmed, I know that. Then she launched into a long explanation. Moreover, demonic eyes may seem like mere visual enhancement, but they're actually not. Even if what demonic eyes perceive is manifested by magic, ultimately it's still images the human mind can receive. Chial, embarrassed, scratched his head and requested, excuse me, could you explain more simply? Korean is really difficult. Valerie tapped her hand. What I mean is this. She then had to speak at length, waving her arms continuously to make him understand clearly. Valerie took a cigarette with a displeased look as she recalled. And because of that, demonic eyes are more special than any other ability. I once had an fMRI while activating my demonic eyes. At the moment they were triggered, blood flow to my brain surged, and my nerves became overactivated. Chial understood. No wonder it hurts when you can't control them. She emphasized, exactly. Because you process sensations humans don't normally have, you get overloaded. Valerie said thoughtfully, demonic eyes are such a dangerous power that, to date, no pair has possessed composite abilities. But how many things can your demonic eyes do now? He was somewhat surprised hearing her. Valerie stared at Chial sharply. You said those eyes were opened through the Sungmu, right? Usually, one who opens demonic eyes begins to see abnormal things around 5 years old, give or take. So before undergoing that rite, had you ever seen anything strange? He bowed his head to recall. Chial could not help but admit from his heart. There were signs beforehand, even though I was only 11 then. She probed, has anyone in Sungmu ever awakened demonic eyes like yours? He denied it, no. Valerie continued to inquire, you know why I became serious, right? Chial responded with a single word, yes. She suddenly said regretfully, it's a pity. If you were in combat, you'd likely lose control. He noted Valerie's words and Chial glanced as if weighing something. In the end, he decided to tell the truth. Actually, in battle, I've used my demonic eyes countless times already. She thought she misheard. What? Valerie sprang up excitedly. How could that be? Even if demonic eyes had only 2 or 3 functions, the brain would be catastrophically overloaded. You should have bled in the brain or gone mad long ago. Yet you both see and control them. Chial, much calmer than she was, admitted, yes. Valerie held her head in disbelief. She had never seen an exception like this. Then a sinister smile spread across her lips. It seems we need to run some tests. Valerie's demeanor made him pale. Yes, what kind of tests? At Valerie's suggestion, I stayed in the training room for a while, and before I knew it, several days had passed. Valerie busied herself decoding the stone until before dinner. As for me, the training to push the demonic eyes to their limit began. Chial lay on the bench, limbs restrained, surrounded by bolts of lightning that made him grit his teeth in pain. Finally, the device beeped, ending the measurement. Chial was dazed and nearly fell asleep. At first, he could bear it, but the difficulty was gradually increasing. He recalled what she'd done to him to test how much direct stimulation he could endure. She pressed tangled masses of mana before his face, her smile terrifying. Come on, just a bit more, a little more. Chial could only scream, you devil. At that moment, Valerie also entered the room to check on him. How are you? Are you okay? He thought to himself that she looked like a mad scientist. Chial glanced at the restraints being removed. She had clearly said the head would overload when using the demonic eyes. She smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, the mana machine will stop automatically the moment you hit the overload threshold. He glared at Valerie, who feigned innocence. This woman is crazy. I even have to apologize for having compared him to my mother. She sought justification. Besides, we're collecting valuable data. Limits and characteristics are becoming clear, and the more the demonic eyes are used, the more they develop. Chial couldn't deny it. That's not wrong, but... Then she stopped listening and turned away humming. Let's see if you'll obediently undergo the tests. He realized she was deliberately speaking in French. Valerie seemed surprised at what she saw in front of her. She was studying the parameter display, wondering, what is this? Am I seeing this wrong? I set it to automatically check status and let the difficulty ramp up gradually. How could his growth rate be this fast? No, it's not growth. It's more like adaptation. Then the problem isn't in the explanation. The smile on Valerie's face grew increasingly excited. Everything continued over the following days. Day 1 of training, no, almost called it an experiment. This is training. After all, it's just the test Li Chiel requested, not an experiment to satisfy my curiosity. Still, having painstakingly gathered enough data, I'll file it. Confirmed that demonic eyes can easily see one-way mana channels. Pain begins to appear from level 6 magic upward, but by level 7, he can still read it without too much difficulty. I might need to bring back a CT machine to assist. On the 3rd day, to test clairvoyance, I deliberately hid a spell behind a metal plate and told him to read it. The results showed it's not clairvoyance, but reading the energy emitted by the object. Just a pencil. And I still don't understand what or how he read it. After that, I tested moving objects. He demonstrated the ability to predict blood flow and muscle movements. The limited capacity of precognitive sight also surfaced, but he couldn't keep his demonic eyes open for more than 2 hours. If only the durability of the brain and eyes were a bit higher. More experiments, no more training. On the 8th day of the experiment, he kept smashing records for how fast the difficulty ramped up. I tried secretly cranking it way higher, yet he still kept pace. Even I haven't reached this level. I should have bought a CT machine earlier. At this point, I might have to dissect him to see directly. His demonic eyes belong to a completely different resolution system than mine. Li Chiel's visual ability is on an utterly superior tier. Yes, if I had to describe it. Hearing the noise, Valerie hurriedly turned her head. What's going on? She wondered why he didn't pretend not to know, look at his eyes. Chiel calmly explained, the machine just stopped, so I stepped out. The alarm blared, didn't you hear it? She spun back to her desk in disbelief. An alarm. Valerie was a bit surprised. All the training phases I prepared were already completed. I thought it would take at least 2 more days. He approached and peered at the computer screen. It seems I'm completely done, she said in surprise. What do you speak French? Chiel looked at Valerie and explained. Sungmu Direct Line members are required to learn the languages of major nations, so I can use it at a conversational level. Her face suddenly flushed. Could it be? He grinned brightly as if not caring at all, muttering and cursing to himself. You don't need to worry too much. It could happen, I understand it all. I'm different from someone else. Valerie cried out in embarrassment. You damn brat. Chiel stepped closer from a distance, calling, do you need something? Valerie held her pipe, turned to him and said, yes, the preliminary training round is over. She asked for his opinion. Honestly, I'd like to keep training in the lab, but what you need is combat-applicable skill, right? So now I'm going to start a proper training session. He seemed very agreeable, I'm always ready. But Valerie suddenly stopped him. Wait. A magic circle appeared at their feet, centered on her. Valerie explained, I reinforced the training area's magic arrays. They'll be much more complex than before. She also warned, and one more thing. Drop the habit of closing and reopening your eyes when using the demonic eyes. Small, repeated actions become habits. They can help short-term control, but will create bad effects later on. He followed her advice, frowning and trying not to close his eyes. Finally, Chiel was able to summon the demonic eyes. He stared at the room filled with magic circles. Although the training area's arrays had been enhanced, I only felt a slight headache. A few days ago, right in Jijing, I couldn't control the demonic eyes at all. Chiel slowly surveyed the surroundings. The flow of mana was so complex. It was like looking at a human's mana system. I don't fully understand magic, but she's definitely an extraordinary item. Valerie only asked when she saw him not moving, what's wrong? Chiel just replied to get by, nothing. She handed him a circular band and instructed, now I'll train you to control the demonic eyes in real situations. Stick this on your head to better sense the mana flow. Chiel took it, put it on, and asked how they'd train. Valerie smiled. Well, we're training the demonic eyes, right? Then the method was obvious. A flame burst up behind Valerie. She sent it charging, and reminded loudly as it went. Dodge it well. Chiel summoned a sword and muttered, damn it. Valerie spoke up loudly, hey, only use your demonic eyes. He had to quickly dodge the fireball. Chiel complained, shouldn't you warn me about things like this? Truly a mad scientist. He glanced back slightly. I dodged it. If it had been when I first entered the training room, I surely wouldn't have been able to avoid it. Valerie warned kindly, it's not over yet. The fireball didn't stop and changed direction toward him. Chiel widened his eyes in astonishment. The fireball suddenly exploded. She seemed to have no intention of holding back. While dodging, she said, "Listen, now I've grasped the nature of your demonic eyes. Your demonic eyes, to be frank, are quite similar to my resolution system, but on a higher tier." Chial was smeared with soot after that blast. She calmly lit her pipe and said, "Your demonic eyes don't read many things. Like other demonic eyes, they read only one thing." The room was surrounded by red fire. The objects before them, flora and fauna, mana or mere force, and countless supernatural energies, and the entire present state of each of those pieces of information. If we must name it, perhaps call it the present eye, an eye that reads every phenomenon existing in this moment. Valerie made those spheres move. Chial stepped back to avoid the mocking attack, feeling that her name choice was terrible. She didn't care and continued. "Your eyes are reading every present before you, and once you can analyze the present, deriving a plausible future naturally follows. Similarly, you'll be able to deduce the past. There used to be a nice term for that. That's right, the law of cause and effect." Valerie smiled brightly as the explosion behind her caused a huge shockwave. Chial remained standing after the blast, now very filthy. She told him that, in any case, your demonic eyes are so high-level they can become a burden themselves. Even with increased control, you could be swallowed by your own eyes in an instant. "So therefore, all of this is for your benefit," she said as the fireballs were summoned again. Valerie shouted, "All right," into the fray. Fireballs streamed at him in succession. After the session, Chial sat on the ground blackened, prompting Valerie to tease, "Where did you crawl out of? A coal mine? Hey, open your eyes nicely. Do you know how hard I worked studying your demonic eyes?" He replied without a shred of emotion, "Thanks for that." She sighed, but then said, "Your demonic eyes were awakened through Sungmu's special ritual. So was the late discovery because they're not ordinary demonic eyes, or simply because you're an exception?" He chose to remain silent. Valerie didn't press further and stood up. "Anyway, I probably can't find the answer myself. Sorry." She smiled wickedly again. "Perhaps advanced imaging, or we'd have to dissect to know for sure." Seeing that expression, Chial panicked. "No, it's nothing. One day we'll understand. I'm not sure what you'd want to dissect anyway." Vility excitedly summoned the fireballs again. "Okay, continue training. By the way, for convenience, let's give your demonic eyes a name. Analysis eye or causality eye?" A bit bland. He sternly refused no name, but she insisted. "No, a fearsome demonic eye must have a name. Divine eye, Solomon's all-seeing eye, or an Eastern flavor, the Sand King True Eye." Chial adamantly refused, not needed. Valerie finalized. "Yama's eye, cool, right? You must have had a hard time fending off those consecutive attacks." Chial was panting from training, several days in a row, predicting, analyzing, choosing, and focusing. When I employed the demonic eye's full capabilities, the development rate skyrocketed wildly, yet his face betrayed excitement. A phone in his shirt pocket suddenly vibrated. Valerie bowed her head to look and realized, "Is it this late already?" She stepped close to tease Chial. "You don't turn into a lump of black coal like before anymore. What a pity. Don't train by yourself today. Shower and go straight to the research room." He asked confusedly, "What do you mean?" Valerie winked and announced, "Because the decoding work is finished." There were a few books on the table. The room was cluttered with books. Chial asked suspiciously, "I haven't left here in months. How did everything change like this?" Valerie replied nonchalantly, "All of this is just research material. You can throw it away now if you want." She complained, "In the Magic Tower, I can just order around graduate scholars and it's convenient. Here there's not a single servant. It's boring." Valerie used magic to make the books hover and said, "Since ancient times, the Korean peninsula has preserved records well, so decoding the language and script isn't hard. It's quite interesting. Come, sit here and let's look at this first." Chial picked up an object and noted the stone's shape was different from before. She explained that because some constellations and characters had faded, she restored them. "I'll explain it to you now." Valerie took out a sheet of text and laid it on the table. She pointed at the picture and asked, "Have you seen this constellation before?" He answered immediately, "No, I haven't." Valerie then displayed two such images. "I knew it. Currently, that constellation looks like this." She pointed to one of them. "The issue is here. Why did the ancients group these constellations together? Look below. This is actually an imaginary constellation. The order of these stars is the key to decoding. Although the camouflage fooled me for a bit, it's neither a moon orbit nor a star chart. So what is it?" Chial began to ponder. "I feel like I've seen this somewhere." Then he suddenly snapped, as if he remembered. Chial asked, "Can I try tearing this?" Valerie smiled lightly. "No need to tear it, it's here. This is a map of the entire dragon veins of the Korean peninsula. Not stars at all, but a map of meridian points across the land. The map has points marked and connected with striking black ink." Valerie's words echoed in the quiet room. This isn't a constellation map, it's a map of Korea's energy veins. She continued, in Eastern theory, the world is viewed as a single living body. Dragon veins are like the meridians of a person. They're the paths through which magical energy flows. Lee Cheol stared at the photo, stroking his chin thoughtfully. But this stone steel was made in ancient times. Back then, they couldn't have expanded territory all the way up north like this. Valerie replied, that's exactly why this is important historical material. Her words stunned Lee Cheol. It was proof that the ancients had extended their land to this region. Finally, Valerie gave him space to explore it himself. I can only explain the locations up to this point. For the rest, you'd better read the commentary yourself. Lee Cheol stared at the photos she handed him, mulling silently. This is the incantation for the old magic of the obscure constellation. It's a magic that runs on revealed mana. Nobody practices it anymore, but I memorized the incantation while researching with my mentor. He placed the map and the star chart photos close together. If the dragon veins really are like meridians, then could it be that? Lee Cheol began to sense the energy from it following the incantation, channeling mana, then tracing the acupuncture points according to those locations. After a few seconds of feeling it, he couldn't hide his joy and broke into a faint smile. I found it. His heart brimmed with excitement. Dongdu, Thoham Mountain. There lay the tomb of the second master of the obscure Hyangxiang. A few days later, Valerie sat holding a magical chopstick, turned to him and asked, "What's up? Are you leaving?" Lee Cheol had his backpack ready on his shoulders. Without turning, he answered, yes. While packing in the last minutes, Valerie asked, "Before you go, during that 3-question ritual, can you tell me the trick to fooling it?" Lee Cheol replied, "Didn't you say you'd figure it out yourself?" Valerie frowned, pouting in annoyance. "Stubborn to the end, I give up on you." But she had no choice but to encourage him. "Be careful, Thoham Mountain is pretty dangerous." Lee Cheol replied, "I know, though it's a spirit mountain, it's special in many ways." Valerie stood up and pointed as she explained. "Best not to go near the ruins. I heard a disciple from Buddha State Temple went missing recently. They got tangled with a spirit, their soul messed up and cursed without warning. Do you know how terrifying that curse is? Even monsters can show up." Lee Cheol waited dumbfounded for her to finish, then said, "Valerie, calm down. Are you actually worried about me?" At that, Valerie blushed in embarrassment. "What?" Lee Cheol saw her flustered expression and cleared his throat. Valerie, embarrassed into anger, snapped, "Worried? Who'd bother worrying about an insolent kid like you? I'm just going out for fun, okay?" Lee Cheol responded, "Thanks, Valerie, I'll be off then." Valerie saw him wave goodbye and asked in surprise, "Huh, you're really leaving?" Then she made a promise on the spot. "When you're done, come by my place." Lee Cheol waved farewell, turned and promised, "Then we'll have fried chicken together again, okay?" A little while later, Lee Cheol arrived at Thoham Mountain. He wiped sweat from his face and told himself, "I've been in Thoham Mountain for almost 2 hours now." Looking at the map, Lee Cheol sighed. He glanced between the map and his surroundings. Even if the map was made over 1,000 years ago and terrain may have changed, it's still harder to find than I thought. He sighed in frustration. "It's a bit rough, but since I'm practiced with using the magic eye, I can keep it active for a very long time." Though hard to find, Lee Cheol couldn't give up halfway. He fumbled along the map's path, wondering to himself. Along the way there were 3 orange-red cords like a guiding road, combining observations of the surroundings with the map. He kept going until he saw a swirl of orange gold. Spotting it, Lee Cheol muttered to himself, "Could it be?" He placed his hand on the nearest stone and felt it. Excited, Lee Cheol realized, this is the place. A pale blue-green aura enveloped him. Lee Cheol stood up and shouted, "Ba Lang." The blue light surrounded the area around him, and it was brightest in the circle at his feet. The light clung to the grass and the stones there. Then Lee Cheol drew the light in and concluded, "This is the sealed gateway leading into the tomb. Now I just need to channel mana in the exact order of the other constellations on the stone." Lee Cheol touched a slab. Blue energy radiated around his body and the stone. He began the opening ritual, starting from the north and turning clockwise. But soon enough, he belatedly realized, this is devouring mana like crazy. Lee Cheol pulled his hand back, sighing in frustration. Not easy at all. A while later, as dusk settled, Lee Cheol resolved to touch the slab and try one last time. He told himself, this is the final attempt. Immediately after, the earth seemed to shake, making it hard for him to stay on his feet. The stone's inner force made the world real, as a blinding blue-green light burst forth. Lee Cheol raised his hand to shield his face, wondering, what on earth is happening all of a sudden? Clutching his backpack to his chest, he thought, how is there such insane mana here? Could Thoham Mountain's mana have been accumulating for ages and then been triggered by my mana? The inner force exploded, throwing Li Qiao to the ground. He picked himself up, dusted himself and his backpack off, and breathed a relieved, thought I was a goner. Everything around him was pitch black. He couldn't make out his 5 fingers when he held up his hand. Li Qiao looked around and muttered, "Can't see a thing." He had drained his mana to the limit, so even his magic eye wouldn't work. He rummaged in his backpack for a flashlight, turned it on and said, "Lucky there's no trace of chi or movement I can sense." He swept the flashlight beam around to inspect the area, and suddenly illuminated a bronze statue of a soldier with an extremely fierce face. The sculpture's craftsmanship was superb. He jumped, thinking he'd almost been attacked. Assessing the site, Li Qiao said, "At this scale you can't call it an ordinary ancient tomb." He shone the light on a stele and read that they had purchased land from the local spirit to use as a burial site. If any mages saw this, they'd foam at the mouth from shock. Moving the beam to another stele, he found characters like Chinese running script, dragon and phoenix strokes lending an artistic flair. "What about this one?" Li Qiao read the inscription. "Martial King Li Xian of the Li clan lived to 122 years and rests here." According to that, he was surprised to discover the line, "All living and dead who wish to enter this place, turn back." Li Qiao carried some unease and thought, "This is a warning." He continued reading, "Behind here is only darkness." And he couldn't help but wonder inwardly, is there really something inside? Seeing the energy was relatively stable, Li Qiao told himself, "My mana has recovered a bit. Try the magic eye." Acting on it, he used the magic eye to scan around, and of course it returned nothing. He pressed his hand to his face. "Can't see a thing," like slamming into a gigantic wall, just a sharp pain. Never experienced anything like this before. Continuing his thoughts, he recalled, "In my past life, Big Brother said he hid this place's location. All records were kept top secret except for the Black Knight." Li Qiao wondered, why do that, out of guilt for disturbing the ancestors' eternal rest? Then he denged it to himself. No, if that were the case, they'd have hidden the excavation too. Li Qiao frowned at his thoughts. Unlike Big Brother's style, the information had been revealed in a suspicious way. If it was meant as a deliberate trap then, suddenly a sound drew his attention. Li Qiao turned toward the noise, where many flames, coming from who knows where, drifted out. 2 statues with fierce faces were advancing toward him. Li Qiao gasped, "The warrior statues are moving." The 2 statues bellowed angrily, "Human, leave this place." Li Qiao gripped his sword, thinking silently. Never heard of guardians here before. Besides, they're not high-level beasts or spirit animals, so why are they emitting mental waves? He was puzzled, even his magic eye saw nothing. Are they moving without using any force at all? Instantly, Li Qiao dismissed that thought. No way that's possible. Something else caught his attention, a cluster of light with glittering specks like pearls woven together. He followed it with his eyes, wondering. But before he could ponder further, a statue lunged to attack. Li Qiao reacted quickly, dodging in time. He stepped back a few paces, thinking, "Damn, if only I had a little more time." He planted his toes to brace himself and calculated rapidly. A prolonged fight was impossible. If he wanted to win with the bit of mana left, he had to rush in. Li Qiao charged at the 2 statues. They warned again, "Leave now." But before they could attack again, some force halted them. Li Qiao felt confirmed. Just as I thought, their movements are clumsy and simple. He raised his sword and used the move Heartless Single Strike. When he slashed, it was Demon Cleave. The 2 statues screamed miserably. Li Qiao calculated, "If I extend the distance, I'll be the one at a disadvantage." Knowing that, he tried to shorten the fight as much as possible. A statue attacked. He couldn't block in time and dodged frantically. When the second statue struck, he blocked with his sword, looking at the imbalance of strength. It was clear Li Qiao was struggling enormously against that physical blow. He used Iron Chi technique, Yan Luo. Red cords instantly bound the 2 bronze statues tight, just as Li Qiao and the 2 statues were locked in fierce combat. He prepared to raise his sword for the finishing blow. When both statues suddenly collapsed, Li Qiao thought inwardly, has the mana run out? Hard to operate anymore. Looking at what lay on the ground, he twirled his wrist and sighed. If I can breathe, then there's still airflow. The warrior statues are unharmed. Immediately after, the 2 statues automatically shouted, "Leave this place." Before Li Qiao's astonished gaze, he felt annoyed inside. What a nuisance. Mana's still recovering, but not enough to keep fighting. He checked with his magic eye. Even so, he had to concentrate hard. Moreover, inside their chests were clusters of lights linked together, identical to what he'd seen earlier. A thought flashed through his mind. Could it be? Li Qiao drew another sword, thinking to himself, if those are the culprits, I have to use Black Knight to slice straight through to the core in one strike. Seeing him pull out the black blade, the 2 statues began talking to each other. The first statue asked, "What's that?" The second replied, "It's a pitch-black sword." A completely black sword. Both of them said in unison, "That's our friend." Then they began babbling apologies. Sorry, sorry. Thanks to his magic eye, Li Qiao could see their inner minds. He assessed silently. These beings like to play with animals or children and pull pranks. They belonged to a mysterious, playful Xian-type race. He sheathed his sword, pointed, and asked, "We're fighting and you pull this stunt?" The two statues replied, "That thing is a scary sword, sorry." They continued, "Instead, we'll heal you." Immediately, they beamed light onto his body. Li Qiao noticed he was recovering quickly. Li Qiao asked, "So why are you here?" They answered, "Don't know, not telling." He began to threaten. "I feel like swinging this once, want to answer nicely," they cried out. "Humans are scary." Then the two statues started to tell their story. "We made a pact. For 1,000 years, it's been over 1,000 years." Hearing that, Li Qiao found it strange. The mysterious clan was supposed to live in harmony with nature, but, he said, "It must have been tough since you've been guarding this place all that time." Moved by his comforting words, the two statues thanked him. "Thank you. As long as you don't hold that sword, you're a good person. Is that even really a sword?" Li Qiao asked further, "But who did you make the pact with?" "The one who wields that black sword, should we say? Probably okay to say. Hair and eyes the same color, right?" They agreed. "The one we pledged to is the person who went inside there. We suffered, but that person said if we guarded this place, they would protect us too." The two statues pointed at the tightly sealed door nearby. Li Qiao asked, "Protect from what?" They answered, "Something terrifying, something that can't die, terrifying, extremely terrifying." Li Qiao suddenly realized, "So you attacked me because you mistook me for them." He recalled the mountain keeper had said something similar. Li Qiao resolved, "In the end, I have no choice but to go in." The two statues said, "To enter you must prove it with blood. Only those permitted may go in." Li Qiao complied, using the Black Knight's sword to cut a line across his palm. Blood trickled out. He pressed his palm onto the center of the two doors, where embossed patterns sat. The blood soaked in, and the patterns immediately stood out more than ever. The doors opened easily. Inside, there was not a speck of light, a bottomless depth. Li Qiao stepped in, whispering, "All right, let's go." In the lab, Valerie had her head down on the table, sighing dramatically. "So much research to do, and now this." She sulked, "Today's a write-off. I'll just order fried chicken." As she pulled out her phone to call, the computer screen emitted a beeping alert. Valerie turned to look. "Is that the generator beeping?" Looking at the map on the screen, a red dot suddenly appeared at a central point in Jeonju City. She stared and wondered. Red means killed. Nothing like this should appear in Jeonju. Is the system glitching? But then her expression gradually turned serious. Valerie stared at the screen, exclaiming in shock. "No way, 5 gates opened at once." She jumped up and started typing frantically. Could it be because of that kid? But when she checked other areas, everything was perfectly normal, which put her somewhat at ease. No, on the contrary, the mountain's mana remained exactly the same as before. She quickly packed her things and left. Not the time to be calm. Even if Jeonju has few civilians, it's still dangerous. Valerie hurried out of the room and failed to notice that the spot she had just checked had shown no abnormal signal at all, when suddenly a red dot popped up. That red dot spread like a virus with terrifying exponential speed. In the blink of an eye, it had almost covered the entire map. As Li Qiao walked, he glanced around, thinking to himself that this was no ordinary cemetery. After walking for a while, he spotted an old bookshelf. Li Qiao went over to rummage and found what he needed down here. The book, Record of Covering the Black Knight. Although he needed it, his instinct sensed something even cooler was nearby. Li Qiao's heart pounded with joy as he felt the dark energy vibrating around him. His heart practically leapt out of his chest with excitement. Li Qiao stepped forward and felt a strange sensation occurring on his body. While still dazed, he looked ahead and unexpectedly saw an old man with white hair tightly hugging a sword. Li Qiao didn't know if this was an illusion or a real spirit. He could sense abundant vitality from him. Li Qiao had confirmed everything around with his own eyes. He was shocked by what he saw. Wall paintings covered with talismans and golden threads. Li Qiao didn't understand why so many seals were needed. What exactly is being sealed? He followed the golden threads and discovered a gap. He was bewildered to see many threads had snapped. When the threads snapped, Li Qiao saw countless streams of dark energy gush out and converged towards that old man. Those streams of dark energy also charged straight at him. Li Qiao couldn't react in time, was completely surrounded by the dark energy streams. They slowly submerged him. A moment later, Li Qiao saw a mirror placed in his room. He looked in the mirror and saw a child with sorrowful eyes looking utterly lifeless. He thought to himself, that was his past from a previous life. Li Qiao recalled and saw scenes of being beat, tortured simply for living in that life. Back then he wondered why he had to endure these things, and how to escape them. Li Qiao saw the scene of his family's maid being dismissed for embezzling family funds. At that time, she said, "What will the young master do without me?" A cold voice interrupted. "That's not your concern." Li Qiao thought no word was more fitting than the maid embezzling, and he never saw her again. At this moment, the white-haired old man looked at Li Qiao and said it was okay, that he wouldn't collapse so easily. He was being dragged away, but still tried to reassure him that he'd return quickly after cleaning the room. But Li Qiao knew he wouldn't be able to return. Then someone told him, "Go, he will keep this secret." However, the family members would still look for him. He said that Li Qiao would find life again. At this point, running while thinking he couldn't protect the maid, couldn't protect his uncle, and had to discard even his name, living as a fugitive. Li Qiao asked, "Why is the Li bloodline so terrible?" He knew these were scars from a past life, the weakest part of his subconscious. Li Qiao clenched his fist and wondered why he was being shown these things. Even though returned to the past, this was still an undeniable truth. A past life full of pain, he had never turned away from them. Those very memories were the will that kept Li Qiao existing until now, to never again have important things taken or lost. He broke free from the illusion and saw the creature sealed within that cluster of bones. Li Qiao's head hurt as if it would split. He saw the scenes and heard the words of the old man. "Must prepare for the next generation and seal him with that thing." The other person immediately stopped him. Li Qiao was amazed to feel this sensation was like when he read memories using infinite dark energy. He thought to himself, "Did I swallow that thing's energy?" The old man explained that he was just an outsider and would appear one day. He would carry the thing in his heart. He said a child chosen by Black Knight would be born. That child would become hope. He gave the other person the stone tablet and instructed, "Create it and sow it into the world. A child will come seeking according to the stone tablet's words," and said would help him escape this burden. Ending the stream of memories, Li Qiao vomited out those filthy things. He hadn't expected things to be this difficult. Li Qiao sat down on the ground, using his sword as a support and panting incessantly. What just happened? His hand was clutching his left chest area, sensing something slightly discolored. This was magic that seemed to be spreading throughout Li Qiao's body, and he clearly felt it. The dark energy originally congested in his heart had now diffused evenly throughout his body, making his physique become vastly superior to before. He gently opened his palm. Black magical energy radiated out, thicker and darker than before. Li Qiao clenched his fist. What exactly is this? He stood up abruptly, his gaze turning towards the person sitting on the surface of that well. This place wasn't a burial site, but a space for sealing. The ancestors had waited for a descendant to find this place in the distant future. Could it be they were waiting for me? Li Qiao's hand gripped the sword tightly. Even if one reached the ultimate realm, could a person really read a fate more than 1,000 years later? There's something. He slowly adjusted his attire, but now Li Qiao solemnly turned towards that predecessor, respectfully bowing his head. "Respected ancestor, forgive this discourtesy for the delayed meeting." He raised both hands, his demeanor full of reverence. Descendant of the Li family, pays respects to the ancestor. Li Qiao bowed low in a full bow, his words continuing. "Though it is far too late following the ancestor's arrangement, I have found this place. From now on, that burden, please allow me to shoulder it." That predecessor did not speak, but his body slowly faded away, leaving behind only an outer garment. "May Ancestor Jiayuan rest in peace beneath the 9 springs." That garment floated gently over to where he was kneeling. When Li Qiao received it, he happily said, "It's as if giving a gift." "All right, I'll accept it." Not knowing how much time had passed, still in this pitch-dark place without a soul, Li Qiao's footsteps advanced steadily. "Outdone it. Great, fantastic." This voice echoed as his figure walked in. "Thank you, my friend. Finally, the promise is fulfilled. Can we go now?" Li Qiao glanced over those dots of light and nodded. "Yes, you've tried hard enough. Good work." Those dots of light, hearing this, immediately shot into the sky. "Thank you, we're all healed now. Thanks to you, friend, let's play again later." Watching each dot depart, leaving the desolate space once again, Li Qiao sighed. They left without cleaning up anything. He laughed helplessly, not knowing if it would be okay to report to the family later. The spirits all escaped. This place had become desolate. Li Qiao picked up his backpack and slung it over his shoulder. Well, they'll know how to handle it themselves. Before his eyes suddenly appeared a stream of magical energy gathering in one spot. Just now there clearly was no door. Could it be possible to escape from here? Without thinking much, Li Qiao directly walked into the center of that magical energy stream. He felt himself falling through an indeterminate space, and in an instant, Li Qiao landed painfully. He sat up, rubbing his head. "Oh man, this is really impossible to get used to." Li Qiao looked up at the sky. and suddenly realized it was already dawn. However, he halted because something felt abnormal. Precisely because of that, Li Qiao drew his sword, falling into a ready stance. He momentarily stepped back, stepping on grass that made rustling sounds. Standing around in a circle were cloaked figures, faces unclear. Li Qiao was surrounded right in the center. He held his sword, highly vigilant. Who are these people? If not for intuition, I wouldn't have been able to detect them. Suddenly, something shot towards him at great speed, stunning him. That thing directly shattered a nearby rock. Li Qiao reacted very quickly, immediately jumping back a distance to avoid the arrow. He raised his alertness level. What are you? They seemed like a bunch of Chinese letter beings, looking unnaturally pale. Found it fragments. Piece by piece must tear off the mask. Tear it off, tear it off. This chaotic noise made Li Qiao momentarily silent. A bizarre voice as if many people were speaking together. What? His eyes suddenly widened, witnessing the scene before him. That energy was clearly monster magic power, but the aura was unmistakably human. They showed no restraint, immediately leaping up. The gate is open. How can a human be there? One among them wielded a large tree trunk and aimed for him. That thing was the great false face of freedom. Li Qiao gritted his teeth, directly swinging his hand in a slash. Damn! His sword slash went straight into the tree trunk the opponent attacked with. Looking at the unscathed tree trunk, Li Qiao had to be astonished. How did he swing that thing just now? This isn't something a human could swing. Only now did he look more closely at this guy's face. Bluish-gray turbid skin, facial features resembling a pig. An orc, perhaps. But Li Qiao dismissed that thought upon closer look. No, not an orc. It's a human wearing orc skin. Why would a human wear orc skin? Meanwhile, that guy emitted an unpleasant screeching sound as he advanced. Behind the tree trunk attack, something glinted heading towards him. Li Qiao quickly leaned to dodge the attack before him, simultaneously raising his sword to swing. He reacted so fast, he blocked the poison dart flying at him. The poison dart was knocked far away, and he himself discovered how that guy shot it, not knowing what kind of freaks they were. But this place wasn't suitable for dealing with large numbers. After that thought, Li Qiao directly channeled power to his sword, causing the surrounding space to erupt in commotion. Hard chi art, Bara. Taking advantage of the chaos he caused, he moved away from that spot very quickly. While running, Li Qiao thought, first must change location. The sky wasn't fully bright yet. Still in the desolate mountain forest, on a large, tall ridge of rock, a figure wearing a white mask stood silently observing. This person emitted a terrifying voice, black hair, yellow eyes. Descendant of Sungmu. I hurried here because the tomb gate opened. But what on earth is that thing? Damn bastard, detestable. Oh, those who have attained true freedom. I will help you shed the last remaining mask. The forest space then carried within it a tremor, because a bizarre sound rang out. Part of the sky was now dimly lit, crossing through that sparse forest. Li Qiao ran until he was out of breath. Enemy numbers around 30 Clearly human, but they're using monster strength. Can't tell if humans turned into monsters or vice versa. Fortunately, they didn't move in an organized manner. Their movement paths frequently crisscross. Though using human weapons, their movements were like raw recruits and they only knew to swarm and attack. For the remaining information, I'll capture someone alive and find out later. In his hand now was a shield, one of the weapons he received as a reward from sparring with Sixth Sister, the Masterpiece-class Holy Shield Ansel. Though a divine-class shield with legends saying it was bestowed by the Lord to the second king of Rome, Numa Pompilius, the replica created by divine decree is rated as Masterpiece class. I absorbed it during my time at Valerie's workshop. Though a divine-class shield with legends saying it was bestowed by the Lord to the second king of Rome, Numa Pompilius, the replica created by divine decree is rated as Masterpiece class. I absorbed it during my time at Valerie's workshop. From the opposite side, the guy charged very fast. In a flash, he was nowhere to be seen. The guy jumped up, let out a shrill cry, and brought an attack aimed to destroy Li Qiao. He prepared quickly, directly using the shield to block that attack. His sword hand swiftly chopped off the guy's arm. Li Qiao's initiative was trained from previous reflex training. After chopping off the guy's hand, he continuously swung more sword strikes into his body, making him bleed non-stop. After Li Qiao finished off one person, the others also dove towards his location. Li Qiao's eyes were filled with sharp coldness. Their attack method had switched to coordinated combination. Haven't they completely lost their reason? His shield shone unusually brightly, but it's okay. Li Qiao spun around. from the shield whipping out classic streams of light, knocking them away, simultaneously using his sword while spinning and swinging attack. Of course, they got beaten up pretty badly, none spared. Drops of blood fell to the ground before the remaining guy's eyes. Li Qiao prepared to welcome the second wave. If they don't come, I'll go myself. He shot forth like flying with blue energy billowing out endlessly. A moment later, also in this forest, Li Qiao easily tied up 3 guys. I've broken their limb bones, so they definitely can't run amok anymore. He fell into deep thought upon observing them more clearly. Cloudy eyes, the energy radiating was monster-like. Doesn't seem like contamination, but some kind of brainwashing or curse. Li Qiao cautiously reached out his hand. Must try channeling magic power into them to see. Suddenly, a series of sounds as if from afar echoed, so shrill it was deafening, making him cover his ears in discomfort. What kind of sound is this? With this terrifying series of sounds, it agitated the 3 tightly bound guys. The masked parts of their faces suddenly melted, liquid dripping onto their clothes. In an instant, they somehow gained extraordinary strength and broke free, the rope snapping completely. Li Qiao looked up, following the huge shadow covering him, momentarily stiffening on the spot. The 3 of them seemed to have merged into one, creating an indescribably large body. What the hell is this? Scene change. Valerie was floating in the air, eyes directed downwards to investigate. Why is it so quiet here? She kept looking around this direction, then that direction from above. A moment later, Valerie gently landed and slowly walked on the quiet road. She suddenly halted, momentarily dazed by what was before her, because ahead was a gate stirring, yet nothing was coming out. Suddenly a stream of energy brushed past Valerie's eyelids. Is this intentionally creating a magical imbalance to open a terror gate? Even madness has its limits, doesn't it? She looked around, her heart uneasy. But if opening a gate for terror, the fact that it's even quieter is even more incomprehensible. Valerie halted again, sensing something different. Wait, what's that? Isn't it a regular gate? The path looks like a teleportation magic circle, right? Valerie's face darkened, eyebrows furrowed in thought. But is it just a one-way path to cross over here? Just then, another stream of presence brushed past her head, making her cry out in sharp pain. Valerie clutched her head, stance unsteady and dizzy. This isn't magic, it's beyond my understanding. Currently, I can't decode it completely. Must go check other places too. Because of that, she cautiously flew up, circling around this entire street. Passing through an area, Valerie saw a group of people standing around a magic gate. Has the military arrived already? She quietly hid behind a large wall. Should I just charge in and say I want to inspect the gate, but then dismiss that idea? Can't, because the fact that I'm in Korea isn't revealed yet. Master also said not to reveal my identity. So what on earth is that thing? She couldn't hesitate long and hurriedly turned away. First, must go back and research more. A moment later, Valerie wearily sprawled on the sofa. Suddenly tense and now relaxing makes me so hungry, really want to eat fried chicken. Her eyes suddenly noticed the computer screen, so she sat up quickly. Could there be another gate? She hurriedly ran to the desk, looked at the computer. What is this? This is a magic frequency I'm seeing for the first time. What are these things? Gates are red, monsters are black, but this is gray. Why does it show unidentified like this? Her hands typed quickly on the computer keyboard. There are a total of 31 magic frequencies I don't know. Wait, could it be? Valerie's eyes suddenly brightened. It's these guys, the ones who crossed the gate or the ones who created it. And this very theory made her blurt out. That bastard Li Qiao clearly said he was going to Toham Mountain. The yellow dot indicates a person possessing magic eye. After some probing, Valerie clearly discovered, looking quite eager. Too dangerous. Li Qiao was currently still confronting that giant monster. It had even transformed into a monster vehicle. He observed the monster and began to assess it silently. It looked like a lizardman, but with some differences. Clearly a monster's body, yet the way its magic power moved was similar to a human's. Its tail suddenly swung, an attack carrying a terrifying force. Li Qiao immediately pushed himself back to evade. Earlier, it felt like it was trying to imitate a monster's fighting style, but now it was natural, as if it had regained its original body. Moreover, it fought just like a human. However, there was a restraining spell right inside his body. Damn it, my magic power is being restrained. Even my sword-wielding hand can't move. Endless aura was right when he let his guard down. It charged and stabbed hard into him. Li Qiao was hit and sent flying, crashing straight into a large tree nearby. Even the tree trunk was partly shattered. Li Qiao panted, damn. At his feet was a pile of slime clinging tightly. Since when was that slime there? Is my magic power being drained? Could it be energy absorption? Li Qiao clicked his tongue, immediately stomping hard on that disgusting pile. What a nuisance. The monster also stood still with no intention to attack. It wasn't charging in recklessly like before. Its intelligence had clearly increased. If not, I'll come myself. Having thought so, Li Qiu's eyes suddenly lit up. Mana surged, and he charged forward like a god. The ultimate technique he was using was the hard Qi art, Surging Wind. His decisive sword slash swept across its body. After delivering the strike, Li Qiu curled his lips into a sneering smile. Since I've cut into its very core. But before he could finish the thought, he was shocked wide-eyed. The monster was not only unharmed, but also swung its large tail straight at him. Li Qiu noticed the slash mark on its body. Did it regenerate already? Slime using energy absorption, lizardman regeneration, and the wailing ghost's cry restraining magic power. A case like this, I've never heard of it in either my past life or this one. This made him grind his teeth. Forget about the amount of magic power or whatever. Li Qiu decisively raised his hand, simultaneously shouting, I'll cut down everything. Mysterious blue energy was condensed and unleashed towards it. That is called Ba Rang. The monster, continuously hit by the energy source, became dazed. Right behind, Li Qiu shot up like a god. A murderous intent appeared in the depths of his eyes. Let's see if you can regenerate after your head is separated from your neck. Having said that, Li Qiu directly chopped off that monster's head. The B-O-D-Y Chinese letter fell with a thud. Li Qiu suddenly froze upon hearing a strange sound. What's that noise? He turned back startled with a pale face. Could there still be remnants left? However, the sight before him left him even more bewildered because something suddenly burst into flames. Huh, what's that? Seeing it approaching, Li Qiu gritted his teeth. It's about to collide. Immediately after, an earth-shattering explosion rang out. In the aftermath of the explosion, the ground and rocks in this area were cracked. A leg clad in a boot appeared, precisely appearing with a confident demeanor. This lady has arrived. She appeared like a savior and said, Li Qiu, I'm here to help you. Are you okay? He was momentarily dazed. Aside from almost dying because of you just now, I'm fine. Li Qiu sighed and continued. Couldn't you have landed a bit more gently? Valerie laughed and waved her hand. I was worried and came to help, and you say that. He showed suspicion. You weren't trying to assassinate me, were you? She asked dumbfoundedly. Didn't you say you weren't hurt? Seeing Valerie turn away and laugh, Li Qiu fumed inwardly. I apologize, miss, for comparing you to this lunatic earlier. She pointed ahead and said, More importantly, what are those things? Li Qiu answered succinctly, They are enemies. Hearing this, Valerie felt helpless. That's obvious just by looking. They transformed from humans into monsters. What nonsense are you spouting? He nodded seriously. Just as I said, until just now they were still in human form. Hearing this, she retorted angrily, I told you, how can that absurd thing? Suddenly, the enemy emitted a piercing, head-splitting sound. Indeed, this sound made the two of them clutch their ears, dizzy and unsteady. What the hell is this? And Valerie also felt the magic power inside her. My magic system was just shaken. Li Qiu immediately assumed a ready-to-fight stance. Let's talk later. Valerie, can you capture them alive? Hearing this, she was slightly startled. Probably possible. In the moment, his eyes lit up with a sharp gleam. I need to capture 2 of those alive. When I give the signal, you take action. While Valerie still hadn't processed what was happening. Wait, why then? Li Qiu had already brushed past and charged directly forward. His hand gripped the sword tightly, transmitting extraordinary energy. If it's aura that can grasp even spiritual entities, Li Qiu used the hard Qi art, Yama, directly lashing out red threads that coiled around the opponent's body. It's time. He turned back and called out right at this moment. Valerie quickly used her magic wand. A brilliant magic circle erupted from above her head. 6th rank sealing magic, 100 directions array. Creating the talisman, she said confidently. Dealing with demons, incantations are indeed the best. Enforce like law and order. As she finished speaking, terrifying swirling energy continuously shot from Valerie's hands. Right at this moment, Li Qiu used his own magic. Only the slime is left. Even with special abilities, a slime will always be a slime. Having thought so, he decisively punched hard into the slime pile right at his feet. Li Qiu's hand passed through the slimy substance, firmly grasping a blue jewel, then decisively pulled it out of that slimy pile. Looking at it, he momentarily let out a sigh of relief. Li Qiu handed it over to the other and said, Please hold on to this for me for now. Valerie showed reluctance. Why would you want this thing? He answered, Because I might need Valerie to analyze it. She sighed. I'll know for now, and also there's this matter. He answered, Because I might need Valerie to analyze it. She sighed. I'll know for now, and also there's this matter. After Valerie recounted everything, the sky was now bright. She said, So a spatial gate appeared in downtown Jeonju? That's right, an artificial gate. Valerie looked serious. But it's not an ordinary type of gate, it's more like a passageway. Li Qiao calmly crossed his arms. Then how is it different from a teleportation array? She carefully explained clearly. A teleportation array requires preparation at both point A and point B, like both sides reaching out to grab each other's hands. But this time it's different. It arbitrarily teleports instantly from point A to point B. Moreover, it's not by other means but through a spatial gate. Velity stroked her chin, her expression extremely serious. With current human technology, no, that is simply impossible. Velity looked straight at the decapitated monster corpse. She continued, the principle behind the gate's generation itself has been clarified, but utilizing that principle is impossible. With current human technology, no, that is simply a type of technique that cannot be performed. Hearing this, Li Qiao fell into thought. If she says it to that extent, it's probably truly impossible. There are countless powers in this world that cannot be explained by logic. And yet, I didn't expect even Valerie's analytic eye couldn't grasp the precise theory. Valerie rubbed her magic wand after confirming the gate and returning to the workshop. The detector had scanned something very strange. That's why she came back and came straight here. Li Qiao looked at the monster corpse. Perhaps what the detector scanned is exactly these guys. Valerie was still puzzled. So what exactly is this? He cautiously answered succinctly. As I said earlier, humans who have turned into monsters. With a more serious face than ever, she said, Hey, what have you been talking about all this time? If it's some kind of graft or something similar, I could understand. Could it be you're under the influence of a magic illusion? Hearing this, Li Qiao sighed helplessly. Do you think my eyes can't distinguish that? That's why I wanted Valerie to personally see the things I just captured, and also check the corpse of this lizardman. Valerie let out a sigh. Is he really under a magic illusion? So she reluctantly complied. All right, let me take a look. Valerie's eyes became clear, possessing an indescribable sharp, cold perception. Using magic power to examine, she then said, This is just a monster. If we only consider abilities, it's quite special, but ultimately it's still a monster. It's not that there aren't monsters that can take human form, but this one is just a lizardman. Its magic system is also strange and has specific abilities, but Li Qiao suddenly interrupted her. However, there are also those in a human state mixed with monster. Please come over here and take a look. The sky was now bright, the entire forest immersed in a bright space. He gently parted some leaves to one side, leading the way for Valerie. This way. However, Li Qiao halted, startled by something. Before him was just the corpse of an ordinary monster, no precautions taken. Hey, this is just a goblin. Just as she sat down to observe, Li Qiao was still stunned. Clearly, when I defeated it, it was still in human form. While Velity was using her technique to examine, she suddenly discovered something. Looking down at the goblin's foot, shoes. Why is this on a monster's foot? She herself also recognized footprints from when it moved as a human, and the clothes it was wearing. Traces could be seen showing it was once human. Valerie's eyebrows immediately furrowed. Could it be true? She slowly stood up and said seriously, I need to investigate a bit more. I've collected enough samples, so I'll research separately on my own. Li Qiao asked again, Do you believe me now? She scratched her head awkwardly. Because these monsters are all strange and the evidence is sufficient. For now, it's best to cremate all the corpses. You've taken care of all of them, huh? He lowered his eyes, answering nonchalantly. Yes, I've handled all 30 of them. Hearing this, Valerie was alarmed. Huh, isn't it 31? I saw 31 unidentified magic power sources on the detector earlier. This made him remember. Could that sound earlier be? Though he didn't see it personally, it seemed there was one more person. And that person was the one who used these monster men. At Valerie's workshop, Li Qiao now opened the door and entered. Valerie, how are the results? Velity gently took off her glasses. Didn't find out much. It's just like what I saw with my magic eye back then. After a moment of silence, he called Valerie's name. She answered, What? He continued. Do you remember I won in that 3-question interrogation? Valerie, startled, slapped the table. Remember, so what? Li Qiao calmly crossed his arms. Didn't I say it's easy to expose when you lie? Her face fell. You're really rude. Valerie said angrily. If you knew how I was in France, you wouldn't want to argue much and would just turn away. Yes, I know. However, she persisted stubbornly. No, seriously, I was once the famous Rose of the University of Magic. This made Li Qiao halt. Rose, isn't that the crazy one? So he urged, I get it, so stop beating around the bush and speak quickly. Velity pursed her lips, her whole body immediately trembling violently. Seeing her tremble like that, Li Qiao understood. This looks like it's about to get chaotic. Because of that, he reluctantly spoke to soothe her. Someone of Valerie's caliber, how could you not find out anything? No need to stall, I know perfectly well how capable Valerie is. Hearing this, she was astonished. Huh, Li Qiao awkwardly continued. You're both the master of the analytic eye, helped me advance my magic realm, and also deciphered the secret of the stone tablet my ancestors hid. Surely only Valerie could read it. He said it all in one breath before realizing. Crap, praise too long so it sounds like reciting a textbook. Hopefully she's not annoyed. Suddenly Valerie stood up leaning on her hands. After his praise, she crossed her arms with full confidence. That's only natural. How could there be something I couldn't figure out? Seeing this, Li Qiao was pleased. So simple. Valerie remained serious. Before speaking, I have a question I want to ask. Her face involuntarily changed color. Those monster men who attacked you this time, they were targeting you from the beginning, right? Li Qiao thought for a moment. Probably because communication wasn't possible, so can't be sure. But seeing the interrupted sentence, Velody became more curious. Did you discover something at the place with that stone tablet? Do you know what those people are after? Now he sat next to a spot she had just said was a human's. Li Qiao with a composed expression. I also collected a few things, but it's a bit difficult to explain everything. I trust Valerie, but this is a different matter. As you know, that stone tablet is an item of my family. I cannot disclose it to anyone at will. This made her fall silent, lost in thought for quite a while. He was also somewhat puzzled why she asked this. Valerie leaned back in her chair. Remember, this is just my speculation. You can consider it like listening to science fiction. The warring era once had a major warring organization. That war, also known as the World War, started from a large-scale monster invasion. But as the war escalated, it was no longer purely a war between humans and beasts. Humans, other races, and monsters. Their interests and losses converged in one place, turning the world into a sea of blood. A bloody era, and heeding the call of the times, countless things that had been sleeping beneath the surface emerged. 6 organizations emerged like that. They were bizarre, full of mystery, yet on the other hand, incredibly fascinating. Each organization had different locations, forms, and influenced the world in different ways. Precisely because of that common weirdness, people grouped them together and called them the 6 Knights. Valerie sat crossing her legs. Those are organizations very hard to find in history books. Actually, that name was also told to me by my master. Though people lump them together, I hear they don't consider each other kin. Li Qiao asked back. You mean the things I encountered are one of the organizations you mentioned? She pursed her lips and said, among them, there is an organization called Behemoth. The story I heard from my master is quite similar to the one you told. Their ideology is actually very simple. Break free from rationality. Valerie stroked her chin. Humans should live by unconsciousness or instinct. Li Qiao clicked his tongue. Isn't that the argument scholars and thinkers of that time talked about? She nodded. If it stopped there, then yes. The human form is ultimately just a mask. And if we remove that mask, we can achieve true freedom. To obtain that freedom, I hear they operated in the form of monsters. This made him quite amazed, and he let out a huh. Valerie explained more clearly. They believe monsters acting by unconsciousness are the correct form of living beings. Hearing that, Li Qiao couldn't help but wonder. So they were turning humans into monsters even back then. If there's precedent, why did Valerie say it's impossible? Faced with his question, she waved her hand. No, what my master said and what you said are different. He said they wore masks or draped themselves in simulated monster skins, not that people turned into monsters. Velody took out a cigarette, lit a match. Behemoth believed their ideology was absolutely correct. They devoted themselves to spreading it and created many followers. It was an extremely powerful organization that once waged war against a nation. It's still unclear whether that person is from Behemoth or not, but an organization targeted you and caused this incident. Hearing this, Li Qiao remained calm. Yes, I know. The cigarette in her hand gently flared with small wisps of white smoke. So what? Valerie asked. What do you plan to do next? Honestly, I'm a bit worried too. He appeared calm, laying out tactics in a resolute tone. I will continue my training journey as I am now. If I had to return to my family because of an unidentified danger, I wouldn't have stepped out in the first place. Hearing this, Valerie involuntarily let out a sigh, simultaneously curling her lips into a satisfied smile. She appeared calmer than ever. Right, I knew you'd answer like that. Back in his room, Li Qiao was examining the cloak hanging in his closet. Looking back, this outfit wasn't like ordinary clothes at all. He gently rubbed the fabric of the garment and examined it thoughtfully. Indeed, it's not ordinary cloth. From the start, it wasn't common fabric. And when I first put it on, I could feel it. Because of that, Li Qiao cautiously put on this cloak. He slipped the sleeves onto his arms neatly. Put it on, Li Qiao felt very comfortable. Indeed, the size adjusted automatically. He approached the mirror and observed. This is quite good. The elasticity is also good, so movement is very comfortable. Just then, the door suddenly opened. Valerie burst in from outside, waving happily. Let's order fried chicken to eat tonight. As soon as she spoke, she noticed him looking in the mirror, also caught the other's gaze. The atmosphere momentarily fell into silence. Valerie immediately burst into a delighted laugh. That's right, at that age, looking in the mirror and spinning around. Is age 15 naturally like that? She tried to restrain herself. Last time I invited you to go clothes shopping, you were like. Valerie suddenly came up to Li Qiao, horrified, and shouted, What are you wearing? He didn't understand what was happening. Why are you like this? Suddenly she picked up the cloak to clearly observe the magic patterns. Wait, let me see for a bit. When Li Qiao shook it out, Valerie's body suddenly trembled. This? Where did you get this? Don't tell me you went to get this. He still didn't understand. Why are you so surprised? You saw it last time, she stammered. It was dark then, so I didn't look closely. Valerie's eyes fixed on that garment. This is definitely Heaven's silkworm thread. These patterns are definitely incantations, yet I don't feel any magical resistance. Li Qiao was still dumbfounded. Heaven's silkworm thread. She momentarily lowered her eyes. Don't tell me you don't know. It's silk produced by a spirit creature shaped like a silkworm called Heaven's divine silkworm. As far as I know, it takes decades to painstakingly produce a single thread, yet someone used it to make clothes. Li Qiao also didn't expect it to be that precious. Valerie clicked her tongue. Just precious. If the whole thing is Heaven's silkworm thread, it's no different from a divine class equipment. This made him astonished. Divine class? Could Valerie be misunderstanding something? When I observed with magic eye, I didn't sense any special power. She waved her hand. Of course, because Heaven's silkworm thread itself isn't a completed type of thread. Valerie's palm clenched tightly. Heaven's silkworm thread is silk that grows with its owner. It's extremely rare to the point that sorcerers only use it as a medium for spells, yet someone used it to make clothes. This is a terrifying piece of equipment that human history will never see again. She pleaded, Can I try it on once? Li Qiao refused. Not possible. Valerie looked like a person craving. One thread? No, 2 threads, just 2 threads exactly. He saw this and had to step back. Wait a minute. A moment later, Valerie's sigh of relief rang out. I didn't expect it had already recognized its owner. She hugged the cloak excitedly. It a spirit now. Crazy, this is really crazy. Of course, Li Qiao wasn't happy. How long do you plan to keep this up, Valerie? Hearing this, she hurriedly said. Yeah, okay, sorry, I just finished looking. Valerie handed him something and said, Here, read this. When the book was opened, inside was information about the Heaven's divine silkworm, a spirit creature that eats magic power and grows in places with balanced yin and yang. It hatches once every 10 years and forms a cocoon after 20 years. The thread created by melting that cocoon in a spiritual liquid called Heaven's spirit water is Heaven's silkworm thread. Heaven's silkworm thread has spirit, recognizes its owner, absorbs magic power. Even if cut by blades, it will absorb magic power to self-recover, doesn't get wet when encountering water. And if burned by fire, it will quickly restore its original state. Li Qiao took the cloak from the other's hand. Could equipment also have consciousness? Valerie calmly answered, slightly different but almost like that. Hey, look here. She pointed to a pattern on the garment. Most importantly, this is equipment without limits. Its magic resistance stat is almost 0. Even if you draped pure magic power on someone, it wouldn't reach that level. Valerie let out a sigh. A third-rate sorcerer who gets this can also become first-rate. If you were the owner, I would have asked for a thread already. After hearing such things, Li Qiao involuntarily looked down at that cloak. I knew it was special, but didn't expect it to that extent. Valerie asked further, What's the name of that outfit? He replied while putting on the garment. It's Silver Cold. The name was written in white patterns on the inner side of the coat. Silver Cold, meaning the Silver River, Milky Way. No other name could be more fitting. The sword containing the dark night of Black Night, and the garment containing the entire Silver River. Though not a pair, they harmonize like one. Valerie nodded. You've obtained something very precious. A few days later in the bright room, a soft voice rang out. Translation is taking more time than I thought. Li Qiao had to hold his head because of the pile of documents on the table, and because they were written in ancient script. If given to Valerie, she could translate easily, but this involved family secrets, so she couldn't be allowed to see them. He gently rubbed the nape of his neck. Anyway, getting these books is also thanks to Valerie's efforts. Let's try translating again. In Li Qiao's mind, the translated words appeared. I leave this line for future generations. My leaving the story of Black Knight goes against father's wishes. This made him think. Written by the second-generation ancestor, Li Xiangxian. The book recorded. I also cannot be sure whether this record will be safely passed down to later generations. If it is done, then it will be. Reading here, Li Qiao picked up another bamboo scroll book. The other contents were still intact. Why only these parts? Apart from a few specific characters, none of the words were smudged. Did someone intentionally erase them? Did someone covet it even before me? No, impossible, because there were no traces at all in the ancestor's tomb. His face was full of pensive, inscrutable expression. Moreover, the ancestor wrote as if he had predicted this. Content written in a way that might not survive. Li Qiao stroked his chin, continuing to think. The explanation about the sword's seal isn't as much as I thought, only to the extent that my elder brother had found and publicly disclosed. Was it written by ancestor Li Xiangxian? No wonder it only records up to the seal. Thinking this far, he sighed again. So elder brother wasn't intentionally hiding any content. Li Qiao's fingers gently brushed over the cover of that book. He involuntarily blurted out. Black Knight is a sword forged by a god to slay up to here. Li Qiao was stunned. I'm not misreading, am I? A sword forged by a god. Just then the phone vibrated. What the heck is going on? He quickly took it out. The person displayed in the message made Li Qiao slightly startled. James? Jiyoung, all of a sudden. The screen showed a message. A problem has arisen. I'd like to meet you for a moment. At this point, he had already packed his things and begun preparing for the new journey. He thanked Valerie. Thank you for the past period of time. The girl now smugly patted her chest and replied. Of course. Researching Magic Eye, deciphering the stone tablet, even the matter about the outfit, I also told you about it. Looking at her like this, he frowned, thinking to himself, here we go again. Then he let out a sigh. I'll introduce you to a few people later. This proposal made her somewhat curious. Introduce who? He continued. There's one person who is my aunt, whom I think you two would get along very well. After saying this, he turned to leave, saying goodbye. Well then, I'm off. Just as he was about to leave, she immediately spoke up. Wait. The girl shyly offered a jewel. Take this, though it's not something amazing. Ah no, on the contrary, it is amazing. It's a stone I poured my heart and soul into making. I infused a safety prayer spell into it, not sure how effective it is, just a simple talisman for warding off evil. Receiving the stone, he happily replied. Thank you, I'm always receiving things from Valerie. The girl shook her head in denial. No, actually, I haven't had time to. She hadn't finished the sentence when he interrupted. What? Valerie also what? Are you hiding something from me? The girl now shyly looked away, shaking her head. Ah, it's nothing. She thought to herself. I can't say it. In the thesis titled Li Qiao's Magic Eye, I named it, The Strongest Superman and Magic Power Evil King True Eye. Recalling that moment, the girl was excitedly delirious. If it's not discovered, doesn't that mean it's not a crime? He probably won't read those theses anyway. Only those magic nerds holed up in their rooms read them, right? He now let out a sigh and replied, It's a bit bitter now, but let's just consider it as such. His indifferent attitude angered the girl, who pointed right at his face. I told you I'm not hiding anything. What's with consider it as such? Then she quickly returned to the main topic. More importantly, what do you plan to do now? He answered. I probably have to make a trip back to Seoul. Hearing this, she immediately extended her hand, suggesting, All right, see you next time then. He also smiled happily, then shook hands. Thank you once again. Scene changed to the outskirts of Seoul. Upon meeting him, Jinsu Jiang put on a weary expression to greet him. Long time no see, young master. The hero's scrutinizing gaze looked towards Jinsu Jiang, inquiring, Your complexion doesn't look too good, does it? Jinsu Jiang replied, It's just work being a bit heavy, that's all. Then he pointed inside the office. Please come this way. He awkwardly continued. I'm also a bit embarrassed for you to see this scene, but things are gradually getting on track. Observing around, he thought to himself, It's a bit small compared to an office. I thought the initial capital was sufficient, but the employees' expressions look very good. Seeing him standing there thoughtfully observing, Jinsu Jiang turned back to ask, Are you a bit disappointed? He replied, At first I was, but now I think I understand. You deliberately started small like this, right? Jinsu Jiang nodded, continuing, Yes, that's exactly it. He brought out 2 cups of tea, continuing the conversation. When you said you needed money, I thought a lot about whether you wanted immediate profit or wanted to build an organization with a solid foundation. So I recruited people with knowledge and talent, but still lacking practical experience. I plan to nurture them step by step so they can handle major deals later. Although there haven't been any major achievements yet, we are growing steadily and surely. Observing him, he thought to himself. Even though I gave him a large sum of money, it seems he chose to solidify the foundation. And that is precisely what I wanted. The corner of his mouth twitched into a satisfied smile. Jinsu Jiang immediately extended a hand before his chest, asking, "Have I been too presumptuous?" He immediately replied, "I already said just do as you wish. Though no concrete results are seen yet, just continue on the path you believe is right." Looking at his worried expression, he thought to himself, "If I praise him for doing well, he'll diligently pursue this direction. It's best to let him utilize his abilities to the fullest without being constrained by meaningless restrictions." Researching the pile of documents, he then asked, "By the way, what's the total of these documents?" He answered, "These are papers to legalize the money from the black market and turn it into your assets. Because this amount isn't small, it's necessary to do so. Please check them and sign for me." He observed for a while, thoughts beginning to appear in his head. Though preliminarily laundered, its nature is still black funds from the black market. The tax bureau isn't stupid either. A newly established business operating with untraceable funds will definitely be investigated. But if they know the money comes from me, they won't dig too deep. He continued, "Essentially, you want to make me the representative of this place, right?" Jinsu Jiang nodded in confirmation. "Exactly so. I am just the representative operating the young master's capital." He smiled. "So you plan to leverage my family background?" He answered. "You told me to do as I wish, so I will utilize every card in my hand." Hearing these words, he gently exhaled, thinking to himself. He wants to clearly define the master-servant relationship. This is the chain binding Jinsu Jiang, as well as his oath of loyalty. He now didn't hesitate at all, immediately signing the papers. "All right, go ahead like that. Now for the main business. You didn't call me here just for this, did you?" Jinsu Jiang spoke up, making him slightly startled. "Nine Dragons' Den has taken action." He asked back with some confusion. Suddenly, why Nine Dragons' Den? Jinsu Jiang explained. "Actually, during the money laundering process, I discovered involvement with Nine Dragons' Den. It seems Beek Chial Su received some support from them." He now gently stroked his chin, thinking, Beek Chial Su has connections with Nine Dragons' Den. That's not an illogical thing. Nine Dragons' Den is a force on par with the Fatting Star family, but unlike Sung, they willingly get involved in illegal activities. Jinsu Jiang continued. "Since learning Nine Dragons' Den was involved, I've been quietly observing, but then I finally heard news that you've mobilized personnel." Thoughts began to appear in his head. They can't act openly. Korea is the territory of the Fatting Star family, so they can't approach openly. Not to mention the person handling the matter is said to be the seventh brother. Then the target can only be one person. That is Jinsu Jiang. Scene changed to evening. Now thunder and lightning were rumbling outside. The atmosphere became somewhat frightening. In some corridor, a person was hurriedly walking. Just as he stopped, a silver-haired man spoke. "You're late." The other replied, "I'm late because I had to handle orders from the main den." The man spoke, making this youth somewhat fearful. "I know perfectly well the main den never issued any official orders." The youth replied, "It's a commission from the elders." The man continued, "That brat who used to live by picking at scabs has really grown up. Can't live by picking up swords but wants to brandish them now." He answered clearly, "Because I used to pick scabs, I'm curious to see what's on top." He continued, "And now you've already followed the elders to play political games. Your mouth is sharper than your swordsmanship now." He then threw a letter flying straight at the youth, who caught it and began to examine. He explained this. "Anyway, as a master, I should help my disciples' ambitions. This is a commission from the main den. It seems the Council of Elders messed something up and botched it. Unfortunately, it's related to the Fatting Star family, so they want to grasp the situation. Looks like the brat in charge of this needs a blade to command. Do you want to make a trip?" He thought for a few seconds, then immediately clasped his hands in salute. "Your incompetent disciple Jang Han thanks Master for his concern." Looking at the teacup in his hand, he warned, "Be careful. If you think the Fatting Star family is just an ordinary small country's force, you'll pay a heavy price. Anyway, they're just hypocrites who like to act noble." Receiving the order, he now put on an extremely determined expression, turned and left. The car leisurely rolled into the southern Jilin Safe Zone checkpoint in China. Inside the vehicle, a young man slowly handed over a piece of paper and said, "Here, your pass." The guard carefully inspected it, his eyes extremely cautious. He suspiciously peered inside the car, thinking no matter how you looked at it, These guys didn't resemble laborers at all. Then the guard firmly ordered, "Everyone please step out of the vehicle for a moment so we can check your passports and passes." Right after he finished speaking, Yang Xiaodan suddenly got out and said, "What's going on, sir? Didn't you meet us just yesterday?" But the guard had no intention of letting it slide and snapped. "What kind of trick are you trying to pull here?" Facing that sharp tone, Yang calmly stepped forward and replied, "Our boss has had a really tough time," to which the guard shot back, "When have I ever met you?" Yang Xiaodan slightly bowed his head and discreetly slipped some money into the guard's pocket, saying, "We clearly met yesterday, sir. You're making me sad here. Could it be that you still haven't remembered?" Seeing the cash, the guard immediately smiled and said, "Oh right, I remember now. Yesterday I had a bit too much to drink." Without any further hesitation, he immediately ordered, "Let them through." They proceeded inside like that, though none of it sat well with them at all. Yang Xiaodan grumbled irritably, "I'm the next term elder of the Great Nine Dragon Stronghold, yet I have to move around in this pathetic way. Doesn't that sound ridiculous to you?" Yang Xiaodan, the designated heir of the Yang family within the Council of Elders of the Nine Dragon Stronghold. He coldly pressed, "Why aren't you saying anything? Isn't your so-called Blade Master bodyguard supposed to be the captain of the escort team?" Facing those words, Zhang Han calmly explained, "It's all to fool Sung Muya's second master. This mission isn't official, so your subordinate humbly thought using a route that could easily get picked up by intelligence networks would be a bad idea." Yang Xiaodan sighed helplessly, "You think I don't know that already, and that's why I'm asking. Sure, deceive them if you must, but did we really have to travel in such a filthy, low-class manner?" The guy next to him just gave a quick glance and thought to himself, "Can't you be a little more flexible in how you handle things? Truly useless." Zhang Han suddenly bowed his head and sincerely apologized. "It was my shallow thinking as a subordinate that caused inconvenience for you. Please forgive me." He continued, "And on top of that, you've even saddled me with a killer who crawled out of some filthy trash heap as my bodyguard." Yang Xiaodan kept ranting on. "Once this job is done, I really need to reestablish the authority of an elder properly." The guy beside him couldn't hold back and silently curse it in his heart. A fool like that from the Yang family actually dares to talk about power and prestige. Then Zhang Han suddenly recalled that yesterday that pig had blabbed about the mission at the bar. So this situation might mean the information had already leaked. He clenched his fists in anger, thinking it had been so hard to finally get a decent mission. He absolutely couldn't let himself get led around by the nose and ruin it. Zhang Han silently calculated in his mind that this was a heaven-sent opportunity, and he absolutely could not let it slip away. A moment later, somewhere else, a sudden burst of laughter rang out as someone said, "I knew those guys would end up like this." The guy wiping glasses replied, "Trying to do something that's not in their fate. They're basically strangling themselves, right? Just hope I don't get dragged down with them." Park Byung-beek staggered to his feet slowly, clearly drunk, and mumbled, "What?" He asked worriedly. They left already. Hearing that, the other guy turned and answered, "Gotta get moving soon. I told them they had to leave at this time to cross the border." That response surprised the glass wiper, who said, "Since when did the #1 drunkard of this swallow's nest suddenly get so diligent?" Park Byung-beek pushed open the door and said, "Big bro, wait, no, after that Beek Chialsu guy died, I've been hooking up with the brokers. These days, nothing makes money like human trafficking." But right at his feet, a strange mana circle suddenly appeared. Park Byung-beek panicked, looking around in confusion and saying, "What the hell is this?" Before he could even process it, a steel-hard punch slammed straight into his face as he yelped, "What the?" Because he was caught off guard, Park Byung-beek took the full force of that devastating blow. Losing his balance, he immediately crashed to the ground. The one who had struck so fiercely was none other than Zhang Han. Park Byung-beek, a member of the White Bone sect who specializes in human trafficking. The young man turned away and immediately ordered, "That's right. Drag him away." Agonized screams echoed throughout the dark warehouse. Zhang Han gripped his sword tightly and said, "So you're saying that after the White Bone sect fell apart, you guys scattered everywhere because you were afraid of Sung Muya's second master coming for revenge?" With a trembling voice, Park Byung-beek stammered, "Why yes, that's exactly it, sir. Young Master Li Yihak is the seventh son of Sung Muya's second master." But the young man coldly cut him off. "You've already said that. If you're still trying to stall, I'll chop off your other arm too." The man stammered, speaking sincerely with every word, "Yes, I'll tell you everything I know." As soon as he finished, Park Byung-beek cried out in pain. "He manages both the black market and all the other funds." Zhang Han showed no mercy and coldly stomped down on him. "Who is that?" "Captain Jiang, it's Captain Jinsu Jiang." Park Byung-beek begged desperately, "I really don't know anything more. please spare my life. Hearing that, the young man suddenly lifted his foot and thought to himself, that's the third time that name has come up. It's also listed in the mission order, which means if I can just find this person, the mission will basically be complete. Thinking he was going to be spared, the man stammered and looked up, so you're letting me go now. But unexpectedly, Jang Han decisively finished off Park Byung-beek. Looking at the head on the ground, he muttered, killed like a bug. Right then, Yang Seodan quietly approached from behind and said, this is the first time I've actually been satisfied with that blade master of yours. Next time let me handle the torture. I'm pretty confident in that department. Jang Han's next words left him stunned. We've gathered all the necessary information. Korea keeps tight security, so if we want to cross the border, we need to hurry. He casually sheathed his sword and added, if we move fast, we can have dinner at a hotel tonight. Yang Seodan blurted out in surprise, a hotel. After that, he could only helplessly reply, fine then, I'll head to the car first. Hurry up. As soon as he received the order, Jang Han immediately responded, understood. On the other side, Lee Chial casually flipped through a file and said, sure enough. The person Baek Chialsu was connected to is a force from the Council of Elders. Jinsu Jiang, sitting across from him, handed over another stack of documents and continued, yes, it seems they provided moderate support and are just observing the situation. Hearing that, Lee Chial replied, if it had been major support, the family would have noticed right from the start. Suddenly, Lee Chial recalled that the 9-Dragon stronghold still had many shortcomings to be considered a truly unified force. He thought to himself that although the organization was enormous, since it began as an alliance of various martial families and sects, it was far from unified and kept constantly fracturing, with each faction clinging to its own traditions. Li Chial carefully memorized every important detail, including that the Council of Elders consisted of 5 sects and 4 major families, and the 9-Dragon stronghold's main faction included all the directly affiliated forces. With a cold expression, he calmly calculated that overall the Council of Elders held the lead in influence, but it was only the overwhelming military power of the 9-Dragon stronghold's main faction that maintained the balance. Then Li Chial broke the silence and said, hey, you're really taking notes. Everything from the personal info of key figures in both the Elders faction and the stronghold's main side, to their cooperative ties and power struggles. He asked curiously, how did you manage to investigate the power structure to this level? Jinsu Jiang honestly answered, I know an information broker in the Swallow's Nest. I bought the info from there. Li Chial silently calculated that selling intel at this level meant the merchant belonged to this side of the world, and someone holding such high-grade information wouldn't be ordinary. Could it be the Black Crow Society? He gave a faint smile and said, you figured it out right away, huh? Facing those words, Li Chial slowly pondered. An organization with influence across East Asia, the Black Crow Society, the acknowledged king of information brokers in terms of reliability and intelligence networks. If it's info from the Black Crow Society, then it can be trusted. But Jinsu Jiang suddenly spoke up. Next is about the figure from the 9-Dragon stronghold side, the one handling this mission. Li Chial looked over in surprise. Yang Seodan, that idiot who's hopeless at everything except politics, and he's actually come this far. He rested his chin on his hand and mused. Seems like he caused so much trouble and scandal that the stronghold's main faction sidelined him, probably sending him here to earn some merit. Seeing his expression, Jinsu Jiang awkwardly explained, it looks like he's been bragging everywhere that he's personally coming to Korea for the mission, expected to enter illegally sometime this week. Li Chial just sighed, his eyes showing clear helplessness. I don't even know if that guy has a brain. He'll probably cross through a dangerous zone. Then he suddenly suggested, for now, should I go into hiding to buy some time? Because of Sung Muy's second master, they can't stay in Korea for long anyway. But he quickly rejected his own idea. No. If I do that, the 9-Dragon stronghold will just send someone else. Li Chial closed his eyes and praised, there's actually a pretty good way here. Jinsu Jiang asked in confusion, what is it? He expressed, I can't do it alone. I'll probably need you to lend a hand. Jinsu Jiang looked at him seriously and said, if it's something I can do, please tell me anything. Hearing that answer, Li Chial replied cheerfully with a bright tone, really. Jinsu Jiang responded nervously, yes, sir. On the other side, at the Jongno Chinsang Hotel, suddenly a voice rang out, so, did that Li Yihak guy let him go? Yang Seodan lounged lazily on the bed and continued listening. Yes, that's right. He probably survived by leaking black market information. He stared intently at the stack of documents and added, That's exactly why I don't work with people whose backgrounds are unclear. Then he tossed it aside in annoyance. So all we need to do is capture this guy, and we can finally leave this country. Standing nearby, Jiang Han could only silently curse in his mind. You talk like you've actually done something when in reality you've just pushed everything onto other people. He thought to himself, still, my impression of the Sung Mu Ye family has shifted a bit. It's not direct information, but everything is kept this tightly under wraps. The Sung Mu Ye family's influence really reaches this far. Right at that moment, the room phone suddenly rang insistently. The remaining subordinate quickly picked up and asked, "What's up?" Seeing that, Jiang Han immediately approached and said, "What's going on?" The guy stammered in reply, "The thing is." Unlike the subordinate, he calmly answered the phone, "What is it?" The other end explained, "Someone claiming to be a guest came looking for you, so I contacted you." Jiang Han repeated curiously, "A guest?" The other side immediately replied, "Yes. They said that if I mentioned the name Jinsu Jiang, you'd understand." Looking at the person in front of him, Yang Xiaodan marveled. "I never expected the guy we've been searching for would deliver himself right to us." With sharp eyes, he asked coldly, "How did he know we're here?" Facing that gaze, Jinsu Jiang calmly answered, "I found out through an information broker." Keeping proper etiquette, he politely greeted, "It's an honor to meet Yang Xiaodan of the Great Nine Dragon Stronghold." In his mind, Jinsu Jiang thought, "I didn't think you'd actually be staying at a hotel while on a mission." Just as the young master said, "You're really at a hotel." Yang Xiaodan was quite surprised and immediately responded, "You know me." Without any hesitation, Jinsu Jiang answered briefly, "You're about to become the head of the Yang family, so of course I have to know." Hearing that, he raised an eyebrow in approval and said, "Looks like you have a decent information network yourself." Without any restraint, Yang Xiaodan started nitpicking, "But still, even though you know who I am, you dare to barge in here so arrogantly with a bodyguard." Jinsu Jiang calmly explained, "When meeting a martial artist from the Nine Dragon Stronghold, one should have a little insurance, right? As you can see, I'm just an ordinary person who doesn't know how to use mana." Those words irritated him, and the atmosphere suddenly grew tense as he snapped. Just some shady merchant from a small country acting this cocky. "Anyway, since you've come here on your own, that's convenient. Follow me back to the Nine Dragon Stronghold right now." Then Yang Xiaodan stood up without giving face and said, "You'll have to explain about the black market stuff. I'm tired, let's stop here." Despite the threat, Jinsu Jiang simply remained silent and didn't respond. Breaking the silence, he asked straightforwardly, "That won't do." Hit right in his sore spot, Yang Xiaodan asked in confusion, "What?" But Jinsu Jiang only slightly bowed his head and sincerely apologized, "However, I have no reason to go with you." Losing all patience, he shouted angrily, "Insolent. You think I came here to negotiate with you? This isn't an invitation, it's an order." Facing that situation, he replied coolly, "I didn't come here to negotiate either. I came here purely to make a deal." Yang Xiaodan slammed the table in fury. "I am the next elder of the Nine Dragon Stronghold. Do you think someone like you is qualified to make a deal with me?" Jinsu Jiang placed his hand on his chest and assured him, "I know the reason you're in Korea this time. The Nine Dragon Stronghold has no real motive to come after me specifically, and this matter won't harm you, Yang Xiaodan, at all." But he couldn't accept it and snapped, "Shut up. If you won't come willingly, I'll just drag you by the neck." With an authoritative tone, Yang Xiaodan immediately ordered, "Hey, you with the sword." From behind, Jiang Han gave a slight nod and said yes. He decisively pointed at the person next to Jinsu Jiang and said, "Kill that one first." As soon as the words left his mouth, the blade shot forward, tearing through the air. With extremely quick reflexes, Li Qiao swiftly blocked the incoming attack. Hidden behind the mask, his eyes couldn't conceal the shock. "Damn, he's fast." Taking advantage of the chaos, Yang Xiaodan slipped away right then, yelling, "Who the hell gave you permission to swing your sword out of nowhere like that? You idiot swordsman." Li Qiao gripped his sword tightly and thought to himself, things just got a lot more complicated. Yang Xiaodan's all bluster and no brains. I figured I could easily manipulate him with a few smooth words. He wondered to himself in disbelief. I never imagined he'd be even more pathetic than I thought. Before the regression, I clearly remember his political skills being highly regarded. Amid the doubt, Li Qiao's gaze began to scrutinize him more carefully. What's more important is, just who the hell is this guy? He calmly observed Jiang Han. His age couldn't be more than 17 to 19 at most, and his body reeked of iron, gunpowder, and blood. Li Qiao tightened his grip on the sword. That aura was something I'd never encountered before. It was the natural killing intent forged through countless real battles. This guy's seriously strong. Witnessing that power, Jiang Han inwardly marveled. I was aiming to take his head in one strike, but he sensed the exact moment and reacted. He's strong, all right. The face half hidden behind the mask, and that voice still cracking like it's going through puberty. He himself could tell for sure that the other guy's age wasn't much older than his own. Suddenly, Jang Han muttered under his breath, 10 steps. If he gets any closer than that distance, I won't be confident I can control the situation. But this room's so cramped the gap's already under 10 steps. Shaking off the unease, he reassured himself it's fine. Without any warning, Jang Han suddenly charged toward Li Qiao, thinking, I just need to complete the mission like always. Like a streak of black lightning, he rushed forward at blinding speed. Even with the blade right at his throat, Li Qiao remained lost in thought. He's here, heart or head. He immediately blocked the strike. If I use mana skills now, my identity gets exposed. I'll have to rely on my sixth sense alone. The clash rang out loudly, filling the entire room. The two began testing each other with sword techniques, blades clashing again and again. In an instant, Li Qiao deftly dodged Jang Han's incoming slash. This isn't orthodox martial arts. My opponent is targeting every vital weak point. One solid hit there would be enough to inflict serious injury. He silently analyzed his foe. If it's assassin-style swordplay, then naturally he has the advantage in many ways. As he thought, Li Qiao circulated his mana, but if that's all he's got, a green stream of mana wrapped around his blade, then victory's guaranteed. Rigid chi technique, wind piercer. Seeing that, Jang Han desperately tried to parry the incoming move with his sword. However, Li Qiao swiftly followed up with the next strike. Jang Han struggled to hold his sword steady. He was moving at angles the human body shouldn't endure. His blade gradually chipped, and he thought to himself, does he not even care about taking damage? The sword, Jang Han quickly scanned the subordinates standing nearby. If my blade breaks, it's over. Those guys won't be able to stop him. Jang Han's expression suddenly darkened. He had to finish him before the weapon gave out. Then he abruptly unleashed a red mana aura that coiled around his sword. For a brief moment, the red mana shone brilliantly at the tip of the blade. Without hesitation, Jang Han swung downward, declaring Heavenly Slaughter Blade first form. Witnessing the move, Li Qiao thought in confusion, what a monster! Where the hell did someone like this come from? He didn't hesitate either and channeled his own mana. But now wasn't the time to worry about that. Then Li Qiao charged forward swiftly, Void Strike first form, Crimson Demon. The two opposing mana streams collided, erupting in a fierce burst of light. A moment later, Jang Han's sword finally snapped. In the shockwave, he clutched his mouth in pain. His chest tightened, and a mouthful of fresh blood spurted out. He'd lost. Remembering the stench of that trash heap, this sword had been swung thousands, tens of thousands of times by me. He weakly looked up at Li Qiao, so I still couldn't touch him. But then Li Qiao suddenly spoke up, what's your name? Clinging to his last shred of will, Jang Han panted and answered Jang Han. A bit later, Yang Xiaodan finally stepped out and said, what the hell just happened? He backed away nervously, thinking to himself, I thought he was just some lowlife assassin. Who knew that kid was this strong? While Yang Xiaodan was still lost in thought, applause suddenly rang out. Plus, the martial artist who managed to subdue someone like that is basically a monster himself. Jinsu Jiang slowly spoke up with a suggestion. Let's call it here. Today we'll temporarily withdraw. He glanced subtly toward the door. It seems things are getting chaotic outside from that big explosion. Then Jinsu Jiang politely bowed. I'll come back to see you again very soon. At this point, Yang Xiaodan didn't dare make things difficult anymore and replied, fine, do that. Out in the hallway, the two of them calmly and slowly walked away without a word. Jinsu Jiang couldn't hide his worry and asked, are you okay, sir? Li Qiao replied nonchalantly to reassure him, I took some internal injuries, but they're the kind that'll heal soon. No big deal. He then added, I already had the room situation under control in case of emergencies. The guy next to him whistled in admiration. You timed your intervention perfectly. If it had dragged on any longer, things would have gotten really messy. Li Qiao suddenly stopped walking, but maybe that would have been better. We've already pinpointed the key weakness in this whole situation. He slowly removed his mask and thought to himself, more importantly, it's Jang Han. Li Qiao turned to look back toward the company building, his mind a whirlwind. He'd always known there'd come a day when he'd face him, but he never expected it to be now. He gradually recalled that Heavenly Slaughter Blade Jang Han was born in the dumps, raised to become an assassin, and his strength was recognized. He caught the eye of the 9 Dragon Stronghold's master. Etched deeply in his memory was the image of that sword, the one the current 9 Dragon Stronghold master kept closest, and used the most when he swept away the Council of Elders and stabilized the internal affairs. He couldn't hide his sympathy. In the end, He'd become the acknowledged successor to the Nine-Dragon Stronghold Master. A guy who was both so different from me and yet shared so many similarities. At that moment, Yang Xiaodan spoke up anxiously. My only request is for you to join the Nine-Dragon Stronghold. Representing him, Jinsu Jiang cautiously replied, the person connected to the Nine-Dragon Stronghold was Beek Chialsu. Right now I'm no longer working under Beek Chialsu, so I have no reason to go to the Nine-Dragon Stronghold. He crossed his arms, full of curiosity, and asked, so you're saying I have to go back empty-handed? Hearing that, he slowly explained, that's not it. What I mean is let's rethink your mission together. Jinsu Jiang didn't hold back and laid everything out. The Nine-Dragon Stronghold secretly supported Beek Chialsu to extend influence into Korea's underworld. During that process, the Sungmu family intervened, which forced you all to pay attention to the Sungmu family's moves. With resolute eyes, he looked straight ahead and said seriously, surely you don't want a direct conflict with the Sungmu family. You came here to investigate the black market, and it was during that investigation that you learned about me. His next words startled Yang Xiaodan. Right from the start, I wasn't your real target. He immediately voiced his guess. So you're saying you'll prepare something else related to this incident for me? Jinsu Jiang nodded slightly to confirm exactly. In a tone full of implication, he continued, and I can even give you an even better gift. Yang Xiaodan rested his chin on his hand, a gift, huh? Without hesitation, Jinsu Jiang dropped the bombshell evidence, proof that the Sungmu family won't take any action regarding this matter. However, to him those words didn't mean much, and he said that's supposed to be a gift. He replied with a hint, it depends on how you report it. It could become a gift with real weight. Jinsu Jiang extended his hand, saying that with the documents you've obtained capturing the Sungmu family's intentions, that's enough to prove your capability. Wouldn't that count as an achievement? By now Yang Xiaodan was starting to sense it. What do you want from me? He just smiled calmly and explained leisurely, I don't want much, just to build a good relationship. After all, you're going to become an elder of the Nine-Dragon Stronghold. Hearing that answer, he burst out laughing loudly, not bad. I never expected a little country like this to have someone like you. Then Yang Xiaodan waved his hand and ordered his subordinates. All right then, now we need to talk more privately. Everyone else, get out. The lock clicked and the room door shut. Li Chiel immediately asked suspiciously, what's this about? His expression changing, Jiang Han stammered out a request. Can I talk to you for a moment? Facing that persuasive tone, he reluctantly agreed, fine. In another room, he honestly stated, can you tell me your name? Li Chiel shoved his hands in his pockets and replied coldly, why are you asking that? His face hardening, Jiang Han frowned slightly, to confirm whether you're really the person I'm guessing. You have my word on my life that I won't tell anyone. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Chiel coldly removed his mask. Li Chiel stated seriously, I'm Li Chiel of the Sungmu family. But Jiang Han wasn't surprised at all. I figured as much. He calmly held the mask and asked, how did you figure it out? Without changing expression, he leisurely analyzed. I'd heard rumors that in the Sungmu family, the youngest direct-line blood in history had stepped onto the path of a martial artist. Facing those words, Li Chiel simply stayed silent. In front of his opponent, Jiang Han frowned, and if it wasn't him, there's no way he could have blocked my sword. Clearly you look younger than me. Out of nowhere, he spoke up. You're really strong. It's the first time I've met an opponent like you. In his mind, he replayed every detail of the techniques, killing sword. Jiang Han walked the path of martial arts specialized in ending lives. Li Chiel silently noted his excellence. In contrast, you're walking a path that hones both unorthodox tricks and orthodox techniques. Then he slowly asked, if it wasn't a head-on fight like just now, but an assassination scenario, what do you think would happen? His eyes unwavering, Jiang Han replied calmly, 9 out of 10. I'd succeed in the assassination 9 times out of 10. He bluntly shared his thoughts, but I'm sure both of us are still holding some things back. Jiang Han crossed his arms and added leisurely, the odds I just mentioned are only based on what you've shown so far. Knowing the bluff was called, Li Chiel could only sigh helplessly. Jiang Han stared at him and said, you already knew? If I hadn't noticed, I'd be the idiot. Right after, Jiang Han suddenly revealed, next year, there's going to be a big tournament in Germany. See you there. In response, he just said nonchalantly, if I have time, I'll go. His brows furrowing, Jiang Han quietly assessed, the Sungmu family really is something you can't stand. Matching that tone, Li Chiel quickly chimed in, lucky us. I can't stand the Nine-Dragon Stronghold either. Jiang Han declared firmly, next time we fight, I'll show you everything I'm hiding. Adjusting his mask back on, he added, same here. Regaining his icy demeanor, Li Chiel turned decisively and walked away. Don't bring that idiot along next time. A moment passed like that. Exhausted to the core, Jinsu Jiang let out a quiet sigh. Taking it all in, Li Qiao teased that was close. You and Yang Xiaodan sure hit it off, huh? He hesitated and tried to explain, I'm still not used to dealing with martial artists. He was extremely curious about the conversation's content, and more importantly, how did you convince him? Later on, he even treated you like a little brother. Thinking back to how Yang Xiaodan put full trust in you and even prepared plane tickets. You're really something. Jinsu Jiang's face suddenly lit up. If you've ever survived Korean corporate life, it's not that hard. Li Qiao was stunned. That's terrifying. Korean office workers really are scary. He excitedly continued, I just did exactly what the young master instructed. Li Qiao kept teasing, if you're being humble right now, cut it out. Li Qiao suddenly pulled out a stack of documents and said, here, take these. Jinsu Jiang curiously accepted them. What's this? He calmly explained, these are just a rough compilation of noteworthy businesses and talents I've gathered, so feel free to take a look. For the ones I've marked, recruit them at all costs, no matter how expensive it gets. Li Qiao's hands gripped his rice bowl tightly, but don't get too caught up in it. Your life experience is way better than mine on that front. Jinsu Jiang smoothly replied, of course, sir. You've never liked people who just blindly obey without question. He added, you get me? I'll be out of touch for a while, so don't wait up. He immediately asked, are you planning to head to some uncharted territory? Li Qiao slammed his rice bowl down on the table, no. In the end, he made his choice. I'm going to Jeju Island. At a lavish estate belonging to a certain family, golden sunlight stretched across every corner. Inside the Sung family head's office, Li Shane calmly ordered, report. A subordinate appeared out of thin air right on cue. Just as you predicted, they've started moving. 5 spatial gates appeared at MT. Tohamson, belonging to Behemoth, and traces show they were opened using a sacred relic from the Demon Heaven cult. That report made him pause his pen briefly. Li Tishan replied coldly in an indifferent tone, they've been crushed twice already and still haven't learned their lesson. Just remnants of an old era. The subordinate continued, the ones who crossed through the gates are confirmed as 30 ordinary level and 1 white level. He immediately asked, how's the pursuit going? The man bowed slightly. We finished tracking the white level one and are continuing surveillance on him. The 30 ordinary levels have all been eliminated. Hearing that, Li Tishan slowly removed his glasses. Eliminated. The subordinate added, young master Li Qiao is currently in Jeonju, sir. He froze in surprise. What? Li Tishan immediately voiced his suspicion, so their purpose in taking the risk of being detected was for the youngest. The man quickly affirmed, yes. Aside from the young master, there was nothing unusual at MT Tohamson. Sitting in his chair, he asked, what's the youngest doing in Jijing? However, the subordinate only knew that much. Since he's avoiding following the family head's orders, your subordinate couldn't find out more. Li Tishan sighed helplessly and nodded. Is it happening again? Butler Chu looked at him worriedly, master. Li Tishan immediately commanded, Spirit Sword Unit, track down the youngest's whereabouts right now and report back to me. I need to know why the Demon Heaven cult is targeting him. He mused deeply, those insignificant pests. I won't tolerate anyone who dares obstruct the progress of the Sungmu bloodline. Li Tishan coldly ordered the kill. If Behemoth wants to set foot on this land, hunt them down to the last and wipe them out. The subordinate vanished swiftly, understood. He silently praised his son in his mind. He actually took down 30 villains. At that moment, Jeju International Airport. Li Qiao shielded his eyes. Sure enough, Jeju Island. Even early summer and the heat's already on another level. He silently sensed it, and this is just the airport. The mana in the air is already this thick. Right then, a voice suddenly called out, hey, kid over there. The guy asked cheerfully, traveling, or university research. Where you headed? Hop in, I'll give you a cheap rate. But Li Qiao didn't respond at all. What, is there something on my face? He spoke coldly with an imposing tone, get lost. He yanked his bag. The only taxi at the airport was heading straight toward him. Those words made the guy flustered as he quickly pulled his hand back. Those weren't a driver's hands. Li Qiao bluntly exposed him. The Black Crow Society's really gone downhill, sending out agents like this. The man stammered, how did you know? As he spoke, Li Qiao glanced sideways, probably because you figured I wasn't worth much. I am Yang Muk suddenly appeared from behind. Sorry for making you feel that way. Our staff is still in training, so there are some shortcomings. He gave a friendly smile. I am Yang Muk, branch chief of the Black Crow Society's southern branch. Li Qiao replied coldly, you don't look much better yourself. The man spread his arms warmly. It's just because the young master is so outstanding that it seems that way. Still, he asked straight out without hesitation, What does the Black Crow Society want with me? I am Yangmuk quickly opened the car door. This isn't the place to talk. Let's move. I'll take you wherever you need to go. Li Qiao stood there indifferently, watching silently. A moment later, he reluctantly agreed. Fine. Head to the north entrance of Halasan Mountain. In the car, I am Yangmuk kept chattering. I really messed up the important first impression. Li Qiao glanced over coldly. Time is money. Tell me why you're looking for me first. He placed his hand on his chest and smiled warmly. You like straight talk. Huh. All right, we want to sign a formal contract with the young master. He suddenly recalled the organization's symbol. Massive scale, vast influence, secretive communication methods. The entire information trading group kept everything under wraps, known as the Black Crow Society, proud of their formidable intelligence network across East Asia. Even Li Qiao himself couldn't help but be surprised. He never expected to meet them like this. A formal contract. Immediately, I am Yangmuk explained, will provide any information the young master needs and promise not to sell your info to outsiders. He added with a smile, in return, occasionally the young master shares necessary information with us, or lends us that high-level combat power when needed. He asked right away, why sign a formal contract specifically with me? I am Yangmuk answered briefly, because of everything the young master has demonstrated over time. He slowly listed them out in a calm tone. Illegitimate child origin, youngest martial artist, level 5 martial realm, defeated Beek Chialsu. I am Yangmuk quickly added more, plus connections with the next term elder of the 9-dragon stronghold. Those are factors we couldn't ignore. As soon as he finished, Li Qiao turned to tease, are you bragging about your information-gathering skills? The man hurriedly waved it off, I'm just explaining. In his mind, Li Qiao thought silently, ridiculous. Listing info that's not easy to get like that is basically a veiled threat that you could sell me out anytime. A bit later, I am Yangmuk asked, so what's your answer? But Li Qiao stepped out of the car, I refuse. The man's face showed brief confusion, sir. Standing by the car, he patiently persuaded, if the young master aims for the top of the Sungmu family, it's best to accept our offer. Facing those words, he just walked away coldly, no matter what you say. Li Qiao unexpectedly concluded, the answer's still the same. Unable to convince him further, I am Yangmuk started playing hardball, you'll regret this. He immediately turned back and fired questions rapidly. Regret? Who? I was going to offer a cure for that illness, but I've changed my mind. Pass on to your society head that I'm truly sorry. He'll understand if you say it like that. The man stammered, adding a few words. How can you be so sure we're the Black Crow Society? Li Qiao just smiled as he walked up the mountain path. Sure. I was just testing you a little. I am Yangmuk stared after him in bewilderment. Not letting him continue, he cut in, you said it all. So train your people better. The gaps are way bigger than I thought. Really disappointing. Is the entire Black Crow Society like this? Even our own disciples aren't that bad. His words made I am Yangmuk furious, or maybe it's just the southern branch chief who's like this. I wouldn't know. Surprised yet. After Li Qiao left, he angrily kicked the nearby fence. Damn it. I am Yangmuk panted heavily, his face full of rage. What an arrogant little punk, more than I expected. The subordinate nearby asked softly, are you all right, branch chief? But he shot a sideways glare and cursed inwardly. I just wanted to bring back some bored kid to mess with a bit. But because of this idiot, my face is completely ruined. I am Yangmuk hurriedly pulled out his phone. Why did the higher-ups make me personally go sign the contract? He slowly gave his report, reporting the situation. The kid reads the room way better than I thought. The negotiation failed. The other end was stunned and repeated, what? That's it. I'm Yangmuk quickly added, yes, exactly. He recounted the whole thing. The thing is, he had a message for the society head. Hearing that, the other end stammered in shock. Is that true? They immediately pressed urgently, chase after him now. No, where's the target right now? I am Yangmuk gripped the phone tightly, currently heading through the north gate of the dangerous zone at MT Halasan. The other side quickly ordered, for now, mobilize all southern branch personnel, don't lose track, and you prepare to resign as branch chief. Hearing that, he shouted helplessly, sir, why? The other side continued, if it stopped there, you'd be lucky. But if he really knows about that, things won't end so simply. On this side, a worried voice called out, you okay? The guard explained further, you're a level 6 hunter, so you know better than us. But this place is completely different from the northern danger zone. Still, Li Qiao insisted firmly, I know, so it's fine. He quickly handed back the card. It'd be great if you went with a team. I already checked your ID. The iron gate immediately opened, letting him through. At that moment, Li Qiao thought silently, Just one gate and the heat's already completely different. He stepped forward bit by bit, but I can't back out now. Standing before the surrounding scenery, Li Qiao thought to himself, right here in MT. Hallasan, the god recorded in the Black Knight records, exists. That majestic place is known as one of Korea's 3 sacred mountains, MT. Halla. Since ancient times, Jeju Island, overflowing with spiritual energy, has been the only danger zone in the southern part of the Korean peninsula today. Li Qiao broke into a sweat. The first reason conquering it is so difficult is the existence of sea monsters. The second is, he panted heavily, each breath labored, because this dense forest covers the center of Jeju Island, centered around MT. Halla. Li Qiao walked forward step by step with difficulty. If it were just the dense forest, that'd be one thing, but... He carefully observed his surroundings. I'm in. Li Qiao stared deep into the forest. This is what's known as the devil's prank or the goblin's trick, maybe a spatial displacement magic array. Even without a visible gate, the scenery shifts in the blink of an eye. He glanced up slightly. This time it's a pine forest, huh? In his mind, Li Qiao quietly calculated. Until recently, I didn't know much about MT. Halla at all, not until I read the Black Knight records. He suddenly recalled that at the southernmost edge of this land, Go Yulna, Bu Yulna, Yang Yulna, there exists the Tamna kingdom built by the 3 divine beings. Images flashed one after another, but in truth, they were just a mysterious race born from nature itself. People call them Ditgabi. A blinding golden light appeared. They were mages, carpenters, and wild fantasies all at once. They forged stars from the heat of the earth's veins and created countless mystical divine treasures. Deep in that cave, it was those very Ditgabi who created the Black Knight. A stream of lava slowly flowed by. A burly man focused intently in front of the blazing furnace. He held back tightly. This just doesn't look right at all. In that very moment, the burly man suddenly sensed something. He stood up furiously, roaring, "How dare you!" Over in the forest, every monster was being taken down one by one. Li Qiao thought wearily and helplessly. Who would have thought level 5 monsters could use mana? This place is seriously insane. He slowly scanned his surroundings, probably because the mountain's mana is so dense. They seem way stronger than the monsters outside. If I activate the demon eye midway, the path would change instantly. I guess I underestimated this zone a bit. Li Qiao sheathed his sword. Even monsters never recorded on the peninsula are showing up. No wonder they call MT. Halla a demonic realm. He suddenly remembered the word Tamna he'd seen in the mirror at MT. Sungmu, Tamna, the one who doesn't consume the 5th of the Black Knight, exists right here. Then Li Qiao stepped forward bit by bit, almost at the peak. If I enter the valley inside. But right then, an angry voice boomed. Who dares set foot in my demonic realm? He panicked and quickly drew his sword. Could it be a monster capable of projecting divine sense? The voice suddenly closed in another human. Li Qiao whipped around behind me. The two immediately charged and clashed swords. Li Qiao vaguely looked at the person in front of him. Who are you? His entire face suddenly flashed with golden lightning. Li Qiao clutched his face in pain and dropped to his knees. Holding his face, he silently calculated. My mind and vision feel like they're being burned. Just 3 seconds, a fleeting moment. A realization flashed in Li Qiao's mind. Could the presence of what's in front of me be so immense that it's impossible to comprehend? He slowly raised his head. His eyes narrowed slightly. Are you talking about the Black Knight? It's certain now. The illusory god mentioned in the Black Knight records is this very Gubi. Li Qiao politely bowed, descendant of the Sung family. Li Qiao respectfully greets the earth god. The elegant man muttered softly, Sungmu family. Then he gritted his teeth hard. Without letting him explain, the elegant man immediately unleashed his mana. I never permitted humans to enter my domain. That action left Li Qiao wide-eyed in shock. If you keep causing chaos in this area any further. With that said, he turned to leave. I won't show mercy. His hands trembled slightly as he reached out. Please wait. Li Qiao tried to chase after him. Please hold on just a moment. However, the elegant man vanished in an instant. He coldly spat out one word, get lost. His entire body was suddenly teleported. Li Qiao said in bewilderment, this is. He stared intently at the entrance to MT. Halla, I didn't even get a proper conversation before getting kicked out. That left Li Qiao quietly brooding. Fine, whatever. I need to figure out the reason first. He silently turned his gaze toward the forest. Anyway, because of the Black Knight's seal, I'll have to climb the mountain again. His expression suddenly darkened. Let's see how it goes. The sky had gradually turned dark. On a certain street, Li Qiao walked while deep in thought. Guess I'll prepare thoroughly and try again. His eyes gently lowered, but wait a second. Li Qiao quietly observed his surroundings, the Black Crow Society. They're moving pretty fast. With that thought, he immediately ducked into an alley. But right now, I have no intention of meeting them. The pursuer following Li Qiao ultimately lost track. The guy hurriedly reported, "This is number 17. Target lost at alley 19, area A," continuing to check surroundings. The alley suddenly fell silent. An invisible footstep quietly departed. The person was none other than Li Qiao, rigid chi technique, spirit light. I've tried applying invisibility to aura techniques, but it's still not fully mastered. He held the mask in his hand. If I go out like this, I'll definitely get tailed again. Good thing I used black chi to absorb the myriad face device beforehand. Li Qiao's entire body was suddenly enveloped in mana. Face done. His face transformed, should be good enough now. All right then, time to go buy what I need. Back at that area, the guard looked confused. "You're going in again. You just went in this morning. Is your business bankrupt or something?" He stammered and waved his hands frantically. "Or are you drowning in debt? Man, you're still so young, think it over carefully." Li Qiao replied in confusion, huh? Finally, Li Qiao explained cheerfully, "No, it's not that. Someone going to die doesn't bring this much gear." The guard finally relaxed a bit and said, "Speaking of which, that's a lot of luggage you've got." But then he suddenly declared, "Yeah, because I plan to stay in there for a few days." The guard looked baffled. "What?" Li Qiao resolved himself, "All right, I'll be back later. This time I won't back down so easily." Li Qiao continued wandering through the forest. He thought with difficulty, "It's been 2 days since I entered this mountain, and I still haven't found any water source." Li Qiao suddenly paused. "For today, let's search until the end. If I don't find it, I'll head back to the city to resupply." He slowly sensed a strange mana rising, very faint, but I can feel a different kind of energy. Without stopping, Li Qiao's steps grew quicker. Unable to hold back his excitement, he said eagerly, "Found it." Li Qiao gently crouched down. "Warm water, huh? Even with all the yang energy on the mountain, it shouldn't be this warm." He abruptly stood up with a determined look. "This place has a very diluted demonic aura, probably because it's a water source." As soon as he spoke, Li Qiao turned away. "Guess I'll rest here for a bit." From behind him, a faint green mana slowly stirred. Before long, Li Qiao had set up a sturdy tent. Exhausted, he collapsed inside. Using the demon eye for too long really wears the body out. For now, I'll just nap a little. He'd barely lain down when a scream suddenly echoed. Li Qiao quickly grabbed his sword. A scream. He worriedly held the blade close. Is it a monster? Then Li Qiao carefully peeked outside. 2 evil spirits suddenly appeared near his tent. Could it be Demonkin? But this is a spiritual mountain full of gathered chi. He stayed silent, calmly calculating every option ahead. Based on the number of horns and wings, at least level 5. The other monsters on the mountain are already tougher than usual, so these could very well be level 4. While thinking, Li Qiao glanced out. No need to provoke them unnecessarily. Another scream rang out, making him jump to his feet. Is that a child's voice? 3 trembling figures ran forward in panic. No. The scared boy squeezed his eyes shut. "You evil demons, get away, get out of here fast." In panic, the pink-haired girl burst into tears. Chung, seeing that, the boy quickly comforted her. "Hold my hand tight." Before they could react, as soon as the girl's hand slipped, the 2 green mana streams from earlier suddenly surged from the ground. With a sinister grin, the demon fired a blast of green mana. They immediately kicked the mana upward with their feet. It struck the kids squarely, sending them crashing down in pain. Seeing that, the demon lunged forward like a starving tiger. A sword enveloped in mana struck without hesitation, slashing straight across in an instant. A thunderous surge of green energy erupted, blanketing the entire forest. The black smoke slowly dissipated. The boy turned his head in a daze, his eyes full of bewilderment. The one who had stepped in to save them was none other than Li Qiao. He asked gently, "Are you kids okay?" He silently plotted his next moves, weighing every step carefully. "For now, I've taken down one, but if it comes into contact with demonic chi, it'll be really dangerous." But right then, the demon spat out a powerful purple gas from its mouth. Li Qiao's footsteps moved with incredible agility, yet, without a trace of fear, he surged forward at astonishing speed. That action caught the demon off guard, its face clearly showing surprise. Li Qiao struck decisively, finishing off the demon in front of him. He muttered to himself, "I was really torn about what to pick as my final piece of gear." Sure enough, choosing this one was the right call. Li Qiao touched the necklace around his neck. It radiated holy energy that blocked evil chi, an absolute masterpiece protective artifact. Then he gently handed the cloak to the kids. "Here, take this." Li Qiao turned his head and asked softly, "Hey kid, what's your name?" The boy stammered awkwardly, "It's Chang." He immediately instructed, "All right, Chang, put this on and absolutely do not take it off, got it?" Jiong Chang nodded obediently after hearing, "Yes, understood." The cunning demon suddenly attacked from behind. Behind us. The cunning demon suddenly attacked from behind. Behind us. Without pause, he circulated his mana, forming a solid shield in front like a demonic wall. Not hesitating for a second, Li Qiao immediately finished off another demon. A series of shrieks echoed, shaking his mind violently. Li Qiao stared intently, his eyes tracking the remaining ones, special ability, so it's them, huh? One of the demons suddenly spoke in a scheming tone. Human, why interfere? Kill it, offer it to the king as sacrifice. He was genuinely surprised by the situation unfolding before him. These were completely different from the ones earlier. They had to be at least level 4. While thinking, Li Qiao simultaneously channeled energy throughout his body. If I can nullify their special ability, I can still handle this. He planted his feet firmly on the ground, preparing. This should be enough. Next, Li Qiao swiftly dashed toward them. A streak of green lightning suddenly flashed. That bolt struck down hard, tearing through the silent space. A voice suddenly rang out. Seeing you appear on the mountain, I was wondering what was going on. He looked bewildered, his eyes showing clear confusion. What just flashed by? A burly figure with golden hair appeared unexpectedly before him. It seems to be because of you. She immediately spoke clearly. Thank you so much, human. Thanks to you, the children survived. Seeing that, the pink-haired girl burst into tears and rushed forward. Grandma. Without holding back, she gave each of them a smack. You little rascals, I already told you not to wander off on your own. The demon's eerie voices rang out quietly, making both of them turn around in shock. She was quite surprised by their persistence. Indeed, such stubborn creatures. Right away she proposed, from now on, leave this to me. In an instant, those hands manipulated chi energy. The master said not to do this, but I can't just stand by when someone targets the children. A dazzling green lightning surged right in her grasp. She gripped it tightly and gave a faint smile. Without any hesitation, she charged forward decisively. I won't kill them. The azure lightning bolt was immediately swung forward, crackling fiercely. In the blink of an eye, the mystical azure lightning spread across the vast forest. The Dakibai children kept trailing after Li Qiao, curiously asking him about everything under the sun. Ryo found the little ones too bothersome, so she had to tell them not to disturb their distinguished guest anymore. Seeing Qiao curious about the outfit he was wearing, Ryo laughed and said she had made it with her own hands. However, she modestly added that she was just the one who spun the thread, not the person who did everything from start to finish. Hearing Qiao mention the great elder, Ryo explained that although this was the elder's place, she was the one who managed it. She laughed heartily, saying that the elder never liked humans, but she was an exception to the rule. After walking a short distance, Ryo told him to move closer so she could open the gate leading into the village. A powerful surge of energy erupted when she plunged her weapon into the ground to break the seal. The gate opened, and Ryo smiled, inviting him to step inside their territory. As soon as he stepped through, Li Qiao was stunned by the magical, shimmering scenery that appeared before his eyes. Small spirits flew everywhere, creating an incredibly mystical atmosphere. That was the village of Mirani, a place where races lived in harmony with nature atop ancient trees. Ryo handed him a glass of fruit juice to quench his thirst after the long journey. Qiao was quite surprised to learn that there were other races living here besides the Dakibai tribe. He took a sip of the sweet drink while listening to her introduce the Jangi tribe, also known as the Elves. Only then did Ryo officially introduce herself and reveal that she was the village chief here. Just by looking at his hair and eye color, she immediately guessed that he was a member of the prestigious Sungmui Li family. By the way, she asked if he knew the guy who was tasked with guarding the mountain out there. As soon as he was mentioned, Hij flew into a rage, saying that the guy was just a fool who brought suffering upon himself because of his involvement with humans. Seeing her agitation, Qiao laughed it off, saying that the person was still doing fine, even if he was a bit addicted to alcohol. Regaining her composure, she sincerely thanked him for saving the naughty children in the village. For the Dakibai tribe, a debt must be repaid, so she wanted to help him with something in return. Although Qiao intended to refuse, Hij insisted that he should just speak his mind about what he was wondering. Hearing that, he smiled and nodded, seemingly knowing what he should ask about. Qiao placed the Kea sword on the table, causing the atmosphere to suddenly turn serious. Ryo's expression changed instantly as she recognized the familiar weapon. He curiously asked if she had personally participated in forging this sword. Ryo revealed that many Dakibai had contributed to it in various ways. She explained that she and 63 other Dakpai only prepared the materials and cast the mold, while the Great Elder was the one who finished it. Looking at the sword, She breathed a sigh of relief that it had finally found its true owner. However, she asked if he felt anything strange while holding it in his hand. Chial wondered if there was any soul hidden within this sword. Ryo's expression became extremely tense. She told him that to her, this was not a sword but destruction in the form of a weapon. She explained that all things have their own energy. It may weaken, but it never naturally disappears. He nodded in confirmation, understanding that the energy she was talking about was mana. Ryo warned that Hyukia has the ability to completely erase that energy. Anything struck by it will never be able to recover. If it is that dangerous, Chial didn't understand why people would create this sword in the first place. She shrugged, saying that only his ancestors or that great elder would know the answer to that. But Ryo believed that everything that appears has a reason, and this sword was certainly born to be used. She pondered the fact that the sword, dormant for thousands of years, had suddenly reacted to a teenager with a mysterious destiny. Chial touched the scabbard, mentioning that it was currently being restrained by 9 layers of seals. He asked Ryo if she knew anything about the 5th seal. She nodded in confirmation, but said it would be quite difficult. Li Chial was curious about what kind of challenge it was that made Ryo seem so serious. After hearing the answer that he had to defeat 100 Dakibai to pass the test, the guy froze for a few seconds. Seeing that the guest didn't seem to understand what was going on, she asked if he had ever heard of his tribe's Sairam wrestling. Chial said he knew the theory, that it was a spiritual ritual where the power of souls clashed directly with each other. Ryo nodded and said that was close, but to be precise, it was a battle of mental strength. To make it easy for him to visualize, she immediately called little Jijing over to prepare for a practical session on the spot. As soon as his name was called, little Jiong jumped for joy, demanding to fight first, which made his friends jealous. Looking at the small child in front of him, Chial could not help but be suspicious, asking the village chief again if he really had to fight him. Ryo gave a meaningful smirk, asking if he was afraid of losing to a mere child that his face had started to turn pale. She introduced Jiong and 2 other children as the youngest members of Mirani village. Ryo ordered the start, while Chial was still subjective, thinking to himself that things seemed much simpler than he had imagined. She told little Jiong to remember to go easy on him, but also warned Chial that once he tasted it, he would realize it wasn't easy to handle. Following the instructions, both sat down facing each other, closing their eyes to prepare to enter the battle of wits. Suddenly, Li Chial felt an invisible wave of pressure rushing straight into his brain. When he opened his eyes, he found himself standing in the middle of an endless white space, with no one or any obstacle in sight. A laugh rang out from above, making him shudder as he realized he was no longer in the village. A giant version of little Jiong appeared, looking at him with a teasing look because he looked as tiny as an ant. Without warning, the giant little Jiong lunged straight at him as if to grab him. Chial panicked and shouted for him to stop, because he hadn't had time to prepare mentally for this bizarre situation. But it was too late. A giant foot descended from above, creating terrifying pressure intending to crush him instantly. Waking up with his eyes wide open, Li Chial gasped, as if returning from the dead. He panted, drenched in sweat, feeling as if his mind had just gone through a horrific ordeal. Sitting on the ground, Li Chial looked around blankly, trying to steady himself to see where he was. He clutched his forehead, his breath still ragged after the recent experience. Ryo sat nearby, smiling, asking how he felt and if he could handle it. Li Chial wondered about that strange space, where everything seemed to change according to thought. In his memory, a giant foot had just descended, creating a shocking tremor. Ryo's eyes revealed her surprise at the young man's keen insight. She nodded in recognition, not expecting Li Chial to grasp the nature of the spirit world so quickly. In the distance, little Jiong jumped for joy, celebrating his victory, while Ryo could only manage a wry smile. Li Chial looked at the small child who harbored such immense power in that other world, silently marveling at his perspective. He asked about the time difference, because it felt like only a few seconds had passed, but here things were different. Although tired, Li Chial still wanted to try again. His willpower was truly not ordinary. Ryo patted his shoulder, advising him to rest, because wrestling with a Dakibai is extremely mentally draining. But seeing his determined expression, she knew she couldn't stop him. Ryo dropped her jaw when she saw Li Chial ready to rush into the next battle, without a moment's hesitation. As soon as the match started, he was flung away by an invisible hand. Little Jiong won again. He laughed happily while Li Chial was blown into the air. The kid won again? Li Chial scrambled up. Despite continuous failure, he felt he was getting very close to awakening. He gasped, sweat pouring down, but his eyes were still burning with the will to fight. Ryo stood with her arms crossed, observing, silently appreciating this incredible stubbornness and perseverance. The image of Li Chial at this moment reminded her of a legendary predecessor in the clan. The entire training area suddenly became quiet as everyone turned their eyes toward him. The elder of the Jangi tribe and the girls approached. They could not hide their amazement at his progress. Li Qiao wiped his sweat and gave a modest smile. He wanted to finish the work to deserve the meal they were treating him to. Power erupted from his hands, and the green aura radiated a cool chill like a storm wind. With just a single blow, Li Qiao resolved everything, creating a powerful explosion that shook the entire ground. He realized that the speed of his thinking had become significantly faster than before thanks to those mental wrestling matches. The Jangi elder smiled and invited him to drink some water to recover his strength. He downed the can of water, feeling his mind clear up, and all his fatigue vanished. Ryo looked at the Jangi villagers taking care of Li Qiao and could not help but be surprised, as they were usually very strict with outsiders. Yet now, he was helping them carry huge rocks with ease. Li Qiao stopped working when he saw Ryo approaching. He scratched his head because he was afraid he was working too hard. Ryo asked the elder if she could take him with her now that the work was mostly done. She was scolded by the elder for slacking off. So Ryo pretended to cover her ears and say, "I don't hear anything," to let it pass. Turning to Li Qiao, Ryo laughed because he had integrated into the village so quickly, even helping with chores. Ryo explained that their invitation for him to drink was a great honor, as the Jangi people did not easily accept anyone. Li Qiao nodded. No wonder he felt his spirit recover miraculously fast. It turned out to be a precious elixir, refined from the essence of spirits and herbs that took decades to create. Li Qiao was curious why they lived in such seclusion, but he was too shy to ask directly. He believed that an outsider like him should not interfere in the tribe's private affairs if they did not volunteer the information. His question led the way back to the fiery memories of the Great War, the fire that was still smoldering in the shadows. Kid told Li Qiao about the Great War, the time when humans pushed her tribe into a miserable refugee situation. Since then, nothing has changed. The pain is still as raw as it was on the first day. She reassured him that it happened before he was born, so don't worry. The villagers now considered him family. While they were talking, Ryo suddenly remembered she had something to do, so she told Li Qiao to go out and play wrestling with the kids for fun. Finishing, she waved goodbye and left quickly, leaving him standing there alone. After walking a distance, Ryo's expression suddenly became contemplative. It seemed she was worried about something. She went to find a tribal elder and asked why he had gone to such lengths to come here. The old man looked at Ryo full of reproach, asking why she dared to bring the human that he had once chased away back here. Ryo did not hesitate to defend Li Qiao, affirming that he was not like the others because he had saved the children and was always helping everyone. The elder reiterated that making Li Qiao take the test was just to fulfill an old, stale promise. He insisted that he did not want humans setting foot in his territory and ordered Ryo to chase him away immediately. Ryo was not an easy pushover. She said if he hated him so much, he should chase him away himself, then teased him for being old but still as hot-tempered as ever. She showed him the scene of Li Qiao getting along with the kids, reminding him of the time when the two sides were good friends. But the old man still held onto his prejudices, firmly asserting that humans and the Jangi tribe could no longer live together. Ryo warned him sternly that the seal was weakening, and the tribe was truly in desperate need of human help to survive. Her eyes clearly revealed her anxiety when she saw that the seal had begun to show terrifying cracks. The elder turned his back and walked away, leaving behind a cold remark that humans are selfish creatures who would never sacrifice themselves for others. Ryo stood alone with a sullen expression. Clearly, she did not agree with the old man's conservative views. Returning to the training grounds, Li Qiao was still sitting perfectly still, as if concentrating his spirit on something important. He stood up, his confident strides showing he was ready for the next stage of his journey. Seeing him stand up, the kids grew quite excited, shouting noisily, demanding to join him in overcoming every challenge ahead. Li Qiao just smiled faintly, the confident smile of someone who had finally found his own direction. Li Qiao was standing in the middle of a crowd of kids within a spiritual space. The little ones were cheering him on, telling him he had to break through something no matter what. Close up on Li Qiao, his expression at this moment was extremely calm and confident, truly the look of someone about to do something significant. A giant vortex of energy erupted, a mixture of water and fire. Below, the kids were waving their hands and cheering non-stop. Standing before a brilliant, exploding beam of light, Li Qiao looked small but full of courage. He let out a single "all right." He wore a smug, triumphant smile. It was finally Li Qiao's time to counterattack after days of being pushed to the brink by Grandma. The scene shifted to fragmented frames. There were groans of exhaustion. As it turned out, they had been struggling for 3 whole hours. The female warrior Jangi stood watching, her surprise evident. She had not expected his willpower and spiritual strength to be so terrifying. She smiled in satisfaction. This challenge seemed to have yielded results far beyond her expectations. Li Qiao slumped onto the ground to rest. The kids crowded around him while he greeted Tendmo, that girl standing right in front of him. The little ones chirped away, tattling to Grandma about Li Qiao. How he used her own moves against them, how he fought tirelessly, and how he didn't even seem to feel the heat when they used fire. The female warrior Jangi could only smile in silence as she listened to the children's complaints. She announced that the training with the children was enough for now. Upon hearing this, Li Qiao looked dazed, not understanding what was happening. As it turned out, the real challenge was only just beginning, a wrestling match against 100 people. Hearing this, Li Qiao became incredibly excited, but it wasn't a fight right away. She said they had to wait about a week for enough people to gather. Looking toward the distant mountain range, she explained that she needed time to summon the Dakibai who were wandering everywhere back to this place. 3 days later, a large-scale festival took place. A dense crowd gathered to watch the wrestling match between humans and Dakibai for the first time in a long while. Li Qiao stood in the middle of the noisy crowd, looking a bit bewildered. It seemed he still wasn't used to this vibrant atmosphere. The people around him were chatting animatedly about stories from the past, even mentioning a certain Mr. Kame, who had passed away 30 years ago. The female warrior Jangi approached and patted Li Qiao on the shoulder. She checked on him, asking where he had been and what he had been doing over the past few days. Li Qiao thanked her politely. She looked at him very seriously, asking if he was ready to begin the test. The crowd behind them began to cheer, and the atmosphere grew increasingly heated. She warned him carefully. If the adult Dakibai did not acknowledge his strength, this test would drag on indefinitely. Li Qiao nodded in confirmation. He remembered clearly that the time limit was 1 week. She smiled encouragingly, telling him to just give it his all, and a grand celebration would follow once he was done. She shouted to calm the crowd and declared the start of the match without any further ado. The sky was a deep blue, and leaves drifted in the wind amidst the excited cheering of the people. The 3 kids from before appeared first. Li Qiao realized they seemed completely different from a few days ago, much stronger. Score 1-100. The kids were defeated quickly, lying flat on the ground and groaning about their loss. Score 4-100. This time the opponent was a tiger Dokpig that looked quite cunning. Score 10-100. Li Qiao was flying through the air, facing multiple opponents at once. Score 22-100. He went into a defensive stance, his sweat beginning to fall. The battle started to become much more intense. Score 41-100. A Dakibai in a refined gentleman's suit appeared, acknowledging that Li Qiao was an astonishing human. Score 57-100. A giant panda Dakibai holding a bamboo stalk stood in his way. Li Qiao looked truly small behind it. Score 63-100. A giant energy entity shaped like a fire dragon appeared, swallowing a corner of the sky. By the 3rd day, Li Qiao started to become exhausted. He collapsed to his knees and gasped for air. People asked him worriedly if he was okay. He stubbornly insisted he was fine and demanded to continue. Li Qiao realized this test was actually an extreme mental training course. The female warrior Jangi signaled the start again. The crowd's cheering resonated everywhere. Despite his fatigue, Li Qiao still smiled. He was giving it his absolute all. Score 83-100. Li Qiao sat cross-legged, wiping away his sweat. His body was aching, but his will hadn't wavered. Close-up of Li Qiao's face with his eyes squeezed shut, drenched in sweat. He was regulating his breathing. Score 99-100. A long-haired man smiled and gave him a thumbs-up, acknowledging his efforts. Only one final opponent remained. Li Qiao looked up and let out a long breath. He thanked the man softly, preparing for the final turning point. A martial artist of the Jangi tribe sat casually with his legs crossed. He began to issue a challenge, signaling the start of the most important bout. He wore a confident smile, declaring this was the 100th match. The lightning surrounding him crackled as if welcoming a life-or-death battle. On the other side, Li Qiao stood dwarfed before a wall of billowing clouds and smoke. The pressure radiating from his opponent was absolutely terrifying. Close-up of his opponent's eyes, sharp and emotionless. He stated that he held no grudge against Li Qiao whatsoever. However, because this was a test based on an ancient covenant, he declared he would fight with all his might, without holding back even a little bit. Power erupted instantly, a blinding beam of light swallowing Li Qiao's position, leaving him with no time to react. Li Qiao stood firm amidst the lightning, but his body was starting to protest. He thought to himself that he was so tired it was indescribable. Sweat drenched him, his teeth were gritted, but his eyes still burned with will. Exhausted as he was, Li Qiao did not allow himself to collapse. A spurt of blood sprayed onto the cold ground. He was stunned to realize that even though this was a spiritual world, the damage he received was terrifyingly real. Li Qiao knelt down completely, clutching his chest and coughing up blood. This pain was truly tormenting his mind. Despite everything, he clenched his fists and forced himself back up. He no longer cared about his wounds, only desperately asking to fight one more time. His opponent exclaimed in surprise at his tenacity. He hadn't expected a human to have such an iron will. A giant mountain suddenly collapsed right in front of them. Li Qiao stared blankly at the falling boulders, not understanding what was happening. Debris flew everywhere. He was shocked to realize that all the challenges up to this point were just the prelude. Li Qiao gritted his teeth, his face showing clear tension. The scale of this test had truly far exceeded anything he could have imagined. His opponent began to preach, suggesting that the persistent efforts of humans could eventually level even a massive mountain. A cataclysmic beam of light descended from the heavens, symbolizing an unparalleled power capable of destroying everything. Li Qiao braced himself to block the direct attack. His opponent was impressed that he managed to block it, but immediately prepared for an even more powerful technique. The surrounding space exploded in fierce collisions of energy. Massive rocks were blown away like scraps of paper. He stood in the center of the lightning storm, trying to maintain his balance while observing his opponent's smallest movements. Li Qiao smiled bitterly, telling himself that this situation was beginning to be too much for him to handle. A massive blue explosion erupted, covering the entire battlefield and swallowing Li Qiao's silhouette in a blinding, radiant light. Li Qiao was stuck in the middle of a fiercely exploding spiritual force. He sat still, his whole body radiating a pure white aura amidst the flashes of energy lightning. All around, the Jangi villagers were gathered in full force to watch. They whispered and gossiped, as this was already his 50th time facing the elder's trial. Several youths in the village were whispering to each other, worried that they should hold back a bit against the old woman, lest she exert herself to death. Li Qiao suddenly snapped out of it, sweating profusely and panting as if he had just returned from the gates of death. He asked blankly how long he had been unconscious. Looking at his trembling hands, he still couldn't distinguish between reality and illusion. The female warrior Jangi stood nearby and answered concisely that he had just fainted for about 2 hours. Li Qiao clenched his fists, uncaring about how many times he had fallen or for how long. He affirmed that whether it was in his mind or in reality, it didn't matter. He would continue until he succeeded. The female warrior Jungi was stunned by the young man's near-insane iron will. She watched silently, sweat running down her cheek as she felt the pressure radiating from him. Li Qiao turned and walked away, leaving the female warrior behind with a thoughtful expression. She secretly admired him, for he was truly fighting non-stop without resting for even a second. The elder Jangi stood with the crowd behind them, also doubting whether an ordinary human could endure such a level of stress. Li Qiao stood firm amidst the vortex of spiritual power, asking himself why he had to push himself this far. The power erupted violently, shattering the surrounding rocks. He brushed off any thoughts about when this challenge would end. He didn't even care who he was fighting anymore, his mind completely cleansed. He had erased all distractions, leaving only his eyes glowing and fixed straight ahead. In his mind, there was now only one single goal: to win at all costs. The light from Li Qiao exploded brilliantly, engulfing the entire space around him. The female warrior Jangi thought to herself that everything was about to end. This time, he would certainly pass. But then she suddenly paused, her face full of bewilderment. Li Qiao had reached the realm of no self, completely forgetting the existence of his own self. His eyes turned stark white, devoid of any human expression. She wondered if he was destroying himself. The female warrior Jangi gritted her teeth, sweat running down her cheeks at this terrifying transformation. She screamed in horror, believing this was not a path a human should tread. Li Qiao's face was cold as ice, radiating a pressure that made others shiver. A giant pillar of light shot straight into the sky, dispelling all the clouds within his spiritual mind. The warrior realized something was very wrong. This was no longer just a standard no-self state. He wasn't just integrating. He was seizing control of the entire spiritual space she had created. The illusory world began to fracture and crumbled to pieces under the terrifying pressure from Li Qiao. She couldn't believe her eyes. wondering how a human could do something so unthinkable. Amidst the ruins of the spiritual space, Li Qiao stepped out with authority. This form of his left the female warrior Jangi completely shaken. His gaze was strangely calm, yet contained an absolutely overwhelming power. As soon as the test ended, Li Qiao collapsed onto the magic circle from exhaustion, while the female warrior breathed a sigh of relief. The observers began to whisper their praise, admitting that his spiritual strength was truly remarkable. Li Qiao forced himself up, soaked in sweat, and tiredly asked if everything was done. The female warrior Jangi gave a bright smile, confirming definitively that he had passed the test. Li Qiao bowed his head in deep thought, asking a naive question. Did I lose? The girl looked at him speechless, wondering if he even realized what a world-shattering feat he had just accomplished. An affirmation, "You won," rang out, ending the days of grueling physical and mental torment. Li Qiao opened his eyes, with a strange sense of satisfaction evident on his face. He stood amidst the void, wondering if everything he had just experienced was just a vivid dream. Every movement, every sword technique practiced in that space was still deeply etched in his mind. Everything was so vivid that he felt as if he had just directly experienced it. The entire process of combat and enlightenment in the spiritual space appeared crystal clear. Even the silhouette of that powerful black sword did not fade even a little in his mind. The ring on his hand suddenly flashed, radiating a black aura as if resonating intensely with its master. Li Qiao started awake, his breathing ragged and tense as if he had just escaped a long nightmare. He forced himself up in a wooden cabin, with a man of the Jangi tribe by his side who had been tending to him for a long time. The man handed him a bowl of medicine, sighing in relief as he had thought he wouldn't wake up today. The news of his awakening quickly spread, and the Jangi villagers crowded in to cheer, having never seen anyone with such an iron will. Outside, a grand festival was taking place, with people treating each other to drinks to celebrate his achievement. The female warrior Jangi suddenly appeared, scolding the young men for making noise in front of someone who had just woken up. She checked on his condition and then revealed a shocking truth. He had been sleeping soundly for a whole week after the test ended. Li Qiao stared blankly, not believing his ears, as he didn't even remember clearly how he had passed the test. Seeing him still confused, they had to affirm once more that he had truly achieved a glorious victory. That night, the entire Jangi tribe was bathed in the shimmering lights of the festival, celebrating their worthy successor. Afterward, the female warrior led him to see the ancient secret records called the Hukia records. Holding these records in his hands, Li Qiao finally understood more about the origin and power of the black sword. Finally, Li Qiao donned the noble martial arts robe from an ancestor, a destined gift he felt was meant just for him. Li Qiao put on his new martial arts attire, thinking to himself that this item was left by his ancestors specifically for him and no one else. Yunhen held the ancient bamboo slips in her hands, realizing that many parts of the content in the historical records had been intentionally erased. Li Qiao curiously asked if she knew what the erased parts were about, as he believed the Hukia sword was created with a specific purpose in mind. Yunhen shook her head, explaining that based on the context, the erased parts seemed to refer to a living entity or an object, rather than a location. She began to recount ancient stories, even though they sounded somewhat far-fetched and unbelievable. These were oral traditions about a distant sea or some event related to this land. In the memories of the Dakibai tribe, there was a terrifying lullaby about a monster that would come to devour everyone, leaving nothing left in the world. Yunhen recounted that she was often scared by adults with that song when she went out at night as a child, which made Li Qiao admit it was quite a horror story for kids. On the bamboo slips of his ancestor Li Hyangxian, the ancient characters affirmed that Hukia was the key and map leading to the final secret of the Li family. Yunhen fell into deep thought, as if she had just realized something from these unfinished records. She scoffed when mentioning a fool who had lost his name and was imprisoned in the mountains, which she found utterly ridiculous. Li Qiao smiled, promising that if he could recover the name for that guardian deity, he would definitely return it to them. Yunhen immediately snapped at him, telling him to let that person suffer for another 1,000 years and not to return anything at all. Calming down a bit, she asked Qiao if he had any other questions he wanted to know. Li Qiao looked deep into the darkness and suggested that Yunhen tell him about the tribe's elder. Immediately, a burly man with long hair and a thick beard stepped out from the darkness, radiating a heavy pressure. It was Elder Siop, who possessed strange eyes containing an entire sparkling galaxy within them. Amidst the lively festive atmosphere of the Dakibai village, Li Qiao was happily chatting with the children of the tribe. Seeing a human blending in so well with his descendants, Elder Siop's gaze flickered slightly but remained distant. But then, his face suddenly turned gloomy, as if he were remembering some painful memory. In his mind, the scene of a village submerged in a sea of fire appeared, with thick smoke and desperate cries for help. A terrified child reached out amidst the flames, but it seemed no one could save them from such a tragedy. Elder Siop sighed, thinking to himself that in the end, he was the only one left to endure this lonely pain. The current village scene was quiet, with only a few people lying scattered on the ground after a wild drinking bout. Seeing the young Dakibai tribe members sleeping so soundly that they were drooling, the scene was somewhat comical. Li Chial stood there smiling, silently admiring the alcohol tolerance and the enthusiasm of the people here. Suddenly, he was startled as he sensed an aura of murderous intent right behind him. The pressure from Elder Siop made Li Chial break out in a cold sweat. Elder Siop stared at him, coldly remarking that humans were always so stubborn and persistent. Under the bright moonlight, he bluntly ordered Li Chial never to set foot in his territory ever again. Chial remained calm, asserting that he had come here based on an old agreement as the legitimate successor of the Black Sword Hyukia. Elder Siop admitted that a promise, no matter how old, was still a promise, which was why he had allowed him to stay here until now. However, since the villagers had fulfilled their duty, he declared that there was no longer any reason for Li Chial to stay a moment longer. With an explosive aura, Elder Siop roared, ordering him to leave immediately. The immense pressure forced Li Chial back, and he was shocked by the overwhelming power of this elder. He looked around in a daze, not yet able to process everything that had just happened. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and a loud explosion caused the entire mountain forest to quake. Elder Siop affirmed that this was entirely his own doing, and advised Li Chial not to hold any grudges against the other Dakibai for having to leave like this. From afar, Yunhen stepped forward and called his name, wondering why he had to go to such extremes. Yunhen brought a tray of food to Siop, who was sitting quietly overlooking the village from a high cliff. He bluntly admitted that he absolutely despised humans. However, Siop also felt guilty for making the entire tribe live in captivity like this, just because of his own existence. Yunhen looked into his eyes and realized that deep down, he also felt that Li Chial was a very different human compared to others. Elder Siop did not deny it, saying he would not interfere with the bond she had built with the young man, as everyone's feelings were their own private matter. Yunhen was questioning Elder Siop, bringing up two people who would surely not be happy if they saw him in this state, but Siop immediately shouted, "Stop!" not wanting to hear another word. His face hardened, and he coldly said that what she had just said had crossed the line. Yunhen still did not back down, asking directly if he didn't actually hate humans, and if it was all because of the pain related to those two, to which Siop only sighed and called her child. He intended to say something, but the words seemed to choke in his throat before the harsh reality. Suddenly, a massive shockwave erupted, the sound tearing through the night, leaving both of them terrified. Yunhen gasped, "No way!" unable to believe that the ancient seal could fluctuate so violently. From the debris, pillars of vibrant blue spiritual energy shot straight into the sky, as if to rip the night apart. A bottomless black hole cracked open right in the middle of the tribe's sacred land, emitting an evil and oppressive energy. The ground cracked into large pieces, and heat rose intensely from deep within the shattered crevices. Yunhen winced at the sudden temperature spike, while Elder Siop kept a silent, anxious gaze on the spreading fissure. The cracks glowed with a brilliant orange-red fire, signaling that molten lava was waiting to erupt onto the surface. The entire geological structure collapsed completely, revealing a river of fiery red lava flowing swiftly right beneath their feet. Elder Siop stretched out his hand to cast a spell, and a mysterious light covered his body. A path made of ancient stone steps appeared amidst the swirling energy, and he ordered Yunhen to return to the village immediately to report the news. Yunhen firmly refused, asserting that as a member of the tribe, she had to stay and resolve this issue with him at the root. Elder Siop was silent for a moment before nodding, ordering her to follow him deep underground. Both began to venture down the dark and deep stone steps, where evil energy was billowing, enveloping the space. The spiritual pressure here was so strong that Yunhen felt her chest tighten, and she anxiously asked if the elder was still okay against such terrifying pressure. She was horrified to realize that he had been enduring the torment of this horrible place all by himself to maintain the seal, to which Siop simply replied, confirming the painful truth. He revealed that corrupted energy from the north had begun affecting the seal a few years ago, and now everything had spiraled out of control. They walked out of the dark tunnel into a vast, expansive space filled with the fiery light of lava. Appearing before their eyes was the majestic lava seal underground palace, where an ancient stone platform lay lonely amidst a sea of burning, molten lava. A panoramic view of the Dakibai clan's ancient forge, Chinese letter LY set amid a sea of blazing red lava. From a distant cave mouth, two figures slowly make their way in. Beneath the cave floor, a chaotic pile of broken weapons lies scattered. Elder Siop tells himself this is the last line he can walk to craft a replacement for the sealing artifact. Siop stands before the forge, his face heavy as he admits to Yunhan that all their efforts have failed. Yunhan freezes, eyes turning toward the lava lake that has begun to churn ominously. A familiar pall of dark pressure suddenly envelops them both. Yunhan trembles and asks about the chilling, hair-raising feeling. Siop explains it's the remnant of the archdemon from the Great War, the one who dyed Mount Hallasan red with blood and became the mortal enemy of all races. Beneath the lava, countless blood-red eyes of the archdemon are rising, poised to devour everything. That invasion turned the world into hell, shattered the rules of good and evil, and reversed the boundary between life and death. Even Fey treaters couldn't foresee that calamity. Amid a blood-tinted sky, a weak cry for help echoes from the past. Mujin, Siop, and a comrade stand silent beneath a fiery sky, witnessing the brutal devastation of war. The situation on the mainland is dire. They vow to regroup soon to fight together. The three choose to stay and defend Jeju Island, to protect the young Dakibai and humans, believing reinforcements will return. Their enemy is a great demon that takes many forms based on human fears. The Red Valley Serpent, the nine-headed monster. The clash between demons and Dakibai is the worst. That serpent relentlessly tormented their minds with illusions for a long, painful time. Though exhausted, they stubbornly held on because they put complete faith in humans. To stay sane against the demon's trickery, Siop drove a spear straight through his own leg, using pain to keep his mind intact. He howled in pain as his body shook under the corrosion of darkness. Yunhan stood helplessly, watching her comrade suffer. She screamed through tears, begging him not to march into death. Siop gripped Yunhan's hand and shouted for her to stay away. He bitterly realizes the fateful moment he'd feared has finally come. The whole cavern trembles violently, lava spewing wildly and threatening to incinerate everything. Siop urges Yunhan to evacuate the villagers immediately. Yunhan, stunned, asks what he plans to do staying behind alone. Siop's gaze is resolute. He sees himself as of an old era, and ending this evil being is an old debt he must personally settle. A burst of force flings Yunhan away. Siop pushes her out of the cave amid her desperate screams. Left alone facing the storm of fire, Siop still holds a blazing, hate-filled stare. Behind the wall of flame, the archdemon's eyes mock his faith. Siop stubbornly believes humans will surely come to his aid. Yet harsh reality answers plainly. The humans did not come. Siop collapses to his knees, his heart shattering as he realizes the human's promise was only empty air. A bitter sense of betrayal wells up. He bitterly understands the Dakibai were merely sacrificial pawns discarded without pity. A hand reaches out to grasp a sword emitting a cool, azure spirit light amid the surging energy. Flames burst from the spiked mace, blazing to meet the coiling black aura head-on. A young Mujin grins cockily, vowing to drag that monster's corpse with him to hell. But his comrades know that thing won't die that easily. Ryo looks at Siop with determined, sorrow-tinged eyes. She chooses to become a mist that will cloak this mountain to protect their people. The three exchange one last look before parting, regretting they hadn't fled this cursed land together sooner. They entrust all their remaining strength to Siop, asking him to use his flame to guard their seal and their path. After years of weary waiting, humans are still nowhere to be seen. Siop remains there, waiting in hopelessness. Siop kneels before his old friends' graves, his solitary silhouette reflecting the endless pain of betrayal. An evil voice rings in his head, sneering that humans only ever used the Dakibai as a protective shield for themselves. Siop grits his teeth and snaps at that sly presence to shut up. He stands firm before the sea of lava, mace in hand, facing the dark temptation of the shadows. Despite the betrayal, Siop fulfills his final pact with Lee Hyulhyun. He accepts this as his fate. Almost time. He stares into the void, ready for what's coming to end a 1,000-year debt. Elder Siop throws himself into the sea of fire, mace raised, roaring a vow to follow his fallen comrades into hell. Back in the present, monsters scream wildly in the forest gloom, their eyes glowing with wicked delight. The Dakibai village descends into utter chaos. Everyone frantically calls to each other to protect the mother tree at all costs from the relentless assault. A monster lunges, its fangs nearly snatching a young man. Amid the blood-curdling screams, someone still desperately calls for their grandmother. The defense captain grits his teeth and stares ahead. He knows the elder's situation is dire, But this battlefield isn't any kinder. He orders the wounded taken to the healing pond immediately, and mobilizes every Dakibai fit to fight to sweep these monsters away. A powerful burst of spirit energy explodes in the forest, flinging everything aside and sending out a violent shockwave. The warriors struggle to hold their ground through the choking haze to maintain their formation. Sweat streams down the captain's brow. He feels the worst moment looming right before his eyes. The monsters howl in revulsion, baring razor-sharp fangs ready to tear apart anyone in their way. The villagers grow ever more terrified as the beasts become increasingly maddened and completely out of control. The captain realizes all these monsters are influenced by the archdemon's demonic aura. This battle won't end until its true form is destroyed. A pack of feral monsters surrounds a lone warrior holding the line. A brutal shove sends him crashing to the ground, leaving time only for a helpless cry as death looms. The monster before him opens its jaws wide, poised to end the poor soldier's life. Suddenly, a blade of blue sword energy rips the air, delivering a killing slash to the beast's neck. The razor blow severs the monster's head. In an instant, black blood spraying across the ground. The soldier, stunned, watches the dark blue cloaked figure sweep past him with heroic grace. He stares up, eyes wide, unbelieving of what he has just witnessed. The newcomer is Li Chial. Sword in hand and bearing the air of a master, he announces he's here to help everyone. A sinewy arm clamps around the mace that's glowing with cool, blue spirit energy. Li Chial channels all his strength into a sweeping slash, forming a gigantic arc of energy that cuts straight at the black entity. Elsewhere, the Dakibai elder keeps swinging his mace, spawning towering explosions of fire that encircle the serpent heads of the monster. He grits his teeth and clicks his tongue, sweat starting to trickle down his tense face. Amid the black void of demonic eyes, a mocking voice rings out, asking why the elder strains himself so to protect humanity. He roars back, telling that monster to shut its mouth pronto. Though it has lost a true body, the creature's power remains terrifyingly great, leaving the elder astonished. He tightens his grip on the haft, bracing for a decisive strike. With a thunderous yell, he charges forward without a hint of hesitation. The mace crashes down. Flames erupt violently among the writhing serpent heads, but physical blows barely faze it. The demon lumbers onward undeterred. Out of sheer desperation, he decides to unleash relics once dismissed as failures to stop it. Fragments of ancient artifacts spin, generating a crushing pressure that clamps around the dark entity. Another massive explosion erupts at the very heart of the battle. The monster screams in agony as chaotic power strikes it head-on. The Dakibai elder collapses to his knees, panting from exhaustion, silently hopping that the blow worked. Yet the demon's wounds begin healing at a frantic pace right before his eyes. His eyes blaze with resolute light. There's only one last option, to seal it at all costs. The dark voice sneers again in his head, mocking his sealing attempt as futile. A stern man's image appears in his mind, reminding him of what he must protect. An illusion of a smiling Dakibai couple surfaces. The demon manipulates memories to shake his resolve. The elder bellows, forbidding the demon from insulting the dead with such lies. The painful memory of trusting humans only to face a tragic end remains a dark shadow in his heart. Visions of the three who once fought side by side appear. The demon recalls their failure to prove he cannot win alone. Despite those taunts, he roars in fury, declaring all temptations useless. The monster's darkness envelops him, taunting once more with a challenging tone. Suddenly the elder falters, realizing he's fallen into the demon's mental trap. By obsessively swinging his mace, he inadvertently gave the beast more time to recover and counterattack. The demon opens its venomous maw wide, ready to swallow the prey before it. He grits his teeth and endures, but at that moment a brilliant blue light suddenly flares up behind him. Blue lightning strikes the head of the black serpent, causing it to recoil instantly. Ryo rushes up from behind, shouting the elder's name at the top of her lungs. The elder turns, eyes a mix of surprise and irritation, asking why she returned to this dangerous place. Blue lightning keeps lashing down, stopping the monster from closing in on them. The Dakibai from the village arrive to reinforce, forming a ring around the elder to protect him. Even so, he judges these sporadic strikes won't hold the monster back for long. An unusual pressure suddenly appears, drawing the elder's attention. A figure slowly steps out from the black mist. His eyes widen to the limit, unable to believe the identity of the one who has appeared. It is Mugen, the famed ancestor, standing there composed amid the battlefield. Mugen looks at him nonchalantly and says he has come to help. The elder stammers, asking how he could be here at this time. Mugen simply smiles faintly, reminding him he had foretold this. Mugen stands there calm-faced, repeating that he came to lend assistance. The Dakibai elder coldly waves it off, insisting his tribe never needs human help. The Black Hydra still looms, mocking the efforts of the small ones below. The elder sneers, what can a mortal like Mugen possibly do? Mugen admits that's true, and even he doesn't seem to think he can do much right now. But then his eyes flare with determination as he begins to gather his energy. The sword in Mugen's hand trembles violently, emitting a cool blue spiritual aura that cloaks the blade. Black miasma and thunder coil around Mugen as he concentrates every ounce of his spirit. He prepares to execute Mugen technique too, a move demanding a terrifying fusion of power. All the martial essence he's accumulated over the years pours into this strike, beginning the unification of power. Mugen's gaze blazes. He tells himself to push harder, more and more, to reach the ultimate power threshold. Li Qiao channels everything he's learned to synchronize with him. Mugen's second form begins here. He needs more strength, his eyes burning like coals. A succession of weapon spirits rises, from frost to raging thunderstorms. A path opens before them in this very moment. Mugen's second form, Black Lotus. A destructive beam of light shoots straight into the sky. The monster senses danger and frantically scrambles for escape. But it's too late. The colossal energy crushes its core. The entire dark entity shatters into pieces. In its subconscious, the elder faces the demon, ready to drag it down with him. Mugen appears, urging him there's no need to pay the price with destruction. This stubborn old man once hated humans to his bones, intent on dying without regret. He had separated the two worlds, believing it was the only way to protect his tribe. But then he freezes when he's scolded as a foolish, stubborn fool. Mugen tells him that only by staying will he truly have no regrets. The final message rings out, stop hating humans so much. Ryo cheers in delight, believing the ancestors have saved them all. The Dakibai elder stares intently at the figure before him. It is Li Qiao, collapsed amid the rubble after the decisive strike. He admits this human was the one who saved his tribe. Qiao's consciousness drifts in a blinding white space. He looks around dazed, not understanding what's happening. A dazzling light opens up right before his eyes. The sight inside leaves him speechless. It's Mugen performing sword techniques, a new path to reach the pinnacle. The blade plunges deep, sending out powerful ripples of energy. A black lotus blooms behind the swordsman, silent and majestic. Li Qiao realizes the truth of the black lotus, his eyes slowly opening. He sees a wooden ceiling, soft sunlight sneaking through the cracks. A groan escapes him as pain starts to wash over. He winces, his body exhausted after the life-or-death battle. Ryo hurriedly brings a basin, telling him to puke it all out to feel lighter. A mouthful of thick black blood is expelled, easing the pressure in his chest. The Dakibai chief and Ryo are surprised he woke up after only a few hours. Although his organs are heavily damaged, they believe he'll recover soon. They sit in silence, looking at each other for a long while. The chief gets so insulted he nearly flies off the handle, and the mood suddenly turns funny. Qiao asks about what he drank. The chief lists a set of rare herbs. Thanks to that, his mana surged dramatically, a surprise gift. Ryo insists what he did deserves a dozen miracle elixirs. They let him rest, promising to answer all his questions about the battle later. The chief and Ryo leave the room, giving him a quiet space to recuperate. Ryo smiles warmly. This tribe owes him a huge debt of gratitude. 2 days later, things have calmed. The Dakibai elder stands alone in the ruined forge, lost in thought. Li Qiao comes to see him. The old man recognizes him at once and murmurs, "So you've arrived." The elder thanks him for resolving everything, and asks to be sure the evil entity has truly been sealed. Qiao nods, confirming all is well. He also thanks the villagers for nursing him back so quickly. Hearing that, the elder feels relieved. Still, he coldly insists he still hates humans a lot. To him, humans are nothing but liars, betrayers, always trying to wreck the beautiful nature. He asks Qiao if he finds that view strange. Qiao laughs, saying he would hate them too if he were him, and the elder suddenly realizes Qiao is human after all. A vision appears of Dakibai beginning to integrate, living and playing in the city among other races, as an inevitable change. Qiao asserts not everyone is the same. He tells the elder that he surely knows that better than anyone. The elder falls silent, wondering why Qiao returned to save his tribe after being driven away. "Because my friends were in trouble, I couldn't ignore it," Qiao replies with a simple smile. The words friends halt the elder, his gaze briefly flustered. Memories of Mugen and old friends surface, times when they too shared happy, smiling moments. He quietly repeats the word, and seems to feel a great lightness in his heart. At parting, the kids Jiong and Young whine for Qiao to stay and play a bit longer. Ryo has to intervene because he still has important things to do. Li Qiao slings on his backpack, smiles goodbye to the kids, and promises he'll definitely see them again soon. He turns to ask Ryo if the village will be all right now, that the mountain's protective magic is gone. Ryo smiles and tells him not to worry. You don't just find them at will. Dakibai are the ones who choose to show themselves first. The elder declares the long-standing grudge is over. It's time the Dakibai tribe stepped out into the wide world. Chial nods in agreement, though the old man keeps grumbling that he still can't stand humans in general. Then he adds, but you're different, I don't hate you. Ryo beside him gapes in surprise. He pulls out something wrapped in cloth and hands it to Chial. Take this. It's a sword bag forged from the rarest materials. Blackwood, redwood, cloud iron, and refined essence. A true treasure that shocks Chial. It's capable of completely suppressing the rising wicked aura of the black sword Hukia. The elder instructs, remember, the sword represents death, but the scabbard represents life. Never forget that sheathing the sword is often more important than drawing it. Li Chial solemnly accepts the gift, and the elder's valuable. The kids rush over again begging Ryo to escort Big Brother all the way down the mountain. Ryo plans to refuse for safety's sake, but seeing their eager faces and smiles, she can't bring herself to. Finally, she agrees, on the condition they behave and don't cause trouble along the way. The group walks along the sunny trail. The Dakibai kids really are well-behaved and adorable. After a while, Ryo reports groups of people slowly climbing the mountain and asks if they should chase them off. The elder says there's no need. They'll soon conceal the village again to avoid trouble. It's time the Dakibai stopped living like prisoners in their own home. A new sun rises, bringing great change. The tale of Dakibai Mountain closes and opens a new journey for Li Chial.